A young man unexpectedly acquires a red heart and discovers that as long as he touches it, he can travel between modern times and ancient times. When he travels to the year 1935, where people could starve, Suwon donates hundreds of tons of various living supplies to the Red Army. Thus, Suwon embarks on the path of a middleman making a profit. At this moment, a woman in her 40s calls for a tricycle to stop. "What do you need, ma'am? I have everything here, not just rice, flour, salt, and oil." Seeing a business opportunity, Suwon throws away his cigarette butt, jumps off the seat, and greets the woman with a big smile. "Are you from out of town?" The woman, hearing his accent and noticing Suwon's height of about 1.8 meters, timidly asks. Suwon has no intention of hiding the purpose of his visit. He just wants to scout the area and make some extra money. "Yes, ma'am, I come from Sichuan province, selling goods from street to street. What do you need?" The distance between Sichuan and Shanxi is not far, and it is not uncommon for peddlers to reach this area. However, this young man looks even fairer than a girl, and the cart he pushes surprisingly has 3 wheels, with the cargo box tightly covered. The woman thinks no more and asks, "Do you have white flour? My husband is ill and wants to eat some white flour." "Of course, I have white flour. Please wait." After saying this, Suwon rummages through the cargo box and pulls out several bags of high-quality wheat flour, each weighing 10 pounds. He casually places them on the ground, tears open one bag, grabs a handful of white flour from inside, and hands it to the woman, saying, "Ma'am, look, this is such good white flour, guaranteed to be genuine. After finishing one bag, you'll want 2 bags. Yes, such white flour. I've lived for decades and have never seen such good white flour." The woman's eyes sparkled as she carefully pinched a bit and put it in her mouth, closing her eyes and chewing a few times. Not bad. It's top quality flour, better than what's sold in the town, but I wonder about the price. Suwon waved his hand generously. It's not expensive. A bag weighs 10 pounds, only $1. That's really not cheap. With $1, I could buy dozens of pounds of sorghum rice. The woman pinched her purse inside. Suwon frowned. "Ma'am, this is fine grain. You can't compare it to sorghum rice. This stuff is nutritious." He paused, struggling a bit. "How about this? You buy a bag of white flour, and I'll give you half a pound of fine salt." As he spoke, he pulled out a bag of salt packaged in a transparent plastic bag from the cargo box and generously stuffed it into the woman's hands. This is refined salt." The woman looked at the salt, which was whiter than snow, somewhat at a loss. She opened the package, gently dipped her finger in it, and put a little in her mouth. The rich flavor immediately filled her mouth. This refined salt is not only heavily salty but also not bitter or astringent. It is simply worlds apart from the coarse salt sold in the town for $1 a pound. Then it's settled. The young man must not deceive people. The woman tightly held the bag of salt, as if afraid Suwon would go back on his word. Suwon smiled upon seeing this. It is now the 24th year of the Republic of China, which is 1935. The market is extremely short of supplies, and with the Kuomintang's economic blockade, the people in northern Shanxi are living very hard lives. "Auntie, we men from Basha keep our word. Here, take this. Even if you don't have money, I'll still lend it to you." After saying this, he handed the woman the flour along with the money. The woman was taken aback. In these times, merchants who do not cheat or shortchange are already a blessing, and this was the first time she had seen someone like Suwon who half sold and half gave away goods. So, she quickly took out a well-preserved silver dollar from her purse and handed it to Suwon. "You young man call me auntie, can I really owe you money? Besides, you came all this way to do business. I must pay you. Then I'll accept it, if you think it's good. Just introduce me to more business." Suwon unceremoniously accepted the silver dollar without even looking at it. In these times, silver is indeed hard currency, and it would be absurd if it were still counterfeited. Holding the heavy bags of flour and salt, the wrinkles on the woman's face smiled. "Don't worry, young man, I guarantee I'll bring you customers. By the way, my surname is Hu. You can call me Aunt Hu." Alright, Aunt Hu. My name is Suwon. Just call me Xiao Su." Looking at Aunt Hu, who was smiling broadly as she returned to the village entrance with the bags of flour and salt, villagers immediately surrounded her. "Aunt Hu, buying so many things must have cost quite a bit, right?" It was very cheap. Such good flour and salt only cost $1. If I weren't worried about not having enough money for medicine, I would have wanted to buy more." Aunt Hu tightly hugged her belongings, as if afraid they would fly away. "What? Is that true? Let me see." So, a group of villagers began to carefully examine the items in Aunt Hu's hands. Seeing this scene, Suwon sat calmly, knowing the power of word of mouth is immense. Good things will never lack buyers, which is why he wouldn't resort to street selling, to avoid damaging his reputation. Sure enough, after a while, a group of villagers rushed towards Suwon's small tricycle, with 2 of them almost falling over in their excitement. "Junhua, give me a bag of flour and salt. Make sure it's not short on weight, said a middle-aged man with a white towel wrapped around his head, handing over a silver dollar, trembling as he spoke. All right, uncle, you take care, cash on delivery. Before long, all the flour and salt were sold out, leaving only some rice, white sugar, dozens of pounds of rapeseed oil, and some medicines in the cargo box. It seems that in these times, the common people can't even afford to fill their stomachs, so naturally, they can't consume sugar and fatty foods. As for selling medicine, people in these times are already averse to buying medicine, unless someone brings it up. Suwon wouldn't mention it either. In just a few minutes, Suwon earned 12 silver dollars. This kind of business is really enjoyable. Little Sue, won't you be losing money doing business like this? Seeing that Suwon wasn't very busy, and who came over to chat. How could that be? I focus on low profits and high sales, and run my business with integrity, Suwon said while sorting the patchouli. By the way, Aunt Who, what illness does your husband have? Just eating plain flour won't do, he needs to take medicine. When it comes to her husband, Aunt Who couldn't help but feel sad. My husband has been vomiting and having diarrhea, and he's also been having convulsions. The doctor has seen him and said it's an epidemic disease that can't be cured, so we can only leave it to fate. That's why I'm thinking of buying some plain flour for him to eat something good. If he dies, at least he can die full. Aunt Who seems to be quite open-minded about it. Suwon thought to himself, vomiting and diarrhea, isn't that cholera? Suwon is a serious graduate of a regular medical college, although it's just a diploma. He still knows a bit about the pharmacology of common epidemics. Just this time, the medicine I brought includes doxycycline specifically for treating cholera. He can't just ignore it, he has to give it a try. Moreover, people in this era have basically not been exposed to antibiotics, so the efficacy is definitely much better than that of people in later generations. Aunt Who, uncle must have cholera. I have some Western medicine here that should have some effect. Do you want to give it a try? Suwon didn't finish his sentence. Really? Aunt Who's gloomy eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope, but then darkened again. Little Sue, I've heard that Western things are quite expensive, right? Suwon certainly knew what she meant, but he couldn't just stand by and do nothing, nor could he not charge her. So he thought for a moment and said, this illness can't be delayed any longer. I'll give you the medicine later. If it works, when I come back next time to sell goods, you can give me $1. If it doesn't work, I won't take your money. He then rummaged through the cargo box, took out all the capsules from the medicine box, carefully packed them in a plastic bag, and handed it to Aunt Who. This is called doxycycline. It basically has no side effects. Take 4 capsules 3 times a day. After meals. We only have 2 meals a day. I've never heard of having lunch, Aunt Who said, a bit confused. Suwon sighed lightly. Sigh. During the illness, let the patient eat 1 more meal. Once they are cured, we can go back to 2 meals. Aunt Who had no doubts. In this era, anything associated with the word Western was considered top-notch, especially when it came to medicine. So he happily said, all right, Xiao Su, if the medicine really cures the illness, I will definitely pay you. If it doesn't work, Aunt Who won't blame you. Suwon waved his hand. Aunt, hurry and take the medicine back to the patient. Don't delay. Watching Aunt Who hurriedly leave, Suwon felt a bit sad. With his limited abilities now, he could only offer a little help. Once he joined the revolutionary team, he would definitely be able to expand the business and benefit more common people. After tidying up a bit, Suwon rode his tricycle and left. He found a secluded dirt slope, touched the red heart tattoo on his chest with his right hand, and with a thought, he suddenly returned to August 10, 2022. He left home at 8 in the morning on the electric tricycle and returned at 4 in the afternoon. Back at the old apartment he rented, he hastily boiled 2 packs of instant noodles and then counted today's earnings. He sold about 300 yuan worth of goods, totaling 12 silver dollars. These were all genuine Republic of China silver dollars. Even if he sold each for 100, he would still make a profit. If it weren't for a stack of silver dollars in front of him, he would really think he was dreaming. Suwon is 24 years old, a pure Chuan province native, born in a small place called Docheng. The reason why it came to the 24th year of the Republic, 1935. It had to start with a red star pendant he had found at a stall on the ground. Like the vast majority of college students, he graduated with a degree in general medicine and faced unemployment right out of school. Although I volunteered to enlist for 2 years during my sophomore year because of my admiration for the military, I have done nothing but strengthen my body and enrich my insight. It didn't bring him much ease of employment after graduation, but instead wasted 2 years for nothing. But he didn't regret it. After all, as the saying goes, you regret 2 years in the military, but you regret a lifetime if you don't. Moreover, in terms of your school and major, it's only reasonable to look at yourself first, in order not to be a nibbler. Suwon has worked in sales and as an agent. I came to Shunfeng Express after a few turns and got a job in logistics and distribution. It's a bit of hard work, but at least with an income of about 5,000 a month, you can barely keep your life going in Cam City. That's Saturday. As usual, a rare day off. Suwon came early to the old goods antique market, Hobby Antiques, although he did not have the money to find goods, but nothing to love shopping, just as the palm of the eye. See the world just passing by a stall. A blood red 5-star pendant immediately attracted him. Immediately took in hand to play some. The pendant seems to be iron and not stone. The 5 corners were normal, the pulp ground, and from time to time, also comes from the warmth of the touch. Somewhat in love with it, Suwon wanted to take it on the spot. After some haggling, it finally sold for 110 bucks. Although it was a bit painful afterwards, money is hard to buy a good heart, and it was immediately hung around the neck. Then it was off to the market to buy groceries and head for the rented room in a big bag. Unfortunately, the light in the hallway was broken, so I fell down and the red star pendant cut a hole in my chest. The moment the blood dripped on the red star, his chest burned and the stream of light fluctuated with it, and he flashed to Shanbei. Looking around at the high, yellow slopes almost scared him half to death. It was only after calming down that he noticed that a silver coin-sized tattoo of a red 5-star had appeared on his chest and was glowing with a stream of unusual light. So they tried to touch the red star and go back with their minds. As luck would have it, he reappeared in the hallway where he had fallen. After repeated tests these days, he gradually figured out the usage of this red star on his body. By touching the red star, Chuanji's mind can travel back to Shanbei in the 24th year of the Republic of China, and he can also anchor at will to any place in the 2 worlds that he has visited. Of course, there is no way to instantaneously travel through the same spacetime, only 2 interfaces anchored to traverse. As for how to know the year and month, it is all because he gave away 2 pounds of pork, only to find out from the old folks passing by. Through the power of the red star, he was also able to bind items with his mind and take things to both worlds at will. It was just that this kind of intention could only bind items owned by Su Wen, but anything that doesn't belong to you, even if you find money in your pocket, that's no way to carry it back and forth across the country. Could it be that this red star traveling system comes with the picking up money buff? Who cares? Anyway, from now on, Su Wen is also considered a person with a system. He definitely didn't dare to say such grandiose words as with the system in hand. I have the world. But it was still necessary to make things happen, since God has opened his eyes to see that he is doing nothing and wants to help him out. So the first thing is to use this red star to make a little bit of money, which is surely the basic operation. As for how to make money, that is of course 2 parallel worlds interchangeable. Earn a small dozens of times the difference on the line. And since the red star could only take him to Shanbei in the 24th year of the Republic of China, that can only mean one thing. This red star wants Su Wen to do something for the Shanbei of that side of the world. Whether the 2 worlds are related or not, as a 21st century college student who grew up under the red flag as well as a veteran of the army, all should do something for the poor people on that side of the world, not to mention making a profit and improving their lives themselves. So in all senses and reason, Su Wen had to do his best. Today, though, his pockets are cleaner than his face, with several bank cards adding up to a 3-figure deposit. A certain treasure, a certain chanting is down to thousands of famine. If you do not want to find a way to get some money, this month will become a defaulter. No, Su Wen, who was counting the silver dollars and planning to go out tomorrow, suddenly received a call from his girlfriend, Liao Shuachin. Oh, celery, I happen to miss you. You call me. Do you think we have a heart-to-heart? Oh yes, I tell you today I did a dozen single big business. This time we developed. Tell you, I pick up big. Enough, don't call me celery. Gross. Liao Shuachin on the other end of the phone could no longer stand the other side's pussyfooting around, and interrupted with a near growl. And what can you pick? Isn't it just another dozen packages to pick? Ha, I see you are picking the courier or picking out a sense of superiority. Really cannot help the rotten mud. Enduring the other party's verbal violence, Su Wen couldn't figure out how to. When the 2 of them met last week, the other man was still hot with enthusiasm, hugging and kissing and nibbling him. How come you've become enemies in the blink of an eye? Chapter 3, The First Sword on the Coast. First to kill someone in Su. No celery. What the hell do you mean? It wasn't like this last week when I bought you the Apple 14, was it? You still have the nerve to say, my colleagues use the Pro Max. Why I can only use the Pro, causing me to lose face in front of them. Liao Shuachin on the other end of the phone coldly grunted. Looking at his Huawei with a somewhat cracked screen, Su Wen was so angry that he couldn't speak. If it wasn't for a birthday present for the other guy, how would he have owed thousands of dollars in online loans? Instead of being sympathetic, this woman badmouthed her. Now he has a system in his body, although it is not a system that destroys the heavens and the earth, but at least it counts. Can he still be subjected to this kind of nuisance? This, Liao Shuaqin. What do you want? Calling just to humiliate me? Humiliate you? You are also worthy. I'm here today to tell you that it's over. So don't come looking for me, and don't contact me. Liao Shuaqin on the other end of the phone was also nonchalant. What about my cell phone? Suwon was thinking that she couldn't afford to lose her cell phone. She had to at least recoup some of her losses. Ha, you are still a man. Still have the face to ask for a cell phone? You slept with me so many times. It's good that I didn't ask you for youth loss fee. Liao Shuaqin on the other end of the phone said that it was justified, as if she was the victim. The mention of this sleeping thing made Suwon angry in his heart. Since dating this woman for more than a year, the total number of times together is less than 5. Suwon is simply more puritanical than being a monk. And every time I always push myself to finish quickly. It's not enjoyable at all. Who else could have stood it if it wasn't for the fact that the other person was their first love? So they cherished it extraordinarily. But it was a good thing to be able to see the other party's true colors early on. And Suwon might even have to thank the other party for not marrying him. As for that new cell phone, if he didn't have a system on his side, then he would have to get it back. Even if he threw Fulcrum River, he couldn't leave it to her. But now, just a few $1,000s, can still mess up his mind. Sue someone? Liao Shuaqin, I agree to break up, but don't you regret it? Regret? I'm now holding an iron rice bowl, working from 9 to 5 plus double training. I don't know how comfortable I am. Liao Shuaqin almost didn't laugh in anger. I only regret not breaking up with you sooner. With that, he hung up. Iron rice bowl? This woman has some nerve. Liao Chuanshua, now the so-called iron rice bowl, is not a career temporary recruitment of a contract laborer. $2,200 a month. And you've got a superiority complex. But since her test for the career a little over 2 months ago, to Suwon then more and more cold, it turned out to be premeditated. Forget it. The first sword on shore is to kill the man of your dreams. It's just an ancient custom. Recovering his mind. The most important thing is to get money at present. Suwon carefully identified the 12 silver dollars with different pulps. There are 6 big heads from the 10th year of the Republic of China, 3 from the 9th year of the Republic of China, and 2 from the 8th year of the Republic of China. The last one is not in very good condition, with some patina, and appears to be of some age. Silver dollar with carved and engraved dragon on the front with 1 round character. On the reverse, it is inscribed the 3rd year of Xiantong. I don't know how much I can sell it for, but I should be able to make some hard cash. Earn more or less as its own god. Suwon, do not think too much. Pick up the cell phone to check up on the Republic of China 24 years related information. It's a shock not to find out. All he knew at first was that there were revolutionary teams in Shanbei in 1935, and that security should be good. I had no idea that the north of Shaanxi province was still a place where all the forces were competing, and the soldiers and bandits were rampant. In today's terms, it is not too much to say that the people are not happy. Alas, this killed 1,000 Knifechan Kaishan. Foreign war outside, internal war inside. He meowed to defend against foreign invaders is not interested in the first place to make money for themselves. If this Huaxia really falls into his mother ******* ing hands, it may still sink for many years. Thinking of this, Suwon decided to think long and hard after selling the silver dollars tomorrow. On the other side of the world, in the Yangshu village, which Suwon had just left in front of him, there was a small courtyard in a northern Shaanxi kiln. In the evening, Huimei waited for her man to eat a large bowl of hand-rolled broad noodles, then waited for an incense burner before feeding him 4 capsules. It was still Suwon who instructed her, fearing that she wasn't clear on how long half an hour was, before saying that she would take the medicine after 1 incense burner. After finishing these, Hu Danian picked up her own food, steamed 2 nests on the pot, 2 white flour buns. The nests were for themselves, of course, and the white bread was reserved for the second girl, who had not yet returned home. The pot of water hadn't been boiling for long when the sound of a heavy door opening was heard. No need to guess. It's definitely the second girl who's back. Mother, what smells so good? Is it hand-rolled noodles? Yang Ernie shrugged her nose and came to the kitchen as she spoke. Yang Ernie was 17 or 18 years old, with a figure of about 165, which was considered rare in this era of lack of food and clothing. A dry, short, ear-length hair, eyes burning and divine, nose straight, lips slightly curved. Only the skin quality is a little worse. With the climate of northern Shaanxi, but wheat-colored skin looks also healthy. Shoulder also carried a gun-body polished Hanyang Zao. A look is the product of the late Qing dynasty. Just by looking at the second girl's short, ear-length hair, Huimei almost didn't have her blood turn over in anger and smoked over on the spot. Agu, what did you do? You were fine when you went out this morning. Why did your hair disappear when you came home? And you dance with a sword and a gun day after day. How will you look at each other in the future? I'll beat you to death. Saying that, he took off his cloth shoes and pressed down on Yang Ernie's buttock pedals as a few times. Beating that is popping sound. However, She saw that young Ernie didn't even wrinkle her eyes for a moment, and just picked up the water ladle and gulped a large mouthful of water. Seeing that her mother was tired of fighting and was holding the stovetop to catch her breath, young Ernie said with concern, "Mother, how is Elda?" "What else? I ate a big bowl of hand-rolled noodles and now I'm sleeping." I really don't know if it is pretending to be sick. Appetite is better than normal people. This is if you eat the Western medicine cannot be cured. This is not a waste of food. Mother! Seeing that she couldn't allow her mother to talk about her death, young Ernie got angry and said, "My da's good appetite proves that there's still a way to save him, so you have to give him more fine grains." Hui Mei glared at her. This daughter is heartbroken and does not know that heartbroken himself serving him day and night. Western medicine? No mother, where did you get the money to see a Western doctor? You're afraid you've been coaxed. Young Ernie accurately extracted the information in the words and asked, "Who can coax your mother me?" Hui Mei showed a look of taking advantage of the situation. "Today I bought 10 pounds of white flour, half a pound of fine salt, and even this Western medicine was given to me on credit by that Junhwa." Buying food and medicine on credit? Is this a bone setter or a shopkeeper? This is obviously not reliable. Mother, what kind of medicine is it? Quickly bring it to me. Young Ernie, who had some culture, worried that her mother would be fooled, hurriedly said, "Oh, what's the hurry? The bun in the pot is almost ready. Don't oversteam it for nothing." Hui Mei did not take it seriously. He's a nice guy. He sells cheap and good quality stuff, and he's handsome too. Even in these 8 villages, they are all considered to be the top of the handsome young man. How can they be a liar? Chapter 4, Young Ernie. Speaking of food, young Ernie also felt a little acidic water reflux from hunger, so she joined her mother in guarding the stove. As the lid of the wooden pot was lifted and the steam dispersed, 2 snow-white buns were revealed, with 2 black and yellow nests standing upright next to them. Yikes! What a white bun! Young Ernie wiped the corners of her mouth and squeezed 2 dimples out of her cheeks. "Mother, did you pick up money?" I ask because the bun is not only snow-white in color, but also fragrant. Such good fine grains, not to mention crop families like theirs, were not easy to eat even for landowners in the town. Hui Mei slapped her daughter's arm and snapped, "What are you talking about? This is your mother me, who spent a big head to buy it." Before she finished speaking, she saw Ernie reach out and grab 2 buns, ignoring the hot hands, and hand one of them to her mother. "Mother, you eat." Hui Mei slightly swallowed saliva, while Bun pushed to her daughter, "Mother just pad bar some hand-rolled noodles, eat some nest on the line." With that, he picked up the nest and took a big bite. Young Ernie's nose is a little sour. Knowing that her own mother has always been hard-mouthed and soft-hearted, the hand-rolled noodles were definitely made for Day to eat, and the bun was left for her. Nowadays, the year is bad, and the harvest is small. She is busy with the Women's Relief Society and the militia company, and the family relies on her to support her. Seeing her daughter froze with the white bread, Hui Mei urged, "Hurry up and eat. Let it cool down, will not smell good." Young Ernie hurriedly took the cuffs and rubbed the corners of her eyes, eating a big mouthful of gulps. "Mother, when we win the revolution, I'll let you eat white bread every day." Hui Mei expressionlessly ate the nest, carefully picking the crumbs of the nest spilled on the stovetop and stuffing them into her mouth. Revolution or no revolution, nothing. When you can marry a good family, I will thank God. Marry? Now young Ernie has just been exposed to revolutionary and progressive ideas, but she is very energetic. In modern parlance, she is currently on the upswing of her career, so how can she think of getting married? I don't know. Besides, you have to find a like-minded revolutionary comrade to get married. Thinking of this, young Ernie hurriedly changed the topic and said, "By the way, mother, show me the medicine, the Western pills I've seen in the medical team." Hui may think it is right. Their daughter how to say is also a cultural person. Help recognize the medicine is also good. So he went to the hall, rummaged around on top of the Buddha's niche, removed the statue, and took the clear plastic bag containing the medicine out of it. Not a moment later, 20 capsules along with a plastic bag appeared in front of young Ernie. Mother and daughter stared at each other wide-eyed. Young Ernie twisted up a carefully measured turn. Sniffing close to his nose again, there was not a trace of medicinal odor. Couldn't help but take the tip of my tongue and lick it. Still no flavor. At this moment she, Deputy Militia Captain Yang, was angry, and the consequences were dire. Who so bold as to lie to his own mother? This cunning seller. I heard that it is also a Chuan province. They say that the Chuan people are cunning. It is really justified. Looking at her daughter with fierce eyes, Hui Mei was a bit flustered and said, "What's the matter, Ernie? Don't scare me. No wonder it was so hard for you to take the medicine just now. You only ate 4 pills even after cheating and scaring. Don't let anything really happen, right? Well, that's not so bad. This kind of fake medicine is odorless and tasteless. It should just be a pose." Yang Ernie analyzed like a tall person. "Phew, that's good. That's good." Hui Mei stroked her chest, then turned to Su Wen's harmless face. I don't think that Junhwa looks like a bad guy. How could he lie to me? Junhwa? Yang Ernie sneered. Ha, those white-faced scholar in the playbook, which is not handsome. It's still not the same as cheating. Well, it makes sense. Hui Mei nodded with an empathetic look. I was looking at you to born handsome, only to be cheated by him back home. Otherwise the next village of the rich, which do not want to find me with. Listening to her own mother nonsense, Ernie also do not hesitate to poke her. Think when not she rushed to want to marry their own father? She also said that if she didn't marry, she would jump into a well, which scared her father into giving in. And her father, Yang Bai, was also handsome, but also read a private school. The matchmaking almost did not trample the threshold of the countryside. At the end of the day, seeing that my mother was pitiful and afraid of making a scene, it was a combination. Now she's a victim. I say mother, that's enough of you There are some things you'd better keep to yourself. Beware of revealing yourself. Yikes, you damned ninny, you've got hardened wings, haven't you? Tomorrow you'll go with me to meet someone. I'll see how you're still rebellious. Hui Mei, who had been poked and prodded, immediately assumed the position of being a mother. Gudong gudong. After eating 2 white flour buns and drinking a dipper of cool water, Yang Ernie felt much more comfortable. Patting his belly, he said, don't make a fuss mother. Tomorrow I still have to organize training for the militia company. I can't afford to delay. Just as she was about to leave, she was stopped by mother. Wait, what about this medicine? Throw it in the stove? Ernie thought for a moment. Don't throw it away. You said that seller will come back next time, right? Keep the medicine as evidence. Hui Mei nodded and asked again. What about this white flour and salt? Is it still edible? Yang Ernie smacked her mouth. Back to the flavor. This grain is still the top of the good. Do not eat for nothing to eat. Hey, do not say, treacherous businessman's things, is fragrant. As he was talking, Suwon on the other side of the room was playing with his cell phone and sneezed. He rubbed the straight bridge of his nose, feeling that it is not a trip to Shaanxi province. The soil is not suitable. Cold. The online access gave him a general idea of Shaanxi in the 24th year of the Republic of China. Now his biggest advantage is that he can provide inexpensive and modern products over there. Food and medicine, in particular, are definitely in short supply. You can use these 2 things to first open a breakthrough in northern Shaanxi, and then make contact with the ranks of the revolution. As for supplying them with arms and so on, he does not even dare to think about it now, and can only wait for the economy to improve before he can plan for the future. Thinking about this, Suwon felt a much heavier burden on his shoulders. Then his eyelids sank, and he fell into a quiet sleep. The following morning at 9 o'clock, in advance with the courier station to take a good vacation, Suwon, carrying a satchel early to the cultural antiques market. I inquired about a store specializing in the silver dollar business called Guxiao Zhai and stepped inside without hesitation. Good morning, handsome. The little man at the counter held a chicken feather duster and flashed a professional fake smile. Oh, look at something. Silver dollar coins and all. Do you take silver dollars? Suwon didn't intend to be long-winded and directly said, collect. The little brother stared at Suwon's satchel as he spoke, his eyes filled with playfulness. Guys like this who dream of getting rich overnight come in a few times a day. Most of the ones brought in were fakes. Even some silver dollars that were newer than last year's production, but nonetheless claimed to be to the generation. There are real goods or also some big road goods, not worth any buns. However, since the other party had taken the initiative to come to the door and the visitor was a guest, they could only try to serve as well as possible. When Suwon pulled out the silver dollar wrapped in toilet paper, the little brother couldn't help but frown. This look is unprofessional and obviously raw. He just couldn't help but look stunned when the stack of silver dollars revealed their true colors. Chapter 5, Selling Silver Dollars, each with their own minds. Not to mention, just a glance at these silver dollars can be seen that these natural pulp, in good condition, have some sense of age. Without waiting for little brother to appreciate it, Suwon took the initiative. There are 12 in all here, of which 6 are from the 10th year of the Republic, 3 from the 9th year of the Republic, 2 from the 8th year of the Republic, and 1 from the 3rd year of the Xiantong era. The 3rd year of Xiantong? Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Oh, not to hide. To our side to sell Xiantong 3 years long bearded dragon. Every year there are several dozen. Oh. The latter word Xiao didn't say, but Suwon heard the flavor of the other party's flirtation. But he wasn't angry. He just said coldly, look at the stuff before you say anything. Okay, you wait a moment, said the little brother, took out the magnifying glass of the ancestral wrapper and carefully identified it. Well, not bad, not bad. It's from the 10th year of the Republic. Oh, the 9th year of the Republic of China is also right. Ah, handsome, you're really good. Yo-ho, and the Republic of 8 years, good. This time you can sell a lot of money. Oh. Saying that, little brother then picked up the last piece of the Xiantong 3rd year long bearded dragon in perfect condition, with only some rust. Well, no. Little brother marveled as he rubbed the silver dollar. It's not right? Su Wen frowned. This silver dollar was properly collected from the Republic of China. How could it be fake? He snatched the silver dollar from the other's hand. If it's not right, forget it. I'm not selling this. Little brother was almost too shocked to explain. Don't get me wrong, handsome. I didn't say anything was wrong. It's just that I can't read it well. So it was a slip of the tongue just now. See if that works. I'll get the boss and have him take another look. Su Wen thought about it and nodded. In broad daylight, the amount of him could not play any tricks. It wasn't long before I heard my little brother calling from the back of the warehouse. Mr. Zhang, there's something fierce. It's a long-bearded dragon. Nonsense. Of course it's from the third year of the Xiantong reign. Hurry over and take a look. It's a big deal. You can only look at it in person. Okay, you hurry up. People don't have much patience. Immediately after that, the little brother walked out of the storehouse, and with a smile on his face, invited Su Wen to sit down and sip tea. More than 10 minutes later, a middle-aged man around 40 years old with a thinning head, stepped on his slippers and walked in. Just by locking eyes with little brother, he knew that Su Wen was the patron. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. My humble Zhang Yang, the boss of Guxiu Zhai. What is this little friend called? Su Wen, look at the goods. Boss Zhang. For the name of the literary world, Su Wen still has some understanding, but there is no mood for false politeness. Will be the Xiantong 3 years of silver dollars on the tray? Directly said. Zhang Yang was not polite and put on white silk gloves, took out a magnifying glass and carefully checked it. Oops, TSK. Well, good. It's a Xiantong third year ocean. Just a dozen seconds later, Zhang Yang spoke his conclusion. Su Wen frowned. Boss Zhang won't take a closer look anymore? Zhang Yang's face twitched. Was this a meow insult? If the silver dollar had not been of such great value that it had to be examined with care, he would have been able to recognize its authenticity at a glance. Antique industry is such. Really see more. Is not fake. A glance can see a 8 or 9. Then the eyesight. That's not necessary. Buying real or fake is all based on voluntariness. Zhang Yang asked immediately after with a professional fake smile on his face. I just don't know how much you, Mr. Su, intend to sell this Xiantong third year? How much? Why would Su Wen come here if he knew? But since the other person asked that, I guess it should be worth a lot of buns. Su Wen pretended to think. Said, well, you first quote a price I listen to. Suitable I will consider. As soon as he heard this, Zhang Yang's heart was in the right place. It's mostly a fledgling, so let's see how he takes it and be done with it. This third year of the Xiantong reign is still in good condition. A little rusted but flawed. And what's more, this is the first time we've dealt with each other. So let's make friends. How about $3 million? Family, who gets it? A quality young man with a 3-figure fortune 1 second, and $3 million the next. Who can stand such a huge drop? At this time, Su Wen's eyes were dull. His face was joyful, and his mind was already thinking about what cell phone to buy, what car to buy, what house to buy. Seeing that the other party did not respond for a long time, Zhang Yang was a bit puzzled. Could it be that he shouted low? Not by any stretch of the imagination. A poor kid like this who's never seen any money, he thinks 3 million is too much. Thinking of this, Zhang Yang said with some apprehension, little friend Su, this price is already tops. I'll have to find a buyer even if I take it, and I'll also have to press costs. So, after a short downtime, Su Wen came back to his senses. He wiped the corners of his mouth and said, you don't seem to be too serious with this price? Zhang Yang was then stunned and said tentatively, Su, what do you mean, little friend Su? It doesn't mean anything, it's just that your price is too low. Su Wen said, then picked up the silver dollars in the tray and turned around to leave. Not little friend Su, you do not go. We do business is not bargaining. You first return a price, okay? Seeing that the other party was about to leave, Zhang Yang was obviously a bit anxious. Su Wen turned his head and made an 8 with one hand. 8 million. Meow. You know how to do you ing say 8 million is exactly the normal asking price for this Xiantong 3-year-old, although it might be slightly higher to send it to auction. However, this is a complicated process, and with the handling fees can get their hands on only about $8 million. Without much time to think, Zhang Yang pacified Su Wen and sat back on the chair. Don't be anxious little friend Su, let's have a chat, okay? Su Wen skimmed his lips and put the silver dollars back into his satchel. This kid looks like he doesn't see any rabbits. Zhang Yang burst into a belly laugh and said in a warm voice, to be honest, you give this price, is too top. This Xiantong 3 years, the normal selling price is only about 8 million. If I offer $8 million, won't this be a smash hit? He pointed around again. And as you can see, a store this big costs money every day your eyes are open. So have a heart old man and leave me some profit, okay? This old man actually played a bitter trick. This is a few million not a few hundred buns. However, The other party's words are not unreasonable. Open such a large store, naturally have to earn money, and for the sake of better cooperation in the future, Suwon felt that appropriate concessions were not out of the question. So after thinking about it, he pretended to be entangled and said, "Since this is our first time working together, let's each take a step back. $6 million. You're responsible for the taxes associated with it. I'll only take $6 million. This?" Zhang Yang looked like he was about to say something. His face was in a difficult position, but in reality, he was inwardly breathing a long sigh of relief. The $6 million price tag was perfectly acceptable to him, and even after taxes, and all the expenses, he could still make a profit of a little over $1 million. Profits can be much higher if you are not in a hurry to get out. So after a face full of entanglement, he suddenly slapped his right hand heavily on his thigh. "Alright, let's do it as you said, just as making a friend." To avoid a long night, he then looked at the salesman boy. "Xiaoyin, hurry up and get the blank contract." "Ha, yes, I'll go prepare right away." Xiaoyin sniffed and hurriedly went to the back to prepare. Chapter 6, Western medicine is effective. Suwon makes a lot of money. Zhang Yang, on the other hand, said with some sighs, Su Xiaoyu, I didn't expect you to be so powerful at such a young age. It's hard to find this Shintong 3 years. Suwon shook his head. This is my hobby, not as good as you, old brother Zhang O. The silver dollar is also left to me by the old man at home. Just a part of it. Zhang Yang sniffed those squinted eyes flashing gold. You mean there's still a stash? This Suwon just smiled, did not respond positively. After all, fishing well, have to hit the nest first. Since the other party did not want to answer, Zhang Yang naturally would not ask in detail, just kindly remind Suwon that if there are still good things in the future, remember to take his side, and guarantee a satisfactory price. To this, Suwon did not comment, waiting for this money to arrive. On the other hand, the kiln of Hui Mei's family in northern Shaanxi province, looking at Yang Bai, who was holding a bowl and sighing, Hui Mei couldn't help but frown repeatedly. That said, this morning, Yang Bai was actually able to get off the bed and go to the dry toilet on his own for the first time, and he was yelling and screaming about being hungry when he was done. This is not a bowl of hand-rolled noodles is not enough, and ate another bowl, and only then contentedly wiped his mouth, leaning on the bed and read a book. I say, dang it, did you take your medicine last night? Did you feel anything? Janber dipped his tongue and turned a page of his book. Feeling okay, much better, just sweating a lot the second half of the night and hungry before dawn this morning, and hungry as hell. Hui Mei gouged him out. Come on you, I think you're just greedy. One person eats the amount of food of 2 strong laborers. However, since your appetite is good, it proves that the medicine is effective, and you'll have to keep taking it later. Ernie her mother, look at me, I'm all better, can I not eat? Yang Bu closed the book with a pained look. Each one of these things is so big it's worse to swallow than a yellow lotus. No way. What little Su said, the Western medicine must be taken continuously to be effective. Hui Mei whirled around with a commanding look. Besides, it's better to be hard to swallow than dead, isn't it? I won't stop you if you want to lie in a coffin, but don't spoil my fine food. This Yang Bai is at least a scholar. He still understands the truth that good medicine is bitter. So after an incense burner, under the supervision of his wife, he took 4 more, and then fell into a deep sleep. It was a busy morning, and before I knew it, it was noon. In Shanbei in August, people simply can't stay outside. Ernie, who had gone home to rest, had just arrived home when she heard the news that her father was able to get off the bed and walk around. It didn't take much thought to realize that it must be the Western medicine that had produced the effect. But the effect? It's a bit too fast, isn't it? Mother, are you sure it took the Sellsword's medicine to get better? Damn Nasan! Hui Mei gently slapped Ernie's arm. What seller? People are called Suwon, Xiao Su. Okay, it's okay to call Suwon, right? Young Ernie deflated. Did I take any other medicine from the bone setter? Hui Mei thought about it. No, the day before yesterday that bull ***** Lanzhong's medicine is finished. No effect at all, not to mention, people also eat more and more wilted. Luckily there is Xiao Su's Western medicine, otherwise more than half have to lie coffin board. As soon as she heard her mother say this about herself, Ernie was immediately reluctant. Mother, what are you talking about? If I die, you'll be a widow? Ege you dead ninny. I work for this family day in and day out, and I don't see you feeling sorry for me. See if I don't whack you. Hui Mei is like that, hitting her kids every time she can't say no. It was just for show anyway, and Ernie didn't bother to dodge it, straightening up and letting her slap her on the ass cheeks a few times. By the way, mother, take the rest of the Western medicine. Bring it to me. I'll use it. What? Hui Mei was filled with alarm. Ernie, what do you want? You're just getting better. What if it recurs? Are you going to turn your arm around? What are you saying, mother? Am I that kind of person? When she said this, Ernie could be described as not blushing. When the Red Army in northern Shanxi province first arrived in a shortage of supplies, in order to respond to the call to support the troops, she's the one who donated the ewes that gave milk to her family. Although the Red Army later compensated more grain and ocean accordingly, Yang Ernie's reputation of not being able to feed well spread. No way. I'll have to keep this medicine on hand for you, lest I harm the epidemic again, Hui Mei said, and took the plastic pocket containing the medicine and covered it dead in her arms. Seeing this, Ernie could only be honest with his mother. It turned out that, after hearing from the leaders of the county party committee that the head of the 71st Division station near Yangshu village had contracted the same disease as Yang Bai, throwing up and pooping, and a high fever, it's not going to work. Since Yang Bai can get better, this medicine can surely be effective for the head. That's why young Ernie thought of taking the medicine to try. Really? The chief can still suffer from this disease? Hui Mei was a bit incredulous. Yang Ernie looked serious. Of course it's true. If the chief can't be cured, it's a huge loss to the revolutionary cause. Knowing that her daughter wouldn't joke about such a thing, Hui Mei gritted her teeth and counted out 4 pills, then handed Ernie the pocket containing the pills. Here, it's all here. Leave 4 for you, take the rest. Yang Ernie snatched the medicine and put it into her bosom, as if she was afraid that her mother would back out. Just as she wanted to leave, she was called back by Hui Mei. Don't be in a hurry, Ernie. I haven't told you how to take this medicine. Xiaosu said that this medicine is taken 3 times a day and has to be taken 1 incense stick after meals. Yang Ernie's eyes rolled. Is it still fine grain? Hey, that's for sure. Su said it. More fine food gets better faster. Hui Mei thought of the 9 pounds of white flour left in the family's grain cellar, and her heart rejoiced. Oh, so I'll send the medicine over right away. Mother, you are busy first. I'll go and have a drink of water. With that, he walked out of the kiln and winded up going to the cookhouse and pounding away for a while, then left the house without looking back with a bundle in his arms. Alas, this niece, how can she marry in the future? As she spoke, both of Hui Mei's eyelids jumped at the same time. Ouch! I dropped Mother A. Hui Mei quickly rushed into the stoveroom, turning over the grain cellar to take a look. Originally still bulging pockets of white flour, only a small half left. Weighing in the hand, it is estimated that less than 3 pounds left. Hui Mei sat on her butt on the ground. There was no crying or cursing, only a line of clear tears flowed. This dead girl, can she still stay? On the other side, 3 p.m., without even bothering to eat, with Su Wen's mobile banking arriving at 6,013,000. The 12 silver dollars completely belonged to Zhang Yang. Nima, over 20,000 times profit for a $300 cost. It's a feeling. Family, who knows? Oh, Su old brother, happy cooperation. In the future there are good things. Remember to come to my Guxiao Jiao. Before leaving, Zhang Yang did not forget to remind him as he extended his right hand. Su Wen retrieved his thoughts, took his hand and smiled. No problem, we'll meet again. Then he quickly left the cultural market. Not to mention, the big thing has been settled. A sense of hunger followed. Nearby, I found a long Zhang pig's feet rice and added 2 pig's feet, 2 marinated eggs, and a duck leg in one sitting. That's right, that's what you do when you're rich. When he thought about it, he couldn't even afford to order a halibut egg. But now, even if he ate one and threw it away, he didn't feel any pain. Chapter 7, Ernie delivers medicine. Now with 600 Ws lying in the bank card, who has the heart to go to work and deliver? So Su Wen decisively went home and drove the Shunfeng electric tricycle, headed to the courier station to resign. The station manager is very satisfied with Su Wen, who has been working for almost a year. After all, this kid has a flexible brain and a sweet little mouth, and a willingness to work hard, and most importantly, a college student. I wanted to be trained as a reserve webmaster, but I didn't think I would be able to keep it. But that's the thing about couriers, they rarely keep people, but for those who do find a good job, even if they earn less, that's still better than blowing in the sun. So it didn't take many twists and turns for the station manager to agree to Su Wen's application to leave, and half a month's salary was promised to be credited to him next month and no less than a cent. In this regard, originally did not hold much hope to get paid. Su Wen was very moved. It seems that there is still true love on earth. It was after 5 p.m. when I finished my separation. On the way home, Su Wen passed by the barbecue stand and planned to get some barbecue to pack back. Of course, the most ordered is the cashews. After all, when you have money, you have to eat cashews. Go home and close the door. A mouthful of snowflakes and a bite of cashews. Not to mention comforting in this August weather. Not long after eating, Su Wen, whose mouth was full of oil, thought of those simple Shanbei villagers in another world. At this time, they could not even openly eat their nests, not to mention eating meat. Although I have $6 million now, how much can I help? So, there's still a need to get close to that organization over there, and to make money. and even more so for that one responsibility. Suwon felt that he must not make waves at this time, and must try to keep a low profile. Personal safety, in particular, has to be organized in advance. You've got to have bulletproof vests, stab-proof suits, police batons and all that. So it was a no-brainer to place an order online with a note for expedited shipping. As for himself, he plans to go to the market tomorrow to buy an enclosed carriage electric tricycle with more space. As for buying a car to transport goods or something, Suwon didn't even dare to think about it. After all, today's automobile technology would have been proper black technology in R.O.C. 24, and there's no way to explain it. So after thinking about it, I still think it's better to use an electric tricycle to transport goods for the time being. Yenchuan Red Army Corps 15, North Shanxi Province, 71st Division Residence. At noon, Yang Ernie just got the Western medicine that can cure cholera, and then he immediately reflected the matter to his superiors. Because of the urgency of the situation, the superiors immediately arranged for Yang Ernie to escort the medicines to arrive at the 71st Division site. Division Commander Wang Fushan was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan at this time. His old partner and close comrade in arms, now suffering from illness. Political Commissar Xie Changwei is withered, lying on the bed, sometimes awake, sometimes confused, and looks to be dying. Division Commander, Guardsman Lu Dali came to the kiln in a hurry. Why are you yelling? Can't you see that the political commissar is sleeping? The distraught Wang Fushan hated to strangle him. Reporting to the division commander, the comrades from the county committee brought medicine, saying that it's a Western medicine that specializes in treating this kind of disease of the political commissar. Lu Dali hurriedly said, "Ha, really? Why don't you kids say it earlier? Hurry up and go and thank the comrades from the county committee." After saying that, Wang Fushan rushed to the division headquarters with great strides. At this time, Yang Ernie heart apprehensive. After all, she is also holding the idea of trying to see, can be cured is certainly good, but I don't think the organization would blame itself if it couldn't be cured. Looking at a group of people surrounding a big girl, the hot-tempered Wang Fushan didn't have the good sense to say, "You assholes, what are you doing surrounding the big girl? Why don't you hurry up and go train?" With just a roar, the crowd immediately scattered, and only the chief of staff Lu Shitian remained there. "Where's the medicine? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take it to old Xie," Wang Fushan anxiously said. "Good day, Chief." Yang Ernie, who was carrying medicine and white noodles in her arms, hurriedly straightened her back and saluted. "Don't be polite, comrade. Hurry up and take the medicine to the political commissar." Wang Fushan was patient and direct. "No, Chief, this medicine can't be taken on an empty stomach. It must be taken after the incense is burned after a meal," Yang Ernie explained. "There's still this?" Wang Fushan scratched his head and was immediately about to arrange for the cooking class to prepare food for the political commissar. But he heard Ernie continue. "Wait a minute, Chief, you still have to eat fine food to heal." "What?" Wang Fushan almost didn't drop his jaw in shock. It was the first time he had heard that he had to eat fine grains before taking medicine. Still, he hurriedly asked the chief of staff next to him, "Old Lu, do we still have white flour?" Without the division commander, white flour has been broken for months. Lu Shitian looked embarrassed. "Report, Chief." Yang Ernie raised her hand. I have some here." With that, he handed the chief of staff the white flour and refined salt in his arms along with the medicine. Yikes! What a white noodle! And this salt, fine and white. Lu Shitian dipped some salt into his mouth and tasted it, and immediately his eyes glowed. This salt, good. It's not bitter or astringent, and this bag is worth at least $2 of ocean. Comrade Ernie, thank you so much. Yang Ernie had a red face. Don't mention it, chief of staff. The military and the people are one family. As long as we can save the political commissar, this is nothing. The next thing was much simpler. The head cook himself made a big bowl of lumpy soup with a lot of refined salt in it, full of flavor. Political Commissar Xie, who was still in a coma, immediately came to his senses as soon as he smelled the flavor of the lumpy soup. In the crowd's expectant gaze, sighing and eating a big bowl, even the soup is not left. In fact, most of the disease is still the body weakness to cause. If you eat white flour every day, this disease is probably already well. Immediately after waiting for another incense stick of time, watching political commissar Xie swallow the 4 fingernail capsule-sized capsules, the crowd then breathed a long sigh of relief. It didn't take long for this medicine to be taken, and political commissar Xie drifted off to sleep. Ernie Young explains that this is a normal reaction to taking medication. Shide also took the medicine and fell asleep and was able to get off the floor the next day, arranging for good men to keep a watchful eye on the political commissar at all times. Several men once again returned to the division headquarters. Wang Fushan gratefully said, "Comrade Ernie, thank you so much. If I can cure old Xie, I'll personally ask the county committee for credit for you." Yang Ernie said with some apprehension, "That chief, This medicine is on credit from my mother from the seller's side. My day is almost cured. I just don't know if it can cure the political commissar. Wang Fushan waved his hand. Even if you can't be cured, we in the 71st Division will never blame you. You've done your best. With that, he looked at Lu Shitian. Old Lu, branch out a few pieces of ocean and give them to Comrade Ernie. Understood, Division Commander. Young Ernie sniffed and hurriedly refused. No, these things are not worth much money in the first place. Besides, we are all revolutionary comrades. We are not divided into you and me. Wang Fushan nodded with satisfaction at young Ernie's political awareness. Still, he took the 4 large yen from the Chief of Staff's hand and handed it to Ernie. We appreciate your feelings. Medicine and white flour are in short supply now. Your family bought some with great difficulty. How can you give it all to us? You must accept this money. Yang Ernie was stunned. Thinking of her own mother's furious face, she couldn't help but shiver. If I don't take something back, I'm guessing I'll be ranting about it. Chapter 8. Su-won is a patriotic businessman? So he twisted a piece of ocean and said cheerfully, "Thank you, Chief. This piece of ocean is enough, haha." How is that possible? Chief of Staff Lu thought the other party was being polite. I've gone to the county to pick them up, and they add up to 3 or 4 large dollars anyhow, and they're still available. Comrade Ernie Yang, you're welcome. The others nodded their heads as well. These days, due to the Chiang Kai-shek blockade, a lot of things simply weren't available when you wanted them. Yang Ernie then poured out all the sources of white flour, refined salt, and medicines, as well as their prices. Several chiefs, the stuff was indeed bought by my mother from a seller, and it only costs 1 yuan of ocean for 10 pounds of white flour plus half a pound of salt. Even this medicine is on credit, and it says it will be given after the cure, so I'm really not being polite by charging $1 for it. Cargo seller? Master Wang frowned. It's that seller from Chuan province, called Su something. Right, called Su Wen. Yang Ernie hurriedly explained. These things are not only in short supply, they are cheap. How on earth did this businessman named Su Wen manage to avoid the blockade and deliver the goods here? However, since he dared to do business in the northern Shanxi Soviet area, it proved that the other party must have his own doorway. If we can get a long-term cooperation with him, then the problem of lack of supplies for the troops can be alleviated to some extent. Thinking of this, Division Commander Wang hurriedly said, Comrade Ernie, can you still get in touch with Sovan? I'd like to meet him if I can. Yang Ernie was a bit puzzled as to what made this street-walking seller favored by the chief. Division Commander, that Chuan province person is very cunning, coaxing my mother, who was so shrewd, into a daze. You have to be careful. Lu staff officer knows that the division commander's old family is also from Sichuan province. Seeing that the other party's face is not very good, he hurriedly interrupted with his words. Comrade Ernie, we're in the revolution. We can't discriminate geographically. Isn't it a bit too disrespectful for you to call yourself a seller? And the other party sells the real thing. Even medicine can be on credit to our people. In my opinion, is also a patriotic businessman. Young Ernie thought about it. It is indeed true. Not many businessmen these days are as thick as Su Wen. So drooping his head, got it, Chief of Staff. I'll review it with you. The page was sort of turned, and Master Wang smiled. Oh, no need to be so serious. Comrade Ernie, you also see, now the troops are very difficult. If we can get in touch with a patriotic businessman like Su Wen, it will be extremely helpful in terms of the troops. I hope you understand. Without thinking too much, young Ernie hurriedly said, Understood, Division Commander. Su Wen told my mother that he would still come over to sell his goods, as long as he shows up. I promise to escort the people here for you. Staff Sergeant Lu almost didn't faint. Remember, it's not bet, it's please. Got it? Got it. August 17th? The day after Suvan got the huge $6 million. I don't know if it's because he paid off his online loan famine last night or because of the poor man's first rich thought, but he woke up early in the morning. So they washed up and went straight out for breakfast afterward. Then it was time to take a taxi to the auto parts market with the intention of buying a tricycle for delivery. But after a lot of shopping around, I couldn't pick the right one. Either too little load, too little space, or too short of battery life. In contrast to those agricultural vehicles, but more suitable for the road conditions in northern Shanxi. Let's say a 4x4 agricultural vehicle with a load capacity of 6 tons or more, 58 horsepower, and 4 WD diesel power. There is actually a 1-ton truck crane, and it is easy to operate, durable, and can reach a maximum speed of 50 kilometers per hour. And it was cheaper, with the addition of the attendant crane, and it was actually only 16K. It's slightly out of character to drive to Republic 24, but it's a better explanation than pure electricity, right? The only bad thing is that the car can't be driven around town, but that's not even a thing. Originally this thing was just for traveling on dirt roads in northern Shanxi. Glancing at the driver's book that I carry with me, after 5 years of learning to drive, it's time to show some real skill. Since we want to do business, It must have their own warehouse. Otherwise the future shipments are too large to have no place to transit cannot be. So it was in the logistics park, rented a more remote 800 square meters of independent warehouse. Originally, there was no need for such a large warehouse at the moment, but for the sake of secrecy, it had to be a luxury. In this way, Suwon spent almost $60,000 in one morning alone. This includes $16,000 for a 4-vehicle farm truck and $43,000 a year for warehouse rent. The moment he walked through the warehouse door, Suwon fell into deep thought. That's a little too big of a meow. The entire warehouse is 40 meters long and 20 meters wide, while the internal height is 9 meters, and the 2 electric rolling door openings add up to more than 10 meters. How many goods would it take to fill such a large warehouse? But forget it, it didn't cost much. I guess I should use it in the future. For now it can only be used as a practicing ground for the time being. So they drove the 4-legged farm truck back and forth around the warehouse. It was not until he was fully familiar with the use of the vehicle that he locked the car and closed the door with the intention of picking it up first. Logistics Park is a distribution center for goods. Turn right out of the door and you'll be there in 10 minutes. The first thing to pick up is grain, with the northern Shaanxi people favoring white flour, followed by salt. I came to a store called Zhongyong Grain and Oil Wholesale, which was a pleasant name. Looking at the boss who was dozing off on the cool chair, Suwon directly said, "Boss, doing business?" The boss woke up leisurely, took a look at a young man with a hairless mouth, and coldly said, Handsome, what do you want to order? Do you have flour and salt?" The boss scratched his back and laughed playfully. "I'm not kidding. These things are standard. Flour is 50 pounds per bag at $2 per pound. How many bags do you want? Salt is sold by the case. 20 bags in a case. 1 pound per bag. The price is $1.50. How many cases do you want? We're not responsible for delivery if we have a few bags." Suwon thought about it. His own so big warehouse does not buy more. How to do? This is not a waste of time. So directly said, 3 tons of flour to come. And for salt, 50 cases of moistening first. Put. The boss, who was drinking tea, almost spat out. "How much? You mean 3 tons of flour and 50 boxes of salt, right?" Suwon frowned. "I look like I'm joking on a hot day? Hey. No. The boss was all smiles and hurriedly took out his cigarettes and handed them over. "Light up a cigarette and take a drag. The white sand is a bit spicy. It's just that for this price, you'll have to give me a little discount." "No problem, handsome. Look at it like this. I'll count you $8 for the flour, and I'll count you $4 for the salt. How's that?" The boss had a pleasing look on his face. Suwon bristled. "I'm only purchasing the first batch. Next time it'll be more than that. So have you got this price in the end?" The owner froze at first and gritted his teeth. "Tell you what, handsome, flour is $1.60, salt is $1.30, and I guarantee you'll get the lowest in the market when you pick it up from me. Since the other party dares to make a promise, there is no fear that the other party will make false claims and substitute the best for the best. After all, if he dares to mess around with such things as food, it is expected that his good days will come to an end." Chapter 9 Purchase of Supplies, Kiln Talks. "Okay, send me to the 706 warehouse in the logistics park within today, and on all the packages, there can't be any text with the place of origin." "No way, handsome. The printing of the logo is a mandatory requirement so that the source can be traced," the owner, Zhu Zhanyang, hurriedly explained. It seems that he still doesn't know much about the food industry. Suwon thought, "I use these for my own use and will not sell them on the market. Do you think this is okay?" The flower on the big package indicate the origin and category. Small package do not have the okay? Zhu Zhanyang thought for a moment. Flour is fine, but this salt is definitely not. Unless you use an enormous amount and have a specific license to do separate packaging for you instead. In that case, you'll have to work hard to pour the salt out and recapsule it yourself. "Okay, how soon can I deliver?" "My warehouse is in the logistics park. I'm in a hurry. The salt will be delivered right away. The flour will need to be customized separately. After all, the bags need to be redone. At the latest, the flour can reach your warehouse at 9 a.m. Tomorrow." "Okay." Suwon, who didn't like to drag his feet, immediately paid the full amount, which totaled just over $10,000. So he took the receipt and followed the salt delivery truck back to the warehouse. 50 cases of salt looks like a lot, but in reality the yardage is just that in the warehouse. Taking advantage of the readily available loaders and unloaders, 20 cases of salt were first unpacked and placed inside small plastic pockets, which were subsequently thrown in the 4-unit wagon. The rest of the salt was padded with a tarp and placed directly inside the corner of the warehouse. Looking at my cell phone, it's only 3 p.m., so I went back to the wholesale department of livestock products and bought 2 10-kilogram drums of dry penicillin powder for just over $1,000. The reason for picking up veterinary medicines was not that Suwon wanted to be a crooked businessman and treat the warriors like livestock. Rather, large volume pharmacy purchases are cumbersome and unaffordable. On the contrary, veterinary penicillin was an anti-inflammatory and antibacterial killer in R.O.C. 24. You know, over there now. It's still the era of sulfa-based anti-inflammatory drugs. Compared to penicillin, sulfa is not only less effective, but also has more side effects. So it really wasn't that Suwon didn't feel sorry for the Red Army in Shanxi, but it really wasn't appropriate. Still, given that cholera was rampant in northern Shanxi at this time, he walked to several pharmacies and bought several $100s worth of doxycycline capsules, ended up buying another 100 pounds of white granulated sugar. This stuff is good stuff. As a strategic material, it is estimated that a county in northern Shanxi cannot come up with 100 pounds. With all this running around, it was already 6 p.m. Just ordered from the internet stab-proof bulletproof undershirt also arrived, not to mention, immediately after wearing a sense of security. It's just a little hot, but hot is hot compared to losing your little life. I was ready to go home at 6 p.m. It's too hard to get a taxi from the logistics park, and even the internet cars are few and far between. Looks like a car is still needed. A tram under 100k will do. After all, green licenses are unlimited and cost less, and the money you save can buy a lot of supplies. At 8 p.m. The 71 ST Division's quarters in northern Shanxi, Wang Fushan, who was studying maps at the division headquarters, suddenly received a report from his guards that said Xia Political Commissar 8 medicine in the afternoon sweat, has been able to assist out of bed to walk around. So he immediately rushed over and instructed the cooking class to make another bowl of white noodle lump soup with more salt. Ha ha ha, old Xie, old Xie. Before seeing him, he first heard his voice. Wang Fushan yelled before he even arrived at the kiln. I saw that Political Commissar Xia had been able to sit on the edge of the bed, though still weak and weary, but at least the color of the breath is much better. It seems that this Western medicine is really a god. My good brother, you scared my brother to death. Wang Fushan seriously surveyed the other party and said with concern, Thank you, old Wang. Xia Chanwei squeezed out a smile. Thanks to my comrades on the county committee too. If it wasn't for you guys, I guess I'd be meeting Marx. He say what? Wang Fushan snapped. Your call the great disaster will be a blessing. As he spoke, the guard brought a bowl of fragrant white noodle lump soup, with some chopped green onions and a few drops of sesame oil sprinkled on top. It's a sight to behold. Old Xie, hurry up, eat it while it's hot, and eat the medicine afterward, Wang Fushan urged. Xia Chanwei looked at the lumpy soup and swallowed in his throat. Although he was hungry, but he still pushed back. I'm about as well as I can be. Fine rations are better left to the sick and wounded. Cut the crap. You are now the sick and wounded. You can also give me a little relief when you get well. Now I'm the government and the army at the same time. It's too tiring. After saying that, Wang Fushan put the dishes on the wooden table on the bed. Alright then, but just this once. Xia Changwei's body was too weak to resist the temptation of pimple soup, so pick up the chopsticks on the sighing eat up. A few big mouthfuls of goosebump soup down. Suddenly feel a lot of comfort. Asked, by the way Lao Wang, this afternoon I heard you guys say that this medicine and grain are both brought by that businessman from Sichuan province? Hey, that's right, it's my hometown in Sichuan province. Wang Fushan was a bit puzzled after his complacency. I do wonder though, how did he get over here so far away, and through a blockade? Finishing the lumpy soup in one gulp, Xia Chanwei wiped his mouth and concurred. Yes, Lao Chang is as crazy now, not only blockading us, but even the common people. I'm afraid it took a lot of effort to get this medicine and food in, so when I see him later, I'll have to thank him properly and ask if I can stabilize the supplies. That's right, Wang Fushan nodded. That's what I'm thinking. As long as there's a steady supply of supplies, even if it's in smaller quantities, that's better than nothing. And what the other party offers is not only good, the price is also cheap, and it is also considered a conscientious businessman. It's good to know that merchants these days can get away with not being oddballs and making big national fortunes. A businessman like Suwon, in this day and age, it would not be too much to say that he was a great benefactor. If Suwon had heard this comment, he would have been so high and low that he would have gone to the ground, because on this previous trip, he had made a whole 10,000 times profit. But it can't be helped. You can't just give it away, can you? It is expected that such behavior will even cause the other side to make wild guesses, and may even be treated as a secret agent. So there was no other way. Suwon could only tearfully make 1,000,000 times profit in anger. Xia Chanwei agreed with the other side. Good, when he comes to our side next time, must be well received, must not look at each other with the eyes of playing the landlord, cannot let the patriotic businessman, blood and tears. Wang Fushan nodded slightly, habitually tried to take the cigarette in his pocket, grabbed for a while but nothing, That's when he remembered that the rations had been cut off for over a month. I understand, old CA. Besides, the other party is still my little hometown, and should be treated with courtesy as a matter of course. The two of them chatted about their troops for a while longer, and when they heard that the Red Army of the Central Y was about to arrive in northern Shaanxi, both of them were ecstatic at this uplifting news, because then their legion would have a backbone, and they would no longer be alone in this barren land. Seeing that an incense burner had passed, Wang Fushan instructed the other party to smooth down the 4 capsules, and only then did he leave the kiln with satisfaction. Chapter 10, Driving a Car Back to Shaanxi Province, August 18, 8 a.m. I don't know if it was because of the money in his pocket, but Suwon slept extremely well these 2 days, no longer having to run around for money. He basically fell asleep and now wakes up early refreshed. Because of the large amount of supplies brought to Shanbei this time, it is expected that they will stay for 2 more days. For this reason, Suwon called his parents back home last night, telling them that he had something to do and would go on a trip to the rural areas of northern Shaanxi. Afterwards also transferred to $100,000. Scared mom Zhang Sholian thought son is doing something stupid. In response, Suwon had long thought of an excuse, so he told the other man about the fact that he had picked up a few silver dollars before he made a small fortune. Anyway, a certain audio treasure hunting program is now popular, so just let the parents make up their own minds. Before leaving, Su Wenhai deliberately went to the supermarket to buy 2 huazi, a box of instant noodles and large bags of ham sausage, and tear off all the packages of Wazuan instant noodles and seal them in a vacuum box. Then put dozens of cigarettes individually, directly into the transparent plastic cigarette case on the line. Do not have to worry about anti-humidity. Came to the Logistics Park 706 warehouse. Just 9 o'clock. Transport flour minivan has long arrived. After confirming that there is no error, Suwon directly loaded 2 tons, a total of 80 bags of unmarked flour, loaded on the 4 unlike agricultural vehicles. The remaining ton is all piled on top of the tarp. After the delivery person left, Suwon used his own crane to load the sugar and penicillin powder on the car. Scanning the cargo box, which was only half full, it looked like it was still a little short. Close the warehouse door from the inside. Touch the red star on your chest with your right hand. Bind the farm truck and its supplies, and mentally muse about crossing the streams of light flashed. Suwon, along with the 4 unlike, once again came to Shanbei 1935. A gust of wind and sand whipped by. Suwon hurriedly rolled up the window, lit a huazi, and took a shallow breath. Then he started the 4-legged vehicle and drove towards Yangshu village. Hurrah! How dare you come back? Tell me, what did you do with my grain and salt? The furious Huime is now holding a broom in her hand, looking like she wants to kill Yang Ernie. Yang Bai on the side wants to help his daughter, but does not dare to go forward, for fear of being affected by his own, so she could only persuade. Ernie, tell your mother the truth. Where did the grain go? Yang Ernie pouted her lips, looking like a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. Supporting the revolution. What's wrong? Didn't I give you the money? I don't want it. You get my white noodles back or I won't have you as a daughter. Huime is not stupid. This year a piece of ocean cannot buy so much grain and salt. Only Suwon can buy it. Now that Suwon hadn't shown up for a few days, there was no telling if he could buy it or not. Whose daughter am I if not yours? Did you pick her up? Yang Ernie's little mouth is really hard. So angry that Huime rushed over to her and was about to give her a few blows to her buttocks flap. Rumble suddenly a strange sound rang out, sounding a bit like a big truck. Trucks are a rarity these days. Suwon drove this 4-legged though it was not fast and could only run about 50 yards, but it's powerful, and it's 4WD. So they ran over the bad road at the entrance to the village and drove straight into Poplar Village. Where have the simple villagers ever seen such objects? Have to hide in the door to peep. Only a few bold students dare to look at. Young Ernie, who heard the noise, dodged her mother's pull and hurried toward the outside. As deputy commander of the militia, it was her duty to go forward and check out the situation. The 4 unimaginable statues came straight to a stop by the big poplar tree in the center of the village, where the terrain was spacious and suitable for business. The corner of Su Wen's mouth curved as he jumped out of the car with huazi in his mouth. Seeing that nothing unusual had happened, the villagers gradually gathered around. There were a few old folks who had bought goods before who immediately ran with smiles on their faces when they saw it was Su Wen. Hey, Junhua, you can come. Today the iron wangbai inside or white flour fine salt, right? A gutter-faced old man with a mortar and pestle asked. Iron bastard? That's a new name. Oh, that's right, there's white flour and fine salt in the car. How much do you want? Said Suwon, then handed him a huazi. After all, the other party had a welding torch on his waist, so he must be a fellow traveler as well. Yikes, this is a foreign cigarette. Why is there a yellow stick? The old man took the cigarettes and looked at them, then held them under his nose and sniffed. It smells good. Grandpa, this is called a filter. Come, let me light it for you. Suwon skillfully took out his lighter and helped him light it. Moncler outlet store take a deep breath and slowly exhale the smoke, full of intoxication. Seeing more and more people around, Suwon just unloaded a bag of 50 pounds of flour from the car as well as 10 pounds of salt. A big girl came out from the edge of the crowd, 17 or 18 years old, short hair flanking the ears, indigo pants with patches on them, white background floral dress washed a little yellow, wheat-colored face, a little freckle is very cute, black eyes shining, but reveals a different kind of innocence. Only the old condom carried over her shoulder was a bit out of character with her image. She touched the farm cart, looked at Suwon again for a moment to survey her, and casually said, "You're the goods seller?" What? The first time they met, they spoke harshly, if not for their good looks. Suwon high and low to dislike her a few sentences. My name is Suwon. May I ask what is the girl's business? Humph. Yang Ernie snorted coldly. For such a capitalist who didn't know the bottom line, she naturally wasn't too polite to say, "What a white-faced scholar, talking in a literal way. You, come with me, take a trip?" Confused, Suwon said smoothly, "Go where? A blind date?" Ha ha, the crowd burst into laughter. Unexpectedly this Junhwa from Sichuan province was quite humorous. Only Yang Ernie's small face swished red. She stared around with a deadpan look to see who was laughing at her as a deputy militia commander, so she could give them all a note in her book. The few people who had just been joking around immediately curtailed their laughter. "You, denizen," Yang Ernie huffed and pointed at Suwon. If it were not for the fact that Master Wang said to treat each other with courtesy, Ernie high and low had to give him some color. "Geez, don't be mad, comrade. Just kidding with you." With that, he pulled out a handful of small mouth-clearing candies of different colors from his pocket. "No, oh, please eat." Seeing the other party's hesitation, Suwon simply grabbed her hand and shoved it to her hard. It caused another round of laughter from the old folks around him. "Yikes, little Sue, you're finally here." At this time Hui Mei, who was holding a broom, passed through the crowd and came straight to Suwon. She plucked out a glance at her blushing daughter and said to Suwon in a pleasant manner, "Oh, let me introduce you. This is my daughter, Yang Ernie," and pushed his frothing daughter. "I said, why are you still frozen? Hurry up and call Boss Sue." "Humph, denizen," Ernie muttered in a small voice, casting his face to the side. "Why are you so rude? Hurry up and call someone. Believe it or not, I'll whack you." Hui Mei was so angry that she had to do it on the spot. Suwon hurriedly pulled the other party. "Oh, oops auntie, don't be angry. Children inevitably do not understand things. It's okay. Oh, by the way, is your man getting better?" "Oh, well, now all can do some light work," Hui Mei replied. Suwon nodded his head. It seems that a body that hasn't experienced antibiotic bombardment is just as effective with medication. Chapter 11, Do Shanbei girls also love luxury cars? Again, he saw Hui Mei's face look a little complicated and said, Sorry little Sue, the medicine money is temporarily." "What are you saying auntie?" Suwon interrupted in mock anger. "Just this medicine and still mentioning money. You're not slapping me in the face. I don't charge for those medicines." Upon hearing this, Hu Danian was simply moved to tears, thinking, what a handsome young man. It would be great if he could be his aunt's husband, so he wouldn't have to worry about medicine when he's sick. Thinking of this, she pinched Yang Ernie's arm fiercely again, hated to stuff her back in and go back to the drawing board. Hearing that Suwon exempted his family from paying for the medicine, Yang Ernie felt that this person is still quite good, and remembering the chief's instructions, he warmed his voice. "That Boss Sue, it's like this, the head of our troop wants to meet you, so could you?" "Yes, isn't this what you want?" Suwon was simply begging for it, because the only way to do better business is to get in touch with the troops, both support the revolutionary procession and make some thin money for yourself on the way. Why not? But looking at the enthusiastic villagers, Suwon was a bit embarrassed. What about the old folks buying food? Suwon, who had a vivid mind, immediately thought of Hui Mei. "Oh, how about Hu Danian helping me sell my goods?" No. She didn't dare to handle so much grain. What if it was sold poorly? Suwon pulled Hui Mei and atmospherically said, "Oh, it's fine. Anyway, you casually sell, or according to the price of the last time, a few more pounds to the old folks are fine. I will never blame you. And, if you don't have silver dollars, gold, old things are fine." Without waiting for his refusal, Suwon unloaded 200 pounds of white flour and 40 packets of salt. "These should be enough to sell that." "Well then, for the sake of our old acquaintance, auntie will help you sell it. Don't worry, I guarantee you won't lose any money." The capable Hui Mei immediately stepped into the role as a shopkeeper, directing the villagers to line up to buy grain. Not to mention, there was a real sense of a strong woman, and several of the juniors who tried to cut in line were given a bare beating by her. Suwon looked at young Ernie and smiled. "Comrade Ernie, get in the car and take me to the chief's side." "Ha? Sitting on the iron wangbot to go?" Yang Ernie was surprised and happy. She had seen cars in the county, but she had never sat in one. Oops, this is called an automobile, not an iron kingpin. Soo-won corrected. Hurry up, I also want to meet the chief. With that, he opened the door and got into the cab. Seeing this, Yang Ernie also followed suit and opened the passenger door and got in. As soon as I sat down, I couldn't stop looking around, and I couldn't help touching my hands everywhere. It's exactly the same as those girls who can't take their eyes off the supercars when they see them in the latter days. LOL, it seems that the Republican-era girls also love luxury cars. Noticing the other party's playful expression, Yang Ernie retracted her eyes. I said, what are you still waiting for? Drive away. Soo-won frowned. Comrade Ernie, you have to wear a seatbelt, or what if something dangerous happens? What's a seatbelt? Is it a type of belt? Ernie blinked. Soo-won couldn't help but hold his forehead, so he leaned down and helped her pull over the seatbelt, almost not letting Ernie mistake it for an attempt to lighten himself up. Sit down, right? Without waiting for its reply, Soo-won launched the quad. Rumble. The sound of a huge 58-horsepower engine roared. In the midst of the stunned villagers, Soo-won drove his car abruptly towards the outside of the village. Hui-mei was full of pride when she saw this. Her own daughter was sitting on the iron bastard. There's one in every village who's better than her Ernie. Ernie's mother, your girl has really made a name for herself, and actually got to sit on Boss Sue's iron bastard. The village woman who was standing in line couldn't help but flirt. Hui-mei pursed her lips. He, it's nothing. Who let me have a destiny with little Sue? Fighting from the first time he came, I knew that this Junhwa was not to be outdone. Come on, you're doing this to take advantage of people. Zhu Si from the team meekly spat out, but was heard by Hui-mei who had sharp ears. She pointed at Zhu Si and said coldly, you, get back in line. Zhu Si said unconvincingly, why? It's almost my turn. Why? I'm in charge now, so don't go stand in line and see if I'll sell it to you. After a few threats, Zhu Si could only go back to the back of the group resentfully. Soo-won drove down the dirt road with a wobble. Now the road condition can be really bad. I really do not know when the northern Shanxi can have a decent cement road. On the other hand, Ernie, who was full of joy, felt that the speed of this automobile was simply faster than riding a horse. And the wind doesn't blow, the rain doesn't fall. If only I could drive it myself. By the way, Comrade Ernie, how far is the division headquarters? Young Ernie looked back. It's more than 30 miles, quite far. Soo-won took out a cigarette, lit one, shook his head and said, it's not far. A shell can hit so far. When it comes to weapons, Yang Ernie is energized. Really? Can it shoot this far? Oh, this I can still coax you? Speaking, Soo-won handed her a bottle of Waha with the packaging torn off. Twist it and drink it. I see your lips are dry. Yang Ernie paused. Although the revolutionary team is not to take a needle and thread from the masses, but the adulterers do not count. So he took the water, unscrewed it and gulped it down. Gobble gobble gobble. Yikes, this water is so sweet. Once he heard this, Soo-won was a little heartbroken, only hoping that he would be able to have the ability to help the Red Army and the common people here sooner, right? Oh, I'll give you another bottle if you like. Young Ernie hurriedly said. No, you have extra supplies to take to the sick and wounded. By the way, just now you said that the cannonballs can hit 30 miles. Is there really such a cannon? Soo-won nodded. Of course there is, not to mention 30 miles, even 300 miles can be reached. And in the future there will be artillery shells capable of hitting 3,000 miles, and a single shot can reach the old home of Little Japan. This guy can really blow. Yang Ernie felt that the other party was lying to himself, and immediately did not want to pay attention to him. When Soo-won saw that the other party didn't believe him, he was immediately unhappy. Really, Comrade Ernie, if there is an opportunity in the future, I'll high and low for our Red Army to make a few heavy synthetic brigades, airplanes and whatnot, like what Little Japan, Lao Chang and so on. I snap my fingers and let them fly into ashes, and also without casualties, that kind of. Listening to Soo-won blowing water, young Ernie did not want to take care of him at all, and the original still has some good impression is also better than nothing. How can this guy blow so much? Is he a natural? After more than half an hour, the two arrived near the division headquarters, where there were both open and concealed sentries. If he didn't have his own people to bring over, High and Low would have to give Soo-won an ambush. Let him taste the iron fist of the Revolutionary Army. After some negotiation, Soo-won was released, thus officially entering the defense area of the 71st Division. Along the way you can see scenes of soldiers reclaiming the land, each one of them bone-thin and tattered, but enthusiastic. These are all the elite soldiers who have experienced the baptism of war, which really makes people respect each other. Chapter 12, 71st Division. The presence of the car, however, managed to attract the attention of the fighters, who gathered on both sides of the dirt road. As the road got deeper, the armoring got tighter and tighter. It took another 10 minutes of traveling to reach the division headquarters. At this time, the main leaders of the 71st Division were all at the door to greet them, including Xia Changwei, who had recovered from a serious illness. It seems like they should have gotten advance word that they had guests coming. As soon as the car stopped, Division Commander Wang Fushan greeted him with a crowd. Su Wen didn't dare to be careless, and immediately jumped out of the car after helping Yang Ernie undo her seatbelt. These men knew by the look and the pace and the pistols on their belts that they must be division leaders. Without waiting for Su Wen to take the initiative to greet him, Wang Fushan shook his hand and said in standard Sichuan dialect, "Ha ha, how are you little homie? I'm Wang Fushan, the commander of the 71st Division." Su Wen's heart thumped, and he could only stiffly reply in a country accent, "Hello chief, my name is Su Wen." Immediately after that, Wang Fushan introduced all the people accompanying him. Anyway, whether he remembered it or not, Su Wen would just call out to the chief, "Listening to the accent you should be from Western Sichuan. Exactly which county is it?" Su Wen sniffed a cold sweat. Division Commander Wang was obviously prying into his bottom line. Luckily he had already thought of something to say. "My hometown is indeed Western Sichuan, but I have long done business in Central and Northern Sichuan." "Oh, so?" Seeing that Wang Fushan wanted to continue asking, Xia Changwei interrupted. "I say old Wang, Xiao Su came all the way here, so don't stand at the door." Wang Fushan slapped his head. "Oops, rude, rude. Inside please Xiao Su." Walking into the division, the floor was sprinkled and cleaned. Inside the compound of several hundred square feet, it should be a local rich family house, separated into two sides by twine. There were a few sparsely tiled rooms. One side served as the command post and the other should be the sanitarium. After all, the bloodstained gauze couldn't fool anyone. "The conditions are simple, so I'm making you laugh, old countryman." Noticing the other party's expression, Wang Fushan politely said, "Su Wen, on the other hand, was a bit heavy." "Don't ever say that. You've only suffered for the cause of the nation's liberation. I'm so small in comparison." The people welcomed Su Wen into the hall room and politely gave him the main seat. Su Wen couldn't resist, so he could only sit down. Political Commissar Xie took the initiative to pour Su Wen a cup of water and politely said, "Little Su. Ah, speaking of which, you are my lifesaver." Su Wen was a bit puzzled, but he had never seen the other party before. But after Xie's political commissar explained that he had taken his medicine to save his life, only then did Su Wen feel flattered and said repeatedly that it was just a show of hands. "Gee, you're welcome commissar. Those drugs aren't worth much." The crowd nodded slightly, all assuming that the other party was being modest. These days, not to mention Western medicines, even matches can add the word Western, sold at prices that ordinary people simply cannot afford to consume. Anti-inflammatory drugs like sulfa, for example, are now priced more than gold. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit dull, Su Wen hurriedly took out the huazi in his pocket and respectfully handed it to everyone. "Come on, chiefs, let's smoke and talk." The others were fine. Wang Fushan was visibly happy, but he had been without food for more than 1 month. "This is a foreign cigarette?" Wang Fushan first sniffed, then took a closer look at the body of the cigarette, and the word China stood out. "China? Is it made in our country?" Su Wen scratched his head. "Hey, yeah, this is the latest product, also with a filter. Smoking more does not hurt the lungs." Immediately afterward, he took out his lighter and lit it for everyone one by one. In no time, the whole hall was filled with smoke, and everyone was immersed in the wonderful flavor. Halfway through the cigarette body, it was time to get to the point. Political Commissar Xie said directly, "Little Su, what supplies did you bring this time? The farm trucks are sitting out there, but the Reds won't be able to move them without the shipper's permission." Su Wen then tapped his head. "Sorry chiefs, I almost forgot something. This time I brought 2 tons of white flour and 100 caddies of salt over, and I just distributed 200 caddies of flour and 20 caddies of salt to Yangshu village, and the rest is in the car. By the way, there are 100 pounds of sugar and 20 kilograms of penicillin powder." "Is there really 100 pounds of sugar?" When they heard that there was food along with salt, there wasn't much of a reaction, but when they heard that there were 100 pounds of sugar, the crowd was so excited that their eyes glazed over. So much sugar even if the entire Red Army in Shanxi province cannot come up with. With this 100 pounds of sugar, many sick and wounded can be saved. Su Wen said with some smugness, he, in front of the several chiefs, "I wouldn't dare to open my yellow mouth. This 100 pounds of white sugar, consider it as my meet and greet gift to our 71st Division." Immediately after Su Wen waved his hand and directly said, "On behalf of all the commanders of our division, I thank you." With that, Political Commissar Xie stood up and shook his hand tightly. "Oh, can't help it. Just a little sugar. Next time I'll bring you more ha. I'm not bragging, not to mention 100 pounds. 1,000 pounds I can get you." The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. They say that people in Sichuan province love to brag. It seems to be true to its name. Just now Lu Shitian keenly captured the penicillin powder mentioned by Su Wen. By the way, Xiao Su, what is penicillin powder? Can I eat it? Su Wen was first stunned and hurriedly explained. That chief of staff, this stuff is medicine, for anti-inflammatory purposes. Don't you have to use sulfa for anti-inflammation? The chief of staff wondered. Su Wen waved his hand and smiled as he took another round with Huazi. Sulfanilamide is the kind of thing we'll just throw away in the future in the 71st Division. This penicillin I have is several times more effective in reducing inflammation, and it has almost no side effects. Little Su, human life is at stake in this kind of thing. You can't joke about it. Are you sure this thing called penicillin works so well? Wang Fushan said with a somewhat serious expression. Really, Division Commander, penicillin I grew up with, like any cold or fever, infection or whatever, 2 shots and I'm fine. Su Wen didn't know how to explain it, and could only answer with personal experience. Wang Fushan immediately called his guard and told him to go get Gao Jiangwen, the director of the health center next door. Within moments, a doctor with a mask and bloodshot eyes walked in. Division Commander, can't you see I'm busy? What's the matter? Gao Jiangwen took off his mask, revealing his tired face, and complained. Ha ha, old Gao, it's a good thing that I'm looking for you. I've found anti-inflammatory medicine for you la. Division Commander Wang patted his shoulder and said, Where's the sulfa? Don't delay, get it out. Several soldiers have high fevers and are dying. Gao Jiangwen's eyes were glowing as he anxiously said, that Hai Dean, there is no sulfa, only penicillin powder. Su Wen immediately explained. What the hell is penicillin? Never heard of it. Gao Jiangwen looked puzzled. So Su Wen can only put the efficacy of penicillin, explained again and again to ensure that the effect is definitely better than sulfonamide. When he thought of the dying warriors, Gao Jiangwen could only grit his teeth and treat the dead horse as a living horse. Chapter 13, Su Wen bragging, penicillin showing its power. Immediately after Su Wen used his expertise in medicine to teach Dean Gao how to dilute penicillin powder, the approximate amount to use and how to do a skin test. Such a simple operation is child's play for a veteran field doctor. When all was ready, immediately, in the presence of all the people, a diluted 1.6 million units of penicillin, a quarter of the dose, was injected into a soldier with a high fever. As for how well it works, and whether there are any other adverse reactions, we can only take time to verify that. According to Su Wen's anticipation, the first time penicillin shot works the best, and the effect should be seen within 2 hours. The nurses at the health center were then instructed to watch the patients carefully and to report back. When the people returned to the hall, Wang Fushan directly said, Little Su, you've seen the situation of the troops. Our soldiers have climbed out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. They're not afraid to fight for their lives, but if they run out of food supplies, they won't even have the strength to hold a gun. Su Wen nodded heavily. So Division Commander, I came to your side to support the revolution. Even if I don't make money, I have to provide logistics for the troops. The crowd sniffed, looked at each other, smiled and nodded. But it costs merchants money to stock up. So things like getting supplies for nothing. It is tantamount to killing the chicken to get the eggs, and I guess it is the only time to hit the fall. Therefore, Xia Changwei directly said, that little Su, what price are you going to sell the grain, salt and sugar at this time? Seeing Su Wen hesitate a bit, seemingly torn, Xia Changwei continued, and don't be polite, just say it directly. Within our ability, we will definitely fulfill your conditions. Realizing that the other party was misunderstanding himself, Su Wen explained, don't get me wrong, Commissar. The main purpose of my visit was to get in touch with you. Want to have a stable staging area in our area to facilitate the transportation of supplies. So this time, I'll take no money. Little Su, our revolutionary army doesn't take a pinch from the masses. You're a businessman, but you're also a member of the masses, so you must take the money. Wang Fushan tensed his face, and was not blinded by the small profits in front of him. He wanted to be able to cooperate in the long term. Also, what do you mean you want to get a staging area in the Soviet Union? The term staging area was too new. Su Wen thought for a moment and said, actually, I'm just trying to find a more stable warehouse to make it easier to keep a steady stream of supplies coming in the future. Yes, Xia Chanwei excitedly stood up and paced back and forth. How many years has it been? How many years has Chiang Kai-shek blockaded us? And finally a businessman is willing to come to us. The excitement was followed by a turn of mind and a thought of difficulty. So he asked, it's just that, little Su, now that Chiang Kai-shek has put a lot of effort into blockading us, how are you going to get the supplies in? How to transport? Su Wen had long thought of an excuse, and he pretended to be mysterious. Chiefs, as a mature businessman, this supply channel is my specialty. Hey, not to mention Chiang Kai-shek only surrounded us a few major routes. Even if it is our northern Shanxi province surrounded into an iron bucket, you will see how I will be a constant source of supplies shipped in on the end. And not that I'm blowing, Food and medicine are just the basic operations, but anything else you can think of to wear, to use, to play with, but anything you can think of, I can get it for you? Suwon was like that. He couldn't stop when he turned on the blowing mode, and he pointed at the 4 statues outside the division headquarters. Ha, see that car outside the door? If the chief likes it, high and low can get you a few. Several people in the room looked at each other. Never seen such an ability to make things up in their lives. Even Wang Fushan couldn't help but hold his hands to block his face. This little old countryman of his could really give him a long face. Only the chief of staff was calm, since the other side could get anything. What about guns and ammunition? So he asked, that little Su, can the arms be sent in? Ha, Su-won, who had just blown his mouth out, immediately stammered like he had eaten a fly. That chief, I can get anything except guns and ammo, hazardous materials and whatnot. A few people couldn't help but shake their heads at the words. Just now he was blowing up the sky. Now he's revealed himself. However, Suwon would not easily give in, and now he really did not have a doorway to get arms. But in the future, if you have the money, and then look for relations and so on, to help the Southwest Theater to clear out some of the obsolete equipment can be. Please don't worry, chiefs. The lack of arms is only temporary. Just give me some time and I promise to get you advanced weapons. Really, Xiao Su, don't you dare coax your old folks me. Wang Fushan didn't really believe it. Really not coaxing you, Suwon said with a face full of confidence. I know our troops are short of guns and ammunition, but trust me, give me some time and I'll be able to get you epic-making advanced weapons. Like what howitzers are sprinkled. Tanks, armored vehicles, no? High and low to get you. My vision is to take the main force of our Red Army and make them all into heavily armored synthetic brigades, with hundreds of tanks and hundreds of armored personnel carriers, plus a variety of large-caliber howitzers. Oh, howitzers you guys know, right? Anything smaller than 105 millimeters won't make it into the synthetic brigade. It has to be a self-propelled howitzer of 150 caliber or higher. Right, there are rockets, anti-aircraft weapons and so on, which will arm our main force to the teeth. When the time comes, what the heck, little Japan? Snap your fingers and let them see what is called fire coverage. Teach them well how to be a human being. Suwon just blah 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 in one breath. Listening to the group is in the clouds. I've heard of howitzers and seen them, but let's not talk about the 105 caliber. In this era, 75 millimeters mountain guns are considered heavy firepower. The entire Red Army troops cannot get together 10. Other than that, the rest of the equipment these guys have never even heard of. I thought the kid was done blowing up the army, but I didn't realize he was blowing up the Air Force. Hey, I'm telling you guys, when our army is strong, we must form an Air Force. We can't afford not to have air control in the future. And finally, as long as our army and Air Force have formed a strong fighting force, then we'll kill the coast and turn it upside down. By the way, we must form the Navy and make the South China Sea our inland sea. Although Suwon blew water for a while, making the several chiefs a bit uncertain. Still, those words of his make you sound hot and bothered. It's just that, with such a grand plan, can he realize it? Can the Reds realize? A few people had a heartbeat of slander in their hearts, and they were all too embarrassed to interrupt Suwon's speech. After all, people send supplies, so bragging must be tolerated, right? God. Dean Gao's urgent voice suddenly sounded outside the door. Political Commissar Xia hurriedly got up and asked, "What's wrong, Dean Gao?" Dean Gao pushed aside the political commissar and came to Suwon, shaking his hand and saying excitedly, "The fever's gone down, Boss Su. Your medicine is at least 10 times more effective than sulfa. It's like a miracle drug." Chapter 14, Suwon comes up with an idea. The last sentence directly sexualized penicillin, but it seemed to Suwon that this was just a routine operation. When you get some iodine vapors back, any wound infection will be a piece of cake, and it only took a tiny bit of a fingernail to have such an effect. This penicillin, it's really unbelievable. Dean Gao couldn't help but be happy at the thought of 2 large vats of penicillin powder. With this medicine, he could save the lives of thousands and thousands of soldiers. But the next moment he was stumped. Sulfanilamide was currently selling for more than gold on the black market, and there was no market for it. So wouldn't this penicillin powder? By the way, Boss Su, how much does this penicillin powder cost? Our Red Army doesn't have that much gold. Gold? Suwon hadn't mentioned money before. He first froze, then laughed. Gee, consider this stuff as my gift to our 71st Division. No money, really? Hey, then I'll thank you on behalf of those sick and wounded. With that, he happily left the hall and went back to the health center to take care of the other patients. Although he didn't know anything about medicine, but Wang Fushan was still a little worried. That little Su, if you send us such a good medicine, don't lose money. We don't want to do business with you just this once. The others also echoed, and their words were all for Suwon's sake. Suwon nodded, expressing deep understanding of their thoughts, but he had already had a good idea. That's for the troops to take the drug and sell it in the big cities to make money from the rich people, even from Chang. So immediately afterward, he told the crowd about this train of thought, with the air of a man who had it all figured out. Wang Fushan was the first to react. You mean using their money to support us, right? Ha ha, right. Worthy of being a hometown, we can really have a heart-to-heart. Su Wen was so happy that he hurriedly handed the other party a huazi. However, Wang Fushan turned and said, but selling the medicine to Chiang Kai-shek, wouldn't that be a capital offense? Nonetheless, as Xia Changwei, who was the most well-read person in the room, he already understood the subtlety of Su Wen's step. It's not a way to fund the enemy, it's a way to dismantle the other side. Old Wang, think about it, if penicillin is only available in our Soviet area, do you think Chiang Kai-shek's troops would dare to attack us? Oh, not bad, Lu Shitian added. If the other side dares to attack us, then we won't be able to buy any more penicillin, and maybe even the blockade can be eased quite a bit, and this way, we also have more money to do business with little Su, don't we? After saying that, he looked towards Su Wen. Snap! Su Wen clapped his hands. Worthy of being a chief, you just see through. One of my purposes is to gradually disintegrate their blockade. The second thing is to make more gold, because that's the only way I'll have the money to go back and open up all the joints for the arms shipments coming in later. Wang Fushan, who understood Su Wen's mind, was still a bit puzzled and said, Little Su, I'll take the liberty of asking, if you want gold, why don't you work with Chiang Kai-shek? Don't mention him to me. Su Wen huffed. That son of a is good at internal warfare and good at external warfare, and the whole country can be said to be full of holes under his administration. At least half of the blame for us falling behind right now lies with him and the four bull ***** families. To put it bluntly, he's a bought and paid for government that only knows how to rake in money and doesn't give a damn about enriching the country. All he cares about is his own interests, and he doesn't give a damn about the people dying. If he were here, you'd see the end of it if I smoked him or not. Seeing Su Wen getting more and more agitated, Political Commissar Xia hurriedly handed him a drink of water to calm down. Being able to hear this from him proved that the other side was in agreement with their Red Army, at least on this piece of thinking. As the saying goes, seek common ground while reserving differences. Not to mention the fact that Su Wen has shown his distaste for reactionaries. Press is not weaker than them, so it's something to strive for. By the way, Su, you just mentioned gold. If you don't have gold, will oceans work? Su Wen thought for a moment. Ocean would be fine for now, but if the amount is too large it won't be worth it. It's better to have gold. As long as there is gold, I am confident that I can get you arms, even airplanes and warships. Oh, sure, provided we have pilots and a military harbor to do so. There is no bragging in saying this, Su Wen. Gold is a strategic reserve in any country in 2022. If it was said that Su Wen was willing to take gold in exchange for obsolete weapons and equipment, it was estimated that Su Wen could be offered as a great benefactor, because this was no longer doing business. It was Su Wen giving selflessly, and those piles of obsolete equipment cost a fortune to maintain every year. Let's just say there are billions of wooden-handled grenades, to say the least, in the warehouses of the major war zones. If someone can take over and still settle in gold, can you imagine that several major war zones would still fight to the death? Of course, head-busting was just a joke, but surely anyone would rush to do arms trade with Su Wen. A few people chatted, and before they knew it, it was 1 p.m. In anticipation of Su Wen's arrival, the division had arranged for a few hard-cooked dishes, including mutton and chicken stew. Su Wen is not polite. Busy all day is really hungry, so he took down the 12 pounds of loose white in the car, and instructed the soldiers to unload all the supplies from the car and move them into the warehouse. Seeing so much fine grain and salt from the 71st Division, the soldiers were simply happier than the new year. They all clamored for the cooking class to make noodle soup at night. Su Wen looked in his eyes and heard in his heart, what a simple warrior, just a little material things can be satisfied. And think of yourself, what's not to get over? This is our Sichuan province's white wine. Wang Fushan sniffed the 53-degree loose white in the ceramic bowl and said excitedly, You know, Su, I haven't drank wine from my hometown since I left it. This statement has made Su Wen a little embarrassed, because the wine is only $20 a pound, and buy 10 pounds and get 2 pounds free. Hey, Division Commander, I'm glad you like it. Next time I'll bring you a table. Oh, that's Mao Tai. Division Commander Wang couldn't help but choke down a mouthful of wine and said intoxicatedly, No, this is very good wine. Several key leaders poured full bowls, except for Xia Changwei, because he was still on medication. He must not drink alcohol, but only tea instead, and no one who has taken penicillin can drink alcohol. This matter Su Wen has long instructed the High Dean. A few people happily clinked glasses, and Master Wang wiped his mouth and said, Little Su, the troops are short of everything right now. What supplies do you think our division should buy next? Suwon hurriedly swallowed the mutton in his mouth and wiped his mouth like Master Wang. I think what our soldiers, at the moment, lack the most is basic living materials, like clothing and stuff, so this time I'm going back. I definitely need to get a large purchase of uniforms, summer and fall ones first, and by the way gumboots, how can I march in straw shoes? Makes sense. Political Commissar Xia chucked a chicken leg to Suwon. There are no basic living supplies, and the guns are definitely not steady, so I'll take your word for it. 2,000 sets of uniforms and 3,000 pairs of shoes to start with. Chapter 15, Drinking and Chatting. Suwon nodded. Understood, Commissar. Promise to get you the best uniforms and the kind with camouflage. Of course, this best must mean the best uniforms of the current era. For the choice of uniform, Suwon had long had a plan in his mind, and that was something like the Type 88 camouflage uniform. The shoes are definitely canvas rubber shoes, classic and durable. Right, there's Grain. Chief of Staff Lu added. It's just that can we get more stick noodles or something? Sorghum noodles would be fine. For what? Suwon blinked his clear eyes and asked. Division Commander Wang put down his bowl of wine and explained. It's like this, Su. Fine grains are good, but they don't stand up to being eaten. And a pound of fine grains buys 5 pounds of coarse grains, so it's not like you're trying to put your money where your mouth is. Suwon suddenly realized. So it was because of this but this problem he really didn't have a solution, because the price of 22 years of stick flour, sorghum flour, whatever, is comparable to white flour, and food-grade stick flour is instead more expensive than white flour, and feed-grade is cheaper. So do we let the soldiers eat feed? Oh, don't worry all the chiefs, my white flour to our Red Army, on the sale of coarse grain a price. Really? Then thank you so much. Division Commander Wang immediately picked up his bowl of wine and said that he had to honor Suwon with a bowl of wine. Come, let's toast to Su together. The hospitality was hard to resist, and Suwon, who didn't have a great capacity for alcohol, could only take a sip and smother it. Then taking a bite of the food, he continued, not to mention white flour, rice, I also sell coarse grains for one price. Political Commissar Xie, who was a southerner, almost didn't spray out the tea he had just drank into his mouth. White rice, not to mention in northern Shaanxi, even in the south of the land of fish and rice, ordinary people don't dare to take it completely as a staple food, but have to mix it with a piece of coarse grain and cook it. Su, you're not kidding, are you? Suwon ate the mutton and lapped it up. No, Commissar, I'll make sure to get you rice, and it's cheaper than white flour. That's fine. Political Commissar Xia excitedly raised his tea bowl. Just for your words, we still have to toast you. So it wasn't even half an hour yet, and Suwon had drunk at least 1 pound of loose white. He doesn't remember anything at all about what happened afterward, except that he had a lot of fun at the table and talked a lot. Seems like he cried at the end. 4 p.m. Inside the command post, the few people led by Wang Fushan were smoking and chatting. Of course the cigarettes must have been passed from Suwon's pocket. That table of wine just now, Wang Fushan alone drank 3 pounds, and now it's also blushless, exactly as if nothing happened. Even Lu Shitian drank 2 pounds, and only slightly on the face. As for Xia Changwei, he was very sick and drank tea without a single thing. Oh, my little hometown drink is not good, Wang Fushan said with some complacency. Xia Changwei couldn't help but flinch at him. I say, old Wang, have you so straightened out your own hometown? You see the people to drink. Yes, Lu Shitian exhaled smoke. Hey, don't say this Huazi is quite good. What Huazi? It's called China. Wang Fushan snapped. Oh, this is not what Xiaosu said. I'm learning now. Lu Shitian then said. It's just that Su can really blow off steam when she drinks, so next time you can't drink so much. Wang Fushan nodded. Alas, I'm not trying to get some words out of him. Good guy, no need to get it all. This is more than a traitor can say. Ha ha ha. After laughing, Lu Shitian said seriously, but he talks like he has a nose for it, and it doesn't look like a lie to me. Division Commander, can we believe it? As for what Suwon said when he was drunk, it was nothing more than that he could buy any supplies he wanted. Even if you can get silver bars, you can still say you can trade them for gold. Listening to everyone is cloudy. After all, now the silver dollar and gold exchange price, pretty much fixed. Basically not much screwing around. They just don't realize that most of the silver in 2022 is industrially extracted. It's cheaper because it's produced in large quantities. If you got it for gold in 1935, it would indeed be a good means of making a profit. But this silver can only be exchanged with foreigners. Otherwise it will trigger inflation in the domestic economy. Wang Fushan took a deep breath of the filter and extinguished the cigarette. Besides Su Wen, who else can we trust? The room immediately fell silent. Yes, they are not at the end of their tether, though, but the men were already exhausted. And if they were not replenished, the fighting would be affected. Not bad. Xia Changwei sighed lightly. Suwon is now the only patriotic businessman we know. so let's not talk about whether what he says is true or not. Based on the supplies sent over this time alone, it's not something an average merchant can do. So, I think we have to show some sincerity as well. A meaty expression appeared on Wang Fushan's face. You mean, take out our vault? The so-called vault refers to the dozens of gold bars that were captured before the previous advance into northern Shanxi province, which turned several thousand miles of road. I was going to look for an opportunity to turn it in to Legion Command, but I never found one, so I put it on hold. Xia Chanwei nodded helplessly. You all heard it. Su said he was even confident of getting arms if there was gold, and since it can be exchanged for supplies, it's better to spend it than to have no use for it. I've looked at those supplies he brought with him in the storehouse, and those 2 barrels of anti-inflammatory medicine alone would be worth the value of those gold bars. So, we shouldn't lose money on this deal. Wang Fushan nodded slightly, pondered for a while, and said, all right, then let's vote. When he finished speaking, he raised his right hand. I agree to trade for gold. Immediately afterward, Xia Chanwei and Lu Shitian raised their right hands almost simultaneously, and the two of them whirled around and smiled at each other. August 19th morning, accompanied by the melodious wake-up call, Suwon then woke up leisurely. Looking around, he realized that he was supposed to be in a small, unfamiliar courtyard. Subconsciously pulling out his cell phone from his pants pocket and looking at it, he actually slept from yesterday afternoon until this morning. Alas, drinking is a mistake. Suwon, who sighed lightly, then planned to go to the restroom, so asked the little soldier, 15 or 16 years of age, who stood guard at the gate. Skinny and small, his body stood straight. That little comrade, may I ask where the restroom is? Excuse me, Mr. Su, what's a toilet? Suwon scratched his messy hair. It's the outhouse. Oh, let me take you there, otherwise you won't be able to find it. Saying that, the little warrior then led Suwon 7 turns to the dry toilet. After frowning in relief, Suwon couldn't help but lament that the conditions over here are just too tough, which is why there are frequent outbreaks of infectious diseases. Ha ha ha, little Su, you're awake really early. Hearing the voice, I knew it was that big voice of Wang Fushan. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party was full of sincerity, he really thought that the other party was acting himself. So he squeezed out a hint of a smile and said awkwardly, Master Wang, I'm sorry to make you laugh. Next time I won't drink so much, ha. It's okay, I'm a man of nature. Go, I'll take you to breakfast, said Wang Fushan, then pulled his hand toward the next division. Breakfast was a big bowl of noodle chip soup with sesame oil drizzled on top and a few sprinkles of scallion floating around. Chapter 16 Material List. Suwon swallowed his saliva, not to mention, he was really hungry. Just a few heads just staring at themselves like that. How can they eat? Why don't you eat? Chiefs, Political Commissar Xia hurriedly said, we've already eaten, so hurry up and eat while it's hot and talk while you eat. Since this is the case, what is still polite? Suwon sat down to sigh and eat. By the way, Su, last night a few of us discussed the supplies we wanted to purchase and made a list. Later on, you can help out and see if it needs to be censored or anything. Wang Fushan huffed Huazi and said weakly. Suwon, on the other hand, smacked his lips with an indifferent expression. No problem, I can get you anything except arms for now. Wang Fushan and the Political Commissar exchanged a glance and revealed a satisfied smile. I thought the list of supplies would be difficult to get, but I didn't realize that the first thing on the list was 10 tons of rice. The next step is 5 tons of flour, 500 pounds of salt, 500 pounds of white sugar, penicillin 5 barrels, 4,000 sets of military uniforms, 6,000 pairs of rubber shoes, 500 hose, 400 sides, 100 iron pots. Just this, Suwon couldn't help but frown. Who was this looking down on? Seeing that Suwon's face was a bit ugly, Political Commissar Xia hurriedly said, that's Su, if there are difficulties, you can cut it down appropriately. Yes, little Su, as long as you do your best. Division Commander Wang concurred. Suwon was full of bitter smiles. No, Chief, you've got it all wrong. I'm thinking these things are too easy, and you guys look ha. Suwon pointed to the supplies on the list. Why is all the food staples? Do you want me to get you some canned food to improve your diet? Ha, and get canned. Chief of Staff Lu gulped. Not to mention them these days, even the big chiefs haven't eaten a few times. So weakly, he said, let's not have the canned food. It's too expensive. We can't afford it. It's good to have some fatty meat? Suwon thought for a moment. Chief, is that lard okay? Okay, why not? That stuff's good for fighting, but the price is. Wang is still worried about the price. Division Commander Wang is still worried about the price. Don't worry, Division Commander. Lard isn't much more expensive than food. Upon hearing this, Political Commissar Xia immediately clapped his hands and said, okay, I'll listen to you. Lard you just plan to buy. Okay, so let's start with 100 barrels to taste. and if the fighters like it I'll stock up on more. With that, Su Wen added 100 barrels of lard in simplified Chinese characters to the list of supplies. Ha, little Su, why is this word of yours a bit strange? But it's recognizable. Chief of Staff Lu couldn't help but ask. Personal habits. Don't blame me, haha. At this Su Wen could only snort to cope with it. Then Su Wen wrote and drew on it, adding iodine disinfectant, compressed cookies, and a water bottle or something. Buy whatever works well anyway. Frightened, Division Commander Wang yelled enough. Enough, fearing that the box of gold bars at the division headquarters would not be enough. But Su Wen was not in a feverish headspace. He had roughly calculated the value of these things, as well as his own savings depending on it. He still has over $5.9 million in his hand at the moment, so he shouldn't have much of a problem buying these things. Hey, that's it for now. I'll add more when I think of something. Su Wen put down his pen with great interest, looking at the list of supplies written all over the place. Several heads fell into deep thought. Can you buy so many supplies with that little gold bar? No. Su Wen seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, supplies are nice to get, but you don't have a warehouse, so how am I supposed to get them here? One is also careless. As long as one binds the supplies and the intention flows, one can send the supplies to any place where they have been anchored at any time. But you have to step on the spot first, and it has to be a hidden place in order not to be too exposed. Oh, storage is not a problem. We have a place that will guarantee you more supplies than you can fit. Division Commander Wang looked like he had it all figured out. You guys still have that kind of place? Su Wen wondered. Political Commissar Xia nodded back. Right, Xiao Su. If you don't believe me, let's take you to see it. It's not far from here. Only 10 miles. On the edge of the division's defense area. Oh, that dares to be good. Come on, chiefs. Show me. Let's drive. But Su Wen was desperate to anchor that warehouse, so a few of them got into the quad and headed that way. Among them, Division Commander Wang stood in the carriage with Chief of Staff Lu, and Political Commissar Xia sat in the co-pilot's seat. Along the way, several people repeatedly exclaimed that if the troops could march with this thing, they were confident in defeating any of Chiang Kai-shun's troops. Commissar Xia stroked the center console of the quad. Little Su, your car is really nice, better than the big trucks I saw in Haicheng. Oh, what's that? Su Wen is disdainful of those foreign garbage abroad in the Republican era. Commissar, it's not that I'm blowing smoke up your ass, but all my cars are only considered farm vehicles. But just this thing compares favorably with any of the Yankees' cars. If we didn't have no drivers in the 71st Division, I'd get you a couple of them high and low. But it's just a bit diesel intensive. If only we had oil. Oil we have. Political Commissar Xia exclaimed. There's it over at the Legion post. The other side to not mention. Su Wen almost forgot. Several counties in northern Shaanxi province are producing oil, and the amount is not small. It was even able to be sold to people outside and became one of the main sources of income for the Reds. This had given Su Wen a little inspiration. Wanting to develop quickly, industry was a must to build up, and there has to be electricity. Otherwise everything is for naught. The group rode in the 4 unimaginable vehicles and wandered over to the warehouse that Division Chief Wang had mentioned. Came to take a look. Said warehouse is actually hollowed out a large piece of the mountain. The remains of a number of tombs can still be seen inside. This was obviously the tomb of some ancient dignitary, only that it had long been looted, and scattered ceramic scraps could be seen everywhere. It does lend itself to being used as a storehouse though. The opening to the cave alone is over 10 meters. Moreover, the entire inner height of the cave is also 7 or 8 meters, even more than 10 meters in places. There is just one entrance and exit, with a total area of over 4,000 square meters, nearly half the size of a soccer field. That's enough. There's enough for dozens of tanks. Not bad, not bad. Let's use this place as a material staging area, Su Wen said with satisfaction. Then how many troops do we need to send from our division to man it? Division Commander Wang asked. No. I'll just notify you guys to move out when the goods arrive. At the moment Su Wen didn't intend to expose his secret. That's fine. Division Commander Wang casually agreed. It is true that it is somewhat superfluous to man this place. The whole depot is in the junction of the 71st Division and the sister forces. Few people come, but security is still guaranteed enough. After walking around this cave and anchoring it with the Red Star idea, several people left the cave with it. Back at the division headquarters, Su Wen planned to leave there with a list of supplies. Political Commissar Xia somewhat mysteriously called him to the inner room, where Division Commander Wang and Chief of Staff Lu were also present. Chapter 17, Receiving the Gold Bar, Ernie driving the car. Anything else, chiefs? I'm still in a hurry to get back to my supplies. Oh, don't want the stuff? Master Wang laughed. What? Money? Didn't you say that gold is the best? We've discussed it, and we'll give you all the gold bars in the division. Saying that, Division Commander Wang held out a small wooden box. When he came to Su Wen and opened the lid, The golden large small yellow fish almost didn't flash his eyes. He immediately pushed back. No, no, chiefs, I'll just collect the money after I deliver the goods. What are you being polite about? Political Commissar CS smiled. Which of those things on the list are not in short supply? You're a merchant, and if you don't have the money, there's no way they're going to give you the goods. But you promised us that you would be able to deliver the supplies, so we can't just think of empty gloves. That's right, little Sue. Just take it. Chief of Staff Lu also advised. If you don't take it, we don't have a clue in our hearts either. The chiefs were heartbroken. Suwon was touched to the core. His nose suddenly flared a little, and he blinked and looked up at the roof, barely squeezing out a smile. He said, "That's fine. Please don't worry, chiefs. Within a month, we guarantee to send all the supplies." Master Wang waved his hand. "Oh, no rush. Your safety comes first. We've waited so long. There's no rush." The simple, unadorned feelings of the old revolution are so heartfelt. Suwon was acquainted with the three chiefs for less than 2 full days, and actually managed to trust himself so much. So this time, when he returned to 2022, Suwon must get the supplies as soon as possible. And if there's a chance, the Southwest Theater General Armament Department should try to reach out and see what happens. "That chief, I took your money. Give a receipt." "No need, no need," Wang Fushan said atmospherically. "Can our 71st Division still not trust you?" The other two were stunned at first, then they agreed to let Suwon not have to be out of the ordinary. Since this was the case, then Suwon could only be respectful. Before leaving, Suwon took the unfinished loose white as well as the wazi and the crisper. All of them were given to a few heads and promised to bring them back next time. I had just hidden the box of gold bars in the car and was about to get in when I saw young Ernie fiddling around in the driver's side. That innocent face still had a rotten smile on it. It turned out that the reason why this niece didn't leave was because the mission she received was to protect Suwon's safety along the way. If Suwon knew that the leader had arranged for a female to protect him, he would probably be very depressed. "Aha, like it?" Suwon said playfully. Hey, like, Ernie said as his little chicken ate rice. "Want to drive? Think away. Never drove one, did you?" Hearing that Suwon was acting himself, Yang Ernie said with a red face. "Humph, who cares?" With that, he moved his butt to the passenger side and very skillfully buckled his seatbelt. I didn't see that this ninny is quite safety conscious. She seems to be a seedling for driving." No longer teasing her, Suwon raised his eyebrows and said, "Comrade Aaron if you want to learn how to drive, watch how I drive carefully." "Ha, you're really willing to teach me?" Ernie's eyes flickered as he stared at him. In this day and age, a trade is a living skill, not to mention a highly technical skill like driving. Even if you play cotton, you simply can't get into it without being taught. Now that Suwon was actually willing to teach himself, it seemed that this man wasn't a coward. "That's for sure," Suwon said indifferently. "The first thing is to press the clutch. Remember, it's the left foot on the far left of this. Don't take the right foot. Then it's to insert the key and twist it hard. Rumble. The 4 unlike start." Immediately afterward, under the eager eyes of the soldiers, he drove out of the village where the division headquarters was located. After driving 5 or 6 miles along the way to the main road, Suwon immediately stopped the car, turned off the engine and jumped out of the car. Then he let Yang Ernie sit in the main cab and taught her to drive himself as the veteran driver. Originally thought that today just teach yourself how to ignite the fire. Never thought it was really driving on the road. Excited young Ernie red in the face. It just didn't take long for the excitement to hit her self-confidence. "I thought driving would be a so, but I didn't realize it took forever to get started. It took almost 10 minutes or so to get off to a good start. And because it's a diesel engine, you have to match the throttle heel after starting, which is why it's so hard to drive." However, Suwon was patient and carefully taught her various driving skills. She was taught everything from looking in the rearview mirror, to sounding the horn before starting, to shifting gears frequently. Not to mention, this girl is not only capable of suffering, but she's also very perceptive. Only half a bell or so can actually ignite the ignition and put it in gear to start, and the gear shift is getting more and more skillful. Only occasionally the direction will run off. Almost did not drive off the edge of the road. Scared Suwon immediately helped her to hold the steering wheel. If she wasn't careful, she'd touch her hand, and so she often got her red in the face along the way. Luckily, there was a scare, and it didn't take long for Ernie to be traveling smoothly on the road like an old driver. I've looked at the side of her face, and it's quite impressive. Anyway, I had nothing to do, so I flirted. "By the way, Comrade Ernie, do you have to call me master from now on?" "No, I didn't worship the master. Why should I call you master?" Young Ernie pouted and said it with a straight face. "Well, have not yet learned the technology to start disobedience to their own. This disciple really not filial piety, but it couldn't be helped. Who made Suwon a hothead? So he didn't bother with her. It took almost an hour or so for the two to return to Poplar Village. Just after arriving at the entrance of the village, I saw Hui Mei's eagerly awaited figure. After all, his own daughter, like a flower, was abducted by someone. Su Hao was also uneasy. Just when she saw that the person driving the car was her own daughter, Hui Mei first froze, and then happily immediately trotted to welcome her. Ha ha, Dad Ninny, when did you learn to drive an iron kingpin? Young Ernie stopped the car with it, propped her left arm on the window and pretended to be calm. Mama, what iron bastard? This is called the 4 cars, really uneducated, really terrible. As for who taught this uneducated is scary line, it doesn't take much to figure it out. Hey, what do you mean by uneducated? Even if you're more capable, you're still not my Hui Mei's own daughter, Hui Mei said loudly and triumphantly, as if she was afraid that others wouldn't see it. Oh, that's right Dame Hu, do you want to sit down? Come on, I'll let you. I'll go stand in the back. Suwon said that he was about to pull open the car door and get out, but was stopped by Yang Ernie. Don't Suwon, I'm a little scared without you around. Okay. Suwon was a bit tasty, the feeling of being needed by a sister was so good. So Yang Ernie drove the car to the location where she parked yesterday, and just as she got out of the car a villager ran over, saying she wanted to buy white flour and salt, only the wagons were empty. The food had been given to the troops, and those who wanted food would have to wait for the next time. Yang Ernie commanded her militia to keep an eye on the vehicle, and after that, she depressively followed Su Wen and rushed towards her house, because Dame Wu said that she wanted to invite Su Wen to sit at her home for anything, and in addition to settling the money from selling the grain, she also wanted to pull some strings with him. Chapter 18, Farewell to Shanbei. Just walking into the small courtyard of Hui Mei's house, Su Wen immediately rainbow farted. Gee ma'am, your house is really nice, clean and cozy, quaint, there's no way to find any appropriate vocabulary, so I can only say a few literal words. Bookworms are just pretentious, Yang Ernie behind her said conspiratorially. Immediately, she was rewarded with Hui Mei's death stare. Dad Ninny, if you dare to talk nonsense to your master again, be careful of me whacking you. Then turned his head to Su Wen and said gently, Hey, Xiao Su don't mind country girl, not taught well. Where, Ernie is very good. People are smart and capable. Learning to drive is also a learning curve. Su Wen deliberately raised his eyebrows towards air and I, infuriating the other party to directly twist her face to the side. Is Mr. Su here? Yang Bai's voice came from the house. Immediately after a tall, thin, middle-aged man, wearing a black and gray tunic, came out of the kiln, and at a glance it was clear that he was a man of culture. Yang Bai smiled and gently cupped his fists. Mr. Su, courteous and polite. Su Wen, who originally wanted to extend his hand, could only return the greeting with the same clasped fist. Don't be polite Uncle Yang, you can still call me Xiao Su. Although the 24th year of the Republic of China was backward, it was quite prevalent in terms of propriety. However, Su Wen didn't care too much about the small details, and without chatting for a few moments, he took out his huazi and handed it to Yang Bai. The two of them then made some more small talk. Basically it was Yang Bai asking and Su Wen answering. Almost all of the questions were short and sweet, like where is Su Wen's family? How many people are in the family? How many acres of land? Which side of the country does it mainly live? To this Su Wen could only answer half-truthfully. He couldn't say that he was from the latter days. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Hui Mei led her daughter into the hall with a large bag in her arms. Xiao Su, come and take a look. These are all food for food. Placing the things on the ground, he pulled out another handful of silver dollars from his pocket. Oh yeah, and 20 silver dollars. Oh, hard on you big lady. Su Wen gladly accepted the money. He would not pretend to be polite. How else could he help these old folks without money? Oh, by the way damsel, didn't you leave any food? The corner of Hui Mei's mouth curved. Look at what you said. The 10 pounds of white flour and 1 pound of salt that I left behind. Or a piece of ocean. The money is in there. Hearing this Su Wen did not say a word. Immediately twisted out 2 silver dollars and handed them to her. Take it ma'am, the grain is sent to you. These $2 are the payment. Oops, can't make it. Hui Mei took the money and said, I'm just doing a small favor. Seeing this scene Ernie knew that her own mother was trying to take advantage of her again, so she immediately snapped. Mother, Su Wen, this money is intended to buy supplies for the troops. How can you take it? It's like this. Hui Mei trembled her hand and handed the silver dollar back. No ma'am, this is the proceeds of your labor. Don't be polite. Su Wen then stuffed the silver yuan to her again, but it was snatched by Yang Ernie and angrily returned to Su Wen. Su Wen, my mother would be making a mistake if she took your money. Yang Bai also chimed in. Right, Xiao Su, the Red Army treats us well and gives us land to share. We definitely won't take this money. Yes, the simple Shanbei villagers, who is good to them, they must be doubly rewarded. Suwon could only put the money away, but he already had a plan in mind and said, "Tell you what, auntie, the next time I come over, I'll bring lots of food and other things. When the time comes, you'll open a store in the village and sell it cheaply to the townspeople, which will also be considered as enriching everyone's material life." Really? That would be great. But little Sue, our family doesn't have the capital. While excited, Hui Mei was still a little worried. Suwon waved his hand. "Ha, no need to rush to pay. First credit you, wait to sell something and then give." "Oh, okay, auntie, listen to you." Hui Mei was so happy that she nodded her head repeatedly, and her eyes could clearly still see some tears. The time flashed to noon. Hui Mei and Yang Bai said anything to keep Suwon for dinner. After looking at Yang Ernie's overwhelmed face, Suwon immediately agreed to stay for dinner, but he didn't eat for free, and gave them all the instant noodles in the car's fresh box as a gift. Of course, the seasoning packet can't be given away or it can't be explained. Not so used to eating noodles, Suwon, noon or eat a big bowl of authentic oil splash spice noodles, cannot live up to a piece of goodwill. Sitting in the car, before leaving, Ernie said with a bit of a squirm, "That's Suwon, when are you coming back?" Suwon was touched for a moment in his heart. It seems that there is true love on earth. Just as I was about to reply that I would be back as soon as possible, I heard her continue, "I want to practice more." Suwon had a black line on his head, so he wasn't as important as a four-legged statue. Alas, never mind, 18-year-old girl. Know what? Don't worry, Ernie, this time I go back to strive to give you a whole car, and diesel fuel and so on. In the future you are the most handsome Nietzsche in Yangshu village. Humph, denizen. Ernie gave him a blank look, then turned his back and said, "Be careful on the road." He, okay, you also pay attention to safety. Take care of your body more. Suwon Yen then started the car and left Yanshu village in a puff of smoke. Looking back at Su Wen's departing direction, his heart recited that the other party had a safe journey. Looking at her own daughter moping home, how could Hui Mei not know what she was thinking? After all, as the saying goes, what young girl is not pregnant? "Ernie, send your master away well." Young Ernie deflated. "Mother, I've said he's not my master. Why don't you believe me?" "Hey, it's all the same." Hui Mei did not care. The fact that someone else, Xiao Su, is willing to teach you is a great blessing, so you have to take advantage of it and not make your master angry. "I am mother. Are you annoying?" Yang Ernie muttered angrily. Yang Bai, who was smoking huazi, said with an intoxicated face, "Ernie, your mother is right. Driving is a handicraft. These days you can drive a car. Go to the provincial city, people have to look up to you." Her own father had spoken the truth, and Yang Ernie naturally nodded her head in agreement. Seeing her husband standing on the same side as herself, Hui Mei happily continued, Hey, see, you all think so, and yeah, as the saying goes, in order to learn, one must first sleep with the master." Before he could finish his sentence, Yang Bai interrupted, "I say, Ernie's mother, why are you saying this in front of your daughter?" "That's right, mother, is there such a thing as you burying your own daughter?" Yang Ernie crossed her arms and said angrily. At this, Hui Mei didn't take it seriously at all as she laughed playfully. "Oh, I'm not an analogy, I tell you, next door to the village of Wang Mazi family of 6 daughters, before learning tailoring is to follow the dead mother-in-law's master to sleep together, and then not only learn the technology, but also white so big store." Seeing her own mother talking more and more vigorously, Yang Ernie blushing face, paws foot angry. "Mother, you are simply more annoying than Suwon. Why don't you just let him be your son?" Said on the back of the old sleeve. Stride away from the small courtyard. Let the parents behind how to shout do not turn back. Chapter 19, Taking Stock of the Harvest, Selling Gold Bars. Yang by some heartache said, "Alas, see you put the daughter angry, even do not want to return home." "Ha, surnamed Yang, now you blame me?" Hui Mei gouged him fiercely and said in a bad mood, "When I was a child, I asked you to wrap her feet. You were heartbroken, and said something about being older, and then 1 year dragged on, and now it's good. A pair of big feet, and they dare to run anywhere. I'll see how far she can run if she wraps her feet." When Yang Bai heard this, he immediately said unconvincingly, "The county government said that wrapping small feet is feudal dross. Besides, our daughter's foot wrapping hurts so much that she cries out to her parents. Don't you feel sorry for her?" Hui Mei's heart immediately thumped. Her own man was right. Ernie was all they had since their oldest son went out to the revolution. Don't look at the ordinary days when she was either hitting or scolding her daughter, but in her bones, she was heartbroken. In the whole village, there is one that counts, and among her peers, Ernie is the tallest and has the biggest feet. You can imagine the family certainly didn't treat her badly. Also because of the childhood developed a big personality, coupled with cynicism, bold and courageous, which became the deputy commander of the militia company. Alas, Hui Mei sighed deeply. I'm not trying to get her to meet a good family. A girl? What's the revolution about? I don't know how her brother is doing. Speaking of his oldest son, Yang Bai was a bit depressed and said, forget it, the children and grandchildren will have their blessings. They can toss and turn as they like. On the other hand, Su Wen, who had returned to 2022, patted the dust on his body. Inside the warehouse, an inventory of the day's harvest was taken on the spot. First was the box of gold bars, which he weighed with both hands, at least 10 kilograms. At the current market rate of about $700 per gram, that alone would be more than $7 million. Then there are 20 silver dollars. Most of these are from the 9th year of the Republic of China. The rest are plain silver dollars from the 7th and 8th years of the Republic of China. The last is bartering. Hu Daniang helped him to exchange for antique porcelain or something, and a bunch of jade. Among them are 2 semi-curved jade jewels, a jade song, and 2 jade ambers. The largest is a well-preserved jade, which should be worth some buns. That pile of china is dominated by a tea set, and the other 2 celestial vases. The one is painted with a dragon in the clouds and sea, and the bottom is marked with the Yongzheng year of the Qing dynasty. The other is painted with the 80 mortals in a row, and the base is made in the Qianlong period of the Qing dynasty. The last remaining piece is a pink-bottomed floral porcelain bowl, stamped on the bottom with the Kanchi Imperial. Looking at the fact that he had actually collected all the contraptions of the Qing dynasty, Su Wen only felt funny, which was the dream of many collectors. Without doing much thinking, Su Wen hurriedly took pictures of these things one by one and then sent them all to Zhang Yang, the owner of Guxiu Zhai. There was no mention of selling or not selling, just asking him to help keep an eye on things. Looking at the time, it was only 3 p.m., so Su Wen locked the warehouse, carried the gold bars and headed to the main road of the logistics park, with more than 10 kilograms of weight on his shoulders. This journey almost didn't kill Su Wen halfway. It was hard to get to the main road and I waited half an hour just to call an internet taxi. So it seems that buying a car has to be on the agenda. Came to Zhou Mofu Gold Store. When the other side heard that Su Wen is to sell the whole box of gold bars, the sales clerk lady almost did not drop their jaws. Upon glancing at the gold bars in Su Wen's small wooden box, the store manager took the initiative to take over the burden of serving him, because they are valuable items. All 28 of them, large and small, have to be tested. When it was over, all you could see was the round face of the store manager, who couldn't stop smiling any longer. Mr. Su, after testing, the gold bars are all above 95% purity, with a total weight of 12,576 kilograms, at the current market rate of $760 per gram, minus impurities as well as handling fees. It's $703 per gram. Su Wen suppressed his excitement and frowned. Are you sure it's that much? Of course, shopkeeper Bear said with a confident look on his face. This is the market rate. If you sell it cheaply, you are welcome to come over to us anytime to compensate for your loss. Since the other party dared to say so, Su Wen no longer dwelled on it. Immediately signed the resale contract and tearfully received more than $8 million. Looking at the long list of cumulative numbers in the SMS alert, it totaled over 14.7 million. Su Wen felt that most of this money should be spent on nothing but necessary expenses, but there is certainly no way to buy a car to save. After all, in the future are millions of dollars of big projects. Without a car, a lot of things are not good. Just as he walked out of the gold store and turned right out the door, he received a call from Zhang Yang. Su, old brother, where are you? Zhang Yang on the other end of the phone said with slight anxiety. I'm in Jincheng. I'm just about to go home, and I'll go to your side tomorrow to sell some silver dollars. Su Wen directly said. No, where did you collect those heavy artifacts? I've already sent the photos to my peers for a preliminary appraisal, and they all said that there's a high probability that they're real, but we still have to see the real thing. Zhang Yang did not intend to hide anything and said directly. Is that so? Su Wen snorted and laughed. What does elder brother Zhang mean? Just say it straight. It's not the first time we've dealt with each other, right? Okay, Su, old brother straight man. Then I'll be honest. If these things of yours are appraised as genuine and you want to offer them for sale, I can help you find a suitable buyer. It's just that, hey, old me can't work hard for nothing, right? Figuring out the dagger, Zhang Yang said with a smile on his face. Su Wen sighed helplessly. This business is like this. No one introduction is very difficult to penetrate their core circle. I understand the rules. First let's see how many points you want to take. Zhang Yang hadn't expected it to go so well, so he suppressed his excitement. How about this? I'll take 5 points up to 10 million and 3 points over 10 million? These seemingly mediocre things are so valuable? Why else would this guy be talking about $10 million? Calming his mood, Su Wen said with a somewhat unpleasant tone. You're just an intermediary, and you still want to get so high. It's a bit unkind, isn't it? Zhang Yang smiled resentfully. He was just making an offer. Hey, don't be angry, Su, old brother. Let's good to discuss it. Then you say how much. Su Wen thought about it. you'll get 2% up to $20 million, 1% over $20 million. And don't say anything about how you're not screwed. You can't eat the plaintiff and then eat the defendant. The reason why he had this bottom line was still because Suwon knew that all those things of his should be true. That area of northern Shanxi has been a gathering place for the burial of princes and lords since ancient times, and it is normal for each family to have some burial goods. And as the saying goes, chaos hides gold. And antiques from the turbulent years are probably not worth as much as a few £100 of grain. Only to hear Zhang Yang on the other end of the phone pretending to be in pain. Okay Su old brother. Brother, I eat a little loss. That is, with you have a destiny, I agree to this condition. Then how about I gather them here tomorrow morning? At the same place, the Goshuzai? This Suwon, since there is no excuse. This guy wants to earn agency fees. Borrow his hall of use is also normal. Chapter 20 Online Shopping for Supplies. After 2 days of eating the flavors of northern Shanxi, Suwon's mouth was fading out of the bird. So I found a Sichuan restaurant and ordered 3 dishes for one person: boiled beef, hairy blood wonton, and fried egg with tomato. Taking a big bite of the tender and juicy beef, Suwon took out his cell phone, tapped on spell Xio Xio, and typed in lard wholesale. It turned out not to be a surprise. Branded cooking lard can be more expensive than meat, at nearly $30 per kilogram. Suwon felt that what he had said in the first place was still too full. Don't say that the troopers can't afford to eat. If they were in their former selves, they probably wouldn't be able to afford to eat either. So I typed in wholesale cooking lard again, and found a fire refined lard distributor that was only $300 for 50 pounds. Hey, that's good. Immediately contacted the seller and placed an order for 100 barrels. The store assistant almost didn't faint from fear when he saw this order. After calming down, he hurriedly contacted Suwon and asked him if he had placed a wrong order. But it was confirmed that the order was true and correct, and of course Suwon had requested it. That is, all barrels containing lard must not have any written markings on them. In this regard, the seller is self-evident, and in this way can also save a lot of money. As for the place of receipt, directly choose the logistics park own warehouse. Next came military canned goods, which Suwon intended to hand out as nutrition. As for why you don't buy bug powder that resembles snot, let's be honest, soldiers are human beings, not livestock. Suwon would rather make less for himself than give that to his relatable sons and daughters. Click on search. Good lord, modern army food is pretty good. Lunch meat is just the standard. What with braised beef, salmon, pork with preserved vegetables, spicy chicken. It directly made Suwon, who was still eating, look hungry. Never mind, I ended up going with the most cost-effective canned lunch meat, which is only $4 for 200 grams per can. What's the holdup here? Order 20,000 straight away. The frightened shopkeeper hurriedly contacted Suwon and asked him what kind of use it was. After all, the production of these things also belongs to the military industry. It is normal to ask more. In desperation, Suwon can only use the reason that his construction team is always working in the field, which can be fooled, but it's the same requirement as before. All cans can't have text. Unable to help each other, dead set on it, and finally just promised to print the category in place of production on it, and the rest can be left unprinted. Next is the uniform and rubber shoes. Originally Suwon intended to find similar to the 87 style army training uniform, but no one production. There was no choice but to look for the spring camouflage in the spelling Uzuri. Good lord, those uniforms are a handsome sight to behold, and it's also waterproof and abrasion resistant, and it's not too expensive, less than 40. What's the big deal? Directly various sizes and models to a total of 10,000 sets, a total of less than 400,000 yuan. Then there are the rubber shoes. It's amazing that stab resistant, abrasion resistant rubber shoes are only $15. Direct orders for 10,000 pairs are also available in a variety of models. There are even hundreds of pairs of 35 and 36 small sizes specially made up, as a kind of welfare for female warriors. Lastly, there are hoes, scythes, and iron pots, with a big, direct hand of 1,000 of each, mainlining a ho-ho-ho. So a big order of over $1 million was made over the course of a meal. As for the most important food, when the time comes, a phone call to Zhu Zhongyong will be fine, but it's also important to check in with him ahead of time so he can prepare early. After all, the quantity of this purchase was not a small one. 20 tons of white rice alone had to be prepared. Wheat, on the other hand, was 10 tons, and salt had to be prepared at 1 ton. Also the packaging has to be customized, which means no text, which is always a thing everywhere. A meal with 2 beers down and a full stomach. After looking at the cracked screen Huawei, it's time for the Mate 20, which has been used for almost 3 years, to reach the end of its life. Decided to go to a store and buy a Mate 50, like some Porsche model flashy and have to make an appointment. Forget it. Save 10,000 or so and give it to Shanbei again. 8 p.m. back at the rental house, looking at the stained walls and the moldy bathroom, it was time for a change. There was still 1 month left before the rent was due, so I sent a text message to the landlord's elder sister, saying that I was ready to quit the rent. I thought that the other party would be harshly deducted from their rent, but I never thought that the elder sister resolutely agreed, and said that she hoped Soo-win to move in a hurry, because this little house has been offered to be rented yearly, unlike Soo-win's penny-pinching, quarterly rentals that have to be amortized. Alright, looks like we're gonna have to rent a room right away tomorrow. As for buying a house, now is not the time. He always felt a little bad in his conscience for squandering the money, but to spend money on the fighters, he didn't blink an eye. As for buying a cell phone versus a planned car, it's really a work requirement. For example, with the more frequent contact with the Shanbei side, the future purchase of materials and equipment will be more and more. If Soo-win has nothing to go directly to talk about hundreds of millions of orders, people probably will not look at you in the eye. So in Soo-win's case it's that what should be spent must be spent, and what shouldn't be spent frivolously must be saved. Immediately after that, I ordered 20 10-pound tubs of penicillin powder from Pound Yum Yum, which contains 1.6 million units per gram. As for why I ordered it online, it wasn't because it was over $50 per barrel cheaper than a brick-and-mortar store. Whatever, a mosquito's leg is meat even if it's small. There was no talk all night. Early the next morning, after eating breakfast, Soo-win took a taxi to the warehouse first to put the antiques into 2 snakeskin pockets, and then carried on straight to the ancient Xiuzhai. Zhang Yang, the old man, texted at 7 o'clock in the morning, asking Soo-win if he had prepared anything yet seemed to be more active than even he, the cargo owner. Fittingly, it was just after 9 a.m. Soo-win had just walked into Xiuzhai when he saw Zhang Yang accompanying 10 or so strangers. 9 of them, men and 3 women, were talking and laughing inside. When he saw the 2 snakeskin pockets on Soo-win's back, Zhang Yang almost didn't have a sudden brain attack and smoked straight through. My God, old brother Soo, how can you carry antiques in your pocket? Speaking will be 3 or 2 steps rushed forward to help Soo-win unloaded things. Around a few male compatriots see this also similarly forward to help. There was a look of heartache on his face. Soo-win, on the other hand, said indifferently, what's wrong with that? I've padded the inside with torn cotton cloth, so I guarantee it won't hurt a bit. Oops, fear not, fear not. Zhang Yang didn't have the good sense to say. Immediately afterward, he was introduced to the people around him, not the president of some collectors association. Anyway, it's some kind of provincial museum researcher, or else a senior urchin. The rest are some hobbyist corporate heads who collect. Anyway, Soo-win Main hid a smiling face to welcome, one by one to shake hands. The name is not remembered one. After some pleasantries, Soo-win went in single-handedly. Guys, first things first, my stuff goes to the highest bidder, and it must be paid for within the day or I'll take my stuff and leave right away. This is called the first courtesy. Soo-win does not want to sell something but also delayed collection. It would be better to find the auction company cost-effective. Okay little Soo, we'll all listen to you. No problem. As long as the stuff is real, money is no problem. Since none of the people had any objections, Soo-win took out the porcelain first. Tea sets predominate, of course, directly on the long, glass counter. At first the crowd wasn't much surprised. Most of the tea sets were from the late Qing and Republican periods and were worth a few thousand or tens of thousands of dollars. However, when Soo-win finally took out the 2 heavenly sphere bottles, as well as the pink-bottomed floral porcelain bowl, the crowd couldn't help but stare in disbelief. There was even someone who took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes vigorously, thinking if he had blinked. This is because as experienced collectors, they can often roughly tell the authenticity of a collection with just a glance. There's no need for any magnifying glass or anything like that. It's like seeing the real thing so much that you can tell at a glance if it's fake or real. Chapter 21, Buyers have their own agenda. $168 million sold. Without waiting for Soo-win to react, immediately someone came over in 3 or 2 steps, scaring Soo-win into thinking that the other party was here to rob him. Oops tsk. This old man, who didn't have a few hairs, pointed at the porcelain vase painted with a 5-clawed dragon in the sea of clouds and stroked his white beard. If I'm not mistaken, the bottom of this bottle should be made in the Yongzheng year of the Qing dynasty. Oh, playing God, isn't this a typical Yongzheng official kiln type? A tall, middle-aged man pushed his way through the crowd. I'll take the bottle. Name your price. Upon hearing this, the old man was immediately displeased and said in a deep voice, Zhang Qiqiang, wasn't this an agreement just now? Is there any spirit of contract? Zhang Qiqiang was full of disdain. Fan Haiba, who negotiated with you? Is there a paperwork? Is there any evidence? You. Fan Haiba was instantly disliked and unable to speak, and at this time Soo-win has been realized. The original group of guys just gathered together to talk and laugh, is to surround the bidding. As the name suggests, it's just like an auction. where buyers who have negotiated in advance. It would be possible for everyone to get together and divide up the collection, with the main one being a peacemaker. I hadn't thought that I would actually let Su-won stumble upon it, only he cleared his throat. Aha, I say all of you, what about you? You can all be people of honor. If you want to take my collection at a low price, I advise you all to dye this heart before it's too late. Nowadays, the internet is so advanced, I can just look it up and know the approximate price of these collections. So what? I didn't have to sell you guys on this visit. Su-won is now at least tens of millions of dollars. The waste is hard. Talk to these guys is not the slightest bit false. Anyway, it's one principle. The highest bidder wins. Then he looked at Zhang Qiqiang and smiled grimly. Boss Zhang, since you like it, make an offer first and let me hear it. Zhang Qiqiang looked stagnant. I cannot imagine Su-won is young, speak and do things so old. It seems that it really cannot be underestimated. So after thinking about it, he pretended to be torn. As for me, I have a connection with the five-clawed dragon on this bottle, and as the saying goes, $1,000 can't buy you a good heart, so I'll give this number. Then he reached out his hand and compared it to an 8 and said in a domineering manner, $88 million. I'll send it if you send it. How about it? LOL. Su-won's brain buzzed, and with it, a ringing in his ears traveled into his brain. This meow vase that can make its way into the billions. Ha ha ha. Fan Haibao laughed out loud. Good one you send me too. Really, if that's the price, I'll take as much as I can get. Fan. I'll offer $98 million. You. Zhang Qiqiang pointed his finger at Fan Haibao. Surname Fan, don't rely on your old age. Believe it or not, I'll clean you up. In the face of threats, Van Hippo is not afraid at all. People who can be the president of the Provincial Collectors Association basically have upper-level connections. Oh, are you threatening me? Believe it or not, someone will go to your company to sweep the block tomorrow? Zhang Qiqiang's Yakuza big brother's temper also came up, and he said angrily, fine, let's try it. Seeing that the two were arguing with each other, a tall and thin old man in a tang suit stood out and acted as a peacemaker. Well, Lao Fan, Mr. Zhang, don't hurt the peace for a contraption. It's not for outsiders to laugh. In my opinion, since you have turned against each other because of this porcelain vase, it proves that this vase is not related to you. So what? I'll give you $110 million. Just spare me the trouble of taking it for you. I'm sorry, we're not destined for each other, but you are. Zhang Qiqiang and Fan Haibao then teamed up and argued with Hui Bai, which was even more hilarious than buying food at a vegetable market. Seeing that the situation was becoming more and more difficult to end, Su-won, who had come back to his senses, said in a loud voice, don't argue first. The scene immediately quieted down, only to see Su-won light a cigarette and slowly said, since you guys are arguing endlessly and no one is bidding, I'll pack up and leave. The auction company over at the North Gate is still waiting for me, he said, making a gesture to pick up the snakeskin pockets on the floor and pack his things. Zhang Yang, who saw this scene, was almost scared out of his wits. This one deal will make him a few $1 million, to say the least. If he really lets Su-won walk away, he must not cry to death. Old brother, it's my brother's fault. Don't be anxious, I'll calm down the scene for you. He then clapped his hands. I say we're all dignitaries, don't play with falsehoods. One of these collectibles counts as one, and the highest bidder gets it. If Xiaosu took the collection to the auction house, you guys probably wouldn't even have a chance to take a close look at it. This has been said to the heart of the crowd, although they are all considered a small fortune, but it's still a long way from being a true top player. As soon as a heavy weapon like this is revealed, it is guaranteed to be in the pockets of those top tycoons. So without much hesitation, everyone nodded their heads in agreement with Zhang Yang's opinion. To ensure the authenticity of the collection, especially the last 3 heavy pieces, Su-won purposely gave each person 5 minutes of treasure identification time, which was only about 1 hour in total anyway. That's a lot of time for a little money. So 12 people with kindergarten like a good boy, consciously line up to appreciate the 3 pieces of porcelain. Most of them, it took only 2 or 3 minutes to identify. Among them Fan Haibao and Hui Bai is less than a minute. All 3 pieces of porcelain appraisal completed. Because the real thing like this, but letting them look at it for even a second longer would be an insult to their expertise. In less than an hour, everyone finished identifying the treasure, and Zhang Yang immediately acted as the auctioneer. Well, the following into the auction time. The first collection is the Qing Dynasty Yongzheng Year Production, Cloud Sea Tenglong Tianqiu Bottle. Starting price. Zhang Yang looked at Hui Bai and said coldly, $110 million. Each call shall not be less than 100,000. Anyway, the price was put up by this old guy and it had nothing to do with him. Anyway, the higher the better. He also pointed to Itsu Bai's side of the rebate on it. When the crowd heard this starting price, their eyes were like knives as they looked at Hui Bai. Hui Bai's face twitched. Good lord, this has become a public enemy? but he didn't care at all, as long as the collection arrived. So he decisively raised his hand and said, $118 million. $120 million. The one who called for the price was Zhang Qiqiang. For this heavenly sphere vase with a 5-clawed dragon, he was determined to get it. $121 million. $125 million. $168 million. Beads of sweat oozed out of Zhang Qiqiang's forehead as he wiped the sweat away and scanned the crowd with indignation. I just boasted that I must take it, and now the price has reached its limit. If we push it any further, we're going to lose face this time. Well, after a few breaths, no one continued to bid. It seems that this Tinglong bottle is also this price. Good. This collection belongs to Boss Zhang. Zhang Yang then pointed to the bank card account that had long been prepared on the side. This is Su and Su's oldest brother's account. Only if the account arrives within today can you take the collection. Don't worry. I, Zhang Qiqiang, have never been short of money. Zhang Qiqiang raised his head and said that he took a picture of the bank card and then edited the information to send it to his company's finance. The first heavenly sphere vase was successfully auctioned off, followed by the second. Chapter 22 3 heavy artifacts successfully auctioned out. This next Tianqiu vase is not big, but it has a profound meaning. The 8 immortals are connected, and it is also Dotsai plus Familrose. In both craftsmanship and form, it represents the pinnacle of official kills of the Qianlong period. Zhang Yang spoke a lot in one breath, not to mention, he really had the energy of an auctioneer. The starting bid is $66 million. $70 million. Immediately someone in the crowd raised their hand to bid. $72 million. Just as the crowd continued to raise the price, Su Wen received an arrival text message from the bank. When that series of numbers came into view, Su Wenrun was completely numb. He wanted to roar with excitement and anger, but he was afraid of making a fool of himself if he didn't respond. So you can only try to comfort yourself with the thought that it's just joy beans. 110 million for the first time. 110 million for the second time. 110 million for the third time. Congratulations, MS. Yuan, for successfully winning the 8 Immortals Lianli Ji Tianqiu vase. Payment this way, please. A beautiful woman in a white sheath dress with big waves, in her late 30s, was seen shimmying out of the crowd. With a winking smile on her face, she stared at Su Wen and, pulling out the business card case from the small black Gucci shoulder bag, he elegantly handed one to the other. Mr. Su wants money. There shouldn't be any rush. How about waiting until the last collection is auctioned? Su Wen took the business card. Yuan Naiching. Oh, that's of course, as long as MS. Yuan pays before she leaves. Collecting his business card, Su Wen took the initiative to greet Zhang Qiqiang. Boss Zhang, the money is in the account. The stuff is yours. Oh, really? I thought it would take a while for such a large sum of money to arrive, but I didn't realize it would be so fast. Okay then, I'll take the stuff. As he spoke, Zhang Qiqiang walked out of the ancient Shoujai holding the Tinglong Heavenly Sphere bottle with more care than holding a child. Not the slightest intention to linger any longer. It caused others who wanted another glimpse of this bottle to sigh. It has been felt that this bottle is a waste when given to someone who doesn't know what they are doing. A pig eating ginseng. It's just a hiccup and doesn't affect the rest of the auction. Zhang Yang was already getting better. He drank half a bottle of tea in one gulp and cleared his throat. The last item in the collection is from the Kanshi period of the Qing dynasty. A rare enameled open floral porcelain bowl on a pink background. I don't need to tell you about its artistry, but I guess everyone here can talk about it for 3 days and 3 nights. What is even more rare is that the enameling process was not yet pure during the Kanshi period, and the preciousness of being able to fire such a flawless porcelain bowl is evident. What's more, the bottom of this bowl is stamped with Kanshi Imperial. Hey, maybe this is still used by Master Kanshi O. Okay Zhang Yang, stop being poor, okay? Don't we understand what you're saying? Let's go straight to the starting price. The one who spoke was Fan Haiba. This old man is now in a depressed mood. I was thinking of picking up a leek, but I didn't think that a piece of it hadn't been auctioned yet. He was afraid that if Zhang Yang said a few more words, maybe the price of the bowl would have to be topped more. Zhang Yang glanced at him, not caring at all. Anyway, the higher the price the higher he got, the more he got high. Okay, I won't delay you all. This Qing Kanshi Imperial, pink bottom enameled open lightflower porcelain bowl. The starting bid is $130 million. As soon as this price came out, Su Wen's little heart, which had just been calm, once again beat with a thud. A bowl that was used by Asako Kong is worth $130 million? No, 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 it's only 130 million joy beans. Thinking about this made Su Wen's little heart feel better. 200 million. A few breaths later, a delicate call broke the calm. The person who made the bid was none other than Yuan Naiching beside Su Wen. The crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. It was obvious that they didn't want to give them a chance. The reason these people hesitated at first was not that they didn't want it, but that they were considering what price they should call for to make it more secure. Who would have thought that a rash person would come out halfway? $205 million. Fan Haiba almost gritted his back teeth to say this figure. Before he had time to be heartbroken, Yuan Niching immediately raised his hand. $220 million. Fan Haiba's blood pressure immediately came to 250, and he hurriedly took out his anti-hypertensive pills and ate 3 of them. He said with some trembling, Yuan, as far as I know you haven't even paid for the 8 Immortals Lianliji bottle just now. Oh, Fan Haiba implication has been very clear. Yuan Niching cannot break the rules, otherwise they will not agree with this group of old guys. Elder Fan, please also be at ease. Anyone has the freedom to call the price here. Zhang Yang first calmed Fan Haiba, then looked at Yuan Niching. Anyone who breaks the rules and delays everyone will not be able to attend similar events in the future. However, Yuan Niching was not moved at all, looking at the makeup mirror, with a look of success. So Zhang Yang continued to look at the crowd. Is there anyone else bidding? This price has been out of Zhang Yang's expectations, normally speaking, even if the Kangxi Imperial things, but also in the 180 million or so. Now that's a lot more than the price. So what's the point of having a bike? So a few breaths later, 220 million for the first time, 220 million for the second time, 220 million for the third time. Sold. Congratulations, Ms. Yuan, on winning this Kangxi Imperial Flower Porcelain Bowl. Please also pay as soon as possible, so as not to delay everyone's hour. As soon as the words fell, the others looked at Yuan Niching with an attitude that she would not stop until she paid. Before Suwon was shocked back to his senses by the price, the bank sent a text message indicating the arrival of the account, $330 million. It was too late to reminisce. Suwon hurriedly relieved Yuan Niching and said, the money and goods are clear. Ms. Yuan can take the 2 collections and leave at any time. Oh, okay. Yuan Niching just smiled faintly, as if what he had just given out was just more than 300 million joy beans, and then he made a phone call. Within 2 minutes, 2 tall, imposing men in security attire walked in. At her behest one person held a piece of the collection and left the Gashuzai. On the occasion of parting, Yuan Niching also raised his eyebrows towards Su Wen and said, in the future, if you have something good, you can contact me individually, and don't worry, the price will make you top. With that, he left the place with a wobble. Let me top that? This doesn't look like a good person nah. With 2 uninformed mourners gone, this impromptu auction must continue. Comparatively speaking, although high antique jade is not as artistic and circulating as porcelain, but the research value and collection value of high antique jade is also extraordinary. After all, generally speaking, thousands of years ago, the people who could have jade, all are not idle. In particular, those jade objects with carved dragons and phoenixes were only enjoyed by the top rulers. So next Suwon put 2 half-curved pieces of jade won, a jade song, and 2 jade ambers, as well as a huge well-preserved jade, all laid out, first for the remaining 10 people to taste. Originally, we did not hold much hope. After all, it is rare to have 3 authentic heavy artifacts, not to mention the age of the high antique jade. The current high antique jade market can be said to be full of fakes, and it is not an exaggeration to say that fakes are prevalent, but any collector who says something about owning one museum piece, don't even need to look, it's a proper fake. Chapter 23, High Antique Jade successfully auctioned. It was just that when Su Wen's batch of high antique jades were placed on the table, these people's eyes were about to fall out, because with their eyesight, with just a cursory sweep, they actually didn't see a single fake item inside. That's more like it. So the people led by Fan Haiba immediately gathered around, and you one piece and I one piece to scrutinize. There are also slurping sounds from time to time. Oops, this is an Eastern Han. Jade, my goodness, the jade quality, the decoration, the craftsmanship, the coating, the crust, the earth seepage, all match. Fan Haiba's eyes were glowing as he stroked the largest jade, even if he had not been this attentive to the old ladies at home. Immediately afterward, he took the jade in his arms. Xiao Su, I'll take this jade, and don't play that auction thing. I'm old and my heart can't take it. So little Su, you just make a direct offer. As long as it's a reasonable market price, I'll recognize any amount. The others sniffed and each held their favorite jade artifacts as well, and chimed in right behind them. The rest of the few who didn't get their hands on anything because they started too late in their hesitation could only weakly vocalize there that a few people were not being disciplined. Seeing this situation, Zhang Yang had no choice but to ask Suwon what he meant. That, elder brother Su, you've seen this situation. Everyone doesn't want to miss out on the real thing. Why don't you just make a real price and sell them early and make a good karma? Suwon, on the other hand, had an expression of looking down on the world, destroy it, love it, in his heart, though, He was more because he didn't understand the value of these things. So after pretending to be entangled, he said coldly, "In that case, then I'll have to trouble you, Boss Zhang, to estimate the price for me. I'll take a look first." "Ha, me?" Zhang Yang did not expect the other party to kick the ball to himself. "Although I have some research on miscellaneous jade, it is not a problem to estimate a price. It's just that a high valuation is bound to offend a bunch of collectors, but if the valuation is low, you'll offend the wealthy man behind you." But after some weighing, he decided that he'd rather offend the brat than the god of wealth. So he immediately took out the white paper and marked the price of the 6 pieces of high antique jade according to the general market price, which was slightly higher. The most expensive of them all, none other than the Eastern Han jade jadeite in Fan Haiba's arms, was offered $24 million outright. 2 semi-curved jade jewels opened at $11 million and $9 million, respectively. The 2 jade ambers, which could only be sold together because they were a pair, totaled a whopping $28 million. The cheapest is that jade song, priced at a mere $6 million. When the crowd looked at the price, they immediately stared at each other wide-eyed, like they were heartbroken and torn. Each of them felt that Zhang Yang was too unfriendly. After all these years of brotherhood, the price is still so top-notch. It's inhuman. Zhang Yang, on the other hand, looked curt and pointed to the written price, saying, "Elder brother Su, what do you think of this price?" Suwen would not have understood, but the deepness that should be there still had to be pretended. So then he stared at the numbers and frowned, then said with some regret, "What about this price? It's still a bit far from what I expected." What? Fan Haiba's cardiovascular vessels were once again stormed, so he hurriedly took out his anti-hypertensive pills and got high on 2 of them again. The others were chattering away. But, Suwen paused for a few breaths and then said, "I'm also dealing with everyone for the first time, so the price is naturally too high for unity. So let's just go with this price and consider it as making friends. It's just that it's a bit costly to make a friend." However, since Suwen didn't have the intention to raise the price again, then it was still considered that this kid had become a human being, and the crowd couldn't help but breathe a long sigh of relief. Even Fan Haiba wondered if he had just taken those 2 anti-hypertensive pills for nothing. So Fan Haiba stretched out his right hand, put his middle finger and ring finger together and cocked them, and then reached into his throat with a retch sound. 2 pills then appeared in the palm. After waiting for the crowd for another minute or two, seeing that everyone was a bit hesitant, Zhang Yang was a bit impatient instead. "I say, gentlemen, this is a 1-bite price. If you don't like it, put it down and don't block the way of the collectors behind you." Those few people with the collection in their arms immediately subconsciously looked behind them. It's not so bad if you don't look at it, but just now when you meet those guys' eyes that are about to spit fire, how dare you hesitate? Fan Haiba was the first to come forward and hurriedly took out his cell phone to take a picture of Su Wen's bank account number, and after editing the information, he sent it to his own finance. Others have followed suit and have operated as such. Less than half an hour before and after, all 5 were paid. Since the money and goods are clear, Suwen doesn't have much friendship with these people, so the crowd dispersed without chatting for a few sentences. The tea sets that were left at the end of the day were late Qing Republican goods that cost a few thousand or $10,000. Others who didn't buy the collection, naturally, weren't interested, so he left on his own without saying hello. Just as the last collector had left, Zhang Yang leaned over. "That old brother Su, do you want to take the rest of the collection back, or can you consign here?" Suwen casually asked without even thinking. "Sure, I'll set the price for you later, and I'll only charge you a commission on how much it sells anyway." Zhang Yang immediately nodded his head in response. After all, this was what he ate. Just as soon as the words were out of his mouth, he curtly moved forward. I wonder if old brother Su was still satisfied with old brother's performance this time. Well, not bad. Elder brother Zhang is still considered a generous person. It's worth continuing the cooperation next time. Satisfied Suwen naturally would not hide anything, so he directly said, Hey, happy with that? It's just that the one we talked about earlier." As he spoke, Zhang Yang stretched out his right hand and rubbed his 3 fingers together. Suwen then suddenly realized, the original is to be divided. Almost did not get overexcited to forget this crop. Since the other party was generous, Suwen didn't mind sharing a piece of the other party's pie. He immediately took a side of the calculator, crackling in front of his face to calculate once. No more no less, just 580 million. How much do you think is appropriate to take? Suwen didn't make an offer, but instead backtracked and faintly said, Nima, didn't we agree on 2% up to 20 million per unit and 1% over 20 million? This kid looks honest, but he's got a lot of heart. However, the current situation was that people were the chopping board of a sword and I was the meat of a fish. If one dared to ask for a lion's share of the money, not to mention Su Wen's willingness to give it or not, Even if they are willing to give it, it's probably the only time they'll ask God for it. So he gritted his teeth and said in a consultative tone, "How about $5 million? $5 million, less than 1% of the total price, is quite acceptable. Alright, it's still early, let's go to the bank and transfer money together." "Ah, fine, I'll drive and come along." Zhang Yang immediately farted to get the car keys, living like a 40-year-old good boy. In fact, there is no wonder that he is so excited. According to reason, he operates Bushio Zhaisai's is also considered a boss. But in fact, a year down, put aside the rent, labor and all kinds of miscellaneous fees and so on, at best, can fall hundreds of thousands of dollars. In bad business years, it is equivalent to the income of a better wage earner. And this day down actually directly profit 5 million. This down is equal to dry 10 years of earnings. And it didn't cost anything. At most it offended some so-called old friends. Could an old friend be more fragrant than W? Never. If there are a few more of these big deals, why would he, Zhang Yang, open a store? Just lay back and enjoy life as a ball. Thinking about this, Zhang Yang's hands were shaking even as he held the steering wheel. Frightened, Su Wen immediately tightened his seatbelt. Chapter 24, Continuing Online Shopping, Renting an Apartment. It was a good thing there was a scare and we soon came to the bank. A big customer like Su Wen didn't even have to wait in line. The lobby manager personally led him into the VIP room and served him tea and water. Pro must of course ask whether to do financial services, to which Su Wen heart his water. Most of that money isn't his, and it's not even his turn to make the call, so it was only arranged to raise the internet banking transfer limit to the highest level. And according to the current conditions that Su Wen has, it can only reach a maximum of 10 million for a single transaction and a daily limit of 50 million. You can only move up to a single maximum of $20 million and a daily limit of $100 million if you have maintained $100 million or more in account deposits for a full year. Okay, 50 million daily transfers, barely enough. For this reason the bank specially gave Su Wen a gold card. Although it wasn't supreme black gold yet, it was still a status symbol. Immediately after the transfer of 5 million to Zhang Yang, some operation down even if the other party is interbanking did not receive a penny handling fees. This rich man's life is so comfortable. And after the $5 million arrived, Zhang Yang didn't want to leave, but stood there waiting for himself. So Su Wen asked, "I say, Mr. Zhang, is there anything else?" "It's alright old brother. I'm not seeing that it's getting late and I want to treat you to a meal," Zhang Yang said with a careful face. Su Wen waved his hand in a slightly tired manner. "Okay old brother Zhang, all tossed and turned for a day. Dinner and drinks will be exempted. This cooperation is quite pleasant. In the future there are heavy weapons. I will also look for you. Hey, line. As long as old brother Su is satisfied, then in that case, I'll send you home by the way. Anyway, by the way, worthy of being in the service industry, Zhang Yang does know how to behave." However, Qin Tian still let him go ahead on the grounds that he had something to do. After all, it was just a partnership. There was no need to let the other party know their bottom line. If the other party saw that he lived in an old raggedy house, they might speculate about his identity. So after watching the other party leave, Su Wen first took a short walk to clear his head. Only then did he take a cab and head for home. "I passed by a Sichuan restaurant that I had been to only yesterday and immediately went in and ordered 4 hardcore dishes. Spicy boiled fish, broiled squid, boiled pork slices, marinated beef, and a bowl of cucumber skin and egg soup, plus 2 bottles of Pure Life. Think of it as a treat for yourself." Opened the beer, into the mouth of the bottle thud down half of the bottle, clipped a piece of beef, chewed it, and pondered what to do next. "The only reason why I dared to make only a small effort some days ago was because there were only a few $1 million on the books. With this amount of money, it is estimated that supporting the 71st Division will only be barely enough. But now it is not the same. Lying on the account of more than 580 million, Su Wen's mind is also more and more active. Just having food, drink, and medicine is at best looking glamorous. When it comes to the battlefield, you can't do it without some good stuff. It seems that weapons and ammunitions must be laid out early to be effective. Just where to start? This must be considered in the long run. The reason I didn't consider it before was because I was shy. It's like when you go to a gold store and ask someone to beat a pair of $10 gold earrings out of you. By the same token, you take tens of millions to talk to the Ministry of Equipment about arms deals. People will think you're here to bash them and insult them. That's a heck of a lot of millions. And I don't think you can even afford a single missile. Moreover, Su Wen had long heard that weaponry didn't seem to be very expensive. The only thing that was expendable was ammunition. As long as the war is prolonged, it is bound to be consuming. So often, military industrial units use ammunition sales as a money-making breakthrough. Luckily, Su Wen only wanted to help the equipment department empty some of its coffers, so he shouldn't be asking for anything. Thinking about this, Su Wen couldn't help but have a brain ache. This is no money when the trouble. Rich and still worry. This meow is not rich for nothing? Forget it, let's take one step at a time. It's still early for the 1-month deadline anyway, and the 800 square meter warehouse is still empty, so let's get the civilian supplies done first. So immediately afterward, Soo-won, while drinking and eating meat in a big mouthful, operated his cell phone in a big horse and tapped on the spelling UUU. Additional order for 10,000 sets of military uniforms. Then 10,000 pairs of rubber shoes. Additional 20 barrels of penicillin powder. 100,000 cans direct. 500 barrels of lard. It also occurred to me that as we are about to enter the fall and winter, it would be better to help private enterprises to take stock of their inventory. After a few rounds of bargaining, a full set of padded cotton dress shirt and pants added together was only $55. Of course, there were the usual rules. No logos or packaging, which the other party readily agreed to. Then why hesitate? Order 20,000 sets straight away. Clothes have cotton, shoes cannot be missing. The military anti-open line models 50 yuan a pair. Bargaining 35 yuan. After all, a large amount of it. A total of 30,000 pairs. The only requirement is still no logos or packaging. This makes the businessman puzzled. But since it is the customer's request, it can only tearfully earn a few more dollars packing fee. So the meal lasted over 2 hours and 6 beers were consumed. One look at the bank balance and it just cost less than 10 million. At this moment, Soo-won truly and profoundly understood the plight of the rich. Money can be an annoyance if you have too much of it. It was 8 p.m. when I got home. After a quick wash, Soo-won, who had worked hard all day, fell back to sleep. Long nights without dreams. I don't know if it's dropsy in the pocket, but it seems like I've been sleeping well lately. I woke up naturally before 9 a.m. and got dressed for breakfast. First go and rent the new room. After all, promised the landlord's sister to move within a week. Do people still have to be honest? It's quite convenient to rent an apartment now, and the agent took Soo-won to see it this morning after making an appointment to see it last night. Northgate is not a bad neighborhood. Elevator house on the 6th floor, 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. Rent of 50,000 per year, including underneath parking. Nima, this is not bullying the rich. So Soo-won grinded for a while and managed to kill the price by 2,000 and finally sold it for $48,000. Directly paid a year's rent. The other party also thoughtfully sent Soo-won for a month. It seems that after having money there are really good people everywhere now. Looking at the line on his body, it was unimpressive. A cheap working man's image. Spelling Yuki's $100 3-piece set is completely unworthy of what you have today. So out of the neighborhood I turned left and right and bought a body of Benelux. Then it was time to take a taxi straight to the ideal 4S. The reason why I bought the car was still because I just needed it. First of all, because of the business of talking about a million upwards, there is no car cannot be. And secondly, the provincial city limit must be green license plate. The last is that the hybrid is better for long distances, which makes it easier to get back home, doesn't it? Just walked into the 4S and was drawn to the L6 at the entrance. The exterior is sleek and rounded, tech-savvy, and not too expensive. Within $300,000. The lady also introduced it very carefully, saying something about how the car can be used as a mobile KTV. Just as Soo-won was immersed in the young lady's tongue-spitting explanation, a familiar and piercing voice suddenly shouted towards him, "Soo-won, why are you here?" Soo-won was then stunned. Didn't he say that old death was not a good thing? Just as I turned my head, I saw my heavily made-up ex-girlfriend, Liao Shuachin, in a floral dress. On his left arm, a man in his 30s or 40s with a receding hairline and gold-rimmed glasses was coming this way in style. Chapter 25, Buying a Car. What? You own this place? I can't come? Soo-won didn't have the heart to chat with him and directly disliked him. Brother, watch what you say. What's the point of showing off with a woman? The man with glasses naturally couldn't see his female companion being disliked, and immediately reminded him, pay attention to what? Did I say something wrong? It's you, brother, who should mind your own woman and not cause trouble everywhere. Soo-won looked down at the man with glasses who was half a head shorter than himself and said without any fear, now, let alone fight with him, even if it is compared to the body of his own family, he can play him to death. Seeing that the atmosphere is tense, Liao Shuachin was afraid that her male partner would suffer, and hurriedly came over to console him. Brother Hao, let's not get down on our level with a courier. Hao laughed badly and patted her hand. Oh, that's right, let's still buy a car is important. Then he looked at Soo-won's side. The playful shopping guide lady, Beauty, introduce us to the car? Seeing that the shopping guide lady was a little hesitant in front of Soo-won, after all, the explanation must also have a first come first served. Right, how directly provoked. Pretty girl, look at him like that. Can he afford a car? Better come and serve us. The young lady was about to walk towards Hao's side between hesitations. After all, it was that side that was more powerful anyhow. Even for the sake of performance, he could only choose to offend Su Wen's side. Wait, how much does the L9 top match cost on the ground? Su Wen faintly asked. The L9 landed close to 470,000. The young lady just replied casually and didn't take it seriously. However, the next thing he saw was Su Wen pulling out his bank gold card and looking provocatively at Hao and Liao Shuoqin. Full credit card, want the L9 top of the line. The young lady subconsciously accepted the bank card with both hands and reminded, that sir, you don't need me to introduce you to L9? No need, just slowly introduce me after buying. Su Wen lightly said. No way, Liao Shuoqin said with some anger. You even bought me a cell phone in installments. Where did you get the money to buy a car? Beauty, don't let him fool you. Oh, cheat or not cheat right away have their own tell. And, trouble you read more books. Have not heard of 30 years east of the river 30 years west of the river? After Su Wen said that, he followed the young lady with an apprehensive face and headed to the finance room. In less than a minute, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she heard the successful transfer tone. Then he respectfully handed Su Wen his bank card, and Liao Shuoqin, who was originally prepared to watch him laugh, was stunned. It's only been a few days since the breakup, and Su Wen can actually be salty? And without blinking an eye, he took the $500,000 car in full payment. Could it be that he's still some kind of hidden rich kid? No way? Liao Shuoqin looked chagrined and instantly felt that Hao beside her didn't smell good anymore. Incidentally, the hands holding each other were much lighter. Su Wen, where did you get the money? Liao Shuoqin said with some reluctance. Su Wen didn't pay any attention to her, just glanced at her with a mocking look, and then filled out the relevant car purchase information on his own. The other party was so angry that her silver teeth were clenched to the point of clicking, so she vigorously held Hao's hand and said, Hao, let's buy L9 too. Hao sniffed and then froze. Who the hell doesn't want to buy a luxury car? But when a sparrow eats fava beans, he has to consider whether the chrysanthemums can stand it or not. So he hurriedly pulled Liao Shuoqin to the side and directly said, Serenity, I can only buy L6 on my budget, and I have to take out a loan. So how can I buy L9? Why don't we pull out? With the words having been said, how could the two stay? So they hurriedly left at a quick pace. Glancing at the back of that pair of raucous dogs and men sprinting away, Su Wen felt that the air was much fresher. The car, today is certainly not to mention. After all, still have to prepare what? Su Wen carried the gifts, put his hands in his pockets, shook his spirit, and did not take away a cloud. If you don't say it's still a rich man's life that's comfortable, this spending $500,000 is no different than spending $50. But a while back, I guess it would have hurt him to make Su Wen spend $50 at a time. I had just gotten into a cab and was ready to go home when I received a short message from Shuoqin Liao. Su Wen, why did you delete my friends and pull the plug? You're so cruel. Can't we be friends after we broke up? I'll be your old man's piece of iron. Su Wen cursed in his heart. When he had no money, he didn't think this woman was so hateful, but after he had money, the more he thought about it, the more disgusting he felt. How could I have been blind to her in the first place? Alas, really blinded by lard. Compared to Yang Ernie, the disciple he had only just taken in, it was like heaven and earth. So immediately sent a text message, Stupid X. Get out. It was then deleted along with the cell phone number plus Leahy. Parallel time, 1935, Shanxi Province, a few hundred kilometers away from Yanchuan County, in Chang'an City, inside a grocery store. Yang Hui, who is a liaison officer and shopkeeper of the underground party, is now holding two thumb-sized sealed glass bottles, carefully surveying some white powder at the bottom of the bottle. He said with a puzzled look on his face, Special Agent Wang, is this the new anti-inflammatory medicine we got? Why is it so little? Actually, I don't blame him for asking. The most commonly used anti-inflammatory drugs in this day and age, sulfonamides, are much more potent than penicillin in each injection, and the penicillin powder that Su Wen brought over contained 1.6 million units per gram. Even penicillin, developed in the United States of America in the latter part of World War II, had a maximum of 400,000 units. So, for that amount of medicine there is enough for 4 adults. If you want the best results, then a direct injection is sufficient. Looking at the other party with a look of not having seen the world, Wang Yi said with some smugness, Don't underestimate this powder. It's been clinically tested. Those of our soldiers who were seriously infected due to gunshot wounds were all pulled back from the ghost gate by using this medicine. And yeah, just this bit of medicine is perfectly capable of treating 2 patients for wound infections, lung infections, coughs, fevers, colds, and red eyes. And there are almost no after effects. So, Wang Yi blew penicillin directly into a divine medicine in one breath. And Yang Hui was confused but did not dare to doubt it. After all, Party members in this day and age. That's 100% trust in the organization. Since the other party took out such a valuable drug and gave it to him, he should have a mission. So he asked, "That's Special Agent Wang, is there a mission? Please also instruct." Wang Yi nodded with satisfaction. "You guessed right. The organization wants to open up the Chang'an, and even the entire Shaanxi province market through this new anti-inflammatory drug, which it uses to earn more money. I resolutely obey the organization's arrangement." After saying some words of loyalty first, Yang Hui then asked, "Then what price does this medicine sell for exactly?" Wang Yi immediately held out 2 fingers, 2 small yellow fish per bottle. Put. Yang Hui, who was drinking water, almost didn't choke out a good deal. He patted his chest and coughed. Ahem. Wang. Special Agent Wang. Now sulfanilamide is also only a small yellow fish. This penicillin sells too. Anyone buy? Wang Yi deflated his mouth. This kind of questioning words he had also raised to the organization, but was refuted on the spot. In a desperate attempt to fulfill the mission, Wang Yi good reason to apply for 2 penicillin dry powder, as a trial product to open sales. You will go to the National Hospital tomorrow to market this medicine, without mentioning money first, so that they will come to you voluntarily after trying it. Yang Hui only hesitated a little before answering. Okay, resolutely complete the task. Chapter 26, Yang Hui. Only after Special Agent Wang left did Yang Hui pack up the store and close it for arrest. Lying on his back, he couldn't help but mutter inwardly as he looked at the small vial of pills in his hand. Will this medicine work? It's not as much as the coarse salt they put in when they eat at home. If this medicine was really so useful, then my own dad who had an epidemic should be able to get better with this medicine. But there's no use thinking too much about it now. We won't know until we take these 2 bottles of medicine to the hospital tomorrow and try them out first. If this stuff is really good, it's not too late to apply for some more from the organization for my own father. Yang Bai. Early the next morning, hanging a closed today sign at the door, Yang Hui took the medicine and headed for the provincial hospital. He and the hospital director were old acquaintances, and the other party also belonged to the category of intermediaries who sympathized with the revolution, so the relationship was quite manageable. If you don't say that the provincial hospital is formal, not only the environment is clean and tidy, the doctors and nurses are all colorful white coats. I really don't know when the Soviet Union will have such conditions. With this in mind, Yang Hui lightly arrived at Dean Zhang Huadong's office. When he raised his eyes, he saw that the other party was napping, and it seemed that he should have been busy all night last night. Yang Hui was not polite and knocked on the door. Knock knock. Dean Zhang, I didn't disturb your sleep, did I? Zhang Huatong, who was awakened, pinched his brow, didn't even bother to lift his eyes, and said breathlessly, "Is there any disturbance? Can't you boys see?" Yang Hui bristled and hurriedly took out his foreign cigarettes, handed one over, and attentively lit it for him. Oops, it's my fault. Later at noon, I'll buy you a drink. As an atonement, how about it? Don't come. Zhang Huatong gave him a blank look. You kid has always been a good sport about nothing. Say, do you want alcohol or gauze this time? I think you said last time that your donkey accidentally fell and needed bandaging, right? I don't know. Why does this old man have such a good memory? The last time Yang Hui was trying to gather medical supplies for the troops, all he said was that his own donkey had broken his leg and needed a lot of alcohol and gauze. I can't believe this guy remembers. Yang Hui was too lazy to explain to him at this moment, only to see him tap the desktop. Pa, I say, great Dean Zhang, can you not look down on people so much? Did I say I'm here to buy medicine? Couldn't I have come to deliver the medicine? Zhang Huatong spat out smoke rings from his mouth, flicked his fingers and said disdainfully, send medicine? Ha, to tell you, I am here as a regular hospital. You what rat's medicine? Dogskin plaster cannot send to this. What about the anti-inflammatory medicine? Yang Hui raised his eyebrows and said directly, sulfanilamide? Zhang Huatong stood up excitedly, but immediately resumed his chair. You can forget it. If you can get sulfa, why do you need to ask me for alcohol gauze? I'm telling you Dean Chang, that's sulfa stuff. Dogs don't even use it on my side of the family. We use it all the time now. Yang Hui did not blush or jump when he said this, worthy of being an old underground party member. His psychological quality is excellent. Then it was time to pull 2 thumb-sized glass bottles out of his pocket, while the bottoms of the bottles were only thinly covered with a layer of yellow powder. What is this? Zhang Huatong was confused, although he didn't believe that this was an anti-inflammatory medicine, but curiosity drove him to ask. Hey, this is called penicillin. Don't look at just a tiny bit. This is a cure for all diseases. Yang Hui immediately opened the self-selling boast. After all, to sell the product, naturally have to brag first. Let me tell you this medicine is not only anti-inflammatory and antiseptic, it can also cure red eyes, stomach ache, fever, cough. Zhang Huatong was able to patiently listen to the other party bragging at first, but when he heard that this medicine could cure anything, He couldn't wait to immediately strangle the bastard in front of him. Do you really think you're a gavel? I'm not fooled by you. Stop. What's wrong? I'm not finished here. Yang Hui was talking vigorously and was naturally a bit upset by this interruption. Zhang Huatong pointed at the door. You, get out. Don't bother me here. Seeing that the other party does not go on, Yang Hui anxiously said, this is really a miracle medicine. Do not believe you try it. Human life is at stake. Who dares to try? You? The overwhelmed Zhang Huatong spoke angrily. Just as the two were at a standstill, a nurse's sister shouted from outside the door. Dean Zhang, the patient who just underwent surgery last night is experiencing postoperative complications and has a high fever. You should hurry and take a look. Fine. I'll come over right away. Not caring about Yang Hui, Zhang Huatong immediately rushed out of the office. Yang Hui's eyes rolled and he immediately followed. When he came to the ward, he saw 4 or 5 adults sitting around the sick window, and by the clothes they should be of great importance, and the child on the bed was flushed and breathing heavily. The chest ribs were similarly wrapped in gauze, with blood faintly oozing out. Dean Zhang, you have to save my baby. The woman who looked like the child's mother pleaded with a sobbing voice. Zhang Huatong turned over the child's pupils. The pupils are a little lax, obviously caused by high fever. You have to reduce the inflammation and fever immediately. Zhang Huatong immediately came to a conclusion, but then regretted. But there's no anti-inflammatory medicine now. Dean Zhang, any amount of money will do. Can you please help? An old man in a silk tunic pleaded. Alas, sulfanilamide is now a controlled drug, and the hospital doesn't have it. Zhang Huatong said helplessly with an anxious face. In fact, this child is just playful accidentally broke ribs, and then stabbed the lungs. Although the operation is very successful, the only fear of infection, especially without anti-inflammatory medication, it's such a minor surgery that many patients may not survive. Just as the people in the ward were all at their wits' end, Yang Hui lifted up the medicine bottle and said loudly, I have anti-inflammatory medicine here. Not Yang Hui, why haven't you left yet? Zhang Huatong said and was about to blast this beckoning drug dealer out. Wait, the old man interrupted the two of them from tearing themselves apart. Since you have medicine, hurry up and use it. If you want money we have plenty in the Wu family. Afraid of the other party's misunderstanding, Zhang Huatong immediately explained. Old Mr. Wu, the origin of this medicine is unknown. Our hospital doesn't dare to use it, now that it was on fire. Wu Yingjia immediately grabbed Yang Hui's arm and said with fierce eyes, Late born, this medicine of yours can really reduce inflammation? Looking at the expression on the other party's face, Yang Hui's heart tightened, instead making him a little out of breath. That, and I've heard it's been clinically tested and works pretty well. Hearing the words clinical trial, Zhang Huatong felt that his specialty had been insulted. A fake drug dealer actually knows about clinical trials. Immediately tugging at his collar, he said, if you kid dares to talk any more nonsense, I'll immediately send you to the patrol room. Alright, Wu Yingjie paused the cane in his hand. Just use this scion's medicine, and if anything goes wrong, our Wu family will be responsible for it ourselves. Originally Zhang Huatong wanted to persuade a few words, but looked at the child. Still high fever does not go down, has begun to appear spasm, so I had to ask about this penicillin and hurriedly mixed the powder with distilled water. I thought the fake drug would have deposits, but I didn't realize it would melt in water. I was a little puzzled, but I inhaled the syringe stiffly, injected into the child in full view of the ward. Chapter 27 Penicillin is incredibly effective. When the treatment was done, the child's mother anxiously said, President Zhang, will this medicine work? Zhang Huatong put down the syringe and looked at Yang Hui, who was standing in the doorway. Whether it will work or not, we can only wait. Saying that, he lifted Yang Hui and came to the flower bed outside the house, pointing at his nose and said, You kid is in big trouble. What trouble? I'm not doing this to save people. Yang Hui was full of disdain. He's a member of the underground. He's seen it all. He'll be a good man again in 18 years. Zhang Huatong couldn't wait to kick him twice and lowered his voice. Do you know who Elder Wu is? Whoever he is, isn't it also impossible to get anti-inflammatory medicine? Yang Hui yawned, not too concerned. Immediately after that, Zhang Huatong told all about the background of the Wu family. It turns out that old man Wu Yingjie was a passionate young man and participated in the anti-Qing revolution. He later came out again to support the revolution during the Northern Expedition and was a veteran of the Kuomintang. Even Chiang Kai-shek had to call out senior when he saw them, and obediently served tea and water. The influence is still there, although he later quit the National Party because he was not happy with a series of Chiang Kai-shek's practices, especially in the northwest of this territory. Who of the various military and political dignitaries would not give him face? And his oldest son, still a Major General Division commander of the Central Army, is one of the few elite members of the National Army in the Northwest. That's why the Wu family is basically unchallenged in the local area. But this suspected Red Party member, Yang Hui, actually dared to sell fake medicine to his grandson. Isn't this a case of the old man eating arsenic and living too long? Yang Hui sniffed, although he seemed calm on the surface. But in his heart, he was still a little scared. I don't know if it was my luck or the other guys. Originally, he had only intended to sell penicillin in a low profile, but he hadn't expected to provoke such a character. But the wood has been turned, and now we can only hope that this medicine really cures all diseases, as Special Agent Wang said. As time passed by, Zhang Huatong sent 2 big-bladed cafeteria ants to guard Yang Hui on the left and right. Nominally, it was said to be protection, but in reality, it was to prevent the Wu family from being unable to find Yang Hui after he escaped and taking it out on Zhang Huatong's hospital. Half an hour later, "Mother, I'm thirsty." A faint cry came from the throat of the child in the hospital bed. The woman with the red, swollen eyes immediately exclaimed to the door, wake up, doctor, nurse, my son, he's awake." This voice almost didn't scare the doorway garden site sitting is Yang Hui. He hurriedly wiped the corner of his mouth, got up and came to the ward. Then Zhang Huatong, who was the attending physician, also trotted over. After signaling the family to be quiet, after examining the child, Zhang Huatong beamed with joy. He said with a long breath, "It's still a bit of a low-grade fever, but the temperature has come down quite a bit, and with some extra hydration, you'll be fine in no time." Wu Jie took the back of his hand and touched his grandson's forehead. Frowning, "Dean Zhang, why is it still a bit hot? Why don't you give my grandson another shot?" "To be honest, old Mr. Wu, just now if it was not an emergency situation, I would never dare to take the risk of indiscriminate use of medication, and this penicillin I have never heard of at all, nor have I done clinical testing." Zhang Huatong was somewhat embarrassed. "Who says it hasn't been clinically tested?" Yang Hui drilled out of the crowd with a dejected face. "This penicillin has saved a lot of lives on our end, has been clinically tested, and has virtually no after effects." Zhang Huatong was just about to retort when he couldn't help but remember that when he examined the child just now, it is true that there was no dizziness, nausea, or rash, which is common after sulfa use. Could it be that this medicine is really as magical as Yang Hui said? Zhang Huatong had just focused on getting medicine to save people, and suddenly remembered what Yang Hui said about having to skin test before using medicine. So he asked, "By the way, Yang Hui, I didn't have time to do a skin test just now. What is this skin test you speak of?" "What?" Yang Hui's eyes widened. "How can you be a doctor and dare to give injections without even doing a skin test?" He kept it in his mind because Special Agent Wang told him before he left that he must take a skin test before using penicillin. "What do you mean by skin test?" "As a doctor," Zhang Huatong asked without shame. So Yang Hui explained patiently as Special Agent Wang had said. Only then did Zhang Huatong come to a realization and turned a bit fearful. If you really have an allergic reaction, this penicillin can be a harmful poison. And listening to Yang Hui's words, it is clear that this anti-inflammatory drug has undergone extensive clinical testing. How else could even a layman like him know about things like hypodermic observation? That Yang Hui, take out the bottle of medicine you have left and give the child another shot. Zhang Huatong was not polite and directly reached out. Yang Hui hurriedly covered his pockets and pretended to be heartbroken. Didn't he just play already? Healer, this is not the child is still a little fever. And then a shot to reduce inflammation. Zhang Huatong came over with a pleasing face. Wu Jie immediately arched his hand when he saw this. Mr. Yang, this time, my old man is indebted to you for being able to save my grandson's life. I, the Wu family, will definitely keep this in my heart and will definitely repay you generously in the future. Yang Hui hurriedly supported Wu Jie, took out the remaining bottle of medicine in his pocket, and atmospherically said, Old Mr. Wu mustn't be polite. Saving the child is important. Let's talk about money or not. Zhang Huatong pulled the corner of his mouth. This mother ***** Yang Hui is really a treacherous businessman. They're all in the money, and they're still pretending to be benevolent. So I grabbed the medicine and diluted the penicillin again, as he had done before. I say, Great Dean Zhang, can you not be in a hurry? Yang Hui said with some anger. You don't see how little this medicine is, but it's just a dime a dozen, and it's perfectly adequate for 2 patients, so you'd better keep half of it this time. Zhang Huatong was shocked. If it really had this effect, it would be a miracle in the history of medicine. No wonder the son of a said sulfa is on his side and dogs don't use it. With this, who the hell uses sulfa? Using half of the clinical tests done on your side as well? Zhang Huatong asked in passing. This is natural. Yang Hui raised his head and said confidently. Okay, listen to you. Zhang Huatong gritted his teeth. Before fully understanding penicillin usage, he could only choose to trust the other party. As expected, after half a penicillin was pushed into the child's buttocks, There was no adverse reaction whatsoever, except for some initial stinging, since a large dose of penicillin had just been administered. This second shot of, within half an hour the child's face was back to normal, and not only were the body indicators stable, but they were also continuously hungry. As a mature underground worker as well as a businessman, Yang Hui knew that it was time for him to leave with a wave of his sleeve. Brother Yang Hui. Brother Yang Hui. Not long after walking out of the hospital with his hands behind his back, Yang Hui was called by Zhang Huatong. Why are you leaving so quickly? Mr. Wu hasn't thanked you yet. Yang Hui waved his hand. I said this medicine is a free trial. I definitely don't charge for it, so you can thank old Mr. Wu for me. After saying that, he turned around and left in a dashing manner, with a look of treating money like dirt. Brother Yang, don't be in a hurry to leave first. Old brother, I'll treat you to a drink at the Chang'an dining hall, can't I? Zhang Huatong gritted his teeth and hurriedly said. Hearing this, Yang Hua slowly stopped his footsteps and said slightly helplessly, okay, old brother Zhang, I'm looking at our friendship for so many years. Oh, yes, it's my honor for brother Yang to show his face. Zhang Huatong said heartily. I've heard that the gourd chicken at the Chang'an dining hall is good. Is that true? Yeah, let's just have goulash chicken. Chapter 28, Successful Selling and Starting a Company. The two walked into the Chang'an dining hall and found a quiet corner to sit in. Yang Hui pretended to push the menu, and then he was not polite and ordered 6 dishes in one breath. The heartache made Zhang Huatong's face twitch. Looking at the other parties left and right, eating with his mouth full of oil, Zhang Huatong couldn't help but ask, that brother Yang, didn't you have breakfast? How do you know? Yang Hui tore into the gourd chicken and lapped it up. I wasn't in a hurry to deliver your medicine, so I didn't have time to eat. So this kid is ready to eat big early in the morning. Zhang Huatong heard a burst of abdominal slander. Fawning smile. Hey, that is really hard for you, huh? That's right. Yang Hui wiped his greasy mouth. It's easy for me to let you save lives. Immediately afterward, the two men pushed their glasses, ate their food and drank their wine. Originally thought that Yang Hui would take the initiative to mention the matter of anti-inflammatory drugs, but I never thought that this guy would only focus on eating food and drinking wine, and shut up about penicillin. Seeing that the wine and food were almost finished, Zhang Huatong could only take the initiative. By the way, brother Yang, do you still have that penicillin? Our hospital wants to buy some. Yang Hui showed a hint of cunning in his eyes. This is not coming. He choked on his drink. Yes there is. It's just that it's a bit pricey. How much is one? Zhang Huatong's face was tense, afraid that the other party would name a sky-high price. Yang Hui reached out and compared it to a 2 little yellow fish apiece. For this effect, are 2 small yellowtail expensive? Not expensive at all. On the contrary, Zhang Huatong thought it was unrealistically cheap. The anti-inflammatory drugs such as sulfa, which are full of side effects, have to be a box of small yellow fish, and there is no price for this. Penicillin, on the other hand, is just a tiny bit as a fingernail, and is at least 5 times more effective at reducing inflammation than sulfa, and one can also be 2 shots. For this efficacy, what else do you need a bicycle? But in business, proper kills have to be had. Zhang Huatong, who was having a heart attack, said with a difficult expression on his face. So expensive? Brother Yang, our hospital looks good, but in fact, our economy isn't too generous. Can we? Before the words of complaint could be uttered, Zhang Huatong met Yang Hui's contemptuous eyes. That look seemed to say, pretend. You pretend as hard as you can. See if I sell you or not, you're done. Oops. Okay. As long as all of brother Yang's medicines have this effect, 2 is 2. I'll buy 5 first. Zhang Huatong also stopped squirming and directly said, okay, 2 days at the latest. I'll personally send it to your hands. When the time comes, one hand pays, one hand takes the medicine. Yang Hui said with stern eyes. Originally, I thought there would be some difficulties in marketing penicillin, but I didn't expect to get the first business so smoothly. And Yang Hui believes that once the hospital side opens up sales, as long as the effect is significant, it won't take long for penicillin to take the province by storm. When the time comes, not only will the mission be accomplished, but you will also be able to make a connection in the process, which is simply heavenly. But the only thing to worry about now is there that much of such a good drug based? August 22nd. After these few days of shopping, Suwon could be said to be busy. Even though most things are ordered online, you still have to do things like receiving and signing for them yourself. You can't just give it to Shanbei without even looking at it when it arrives at the warehouse, can you? This is not irresponsible to the customers. Moreover, because of a series of large purchases of civilian goods, Suwon had managed to attract the attention of the tax and other departments. After all, you can buy dozens of tons of grain and say you eat it yourself, but thousands of hose and 10,000 pairs of rubber shoes. Do you use them for yourself as well? Suvan had no choice but to file the required tax return. There was nothing wrong with paying taxes. It was just that this made it a bit overwhelming for Suvan to do other things. So after a few thoughts, he felt he had to set up his own trading company to do so. Moreover, with the increasing amount of materials being purchased, it is more efficient to leave many things such as contacting merchants and bargaining to subordinates. As for running the company to approve procedures for this kind of thing, Suwan also do not intend to do it personally, so immediately in a city website to release recruitment information. Intend to hire an assistant general manager who will specialize in company approvals, staffing, etc. As for the educational requirements, after all, the job content is not complicated, and the mere requirement of a college is sufficient. However, some work experience is necessary, and treatment Suwan bit his teeth and came directly to a 30,000 monthly salary plus 5 insurance and 1 gold plus performance. Since he was his own boss, Suwan naturally wouldn't treat him harshly. The day after the job posting was just sent out, Suwan received a dozen job applications before he had time to react. It seems like the treatment should still be pretty enticing. After the initial screening, Suwan selected 5 men and 2 women to enter the interview stage, and the location of the interview, Suwan directly selected in the logistics park warehouse side. After all, in the future the receipt of goods, such small things have to be handed over to the people under the people. Gotta familiarize them with the environment ahead of time. What I had expected was that 5 people just heard that the interview was held in a warehouse and immediately declined the invitation to interview. Of the remaining 1 man and 1 woman, the man just looked at the environment of the warehouse and dropped the sentence, "Pure waste of time," then immediately turned away. Seeing that the last interviewer smiled awkwardly towards himself and seemed to have the idea of leaving as well, Suwan hurriedly said, "Sister Wan, don't rush off yet. This interviewer is named Wan Xia. This year's 30-something years old. The image of competent, Suwan called Big Sister is not wrong. Boss Su, is there anything else you need?" Wan Xia politely said. Suwan waved his hand. "Nothing much. I just wanted to tell you that even though my company isn't set up yet, if you could join it, the company would be up and running in no time. And I'll advance you a month's salary in the hopes that you'll stay and help me." Wan Xia was a bit incredulous. "No, Mr. Su, but you haven't interviewed me yet. How can you be sure I'm suitable for your company?" Suwan spread his hands and said helplessly, "Do I have a choice?" Wan Xia was first stunned, then laughed. He, also right ha, only I'm left. Indeed I don't need to interview. But, Mr. Su, if I join your team, how long is the internship period? No need for an internship. Instant transfer. Just the preliminary work, maybe more. Suwan frankly said. "Alright, Mr. Su, I'll give it a try then." Wan Xia nodded slightly. It didn't matter if it was hard work or not. It's okay to be a little tired as long as the paycheck cashes in and relieves the financial pressure of raising a child on her own. I had thought that Suvan's comment about an advance on his salary was just talk. I had no idea that Wan Xia just added Suwan WeChat. The other side directly transferred to her $30,000. And note, advance salary. "Mr. Su, there's no need for this. It's not too late to send it out next month," Wan Xia said with some alarm. "Since I promised you, I definitely have to do what I said. Just take it, it's what you deserve," Suwan explained. Wan Xia just hesitated for a moment and then directly clicked on collect. Suwan immediately loosened up quite a bit. Since the other party had received money, then he was good enough to command it to do something. And Wan Xia lived up to her promise and took the initiative to ask Suwan what type of company he planned to open. The first thing you have to do is to register the company name. And after screening, Suwan chose HX for the 2 letters of the alphabet. As for the moral, those who know it naturally understand it. Chapter 29, Preparations before returning to Shanxi province. The next step is the company's premises. There are office buildings near the logistics park. Without hesitation, 500 square meters were rented that afternoon. All you need to do is add office supplies and you can work out of your handbag. Lastly, there is staff recruitment. There is not a lot of business at the moment and only 1 finance officer is needed for the time being. Throughout the process, Wan Xia not only carefully recorded Suwan's comments, but would also put forward her own ideas. This made Suwan feel that he had really found the right person. Running around all afternoon, at 7:30 p.m., Wan Xia returned to the rented place with milk powder, fruits and toys bought from the supermarket. Hearing the sound of the door opening, her mother, Chen Xiang, got up and greeted her. "Xiaoxia, didn't you say you had an interview? Why are you back so late?" There was some grumbling when he saw the supermarket pockets in his daughter's hands. "What are you buying? You can buy more milk powder, but not fruits and toys." Wan Xia squeezed out a smile on her tired face and said as she changed her shoes. "It's okay, Mom, I got a job. I'll transfer this month's living expenses to you later." "Oh yeah, don't worry about the rent. I just paid 6 months' rent straight away." "Half a year's rent?" Chen Xiang was a bit surprised. Even if the monthly rent of this small 2-room apartment is more than 1,000 per month, direct payment for half a year, this must not be 7,000 or so dollars? No, Kasumi, where did you get so much money? You don't want to learn from other people's online loans. Wan Xia, who had been tired all day, ranted a bit. Mom, didn't I just tell you? I found a job, and the boss even advanced me a month's salary. Oh, so? Chen Xiang took a long breath and touched her granddaughter who was playing on the ground. Then you don't give half a year's rent at once. You don't even know how to save money. Oh, there's no need to save. The boss gave me a one-time advance of $30,000 on my salary. Wan Xia walked into the living room with a smile on her face, toys in hand, and went to hug her daughter on the floor. 30,000? That's a couple months' paycheck in advance. Ha, you're a mom and you don't know how to plan. Chen Xiang, as a parent, was still a little worried about her daughter. Since her divorce from her former son-in-law, her daughter, who was staying home to raise her children, has lost her financial resources. If she wasn't strapped for cash, Wan Xia wouldn't have considered accepting Su Wen's interview. After all, the choice of a warehouse for the interview was a bit of a no-brainer anyhow. Originally just thought of having dates without dates to play 2 shots. I did not expect the other side is quite atmospheric. See the first face to dare to advance wages. Since the other party could trust himself, as a laborer, Wan Xia also had no reason not to trust the other party. Oh, Mom, don't worry. This 30,000 is just a month's salary, and as long as the boss is satisfied, the income will definitely be less. Wan Xia didn't intend to hide it from her mother and said directly, Yikes, so much? Oh, that's good. My daughter is just capable. Chen Xiang's eyes glistened with tears. Show that you're doing just fine without him. As for who that is, it must mean the ex-son-in-law who cheated on his wife numerous times and was still fooling around on the day his daughter went into labor. When she thought of that person, Chen Xiang was so angry that she trembled. Wan Xia hurriedly comforted. Mom, those unhappy things, just let it drift away with the wind. From now on, the 3 of us can just live our own lives. It's just that I'll probably be very busy with work in the future, and taking care of Tong Tong will require a lot of hard work on your part. Silly girl, you're my daughter and Tong Tong is my own granddaughter. Talk about hard work. The next day, soon into the work of the state of Wan Xia, immediately began to handle business registration. She was almost the only one running before and after. Su Wen was only responsible for the final confirmation. At the same time, Wan Xia also took the time to contact the decoration company. A simple setup of the office space was done, as well as the front door. It made Su Wen feel that $30,000 a month was money well spent. With Wan Xia's assistance, Su Wen was also able to have more time to think about panning for supplies. Food and clothing are basically all there, but only 20 million or so was spent before and after. It also has to be that the motherland's industrial technology is developed. So many things actually sell for this price. And Su Wen wasn't just satisfied with just providing basic civilian supplies, like what food and clothing were just the most basic requirements. Su Wen also intends to give the sons and daughters of the 71st Division to completely improve their lives. What fruit, candy, tea and so on must be arranged. And you can't leave behind aluminum lunchboxes, marching water bottles, or anything else. Anyway, at present the motherland light industry overcapacity, as a help to clear the inventory is also good. As each day passes and we enter September, everything is on track for preparation. The HX Trading Company Limited, which had just been established for less than a month, had successfully stepped into the right track under Wan Xia's maneuvering. It has now grown into a regular business with 3 employees. They are Wan Xia, assistant to the general manager, Deng Wan, finance, and Chao Hao, salesman. Su Wen, on the other hand, sat in the center and was mainly responsible for screening the goods. At first, the 3 employees were quite critical of their boss's purchase of those outdated goods, thinking that no one would want such things, so why buy them? Su Wen does not explain, but directly injected 100 million, and told them that this is the customer's prepayment for goods. After that, there were no more objections, since the money had been transferred. What else was there to say? Just do it. So according to the customer's request, all supplies were not to be identified with merchandise and were either packed in clear plastic bags or rope, and the major manufacturers who received the order for this kind of initiative to let them reduce costs and increase efficiency since there is no excuse. Anyway, oddballs come and go every year, and this year there aren't too many of them. On September 11th, the headquarters of the 71st Division in northern Shaanxi, the 3 main leaders of the division, were sitting around, smoking the few remaining wazoo. In the recent past, their division has been making a name for itself because of the penicillin trade. Not only did he receive praise from the head of the legion, but he also took the opportunity to accumulate a lot of gold. and for the 71st Division to be able to get such a thing as tight supplies, the Corps leader made a direct call to pool all the gold of the entire Corps in the 71st Division. Let them help pick up supplies. It was also emphasized that this line of supply must be seized, and that food and medicine must be purchased in greater quantities. To this end, the hot-headed Wang Fushan then made a military order on the spot, said that if he didn't finish the mission, he'd let the army chief rip his head off and kick it as a ball. Xia Qingwei beside him simply couldn't stop him. It's reasonable to say that you shouldn't panic when you have money in your heart, but when he thought of the gold that filled a small half of the treasury, Wang Fushan, the division commander, was so worried that he couldn't sleep. I say, it's been almost a month. Do you guys think Xiao Sui's reliable? Alas, I should have known that I should have let that kid play receipts. This sentence ask a squeak. When but you Wang Di division chief took the initiative to say no receipt what? Now that's a good thing. Horseback. Chief of Staff Lu Shitian's heart burst with slander, but his mouth was comforting. Little Su looks quite honest. He shouldn't be so bad at keeping his word, right? Another silence followed. Seeing that the atmosphere is not right, Xia Changwei, who is a political cadre, cheered. Don't be so downhearted, okay? There are still 7 or 8 days left before the 1-month deadline, and with so many supplies on the list, you have to give people more time to prepare, don't you? Chapter 30, Return to Shanbei. On the other hand, inside the warehouse where the logistics park is located, standing in the warehouse that was half stuffed, Su Wen's heart couldn't be happier. When he thought of the horrified expressions of Division Commander Wang and the others when they saw these supplies, Su Wen couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth. Long before he entered the warehouse, he greeted his parents as well as the company, saying that you're going to be traveling for a few days and your phone won't work is a good way to get ahead of the game, and this go back to Shanbei, except for basic supplies. Su Wen also prepared 5 additional diesel 4s with a 6-ton load capacity. All of them removed the text nameplates as per Su Wen's request, together with the one Su Wen promised to give to Yang Ernie. The total would be 6. As for what the purpose of bringing 5 4x4s over there was, quite simply, that's trying to get the team acclimated to modern mechanical equipment ahead of time so they don't scratch their heads in the future. There were also 2 extra large truckloads of commonly used accessories, and even diesel fuel was prepared in 20 tons. I believe that with the spirit of hard work and endurance of the revolutionaries at that time, they would have been able to eat through the equipment very quickly. Of course, Su Wen could also give a few pointers, but the maintenance and upkeep had to be done by themselves. For this reason Su Wen also had the manufacturer print 10 separate sets of traditional Chinese operation and maintenance manuals. When the time comes, send it to the relevant technicians and let them chew on it. Su Wen, who had a plan in mind, followed it up by spending a few minutes circling the supplies. Soon all the supplies were clearly marked. He made a point of going through it and looking at it before bringing the supplies over. The huge cave was empty, and the ground was quite flat. Instead, 2 wooden doors stapled from tree trunks have been added to the entrance, which is better than nothing. Touch the red star with your hand, and your heart will move at will. Streams of light flashed, just in the blink of an eye. The warehouse caught the rising dust and became empty, and inside the huge cave on the northern side of Shangxi, a huge wave of air was set off because so many more supplies had appeared out of nowhere. The tremor caused rock particles to fall from the surrounding stone walls from time to time. The shower I just took in the morning was kind of a waste. Su Wen covered his mouth and spat, and the tremendous tremor drew the attention of the militia brothers in charge of guarding the outside of the cave. So hurry up and run this way with your gun on your back. Su Wen patted the dust on his body, straightened the customized version of the Republic of China suit, and pushed open the cave door with his head held high. I didn't expect to be greeted by a blackened muzzle. You, who are you? The 15 or 16-year-old militia fighter raised his gun and warily said, "Don't shoot. My name is Su Wen. I specialize in delivering supplies to the 71st Division." Su Wen had the sense to hold his hands up high. He wouldn't dare gamble on whether or not the other guy's gun had bullets in it. And anyway, it wasn't a shame to be captured by one of his own family. "Ah, you are Mr. Su." The little warrior slowly lowered his gun and looked at the mountain of supplies piled up behind Su Wen and said in shock, "I didn't see you bring in any supplies? Where did all this come from?" Su Wen had a mysterious face. "Oh, this is my secret transportation channel. You do not ask more ha. Hurry to notify Wang Division Commander them." "Good, okay, I'll go inform the chief and the others right away." The little warrior had no doubts and disappeared in a puff of smoke with his gun on his back. Su Wen smiled and shook his head, or else it was still the simplicity of the people in this era. A random excuse could be dismissed. If you were a latter-day person, not only would you be asked questions, you might even be dragged to the slicer. Even after slicing, it's a guarantee that you'll have to glue it back together again to keep asking you, Division Commander, Guardsman Lu Dali started yelling before he even walked into the entrance of the division headquarters. Wang Fushan, who was in the midst of his boredom, happened to be unable to find an outlet and immediately growled. **************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** For, I'll take care of it. Seeing that the political commissar and chief of staff were also there, Lu Dali hurriedly straightened his military appearance and saluted, reporting to the division commander and political commissar. Mr. Su has arrived. What? Division Commander Wang grabbed Lu Dali. Why didn't you say so earlier? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and bring him here. Lu Dali stood up straight and scratched his head. That militia comrade said that Mr. Su was guarding the supplies over at the cave and couldn't come. There's. How many supplies are there? Wang Fushan grabbed Lu Dali's arm and said excitedly. This. I don't know. Lu blinked vigorously. You kid don't know anything, and you still want to be my guard. I think you just know how to eat pimple soup. Wang Fushan didn't have the good sense to say. That's when political commissar Xie stepped forward. Oh, I say old Wang, we are still here froze why? Hurry to go over there to see not know? Pa! Wang Fushan slapped his head and came to a great realization. Right. How did I forget about this? Then after pondering for a few seconds, he looked at Lu Dali and said seriously, notify the special company, heavily armed, to assemble in 5 minutes and come with us over there. Then looking to the commissar and chief of staff, do you have anything to add? Neither of the other two leaders had any objections to arranging for the most elite special forces company to go and protect the matter. After all, the supplies this time were too important. Even if only half of what was on the supplies list could be shipped, that would also solve the problem of the shortage of supplies for the entire 71st Division for a very long time. It might even be possible to even out some of it for the sister units. 1 hour later, just as Su Wen was smoking a huazi and playing with the ants on the ground, he was bored. Suddenly the sound of rushing hooves and marching was heard. Unsurprisingly, it should be Master Wang and his men arriving. Step out of the cave and look around. The 3 Wang division chiefs were riding high horses and were coming this way on the dirt road. They were followed by a company, all clean-shaven with German steel helmets and machine guns on their chests. Having not seen them for almost a month, Su Wen really missed a few of the chiefs, immediately waving his hands toward them. Seeing this, the other side left the troops behind them and came this way at a fast pace. Division Commander Wang's horse was the tallest, and he quickly shook off the other 2 chiefs. Before the horse's hooves had stabilized, Wang Fushan jumped out of the saddle and ran towards Su Wen. Su Wen saw this and hurriedly greeted him. Little Su, I can't wait for you to get here. Wang Fushan was a bit excited and made a gesture to embrace the other party. However, when he saw the clothing on Su Wen, he immediately withdrew his arm again. Su Wen didn't care that much and gave the other party a solid hug. Ha ha, Division Commander, I've missed you guys. Immediately after Xie Changwei and Lu Shitian also dismounted, Su Wen would not be too generous. One by one, he embraced them to show his respect. Too late for pleasantries. Political Commissar Xie pointed to the cave behind him and asked, that little Su, are the supplies all in there? That's right. Su Wen had a proud face. He was very satisfied with this purchase of supplies. Immediately, he led the 3 chiefs towards the cave. The 3 chiefs, however, were a little apprehensive, because in their opinion, those supplies on the list are basically an impossible task. So let's not talk about all the supplies coming together. Even if it's just half, even if it's only 1/3, they'll be so grateful. When Su Wen pushed open the 2 wooden doors at the entrance of the cave with force, the sunlight outside the cave shone in. Piles of neatly yards of supplies stayed there as still as a small mountain, especially the 5 brand new blue painted 4x4s that were neatly placed at the door. It looked majestic in the sunlight. Chapter 31 Close Comrades in Arms. Wang Fushan stared at the bull's eye, and only after a long time did he stammer. These, are all for us? Hee of course. Su Wen crossed his arms, a little smug. If I wasn't afraid you'd wait too long, I could fill this cave for you. As soon as the words left his mouth, he saw Lu Shitian trotting out and giving orders to the special agent company. Call it down. 5 kilometers. No, 10 kilometers. Chief of Staff. My goodness, this has to be. How many supplies must this be? Xia Chanwei only slowed down at this moment. Not much. Su Wen casually waved his hand and instantly found the list of supplies from his pocket and handed it to Political Commissar Xie. The 3 chiefs immediately came to the sunny spot to look at it carefully. Among them, 20 tons each of rice and white flour, 2 tons each of salt and sugar, 500 barrels of lard, penicillin 20 barrels, 20,000 sets of spring and fall uniforms, 20,000 sets of winter combat cotton clothing, 30,000 pairs of rubber shoes, 30,000 pairs of thick-soled stab-proof cotton shoes, 5,000 engineer's shovels, 1,000 sickles and hoes each, 500 large iron pots, Upon seeing this, the three chiefs had gone numb. But there's an even more shocking one to follow. 10,000 marching water bottles. 10,000 aluminum lunchboxes. 30,000 waterproof matches. 20,000 cans of luncheon meat. 200 cases of compressed cookies. 200 cases of fruit candies. 200 cases of cream of wheat. 1 ton of jasmine tea. 5 units of 6-ton laden quadcopters. 20 tons of diesel fuel. Upon seeing this, the three chiefs were no longer numb, but felt fear. They also have a small box of gold. Can they buy that much supplies? I guess you can't buy a tenth of that. And what's with the fruity candy and jasmine tea? How many soldiers would have to eat and drink enough if they were converted to food? It's a waste of money. Looking at their mute expressions, Suwon thought that the other party was shocked, so he stuck his hands in his pockets and said, Hey, how about it, three chiefs? I'm not bragging, am I? The three chiefs looked at each other, and it was Xie Changwei who stepped forward and said, That little Su, can I discuss something with you? Oh, don't mention it politely. If you have any requests, just mention them. Can you return the fruit candies? The jasmine tea? Yeah, and that cream of wheat or whatever. Replace it with grain too. Political Commissar Xia was a little embarrassed. Only the smile on Su Wen's face was visible to the naked eye as it went from solidifying to disappearing again. It took him a while to realize that it seemed he had been too idealistic and had simply wanted to improve the treatment of his sons and daughters, not realizing that in these days, it was difficult for them to even have basic sustenance. Su Wen was thinking of improving their quality of life, so they simply assumed that such things as sweets and tea belonged to luxury items and must be much more expensive than food. But who is Su Wen? Since he had come over, how could he stand by and watch the chiefs and warriors live in misery again? And all these supplies that Su Wen bought were either stalled or cheap goods. Even compared to food, it's not much more expensive. Take the jasmine tea. Su Wen bought a lagging product that had been stored for 3 years, and it was only $2 a pound. And because you helped the merchants sell their inventory, you get 10% off on top of the total price. This was equivalent to the price of a caddy of tea being about the same as a caddy of white rice, which was why Su Wen made a decisive move to take it. There are also fruit-flavored hard candies at wholesale prices in large quantities, which are directly available at a cabbage price for Suvan Dry. This includes cream of wheat, which manufacturers can't sell, takes up space in their warehouses, and has a 2-month expiration date left. That's what allowed Su Wen to just dry up to the bottom price, which was basically a half sale, half gift. So what? There's no pressure at all. Three chiefs, do you think this is okay? I will never charge extra for this batch of supplies. Consider it as me supporting the revolution. No way. Wang Fushan, who was a hometown of Sichuan province, hurriedly said, Xiao Su, you've done a great service to the revolution by sending us these supplies, so how can we allow you to make no profit at all? How can we allow you to subsidize us without earning a dime? What will the Red Army become if we tell the world about this? Without waiting for Su Wen to explain, Political Commissar Xia continued, Yes, Xiao Su, we appreciate your feelings, but don't you want money for the supplies? And it's not a small amount to travel this far. The division commander is right with the political commissar. Lu Shitian echoed, if you can't return, we'll take it all. Ha! As a way to improve life for the soldiers, Su Wen naturally understood the hearts of the three chiefs, and he pondered slightly. Three chiefs, as a businessman, I naturally have a specialized channel for importing goods. Honestly, the supplies are not expensive, so don't worry about it. Don't ever get psychotic, and even more so, don't be polite to me. Otherwise, you are not treating me as one of your own. This is the year to have such progressive thinking businessmen. In the opinion of the three chiefs, if not a phoenix, then one in a million. Seeing that the other party is so sure, as a hometown of Wang Fushan naturally knows the character of the men of Bashu, he directly shot, since Xiao Su is so enthusiastic, then we don't have to squirm. You'll be our closest comrade in arms in the Red Army from now on. Not bad. Xia Changwei nodded his head right after him, but comrades in arms are comrades in arms, and the money that should be given, we'll strive to give it to you in no less than a cent. Su Wen was somewhat fluttered by the three chiefs, who praised him with your words, but it was the comrade in arms that he loved to hear the most. Haven't heard it in how many years since I got out of the army. Now that he could actually hear the word comrade in arms from the mouth of an old revolutionary, it really made his blood run cold. After a few pleasantries, the next step was the material delivery challenge. According to Su Wen's conception, these 5-4s can just be used as wagons, but the prerequisite is to find a driver. But today's Red Army has not even solved the problem of food and clothing, where there is a specialized driver. So Wang Fushan personally ordered the guards to send someone to notify the entire division that anyone who could drive a car should gather urgently. In less than an hour the message reached all 4 regiments of the division and all ears. At this time the 246th Regiment, 1st Battalion, 2nd Company, Cooking Class, ordinary warrior, Xiang Sangue, is mechanically cutting potatoes. I had just finished cutting half a basket when I heard someone shouting outside, "Is there anyone in the second company who can drive? Division orders, anyone who can drive to assemble urgently." This person just finished screaming, and then ran to other places to continue to shout. The whole to the 3 Gue incomparable disturbed. As for why it's disturbing, it's not because he can not only drive but also fix it. I think he was the head of the automobile squad of the Northeast Army and was about to be promoted to platoon leader. Nay, Zhang Xiaoshui let go of the Northeast without a single shot. Angry to Xiang Sangue directly smashed his favorite car, and then stuffed the cylinder full of sand, in order not to leave to the small Benzi. Then later, he escaped from the Northeast and heard that the Red Army was sincere in its resistance to the Japanese, so he moved to the 71st Division. But in these days, not to mention the Red Army, even the Central Army didn't have many cars for him to drive. So he, who was a decent cook, became a cook as a matter of course. He had already let go of the idea of driving when he heard the word drive again. The heart that had been dusty for some years throbbed again. Like all car lovers, he dreamed of touching the steering wheel again, even the tires, even if it means letting him smell the diesel fuel. After much thought, he unclasped his apron. After explaining the situation to the shift supervisor, he was not stopped in any way. Immediately, he trotted off to report to the division headquarters. Chapter 32 Xiang Sangue, Automobile Soldier. Arriving at the division headquarters, some briefings were given, and Xiang Sangue entered directly inside the division command headquarters. At this point in the not-so-large dam, there were already 7 or 8 people lining up to register. It didn't take long for Xiang Sangue to arrive at the registration desk, standing straight and saluting. Report, Xiang Sangue, Cooking Class, 2nd Company, 1st Battalion, 246th Regiment, has been ordered to report for duty. The clerical-looking warrior lifted his glasses. Where were you before? Can you really drive? Report, I was previously the Northeast Army's automobile squad leader. I can drive. I've driven Minsheng automobiles as well as Jin Manhwa. I can also repair. The words were interrupted by the clerk before they were finished. Okay. I didn't realize that our 71st Division still had a talent like you. Hurry up and sign, then go inside and wait for instructions. Inside? Isn't this where the division heads meet? He's a big head soldier. How can he be qualified to enter here? With a pang of apprehension in his heart, Xiang Sangue walked in with a stiff upper lip. 6 men were already seated inside, while the divisional commissar was pacing the hall slowly, seemingly thinking about something. Reporting to the chief, Company 2, 1st Battalion, 246th Regiment. All right, sit down. Xia Changwei waved his hand, signaling the other party to sit down directly. When Xiang Sangue was seated, Xia Changwei scanned the circle and directly said, "Long story short, raise your hand if any of you think you're a good driver." Without hesitation, Sangue raised his right hand high. Seeing this, the others slowly raised their right hands as well, just that their bottom was not as strong as Xiang Sangue's. Xia Changwei nodded with satisfaction. Maybe you're thinking, don't we have no cars in our division? Why are we looking for automobile soldiers? But that was before. Now we have it, and it's 5-6 ton loads with a top speed of 50 kilometers per hour. The crowd all looked surprised in unison, and if it wasn't for the political commissar standing in the hall, they, the motorists, could have sprayed him to death. Carrying 6 tons at 50 kilometers per hour? This commissar will die if he doesn't brag. None of the cars that Xiang Sangue has driven carry more than 3 tons and have a maximum speed of less than 30 kilometers per hour. So when he heard the political commissar report the parameters of the car, he thought that the political commissar was probably under too much stress lately and had lost his mind. If he really had to drive this kind of car, even if he had to die right away, he would have no regrets. Political commissar Xia crossed his arms and continued. So, these 5 vehicles, they are the treasures of our division, and you must not only familiarize yourselves with them as soon as possible, but you must also love them. He pointed to the operator's manual in the guard's hand. Here is the operation manual. You are technical soldiers. Surely you can read. Take it in your hands and look at it first, and in a moment you will leave immediately. The 7 men received the operator's manual in a muddled manner and fixed their eyes on it. Operator's manual for 4x4 diesel vehicles. 4, it's ing awful. Xiang Sangue deflated and turned the first page, which was the parameter configuration of this car. 4-cylinder, 58 horsepower, gears 4 in and 1 out with transfer case, 4WD. When he saw this, Xiang Sangue didn't have many waves in his heart. He had driven a split-box 4WD like this one before, but when he read that the maximum speed is 50 km/h+, and the maximum load is 6 tons, Xiang Sangue took a deep breath and glanced at the political commissar in the hall. How does this coax people still engage in a full set of This is because it avoids several people from straining their driving skills. So the division got 2 separate mule trains to pull 7 men over to the cave. On the way to the cave, they could see a number of soldiers from the Special Services Company. Each one had a machine gun in hand and was already on standby. Xiang Sangui and the others looked at each other in dismay. Such a big battle. Could it be that there is really a truck driving? As the 7 men walked through the sunlight and into the cave, 5 quads, neatly squared off against them. Bright blue paint, the body is small, but this is clearly a new car right out of the factory. Ouch! My ass! Xiang Sangui roared and rushed towards the one in the very center ahead of him. Seeing this, the others followed suit and rushed towards the other 4 stations. It's just that there are only 5 cars, and 7 people just aren't enough to divide them up. I saw a few people pushing and shoving without regard for their comradeship over the car grab. Wang Fushan, who had just been discussing the transportation of supplies with the chief of staff, immediately yelled, "You're bandits! Gather up and stand at attention!" Only then did the 7 men straighten out their military appearance and hurry to form a line. Wang Fushan bored face, reprimanded, "You are at least skilled soldiers, educated, how with new recruits like eggs, so unruly?" At this time Su Wen smiled and stood out. "Oh, division commander, don't blame them, everyone loves cars, not to mention the automobile soldiers, look at them get greedy." Where were the 7 men at this point to listen to the Master Chief? Their eyes all unconsciously flicked to those 4 unimaginable machines, and their minds had long since wandered out of the sky. Wang Fushan gave them a cross look without any good humor and said in embarrassment, "Little Su, I've made you laugh, haha, he, it's fine, if they don't get excited, I wonder if they are auto soldiers or not." Su Wen didn't mind saying. Wang Fushan nodded and looked at the 7 people again. "This Mr. Su is your automobile instructor? Your main task now is to hurry up and familiarize yourselves with the vehicle, and then cooperate with the troops to transport all the supplies in the cave back. Do you hear me?" "Understood," the 7 roared in unison. It was Su Wen's turn to appear next, but he was still very clear about how much weight he had, so immediately asked, "Who among you has the best skills? And I'm not just talking about driving, but also repairing and maintenance of the kind." Reporting to Mr. Su, "I have the best skills." The one who spoke was Xiang Sangui. "There's only 5 cars here, so if he's still playing the modesty game, he probably won't get his turn." "Good, you try getting in the car with me." Since the other party dared to stand out, there must be 2 brushes. Su Wen immediately let him follow him to the centermost car. The other 6 people saw that and regretted it. "I should have known not to play any low profile, but this is great. Only 4 units left." To be honest, the quad is similar to the way cars operated in the Republican era. The biggest difference is that the cab is extraordinarily plush and the seats are comfortable and the dashboard actually has bright lights. Su Wen only explained a little, and Xiang Sangui immediately understood the gist of it. And because Xiang Sangui was a professional automobile soldier, he even operated it more smoothly than Su Wen. After all, the mechanical energy of a car in 2022 can be more than a fraction of what a car in 1935 can be. For Xiang Sangui there was no difficulty at all. To say that it's a second of soul would be an understatement. Rumble. A huge engine roar sounded, and at this point Xiang Sangui had long been unable to help himself. He couldn't stop the tears from flowing from his eyes, but he was smiling. "How many years has it been? I, Xiang Sangui, am back again. Little devil, wait for me. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and start walking." Su Wen looked at the other party staring blankly ahead and urged, Okay, Mr. Su, I'll get started right away." Xiang Sangui calmed down, as if in the early years of training. "Start accelerating in one go." As if it was as smooth as eating and drinking, Su Wen had to admit that this guy was indeed not bragging. "Much more formal than yourself, at least in terms of driving habits." So he commanded Xiang Sangui to drive slowly out of the cave, circled around the open space at the entrance twice more, and then drove straight into the cave. The whole process was done in one go, without a single pause or stall. When Su Wen got off the car, Wang Fushan hurriedly asked, "How about Xiao Su? Is this kid's technique over the top?" Su Wen smiled and nodded, patting Xiang Sangui's shoulder. "Not bad, an old driver. He. I drove well all thanks to Mr. Su's good guidance." Xiang Sangui scratched his head and patted his horse to catch up. Su Wen deflated. He didn't dare to show off in front of this guy. Immediately after that, under Su Wen's arrangement, he and Xiang Sangui were each responsible for instructing one person to familiarize themselves with the vehicle, until the few remaining motorists were all familiarized with the vehicle. Chapter 33, Night Transportation of Supplies and Eating of Nests. After 2 hours of break-in, all 7 selected drivers passed the test. Of course, there are only 5 cars. Only the best of the best can be chosen, with 5 people being assigned to drive first and the remaining 2 as replacements. In accordance with Subin's suggestion, These 7 men are the seeds of the future professional automobile soldiers of the army. Even these men will serve as a reserve for armored units. Just when he heard Su-won say that he wanted to help the troops form an armored fighting vehicle unit, Division Commander Wang just smiled in relief, because in his opinion, this kind of dream is too far away and it hurts his brain to think about it too much. So from the afternoon, after the arrival of a temporary regiment of fighters, the removal of supplies began in earnest, and the division headquarters had been vacated early in the day by arrangement with Xie Changwei. Follow Suvan's advice of 1 area for food and 1 area for supplies. All around are heavily guarded. The whole 71st Division is like an enemy, more nervous than anti-siege. When the fighters saw the piles of supplies, one by one they thought if they had hit someone's dirt again. If Su-won was there, he would have said, "That's right, I'm a tycoon." From the beginning of the afternoon until the evening, 5-4 non-stop transportation, so that the people do not stop the car. All the passes along the way have sentry posts for full protection. As a precaution, at intervals warriors held up torches to guide the way. The sight of the torches, stretching from the cave to the division headquarters, was spectacular. This is the power of the people. Muttering to himself, Su-won, who was at the entrance of the cave, handed Xiang Sangui, who was resting, a huazi. "Old Xiang, what do you think of this car?" Xiang Sangui took the cigarette with both hands. "This car is mechanically very strong, the best of the cars I've driven. Even those foreign cars can't compare." Su-won nodded. "What about general maintenance? Do you have any problems with that?" Xiang Sangui thought about it. "It should be fine, unless the engine transmission completely breaks down. I can basically fix any other minor problems as long as I have the parts." "Oh, awesome." Su-won had some playful taste. "So can you drive a tank? I mean, if you were given a tank, could you drive it?" "Tank?" Xiang Sangui took a heavy sip of jasmine tea and smacked his lips and thought, "Give me a day and I'm sure I could drive it on the road if I had a real car." This is the confidence of the older revolutionaries. After all, which one is not 1 in a million to be an automobile soldier in the Republican era? Not only do you have to be able to drive it, you have to understand the mechanics to do it. "Good. With your words, don't drop the ball for me when the time comes." Xiang Sangui was first stunned at his words, then he hurriedly got up, straightened his military appearance, and stood straight and said, "Promise to live up to Mr. Su's expectations." Su-won hurriedly pressed his hand and said with a stern face, "My expectations are no big deal, so don't let the chief and the people down." "I promise to live up to the expectations of the chief and the people." Xiang Sangui hurriedly changed his words. Su-won just smiled and gestured for him to sit down and rest. At this time, Xiang Sangui's heart has long been unable to calm down, and Su-won's words clearly meant something. Could he really get tanks? That Mr. Su, can you really get tanks? Su-won smoked a cigarette and looked at the long line of torches in the distance, and did not answer his words positively. "You don't have to worry about that. The only thing you have to do now is to catch up on training automobile soldiers, and take your knowledge and skills and teach them to as many people as possible." Xiang Sangui hurriedly got up. "Yes, guarantee to complete the mission." Su-won hurriedly pulled him to sit down and said with an embarrassed face, "I said, can you not be so shocked? I'm not a soldier. Don't do this. How bad would it be for the chiefs to see it?" Hey, okay, whatever you say." At this time, the militia with torches in hand were in the ranks. Young Ernie, who had an upright posture, was constantly surveying the passing quadruplets, as if she was looking for someone. But unfortunately, there were several trips back and forth, and there was no sign of him in any of the 5 cars. Rogue businessman, white face, Kawasaki rat, liar. Ernie's heart burst with slander, so he stopped thinking about it and focused on his escorting duties. September 12 at 5 a.m. After a night and day struggle, all the supplies for the small half-cave were finally transported to the division headquarters. Of course, it was definitely not Su-won's turn to deliver such things. Even though he repeatedly asked for help, the division chiefs told him to just rest on the sidelines. And Su-won was right on second thought. If you want to talk about driving skills yourself, you're mostly no match for the 7 motorists, and you can just drive a classic car. To sell your strength, it's even less than the average warrior. So it was just as well to rejoice and stay in my own 4x4 and sleep for the night. Luckily, it wasn't too cool inside the cave, so it was manageable. It was only when Chief of Staff Lu came to call him that he managed to wake up. "Xiao Su, it's really hard on you. Look at how tired you are." If it wasn't for the sincere smile on Lu Shitian's face, Su-won would have thought that the other party was shading himself. Su-won topped his cocktail head and got out of the car. "It's not tiring, Chief of Staff. You and the soldiers are the ones who are really working hard." Lu Shitian smiled and nodded, then handed him 2 boiled eggs. There were also 2 boxes of compressed crackers freshly unpacked from the supplies. "Oh, eat, don't starve." Su-won received the food and looked around. At this time the soldiers who had been carrying supplies all night were sitting around in groups, nibbling on their nests with cool water. Chief of Staff, why aren't the soldiers eating compressed cookies? Oh, it's not a war. What's with the cookies? And these supplies are too valuable for our 71st Division to dispose of at will. We'll have to report back to the Legion commander's side. Lu Shitian explained. Legionnaire? You are talking about Su. Su-wen said with some surprise. Lu Shitian nodded. Not bad, it's our ex-Legion commander. General X's great name was naturally known to Su-wen. In the beginning, it was the leader himself who gave the go-ahead for him to be the general, even if the other party repeatedly excused himself. The phrase, "he has done great service to the revolution," such high praise, still inspires awe in retrospect. Looking at the food in his hand, this differentiation made Su-wen feel like an outsider. Immediately, he returned the eggs and cookies to the Chief of Staff. Chief of Staff, I'd like a nest egg too. Without waiting for the other party to react, he took 3 or 2 steps to the basket containing nests, grabbed 2 nests and chewed on them. Isn't it just a nest egg? It's not like they don't have them over at 2022. Don't all those breakfast places sell nests? I hadn't thought that with just the first bite. Su-wen was horrified. This isn't a nest. The skinny warrior on the side ate with gusto. That Mr. Su, this is a nest. Really, I won't lie to you. And the reason why Su-wen was certain that this thing wasn't a nest, it's because it's not a nest made of pure cornmeal at all, but has a lot of cornstalks mixed in. No wonder the soldiers don't talk when they eat, and when they do, they pull their throats out. Su-wen chewed hard, his face contorting. It took about a couple dozen strokes before he stretched his neck and swallowed hard. Hopefully, I've only heard about the tough conditions and don't have much of a sense of what's going on, but after really feeling it, it's not grueling, it's a clear case of torture. Chapter 34, Legion Headquarters. Forget it, it's not just eating chaff. Su-wen hard to eat all the nibbles. As for the other remaining one, he put it back on the grounds that he was full. Lu Shitian also cried and laughed at the situation. I knew he couldn't eat the nest with his delicate skin. This kid is really stubborn. He was then handed eggs and cookies, and out of politeness, Su-wen only took 1 egg. Take the rest of the food and say nothing. After eating and drinking, Su-wen explained the situation to Lu Shitian that he needed to drive to Yangshu village. This Lu Shitian sensed no excuse. Yangshu village is known as a model village. There's no need to worry about safety. It was only repeated instructions to the pair to go back to the division for the night and rest. Looking at the grain and other goods in the wagon, these were the ones he had promised to prepare for Dame Hu. Let her open a store in the village as a way of returning a generous gift to the old folks. The moment the car started, Su-wen was still a little excited. I haven't seen Ernie for almost a month, and I miss her. So the corners of his mouth curled and he drove out of the cave with a kick of the gas. At this time the town of Yongping, a few dozen miles away from each other, residents of the 15th Red Army Corps. Early in the morning, they had just coordinated the handling of supplies and other matters, and could not rest. Wang Fushan and Xia Changwei then rushed here. With such a quantity of material, the 71st Division would not have dared to dispose of it at will in any case. To avoid a long night's sleep, the 2 division heads, after consulting, it was decided that the matter should be reported to the corps chiefs without delay. When he heard that Su-wen had successfully transported the supplies over, the chiefs were all pleasantly surprised, thinking that the other party was still very trustworthy. Just upon seeing the pages of densely packed lists of supplies, the chiefs were all dumbfounded, unable to speak for a long time. The legionnaire pointed to the list and said solemnly, "You can buy so many supplies with your crates of gold? And the fruit candies and jasmine tea? Did you guys let you buy them too?" Wang Fushan immediately cried out in vain, and only after Xia Changwei's explanation did he figure out what happened. Legion Commander Su couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly a good friend of our Red Army." Turning to stare at Wang Fushan, "Isn't there jasmine tea? Why don't you even bring some over? Bring the army chief. Know you love tea. This is not given to your guards to take to the brewing well." As soon as Wang Fushan's words fell, a strong scent of jasmine tea drifted from outside the house, followed closely by a couple of soldiers, carrying 7 or 8 porcelain bowls walked in. Somewhat embarrassed, he said, "I'm sorry chiefs, there are no cups, so I'll have to make do with a bowl." The Legion Commissar laughed, "It's fine, as long as there's something to drink." So the crowd sat around. Savor the taste of jasmine tea from 2022. Hey, it's good. It smells really good. Wang Fushan grinned. Legionnaire X gouged him out. "What? You didn't drink yesterday?" Xia Changwei hurriedly said. "Legion Commander, how could we dare to use such a precious thing privately? It's only when we arrived at your place that we dared to drink a little." Wang Fushan continued. "Yes, leader. Those supplies, our 71st Division hasn't touched a single bit of them, just waiting for the corps chiefs to make up their minds." Legionnaire X sipped the sizzling tea and nodded in satisfaction. Worthy of being a soldier under his hand, the basic discipline was still there. It's just that the amount and type of supplies this time around was completely unexpected. I would have thought that the other party would have been lucky to have been able to deliver according to the previous list of supplies. I didn't expect to not only over double the delivery, but also bring luxury sweets and tea. How much energy does it take to send supplies to such a tough place? And a businessman seeks profit. Could it be? He's up to something. Suwon sent so many supplies. Did he make any demands? No. Wang Fushan returned after some bull drinking. He said he wouldn't ask for extra money for the supplies this time, and told us not to be polite with him. The army chief frowned and looked at Xie Changwei, seemingly not quite convinced. What kind of businessman doesn't want to make money? Even his own son isn't this generous. Xie Changwei hurriedly added, it's like this legionnaire. Suwon can be said to have an extreme distaste for imperialism and a great disdain for the Kuomintang, and with a monstrous hatred of Little Japan. Ha, is that so? Then how does he rate our Red Army? The army chief asked with a smile. Xie Changwei thought carefully and organized his language. If this was the wrong thing to say, it was not guaranteed that it would leave Suwon with a bad impression in front of the chief. Suwon is very sympathetic to the revolution and believes that only we can save the country. Looking at the expression of the other party's words, the legionnaire nodded his head with a slightly deeper meaning. What a patriotic businessman. Now that the revolution is at a low ebb, both internally and externally, most businessmen are not optimistic about the future of our party. Coupled with Chiang Kai-shek's iron barrel blockade, the northern part of Shaanxi has always been synonymous with poverty. Now not only was Suwon able to send in the supplies, but he did so without any thought of return. With that kind of dedication, they definitely had to throw in the towel. It's a good young man, and we, for sure, can't treat people badly, and give him every penny of the money that should be given. The Legion C Commissar nodded. Yes, people have come a long way to send supplies here. If we don't give them enough money, it's a one-shot deal. Wang Fushan showed a joyful face and exchanged a glance with Xie Changwei, saying, that's fine, army chief. I'll give him all the gold that our legion put on my side. He really only wants gold? Can't you do it with oceans? The Legion L chief of staff said with some doubt. Wang Fushan was also a bit uncertain about this issue. Other than that, it doesn't say no. I'll ask later. It's just that little Su said that if there's enough gold, he can send us weapons and ammunition. Earlier, Wang Fushan did not say that Suwon could get arms, but only said that the other party liked to use gold to convert. He can really send arms? Wang Fushan, don't talk in vain. Political Commissar C sternly reminded. To be able to ship arms these days, not only does it represent financial power, but you also have to have connections through the ages to be able to do it. Even the National Army can't get heavy weapons now. Not to mention them. Many times it was difficult for the Red Army to buy an old socket, and now the other side actually said they could send over arms and ammunition. How is this empty talk to be believed? Commissar, there's really no such thing as a blind white lie. Several of us were there. Wang Fushan faced bitter. He did not force Su Wen to send arms. It was that kid who took the initiative to mention. Now you're taking the blame. Yes, Commissar, Xie Changwei hurriedly said. I don't think Xiao Su is joking, and there are actually military water bottles in the list of supplies this time. By the way, there's the engineer's shovel, so maybe he can actually get arms. The Legion chiefs couldn't help but nod slightly. It's one thing to be able to send supplies, but to be able to send arms, that's a big deal. Let's not talk about whether or not the other side can deliver heavy firepower. Even if it's just sending over some guns and ammo, that would immediately boost the troops' combat power. As it stands, the entire Legion, and a third of the men, have no guns and are still carrying big knife blades. Most of the remaining fighters with guns have barrel rifling that is nearly worn out, and ammunition per capita is also woefully scarce, almost to the point of one shot less. Chapter 35, Supplies to the Village. If Suwon can really get weapons and ammunition, we'll get the gold together for him even if we have to smash the pot, Legionnaire X said with a sharp gaze. Nice, Commissar C added. And didn't he send penicillin? Then sell more. We don't have that much gold. The enemy does. Yeah, Chief of Staff L went on. But this penicillin is really good. We have to keep a portion of it as well. When the center arrives over here, it will definitely be in dire need of this anti-inflammatory medicine as well. The Legionnaire nodded. The Central Red Army has traveled a long way, all the way around the country. It must be exhausted and in desperate need of replenishing its supplies. So not only penicillin, but all of our Legion's supplies. I suggest keeping half. No, keep only 1/3. The rest, give it all to the center. Is everyone okay with that? The Legion Commissar and the Chief of Staff nodded their heads in complete agreement with the idea. The ex-Legion commander looked at Wang Fushan with false eyes. Wang Fushan, you bought the supplies, what do you say? Ditto. Agreed. I resolutely obey the arrangement of the head of the Legion, Wang Fushan hurriedly said as the cold hairs on his back stood straight up. The Legionnaire glanced at him and said lightly, not only do you have to obey, but you have to understand. But you don't have to worry about eating out of a big pot in your 71st division. It's okay to prioritize replenishing you with the remaining third of those supplies, isn't it? Hey, okay Army Chief. I thank you on behalf of all the commanders of the 71st Division. Haha. Suwon lightly drove toward Yangshu village, and I don't know why, but I just remembered the road anyway. The 4 unimaginable vehicles rolled in yellow dust, and it didn't take long for them to drive into Yangshu village. Just entered the village entrance. A lot of long-awaited old folks immediately welcomed. Little Sue, you've come. You've brought a lot of grain this time, haven't you? Oh, uncle, don't be anxious. There is enough food this time. I am not afraid that I don't have it, but I am afraid that you don't have money. Faced with the inquiry, Suwon rolled down the window and explained. Because the commotion was really too big, Suwon directly alarmed half of Yangshu village this time. And of course, Hui Mei's house. Hui Mei, who heard the ringing, immediately put down the insoles in her hand and hurriedly ran towards the outside of the small courtyard. Little Sue, from a long distance away, Hu Daniang waved her hand in greeting. Hu Daniang, you're here. Suwon looked around her and behind her and subconsciously said, why isn't Aaron I here? Hui Mei then froze. This is if any other descendant asked his own daughter. Surely she would have to be sprayed to death. But Suwon, it's okay to ask. Oh, that dead girl went to the militia company to train. When she comes back at noon, let her come to you. A trace of regret flashed across Suwon's face. It's fine. I'm just asking. After all, I'm also considered her master. Hui Mei stood on tiptoe and looked toward the cargo compartment. Little Sue, how much grain did you bring this time? What you said earlier about opening a store is still true, right? Count the words. It has to be. Suwon crossed his arms and pointed at the car's cargo compartment. This load of stuff, it's all yours. Really? Hui Mei was first delighted. Then her face showed a difficult color. Xiao Sua, your big mother, I can't afford to give you money for the time being. Oh. Suwon waved his hand atmospherically. You're still talking about money with me? This is not hurt feelings. Get in the car, Dame Hu. I'll send everything to your home. That dares to be. My house is open and just right for a store. Hui Mei got into the car with Suwon in the envious eyes of a crowd of townspeople. I don't know if it's because of my body, but as soon as the car started, Hui Mei became dizzy and nauseous. Just a mere few hundred meters was a bit too much for her. No, as soon as I got out of the car, I was holding onto the fence wall and wah 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 wah. Suwon hurriedly handed her a bottle of waha and apologized. That Dame Hu, you're suffering from motion sickness. You'll be fine later. Hui Mei sipped the sweet and delicious water and said with some embarrassment, I'll let you laugh at me, ha. Wifey, I'm really not blessed with this iron bastard. Yang Bai, who heard the commotion, also drilled out of the kiln. Xiao Su, how are you? Compared to a month ago, Yang Bai is now almost fully recovered, and the face has grown a bit and looks to be in good shape. Suwon hurriedly pulled out his wazi and quickly greeted him. Uncle Yang, how have you been recently? Well, thanks to your blessing, it's no longer a big problem. Yang Bai said with a smile on his face. Hui Mei looked at the cart full of supplies and said with a sad face, don't dawdle for a while. Don't dawdle. Hurry up and come move the goods. I'll call a few more people. There's no need to call anyone. Just a few of us will be enough. Suwon pointed to the accompanying crane on the quadruple vehicle as he spoke. This thing is capable of moving a ton of cargo, and you can get the whole thing down in a couple of passes. And the meticulous Suwon also specially prepared a four-wheeled cart, the usual delivery of barrels of water kind. It's easy to get things into the yard just by putting them on a cart. Looking at the sturdy steel cart, Hui Mei's eyes sparkled with little stars. So Suwon waved his hand and said that this car will be given to her. So happy that Hui Mei could not stop talking. However, before unloading the goods, Suwon still habitually handed the list of supplies to Hui Mei. Only she couldn't read, so she turned her hand and handed it back to Youngblood. Yang Bai originally thought that the small carriage should not be able to hold much, but just one sweeping glance made him too frightened to speak. Among them, 1 ton each of white flour and rice, 500 pounds of salt, 500 pounds of white sugar, 10 barrels of lard, 1 barrel of 20 pounds, 100 hoes and sickles each, 50 iron pots, 20 boxes of fruit candies, 200 pounds of jasmine tea, 52 degrees loose white 200 pounds, 500 cans of luncheon meat, 10 pieces each of floral, black and blue cloth. So many good things. Even if you take them to the county or the provincial city, it can be madly robbed. Their young family, how can they have the capital to buy these? Looking at Yang Bai, who was staring at that piece of paper, Hui Mei urged. I said, what are you surprised at? Why don't you hurry over to help hold it? Such a good thing, can't fall. Reacting, Yang Bai hurriedly asked. Little Sue, these, are they all for our family? Boss, why are you asking questions? Xiao Su said he'll give us the money on credit. Not money. Dame who didn't have the good sense to say, but this is too expensive. Yang Bai was a little worried. Oh, this has nothing. Before I first came to the country, or who Daniang helped me open up sales, but also helped me sell goods. These are all should be well. Suwon said with a relaxed face. Come on, let's unload the goods first. We'll talk about it later. After saying that, Suwon continued to operate the truck crane. Not to mention, this thing is pretty fun to operate. It still took over an hour to get a whole load of supplies into the yard because there was only one cart. After the three were busy, they sat down in the small courtyard and rested. Hui Mei had the eyesight to take local ingredients and brewed a pot of jasmine tea. The scent, you could smell it from a long way off. The whole yard was filled with the aroma of jasmine. Suwon couldn't help but frown. How come the jasmine tea still smelled so good after a few years? Could it be that there is technology and hard work put inside? Never mind, it's as good as it gets. Chapter 36 Apprentice Young Ernie. This tea is good. Bright color, full of flavor. Drink a mouthful like a spring breeze. How many jasmine flowers does it take to smell so good? Yang Bai held the ceramic bowl inside. Oh, when the family, drink tea also cannot plug your mouth. Full of smooth talk. You still want to test Shokai? Hui Mei took a big gulp of tea soup and cursed with a laugh. On the other hand, young Ernie, who got that Suwon had already entered the village. Immediately dropping what he was doing, he trotted over to the side of the house. I had just walked a short distance from the front door of my house when I saw the familiar quad. The corners of her mouth curved, and two small dimples unconsciously showed on her face. But still, he hurriedly calmed down and with a stern face, slowly walked into the small courtyard. Before his feet even stepped into the small courtyard, he smelled a strange fragrance, a smell he had never smelled before. There was the smell of tea and even more flowers, and she then froze in the doorway. Dead girl, you don't know to call out when you're back. Looking at her daughter being so rude, Hui Mei scolded. Children, it's fine. Suwon waved his hand and smiled. Still young? She's 18 years old. Hui Mei mentioned her daughter's age and couldn't help but gouge out Ernie. You're here. Young Ernie's pretty face slightly reddened as she faintly said. Meeting Suwon's gentle eyes, and I hurriedly looked at him and said, what smells so fragrant? Is it tea? Yes, it was brought over by Xiao Su. And I, hurry up and drink a bowl to quench your thirst. Hui Mei hurriedly poured a big bowl full for her own daughter. Ernie is not polite, took the bowl and drank it all in one gulp. The refreshing tea soup lifted her spirits. Hey, yummy. But that's when she noticed the mountain of supplies piled up on the side of the small yard. So with a frown, he rushed over and rummaged through it. There was grain, canned goods, iron, tea, and candy. It was also the first time they met. When Suwon handed himself those delicious and nice candies. These are supplies for the troops. How can you send them to our house? Realizing that she might have made a mistake, Ernie said with some anxiety. Hui Mei and Yang Bai froze at the words, and the two of them looked at each other in dismay, seemingly realizing the seriousness of the problem. Oops, these aren't from the troops. The troops' supplies were sent to the division headquarters a long time ago. Suwon hurriedly explained. I told the chiefs before I came that this load of supplies was specifically for Yangshu village, and none of them had any objections. Seeing that they still looked embarrassed, Suwon simply said, I paid for these myself. I really didn't take advantage of the troops. Really, lying to you as a puppy. Suwon was in such a hurry that he was able to speak the language of the latter days, because these supplies, of course, are indeed supplies that were exchanged for money and then bought with the antiques of the people of Yangshu village, so it's only right to give back to the folks. Puppies? Put. It was the first time young Ernie heard such a novel word and couldn't help but laugh. Alright, I'll believe you this time for now, but don't bring these next time. Gee whiz, it's not for you. Mind your own business. Suwon's heart was in a pang of defiance. I gave all these things to Dame Hu to sell at random in the village. It's not like I gave them to you. Ernie didn't expect Suwon to actually dare to talk back, pointing her finger at Suwon and taking out the stance of the deputy commander of the militia company. Don't send it if I told you not to. Pa. The hand was just raised when Hui Mei gave it a slap off. Ouch. You dead girl. Others Xiao Su is your master. Where is a rebellious disciple like you? Yes Ernie, Xiao Su is a guest no matter what. You can't be a bully here. Yang Bai, who was rarely angry for a while, similarly said, with the second old man backing him up. Suwon felt a lot of comfort in his heart, so he immediately became a peacemaker. It's okay Uncle Yang, kids are normal. Besides, if the disciple is rude, I, as the master, am not jointly and severally liable. Originally, Ernie wasn't too angry, but when she heard him say that, her anger immediately went straight to the sky, only to see her pause her feet, instantly about to leave the house. Humph, you're all in cahoots. I said Ernie comrade joked to it. Suwon hurriedly stopped her with a playful smile. You don't want to drive, do you? As he spoke he handed her the car keys. when it comes to driving, Yang Ernie can't move her feet. It's like those people in the latter days who just learn to drive and want to drive a couple of times when they have nothing else to do. So almost a month without touching the steering wheel, Ernie hard as if 100 claws scratching the itch. So I grabbed the car keys, huffed and puffed to the door of the small courtyard, without looking back. I mean, how am I supposed to drive if you don't get in the car and keep an eye on it? Well, the apprentice is still giving the master a hard time, but it couldn't be helped. Who lets Su-won have just this one disciple? If he doesn't feel sorry for him, who does? So it was an ass-kicking trot to climb into the passenger side. I don't know if it's because I haven't touched the steering wheel for a long time, but Ernie stalled twice in a row when he started driving. It made her face a little hard to hang onto in front of Su-won, but she felt that the only reason she hadn't driven well was because Su-won had pissed her off. So the resentment towards Su-won added a few more points. Well, the third time I finally got off the ground, I gave it gas and shifted gears, and was just as skillful as before. Where are we going? Driving slowly out of the village entrance, Ernie couldn't help but ask. Su-won glanced at her handsome side face and commanded, Go to the division headquarters. Crunch! Ernie then kicked the brakes, and Su-won almost didn't fly out when he didn't pay attention. So he hurriedly put on his seatbelt and questioned, Comrade Ernie, you're trying to murder your own teacher. Ernie deflated. Division is too far away. If you're going on an errand I won't follow. As he spoke, he was about to unbuckle his seatbelt and get out of the car. Su-won hurriedly stopped her. I'm asking you to drop me off and then you can bring the car back. Why did I drive back? Ernie blinked his clear eyes. Didn't I say before? I want to give you a car. Or this one, as long as you don't mind. Su-won faintly said. No, not too much. Not too much. Ernie's eyes glowed as he stroked the steering wheel. Su-won's eyes were full of sighs as he watched. 16,000 quadruplets could make her so happy. If this were in the latter days, one wouldn't even bother to take a ride without a few $1 million in a supercar. Forget it, this car is too expensive for me to take. The excitement didn't last long before Ernie came back to reality. And there's no way I can get diesel fuel. And besides, the main force doesn't have many vehicles, so who am I to drive? As he spoke, Ernie hung his head down with a troubled expression. Su-won couldn't help but let out a long breath. So this is it. So thinking about it, so let me ask you Ernie, do you want to drive? Want to? Dream about it, Ernie said as the chickens ate the rice. So do you like cars? Su-won added. Like, a lot. Ernie blinked her clear eyes. Su-won couldn't help but be distracted and hurriedly looked elsewhere. Ahem, there you have it. So you come with me to division headquarters and I'll beg the chiefs to make you an auto soldier. Really? The chief can listen to you? Besides, what kind of woman is an automobile soldier? Ernie said with a face full of incredulity. Chapter 37, the chief inquires about delivery channels. It seems that this ninny isn't too stupid for this to be on the up and up. This probably wouldn't work if someone else went to beg the chief, but Su-won's face should be given, and the force desperately needs to develop its own skilled personnel. Ernie is just as capable of holding up half the sky as a woman. Who says women can't be automobile soldiers? Su-won smiled. And yeah, not only can women drive cars, but in the future they will be able to drive tanks, armored vehicles, and even warships. What's a tank? What's an armored car? And warships, are those things better than four? Ernie asked curiously babyish. So Su-won first told her to start the car, and then explained it to him as he walked. Listen to the other side of the cloud. But when I heard that these belonged to heavy firepower, with which the Red Army would be invincible, Ernie's heart is already yearning for that day. Can it really come? In less than an hour, the two men arrived at the division headquarters just in time for midday. Su-won settled Ernie temporarily to the car platoon for dinner and rest, and the current acting platoon leader of the car platoon was none other than Xiang Sangue. It was still necessary to have him teach Ernie some basic maintenance. He ate a big bowl of the lumpy soup specially prepared for him in the division's small stove, and looked at the small onions floating on the surface with the oil. Needless to say, I knew that I must have used the lard that Su-won had brought. Not to mention, it tasted good, and after eating it he patted his belly and went to the division command headquarters. The three chiefs were all there, and Su-won immediately greeted them and passed cigarettes one by one. Smoking the long-lost Huazi, Wang Fushan looked intoxicated. Hey, it's still Huazi smoking smoothly. Oh, what Huazi? It's called China. Xia Chanwei gulped smoke with a smile on his face. What is this? If the chiefs like it, I'll bring you more next time. Su-won waved his big hand, and as he spoke, he put all the Huazi in his satchel. The clamshell box containing roughly 70 to 80 sticks was handed to Wang Fushan for them to divide among themselves. Wang Fushan did not wait for a few people to open their mouths. Grabbed the preservation box. Two bullseyes put a green light. Hey, I'm in charge of keeping it. The other two chiefs could only dare to deflate their mouths in anger. After the fragrant jasmine tea was brewed and served, Xia Chanwei said on behalf of the division, Little Su, First of all, I would like to thank you for providing our Red Army with so many important and vital supplies, so that we can raise our fighting strength quite a bit in a short period of time. Secondly, in light of the fact that you traveled thousands of miles to send supplies, by unanimous decision of the Legion leadership, you are honored with the title of Merchant of the People. In the future, you'll be able to pass through Shan Bay, as long as it's our territory. Finally, the Corps Commander has entrusted us, the 71st Division, to express our sincere gratitude to you. After saying that, the three chiefs immediately got up and gave a military salute towards Su-won. How's that gonna work? Su-won hurriedly got up and also returned a standard military salute to all of them. He looked pained. Three chiefs, you're not insulting me. How can I, Su-won, be so virtuous as to allow you to salute me? The three chiefs looked surprised and glanced at each other. As for why you're wearing that look, it wasn't because Su-won had just gotten up and saluted this time, obviously having gone through specialized training. The standard upright stance, even the movements of the hands are not different. How could you possibly have that kind of military posture if you didn't train for a long time? Little Su, you were in the military? As a hometown of Sichuan province, Wang Fushan couldn't help but ask. Su-won's heart immediately thumped. Just now he was too excited, completely forgot to cover up. It's just a subconscious mechanical action. Now I have to find another excuse. Su-won just slightly pondered and said, it's like this three chiefs. I went to the Munich Military Academy for a couple of years while I was studying in Germany. I didn't want to serve the Kuomintang when I returned home, so that's why I abandoned martial arts and became a businessman. Giving up martial arts to become a businessman? Strange. The three chiefs have only heard of abandoning the pen to the sword, but have never heard of leaving a good soldier behind and turning his head to become a businessman. It is important to realize that when you are born in a time of chaos, there is no profession that compares to the military. Like what if you merchant landlords have money? Soldiers just need to take out their guns and keep you obediently handing over your money and food. You're not even a step behind. But since the other party said so, it could only be believed for the time being. After all, the other side hadn't done anything against the Reds coming in. Chief of Staff Lu was a little taken back. No wonder you're quite familiar with weaponry, little Su. And with that military posture just now, even we're not as good as you. Su-won scratched his head in some embarrassment. Hey, let the chiefs laugh. I actually haven't received much military training. I can only say that I know a little. A few people sat around and exchanged a few more pleasantries before getting right down to business. Little Su, we've always had a suspicion about how on earth you managed to transport so many supplies, silently, into the cave. In fact, not only Wang Fushan and the others were puzzled, even the core chiefs were suspicious. If you transported a few hundred or a few thousand pounds of supplies, they would still think you were a godsend. Presumably they have backers on the Kuomintang side. Otherwise how could they have gotten through the blockade and shipped in? But all these supplies add up to hundreds of tons, and the grain alone is dozens of tons. This can't be described as magical. It's simply amazing. Even if Chiang Kai-shek personally ordered the supplies to be sent, then there's no way to send this much, right? Regardless of Su-won's reasoning, if he wanted to harm the Red Army, what was the point of sending so many supplies? This obviously didn't make sense. So this was the main reason why the Legion chiefs chose to trust Su-won. Su-won gritted his teeth and said with a resolute gaze, three chiefs, my delivery channels, as well as my intake channels, are unique, and I'd like you not to pry too much, and I guarantee on my own personal life that I have absolutely no desire to harm the Red Army, to harm the revolution, and I hope you can understand that. After saying these words, Su-won couldn't help but let out a long breath. It's not like the other person is a cutie pie. How could they not ask about delivery channels? But he wasn't ready for a showdown, especially now that the situation wasn't so clear. One's secrets must be kept, partly for their own safety, and partly to keep as low a profile as possible. And it wasn't that Su-won was worried about the Red Army turning on him, he was more worried about the Kuomintang and the imperialists who were looking over his shoulder, especially the little brats who are killing me. Once he heard Su-won say these words, Xia Chanwei was afraid that the other party would misunderstand and hurriedly said, Shao Su, you mustn't think too much. We're just curious. We don't mean to suspect you at all. Yes, little Su. Wang Fushan nodded solemnly. We are old folks. To death I don't believe you will be unfavorable to us. In the future who dares to suspect you, I will be the first to stand up for you. The division commander is right with the political commissar. Lu Shitian concurred. If our Red Army can't even trust you, who else can we trust? So Su, you mustn't be imagining things. Chapter 38, Plans to buy weapons. After Su-won heard the words of the three chiefs, he felt the bridge of his nose a little sour. He shrugged and smiled. I thank the three chiefs for their trust. With your words, even if it's difficult, I'll get you the supplies you want. The three chiefs looked at each other and couldn't help but relax. Luckily, there was no misunderstanding, or else how would they explain to the head of the Legion? Wang Fushan continued. Little Su, it's fine if you have this intention. Don't ever feel too much pressure. And don't force yourself to do anything dangerous. The Legion Chief's side has also said that we should keep you as safe as possible while you're delivering supplies. Xia Changwei added. Su Wen nodded. So he wasn't just a toolman. The chiefs are so heartbroken. So what's the point? Just do it. Please ask the 3 chiefs to help convey to the head of the Legion that I, Su Wen, can't do anything else, but sending over supplies that's not a problem at all. Su Wen said with a pounding heart. Well, then next time, can you send over some guns and ammunition? Wang Fushan weakly whispered, obviously just a little out of breath. Su Wen thought about it and seemed to have made a big decision. His eyes firmly said, no problem, please tell the head of the Legion that I, Su Wen, will buy arms for the Red Army even if I beg on my knees. Little Su, can you really get it? If it's true, you've solved our troops' biggest problem, Xia Changwei said with some excitement. This was immediately followed by a generalized account of the difficulties in the arms and ammunition of the troops. The first is light weapons. The 71st Division is the main division of the 15th Army Corps, and for that matter there's actually a third of the soldiers without guns. Most of the remaining 2/3 are still old sets from the late Qing dynasty, and there aren't even many serious Republic of China Hanyang Zao. Like any Czech light machine gun, there were less than 3 in a regiment. Heavy firepower, not to mention less than 5 Maxims in the whole division, and don't dare to use the bullets indiscriminately. 1 shot less. Instead, there are 6 82mm mortars, but the division's artillery shells together were less than 20 rounds, and the shells were individually registered. If you wanted to use mortars in a war, you had to apply to division headquarters. If you can't pass the application, then you'll have to go to bayonet blood. As for the old 75mm mountain guns, the entire corps didn't have any, and the 71st Division even less. Su Wen remembers that it was only after the Red Army's long march to meet that it finally brought a 75mm mountain gun, and this gun was finally left in the military museum for posterity. I'll go. Listen to the 3 chiefs as you and I complained. Even though Su Wen was not in a position to empathize, he was overwhelmed by the plight facing the Red Army. This is not a difficulty. According to the TV series, Li Daxian, this is simply pour to piss blood. No wonder modern forces have always been dominated by the phobia of insufficient firepower. And what kind of weapons they build are all about fire coverage. Like what 055, Defender 2 and so on. Not all is the lack of firepower phobia to make a mess? Dare I say it's a disease that has fallen from this era. After talking for more than an hour in one breath, Wang Fushan Kao drinks a bowl of jasmine tea and smacks his lips. Alas, Xiao Sua, our soldiers are not afraid of bloodshed, not afraid of sacrifice, but we commanders look in the eyes. That is more painful than plucking out meat. Su Wen nodded moodily. He was also a veteran. Whether or not there is a weapon in hand, for a team's combat effectiveness impact, that is crucial. That division commander, can you get me a piece of paper? Upon hearing this, Lu Shitian hurriedly trotted to the inner room to find a piece of letter paper. Xiao Su, do you need a pen? No. Su Wen then took out a signing pen from his pocket and, Division Commander, tell me about the staffing of our division. What is the total number of men? How many regiments is it divided into? And how many men in each regiment? Wang Fushan was first stunned, then immediately rationalized his thoughts and said, our division is now under 4 regiments, totaling over 500 men, the 113th, 246th, 325th, and 497th, each of which has about 500 men. Su Wen had been in the Army Field Service before, doing clerical type-related work, so there's a pretty good understanding of the Army staffing. Over 6,000 people counted as Standard B division staffing in the 1980s. If the armed forces were to be armed by the standards of the 1980s, they would have to have more than 3,000 submachine guns alone. The cheapest semi-automatic rifle manned by one must be at least 7,000 at full strength, with about 30 companies in the entire division. Each company was equipped with 6 general-purpose machine guns, so that would be 200. At least 6 grenades per person. At least 30,000 to 40,000 grenades. The division set up 9 machine gun companies with 6 heavy machine guns each. That's 60. Next is the artillery configuration. The 122mm howitzers would have to be at least 2 battalions of 18 guns each. 36 for the whole division. 152mm howitzers are integrated in 1 battalion. Also 18 guns. Then there are the rockets. 130mm is too technical and expensive. Just replace it with a guerrilla warfare artifact, the Type 63 107mm rocket launcher. Why don't you just make a whole company of 3 and plan a 30-door moistening first? And finally, mortars. The 100mm is too big to be easily transported. For the time being, Let's consider 82mm or even 60mm caliber. Each mortar company was to have 6 ready, for a total of 54 planned for 9 companies. This kind of artillery suppression basically does a full range of strikes from far, center, and near, leaving no dead ends kind of thing. As for how to transport large caliber artillery, it's not like there are 4 of them, more than 10,000A, with the truck crane, very suitable for the current road conditions in northern Shaanxi. It's only a couple hundred Ws for a couple hundred units straight up. In the absence of a specialized tractor, this thing is a proper godsend. Next up is anti-tank weapons. At the moment, this tank thing, not to mention the National Army, there aren't many little books, and they're basically sweet thin crunch, so 40 bazookas are sufficient. For that matter, it's all kind of a lift for little Ben. Just flatten the anti-aircraft machine guns and you'll smash those beaner tanks. The number of requirements is not much, just plan for a few hundred. With the basic weapons of land warfare sort of in place, air defense must surely be considered next. Things like anti-aircraft missiles and infrared guidance are the equivalent of a cannon hitting a mosquito in this day and age. Just replace it with a 14.5mm twin anti-aircraft machine gun. The requirements are not too high, with each regiment being equipped with an anti-aircraft machine gun company. 6 per company, or 24 for 4 companies, is more than enough to handle any current low-flying propeller aircraft. And finally, a little more spaghetti tanks and armored units. Don't even think about the 99A. The country doesn't have enough for itself and definitely won't sell it to you. Besides, even if I gave it to you, would it be cheaper? It would also have to be a semi-retired vintage like a Type 62 light tank, so maybe I could pick up a few. Suvan did like the Type 80 57mm self-propelled anti-aircraft gun with Type 69 tank chassis armor. If this thing were to show up in the current Shaanxi province, it would not only provide air defense, but it would also be powerful enough to kill ground targets. Once flattened, just one could easily suppress the firepower of a small Benji's wing and still destroy the fortifications. When the time comes, let the ghosts feel what it means to be punished by heaven. That leaves the armored personnel carriers. This thing is good. You have to have at least a couple of them ready to use as command vehicles. And it's all about what's cheap to trade in anyway. Chapter 39, Suwon explains weapon knowledge. Suwon wrote for more than half an hour in one breath. Of course it's a think while you write kind of thing, with occasional scribbling and rewriting. When the entire plan was written, he took a long breath and handed the paper to Wang Fushan with a satisfied face. Wang Fushan received the equipment list with anticipation, and the other 2 chiefs hurriedly came over. Having just seen the light weapon, he couldn't help but look pleased. The 3,000 submachine guns in particular made him drool, and 60 heavy machine guns. That's a big relief. But when they saw the 122mm and 152mm howitzers behind them, the smiles on the faces of the 3 chiefs gradually froze. Not to mention this large caliber artillery. Senior Red Army commanders like them, never even seen a 105mm howitzer, but have taken some. Wang Fushan barely managed to squeeze out a hint of a smile. That Xiao Sua, have you been under too much stress lately and haven't slept well? He was tempted to ask the other man if he had lost his mind, but after all, it's a partnership, so you can't be offended. So they had to ask each other politely if they hadn't slept well. Xia Chanwei was worried that Wang Fushan had said the wrong thing and hurriedly pushed him, laughing awkwardly. Oh, don't be overly concerned, Ha Xiao Su. Master Wang is concerned about you. And look, Ha. Xia Chanwei pointed to the howitzer item. Isn't this caliber of howitzer a bit too big? Let's see. A 75mm mountain gun will do. A mule can pull it. Howitzer caliber. Is it big? Suwon was confused, took the list and looked at it, waving his hand. Oh, not much. It's standard. It's already pretty low-key, huh? And if you're worried about transportation, there are 4 of them. When the time comes, I'll get you a couple hundred of them, and I'll be sure to drag those guns all over the mountains. Hundreds of units? How much money would this cost? Lu Shitian couldn't help but stagger. Cars weren't cheap in these days. Take the Northeast Changsheng brand trucks for example. One has to be small 300,000 silver dollars. Still have to make an appointment. If we really get a few hundred units, it's tens of millions of silver dollars. Can the whole Red Army have that much money? The answer is no. So Chief of Staff Lu's concern is not unreasonable. But who is Suvan? He's from the 21st century, the most powerful industrialized nation the world has ever seen. The quad is just over $10,000, and if you buy in large quantities, you can more than likely haggle it down to under $10,000, so no pressure at all. The only concern is the number of automobile soldiers. Don't create a dilemma of cars waiting for people when the time comes. Suwon waved his hand with a relaxed expression. Oh, don't worry, Chief, for unlike me I will definitely not earn you money. Ensure that all the money is mainly used to buy arms. The 3 chiefs could only reluctantly believe it after seeing him so sure of himself and looking at each other. Then look at the list of arms. in which is considered to be a knowledgeable Wang Fushan, could not help but ask, so, what's this 107mm bazooka? And why do we need 30 of them? It's not all howitzers. Can we switch to guns? Suwon couldn't help but roll his eyes. This is really a fragrant pig that can't eat fine chaff. So patiently, he said, my division commander, this thing is a guerrilla warfare artifact, and you guys definitely know more about guerrilla warfare than I do. Most of the reason this thing is called a guerrilla warfare artifact is because it's easy to carry, with a total weight of less than 400 kilograms in marching condition, and they can quickly dismantle the barrels and allow the soldiers to carry them, and if they are physically strong, they can carry 2 of them by themselves. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you guys, this rocket launcher has 12 barrels to a gun. 12 rounds in one go would be the equivalent of 2 rounds of fire from an artillery company. Of course, if you economize, you can fire a single shot, and even with 1 barrel, or even no barrel at all, the range isn't even close. It can hit 8 kilometers. So powerful? Wang Fushan's eyes widened and he gulped. Then I really want to see it. Don't worry, Master Chief. You'll be satisfied when the time comes. Suwon smiled faintly and said somewhat deliberately, so Division Commander, do you still want to switch to guns? Wang Fushan shook his head like a rattle. Immediately after that, Xia Chanwei also realized the problem, and he pointed at the 40 rocket launcher in disbelief. Look, little Su, this 40 rocket launcher is a little less much. Actually planned 300 sets. I thought we had 107 rockets. So can this 40 rocket be replaced with a machine gun or something? Can't. Suwon vetoed on the spot without even thinking. My comrade Commissar, do you know what a 40 RPG is? It's commonly known as an RPG, and it's a one-man offensive firepower weapon. Other than that, what do you think will happen when you take it to the battlefield with heavy firepower like this that one man can carry around? Alone? Are you sure it's one person? Xia Chanwei was a bit incredulous. After all, a Maxim heavy machine gun, that would take 3 men to move, and that's not counting ammunition. Of course. Suwon smiled as he pulled out his Hwazi and handed it over to the 3 chiefs. Let them smoke a cigarette and relax. Then continued, with this 40 bazooka, the enemy's bunkers, fortifications, and even gun emplacements, tanks and whatnot, will not have to take the lives of the soldiers to fill them in when the time comes. Hey, just hide in a dark corner and sneak up on them. Guaranteed 1 shot, 1 hit without a squeak. And this thing has to be configured below class level. No paralysis. Looking at Su Wen with an expression of certainty, the 3 chiefs were really a bit helpless and could only choose to believe for the time being. Otherwise what? Soon the list of arms was seen to the end. Lu Shitian pointed to the last few items with some confusion. Excuse me, Su, I'd like to ask why you put a question mark on the Type 62 tanks and the Type 80 self-propelled anti-aircraft guns you wrote later. Well, alas, Suwon lamented and scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. These 2 chariots were also specially planned by me for the troops, except that it might be, probably a bit difficult. But please don't worry, chiefs, if there's really a chance, I'll get it for you even if I have to beg them on my knees. How can this be? Wang Fushan had a heartbroken look on his face. Men's knees have gold. You don't want to belittle yourself. The big deal about the arms is to think about it in the long run. Yeah, Xia Chanwei concurred. If you really encounter that kind of situation, you must first secure your own interests and never be impulsive. Listening to the chief's words of concern, Suwon felt warmth in his heart. With their support, Suwon felt that any difficulty could be overcome. After the military equipment was discussed, the next step was the preparation of civilian supplies. With this pleasant cooperation, the 3 chiefs had reason to believe that Suwon should have the certainty to get those supplies from last time. Suwon glanced at the list of supplies that political commissar Xia handed him. Most of them have been purchased before, just several times more than before on top of the quantity, especially the military uniforms and shoes, which are 200,000 sets straight away. The same for water bottles and aluminum lunchboxes is 200,000 sets. Seeing this, Suwon understood that it should be a rendezvous. Chapter 40 Next list of supplies. This means that supplies seem plentiful right now. If it was really distributed to the soldiers, it would be a drop in the bucket, not quenching their thirst at all. Just would Suwon be afraid? How is that possible? Let's not talk about other things, but as far as living materials and such things are concerned, it is estimated that a few medium-sized enterprises can fully satisfy them. Suwon directly took a pen and ticked all the boxes after those supplies that he thought were stress-free. A unicycle? A somewhat strange object appeared. Suwon couldn't help but ask, what is this? A delivery? Lu Shitian laughed, thinking that Suwon was really an unquestioning male child, not even knowing this, so they pulled him to the door, pointed to a wooden structure with a single wheel and 2 handles next to it against the wall. Suwon couldn't help but frown. He really couldn't get this thing, so subconsciously, he asked, can I get a bike instead? A bicycle? That's a foreign thing. It's hard to find. Being a foreign student, Xia Changwei had naturally seen bicycles, and he could ride them. It's just that bikes of this era are imported and oddly expensive. That's why a couple of chiefs were too pressed to hit the bike, but they still underestimated Su Wen too much. In the latter part of the world, no one would even pick up a bicycle. A 2x8 in 2022 is only about $500. If you have a large volume you can probably cut 100 or so down. So Su Wen smiled slightly and immediately crossed out the unicycles and replaced them with 10,000 bicycles. The three chiefs stared wide-eyed, then looked at Su Wen again, like looking at a little cutie. Unbelievable. Su Wen didn't try to explain too much. Anyway, facts speak louder than words. For that amount, I'm guessing it's the capacity of a small bike business for a few days. The only thing that is a pain in the ass is transportation. Immediately after that, you continue to look at the list of supplies and keep checking off the boxes until the end. It wasn't until he saw the 10 radio stations that it dawned on Su Wen. Dare I forget the most important communication device? What's the point of having advanced weapons if you don't have a good communication device? Aren't you half blind and half deaf? So point to the radio item. How can 10 units be enough? Why don't you just make it 50 units? 100 units would be fine. Not little Su. This is a radio. A military one. Wang Fushan kindly reminded. Oh, I know chief. Is not just a shortwave radio. The kind that can pick up signals over thousands of kilometers. I'll give you the most advanced one straight away. This isn't Su Wen making up white lies. Even if it's an ordinary radio for civilian use in 2022, it's still proper black technology for this era. Not only stronger signal reception, but also anti-tracking, anti-jamming, a proper magic weapon. When the time comes, just buy vintage civilian radios and eliminate the digital display in favor of manual sky tuning. The radio is not very powerful anyway, and a couple dozen more hand-cranked generators would solve the power shortage. And northern Shanxi has always been sunny, so solar charging panels must also be prepared. Su Wen thought about it and suggested, "Three chiefs, why don't I get you a few hundred more radio talkies? So battlefield command can be more convenient then." What's a walkie-talkie again? Su Wen's words made Wang Fushan ask questions like a curious baby. Su Wen pondered slightly and simply said, "It's the battlefield removable radiophone. Let's say you want to command troops hundreds of kilometers away with a single call. Like what? Commanding artillery to bombard a target. Guaranteed to bomb one without a squeak. The enemy doesn't even know where you are. Still, it can still operate like this?" Lu Shitian, as the chief of staff, could be said to have experienced the battlefield for a long time. However, most of the current battlefield is still open fire and artillery use is basically direct fire. Like any artillery observer, the European and American imperialists haven't even gotten the hang of it yet. So it is normal that our commanders are not sure. Definitely chief of staff. When the time comes I'll get you 8x artillery scopes and put our scouts out to scout the enemy coordinates. Finally, inform the artillery of the exact position via the walkie-talkies. And hey, I guarantee that the enemy won't even know who hit him or how he died. The three chiefs looked at each other with their mouths wide open. Together they could still fight like this, thanks to Su Wen being on their side. If this was really working for the enemy, it was estimated that they would be in bad luck. The crowd chatted for a while longer about the details of supply purchases. The next thing that came to the forefront was the payment of procurement costs. A few people led Su Wen to a heavily guarded storehouse. Wang Fushan pointed to the corner of those boxes. In fact, is some closet, about 24 like. Wang Fushan apologized somewhat. "I won't hide it from you, little Su. Your payment request, it's really a bit high. Our entire legion together doesn't have much gold. And thanks to local comrades who helped us sell barrels of penicillin. That's how we raised so much gold." Su Wen's eyes widened, and he couldn't speak for a long time. How much? About 2 tons or so. Don't spray. Around 1937, the Jiaodong Special Committee supported Yan'an with more than 6 tons of gold alone. At this moment, Su Wen was numb. It seems that our Red Army is not poor. Rather, they are too poor to find a place to spend their money. But Su Wen came and everything was solved. With this amount of gold, Su Wen was confident in sending arms, and Su Wen is still just panning the rags of the force. Of course it's a bit impolite to call them rags, but they do count as rags in the eyes of those latter-day experts. But if these rags had been given to the Red Army, it would have made a world of difference. Good. With this gold, I'm 80% sure I can get you arms. The three chiefs immediately showed joyful faces, and it has been resolved to gather more gold. Whatever it takes. But chief, while gold is good, you can't always pay with gold. Su Wen reminded. Forget the arms, but for civilian supplies, I'd recommend other methods of payment. Wang Fushan nodded. Yes, but you don't need the ocean. So what else can we give you? There aren't still antiques, old objects and stuff? Su Wen hurriedly said. Like any porcelain, antique jade, paintings, old furniture. I want it all. These contraptions aren't worth much, are they? Not as good as oceans, Lu Shitian said with some disbelief. The other two chiefs nodded in agreement. Xia Changwei, on the other hand, said truthfully, those contraptions were copied quite a lot before when they fought the landlords and divided the fields. Putting it in the treasury can't be exchanged for money and it takes up space. If you like it, Xiao Su, just take it directly. It's only natural for them to think that way. As the saying goes, the world of chaos hides gold. Antiques. This thing in the chaotic world is not much value at all. But not so with Shengshi. Antiques are properly a favorite of the rich and powerful, and can be worth so much more than gold. No way. Su Wen's head shook like a rattle. You can't sell those things because you don't have the channels. But I do. Just give it to me, and it's guaranteed to be worth more than those 2 tons of gold. At those words the 3 chiefs showed joyful faces. Originally, he had only thought to ask Su Wen if he could have one more payment method, but he hadn't thought that there would be an unexpected reward. Those mountains of antiques and paintings, as well as furniture and stuff, can't they all be paid off to Su Wen? Chapter 41. Ernie denies his master. With the big picture set, several men returned to the division command room. In order to facilitate Su Wen as much as possible, Xia Chanwei took the initiative. Now that the list of supplies and the method of payment have been finalized, do you have any more difficulties on your side? Just mention them if you do. If our Red Army can do it, it will be done for you. Su Wen thought about it. Currently there was really something that needed to be done by him, so his expression was a little embarrassed and said, 3 chiefs, I really have something on my side that I want to ask you to do. Wang Fushan hurriedly sat up straight with a serious face. If there's any problem that can't be solved, just tell us, even if we're asked to end the enemy's gun emplacements. That's no problem. Su Wen was dumbfounded and hurriedly said, No, you still remember the Shan Bei girl who came with me, right? Ernie, called young Ernie, right? Xia Chanwei would say. He remembered everything about his savior. Right. Su Wen was all smiles at the mention of Ernie. She, on the other hand, is now my protege and is quite talented at learning to drive. I don't think letting her join the motor company of our 71st Division would be a good way to utilize her strengths. What do you think? Then, chiefs, after saying this Su Wen was apprehensive, afraid that the chiefs would not agree. In that case, he couldn't really just explain it to Ernie. The 3 chiefs looked at each other with a look of understanding at Su Wen, as if to say, don't think we don't know about your kid's mind. No 3 chiefs, what kind of eyes are you looking at? You must believe me, Comrade Ernie is really my disciple. Don't you think wrongly? Oh, Su Wen said with his eyes a little evasive. Oh, we believe, and we believe in you 100%. Wang Fushan smiled meaningfully. Xia Chanwei patted Su Wen's shoulder and said in a warm voice, it's okay, you're not in our army. Don't worry about discipline. Yeah, ha. Lu Shitian, on the other hand, said with a smile on his face, for this kind of thing, our Red Army has never been one to push itself on others, as long as you're willing to do it anyway. The 3 of them just flirted with Su Wen in this way. It made him feel very depressed. What is this all about? Himself and Ernie. How is that possible? Come to think of it, that's right. Ernie's actually quite cute, but he's a bit grumpy. But it's okay. I'm still young, after all. Su Wen felt that his were being carried away by the 3 chiefs and hurriedly retracted his thoughts. So, in that case, the 3 chiefs are saying yes? Of course. This kind of small matter must be promised. Wang Fushan raised his eyebrows at Xia Chanwei. Xia Chanwei immediately said, that's right, and Comrade Ernie is a progressive thinker and would have been an activist. So we, the 71st Division, extend a warm welcome to her. Su Wen was so happy that he got up even then and saluted the 3 chiefs. Then on behalf of my disciple, I'll thank the 3 chiefs first. Oh, you're welcome. Yeah, that's not a good thing. Oh, to say that we still have to thank you for sending specialized technical talents to our troops. The 3 chiefs' mouths said polite words, and their faces were even more smiling. Being so enthusiastic, on the contrary, made Su Wen somewhat less adaptable. He didn't do much thinking about it, though, and soon came to the car company to find Ernie. It was fine if he didn't look at it, but once he looked at it Su Wen was furious. At this time, Yang Ernie had just drilled out from under the car, dirty, with oil stains everywhere. Even the originally clean little face was covered in black mud. What did you do? Su Wen had a heartbroken look on his face. Himself asked her to come to the motor company to be a driver, not to be a mechanic. Quickly, he pulled out a wet tissue from his pocket and wiped the grease from her face. As she wiped, she complained, look at you. You don't look like a girl. Young Ernie, on the other hand, stood there woodenly, her face full of indifference. What business is it of yours? I'm here to learn car repair skills from Master Xiang, and Master Xiang even complimented me on my talent, saying that I would definitely make a good automobile soldier. Master Xiang? Su Wen's face twitched. This niece hadn't called herself a master yet. This to the automobile company will be left a master. Right, a master, shouted that a joyful. It's playing itself. Oh, Mr. Su, you're here? Xiang Sangui walked out of the fittings room all clean. Well, here it comes, Su-wen coldly said, looking him up and down. Well, let his own disciple to do the dirty work. This guy himself is light. Thanks to you bringing Comrade Ernie. Ha, not to mention, it really helped me a lot. Xiang Sangui said with gratitude on his face. Well, then I have to thank you for teaching her car repair skills? Su-wen couldn't help but say. This is what, but it's just a smooth thing, and Comrade Ernie is not only hardworking and enduring, but also very talented in repairing cars, much better than I was back then. Xiang Sangui didn't realize the seriousness of the problem, but blew waterways one after another. Su-wen, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes falsely and looked elsewhere. This is also because Master Xiang taught me well, Ernie said with some embarrassment. Su-wen, who was once again struck by a violent attack, immediately interrupted. Alright, see what you can do. Let's see what I'll tell Dame Hu when I get back. Then he fiercely gouged Ernie, then looked toward Sangui. By the way, how many of the automobile soldiers you were told to train have been recruited now? As soon as he heard that this was about business, Xiang Sangui immediately became serious, reporting to Mr. Su, 13 students have been recruited and are now learning basic driving skills. What? It's only this much, Su-wen said angrily. I said, what are you doing for food? Didn't I tell you to speed things up? Don't you know that in the future the troops will create mechanized synthetic brigades? How can you do it without automobile soldiers? Truth be told, Su-wen really is a bit of a blowhard. It's only been 2 days since I got the car, so to be able to recruit 10 or so trainees, Xiang Sangui has already done his best. But since it was Mr. Su's words, he could only obey the Tao. I'm sorry, Mr. Su, I didn't do my job properly. I'll review it with you. Light verbal review what use. Go back to write 2,000 words review, and then hand over to your leadership. Su-wen said somewhat deliberately. It's Mr. Su, I will definitely make a deep review. Xiang Sangui hurriedly stood up straight and said. Young Ernie, who had long since looked away, immediately stepped forward and said. I said, are you finished? It's not easy for people to teach Master Xiang. He has to teach the instructors, repair and maintain the cars, and is also responsible for recruiting people. Can you understand that? Su-wen's sky collapsed. This niece is really like what her mother said, a white-eyed wolf that can't be fed. Su-wen took a deep breath and calmed down, turned around and said, come with me. Not going. I still have several car repair questions that I want to ask Master Xiang. Ernie pouted. If you want to be an automobile soldier, hurry up and follow me. Helplessly, Su-wen could only threaten. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Xiang Sangui hurriedly said, Comrade Ernie, listen to Mr. Su, he definitely won't harm you. Young Ernie hesitated a little before saying, then, that's fine. Saying so, he reluctantly followed Su-wen to leave the automobile company. 2 people one after the other. If they were seen by the people in the latter days, mostly you'll think it's a mix-up between the two of you. Chapter 42 Ernie becomes an automobile soldier. It didn't take long for the two to arrive at the division headquarters, where the 3 leaders had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Yang Ernie all dirty, Wang Fushan immediately concerned. Comrade Ernie, this is what to do? Why is her body so dirty? Su-wen gouged out air and eye beside him and said in a bad mood. What else can I do? Repairing the car. Oh, not bad, Xia Changwei said with satisfaction. Just got here and you know you're going to active study. So you seem to be really good at being an auto mechanic. Really political commissar. Even you think so? Yang Ernie was praised and immediately said happily. Yes, Comrade Ernie. So are you willing to join the 71st Division and become an honorable automobile soldier? Xia Changwei said smoothly. Yes, willing. I'm too willing. Thank you. 3 heads. Yang Ernie was somewhat incoherent with excitement. Ever since she was fooled by Su-wen into learning how to drive, she had dreamed of driving. Now even guns, which used to be her favorite thing to play with, don't interest her much. A few people in the room were happily chatting away. Except for Su-wen, of course. This dead girl hasn't said a word of thanks to herself. Alas, it's so hard to accept a disciple, but he's actually a rebellious disciple. Never mind, a retrograde disciple is better than none. Su-wen could only self-congratulate and admit his fate. Originally, to become an auto soldier, you not only had to be educated and talented, but you had to pass after layers of scrutiny. But because of the endorsement of the 3 chiefs, Yang Ernie was the equivalent of joining the motor company in the line of fire, became the first female automobile cadet in the history of the 71st Division, and even the 15th Army Corps, and even the entire Red Army. Creating 3 firsts in a row can't help but make Ernie feel like he's on cloud 9. How could I be so lucky? Looks like he's quite the genius. Of course, this was just young Ernie feeling good about herself. After becoming a member of the motor company, Ernie would still live on the nurse's shift, just going over during the day to check in and learn the knowledge and techniques. Not until the female auto troopers have taken shape will they consider moving out of there. Of course it was Suvan's suggestion. After all, the motor company is currently full of brown old men. Ernie is definitely not suitable for a girl child, right? And because automobilists are skilled soldiers, they all pull full weight in the military. Not only would the supplies from this arrival be rationed to the motor company on a priority basis, but at least 2 of the 3 meals a day would be fine rations, and eat canned meat at least twice a week. This is a great temptation for officers and men who have long lacked oil, so it became the dream of the average officer and soldier in the division to be able to join the automobile class. Looking at Ernie, who was wearing a full set of camouflage training uniforms, Suwon couldn't help but sigh repeatedly in his heart. His own apprentice was quite the clothes rack. If you want to have a waist, you have a body. And you even look this good in your training uniform. It's just a little darker skin, but the flaws are there. I said, what are you staring at me for? If you like it, go get yourself a set to change into. Meeting Suwon's not so friendly eyes, Ernie couldn't help but dislike him. Suwon hurriedly retracted his eyes and pretended to cough. Ahem, I just think, you don't look as good in it as the head of the nursing class. You, seeing that he had to argue again, Suwon looked at his wristwatch. It was almost 5 p.m., so he hurriedly digressed. Alright, let's go. Go back and say hello to Dame Hu and Uncle Yang, and tomorrow you'll come back to report. Of course this was Suwon's arrangement. After all, if you abduct someone's daughter during the day and then stay out at night, what do you make their parents think? So after saying hello to the head of the division, Suwon took Ernie and drove the car towards Yangshu village, and promised to come over early tomorrow morning to move the gold as well as select the antiques. Perhaps tired, the two didn't speak for a while along the way. That made Ernie, who was driving, a little less comfortable. So he couldn't help but say, thank you Hazuan. Suwon slowly opened his eyes after a while. How long has it been? Finally heard a word of thanks from her. It's okay, who made me your master? Who will help you if I don't? Ernie rolled her eyes and whispered, Humph, you're not my master. As for why Ernie didn't want to call Master Suwon, this is also to blame for her mother Huimei saying, if you want to learn how to do it, first sleep with the master. So as long as she heard Suwon ask herself to call him master, Ernie unconsciously blushed a little. It was about 6 p.m. When we got back to Poplar Village, the car drove straight to Ernie's door. When they saw their daughter return home, Huimei and Yang Bai couldn't help but breathe a long sigh of relief. If you really don't come back for a night, you can't tell what the blind date will say behind your back. Only when they saw their daughter in a brand new uniform, the 2 old men were immediately happy. Our family Ernie is really spirited in these clothes. Not much worse than those regular soldiers. Yang Bai pulled his mouth and laughed. Duh. I'm in the main force now too. That's why I was issued a full uniform. Ernie hurriedly explained. What? Huimei immediately lost her smile at the words. Hurry up and take off your clothes and return them. Let's not be the main force. Let's be a good militia. It's not so dangerous. He said that he was going to pull Ernie to the inner room to change his clothes. Oops mother, Ernie said as she wrenched herself free. You think it's an opera? Take off the uniform you put on whenever you want. You dead ninny. Don't think I won't hammer you just because you're in the regular army. Saying that Huimei was about to take off her cloth shoes to beat her up, and Suwen, who originally intended to watch the show from the side, saw that the time was almost up and hurriedly stopped it. Dame Hu, don't be impulsive. Ernie, she's no ordinary main force. Xiao Sua, you do not stop me. The main force is not just to fight hard and send to death. Is there any difference? Huimei's words actually made some sense, so Suwen could only explain patiently to the 2 old men. It turns out that the automobile soldiers are only responsible for transporting weapons and supplies to the main force, and don't actually go to war. And compared to other types of soldiers, the automobile soldiers were treated that extremely well. Not only were supplies for the entire division prioritized for the motor corps, even canned goods that you don't normally get to eat, white flour and whatnot, you can basically make whatever you want. The second old man was immediately nonplussed, thinking that his daughter had really gotten lucky, actually being able to become an automobile soldier. That's a real honorable thing to do. That wasn't all. When it was heard that Ernie was actually the only female automobile soldier in the entire division, or even the entire corps, the 2 old men immediately glanced at each other, and could probably guess that the reason why their daughter could become an automobile soldier was mostly because she had gone through Su Wen's relationship. Little Su, look at you. You're giving us credit and helping Ernie arrange to be an automobile soldier. We don't know how to thank you. In the future, if you have any use for us, just say yes. Yang Bai is worthy of being a reader, and his speech is just facetious. However, Su Wen's help was purely a show of hands, and he genuinely wasn't asking for anything in return. If you really want to say why, It's probably fate. Oh, uncle, see what you say, Ernie is my disciple. This one the master must be for her future considerations well. Chapter 43, Night Stay at Ernie's. Suwon said polite words on his mouth and looked at the wristwatch on his hand. It was almost 7 o'clock. So he asked, by the way uncle, do you have a place to stay in your village? Just an inn or something? I want to make do for one night. What are you saying little Sue? Huime said somewhat angrily. How can I let you live outside when you're in Damiang's house? If you don't mind, you can stay at our house tonight. Ha, how can this be good? Suwon was already smiling in the side of his heart as he subconsciously looked at Ernie. This niece was glaring viciously at him at the moment, and immediately afterward complained, Mother, where can we have a place to live in our house? It's not livable at all. Oh, why can't we stay? Tonight Xiao Su will stay in your house. You come to my house to make up for the night. It's settled, Huime decided directly with a wave of his hand. Then he looked at Su Wen with a smile. Little Su hasn't eaten dinner yet, right? I'll go get it for you. He, Xing Din Yang, then I'm not polite haha. Suwon also raised his eyebrows towards Ernie after saying that, as if demonstrating. Exasperated, Ernie muttered with his little mouth and cheeks flushed. In the evening, Huime pulled out all the stops, specialized in a few good dishes for wine. It was almost more than a New Year's Eve. Of course, this abundance is only relative to the conditions here. There was lunch meat on the table, peanuts, and white radishes with rice. The white wine was naturally the 52-degree loose white that Suwon had brought over. This wine is only a low-end ration wine in 2022 though, but in these days of poor food, it was a proper luxury. As the 4 bowls of white wine are poured into the porcelain bowl, a refreshing aroma comes to the forefront. Yikes! This wine, it smells so good. With a mesmerized look on her face, Ernie brought her nose close to the bowl and sniffed. Incidentally, the unpleasantness of earlier dissipated. It's good that you like it, Comrade Ernie, Suwon said somewhat smugly. Yang Ernie couldn't see the other party being so complacent, and gouged him out, saying, what a waste, and I wonder how much grain these wines can be exchanged for. Pa! Huime angrily slapped her daughter's arm. Good wine and good food won't stop you, and if you dare say another word, you'll go over to the stove and chew your own nest. Hey, little Sue, I'm making you laugh huh? It's all because her father gave her a spoiled brat. Suwon hurriedly smiled and waved his hand. It's okay ma'am, as the saying goes, poorly raised sons, richly raised daughters. This daughter, should be spoiled. Not bad little Sue, you have a point. Yang Bai was quite agreeable to this and said. Hearing this, even Yang Ernie was greatly surprised. I can't imagine that Suwon, who looks a bit out of touch, is actually so progressive in his thinking. You should know that this is the 24th year of the Republic of China, not to mention the Zhuangzi family. Even those rich and powerful families in the city would not have this kind of ideological awareness. The food and wine were served, and immediately after that, Yang Bai, as the host's family, said a few words of toast. First of all, of course, we thanked Suwon-song for the supplies that came. The next thing was to tell his daughter to do well in the motor company. And finally, it is a wish for good weather and good crops in the coming year. Not to mention, it's different to have gone to private school. Knowing the book and talking is just moving. However, Suwon was not ambiguous and first toasted the 2 old men, wishing them good health and all the best. After finishing off half of the bowl, Suwon was already slightly drunk, and then raised his glass again to look at Ernie. This ninny was eating wide open at this point, and it was a joy to watch. A plate of fried cabbage with luncheon meat almost screamed out to her. Comrade Ernie, come, master, I'll drink to you. Yang Ernie didn't want to bother with him, but due to the pressure brought on by her parents, she had to put down her chopsticks with intent and raised her wine bowl with a reluctant look. Seeing this, Suwon hurriedly said, Oh, Comrade Ernie, this is our first drink. Here, I wish you good luck in your work and happiness every day. In the meantime, I wish you lots of smiles and more beauty. Huime and Yang Bai were stunned. There is no such thing as bragging about the beauty of a big girl, but thinking about the other person's open-mindedness. I didn't dare to think too much about it, but Ernie had long since reddened from his neck all the way to the tips of his ears. For the first time in her life, she had heard someone compliment her on her beauty. This treacherous businessman, with his clever tongue, is really a denizen. In the evening, the seemingly drunk Suwon was sent to Ernie's room to rest. Just as he entered the house, he caught a nice smell, a grassy ash mixed with a girl's distinctive fragrance. Little Sue, sorry the conditions are a bit humble, not as good as your big family. Suwon hurriedly returned to his senses. Oh, it's okay ma'am, the kiln is warm in winter and cool in summer. I couldn't live there before I wanted to. Ernie, who was on the side, plucked him out without a good look. You don't want to soil the house for me, you dead ninny. What are you talking about? Hurry up and follow me out. Don't disturb your master's rest. As she spoke, Huime pulled her daughter out of the house. Mother. I've already said he's not my master. Why are you still saying that? Su-won, who had been tired all day, sat down on the bed with his butt and surveyed the furnishings of the house, clean and plain, except for the floral quilt that was instantly recognizable as a girl's item. All that's left are a few red paper cutouts taped to the dirt walls. Took a closer look. The flowers, plants and birds came to life. Not bad. This niece's hand is quite clever. Lying on the bed, sniffing the fragrance, the night was silent. Early the next morning, Su-won, who was in the middle of a beautiful dream, was woken up by a sharp knock on the door. He wiped the corners of his mouth and muttered with some regret, "Alas, it can't be 10 minutes late. Su-won, get up. The division head is waiting for you." Yang Ernie had taken on the task of escorting Su-won before she went home, so she was a little anxious. "Okay, I know. Don't come in. I'll put on my pants right away," Su-won hurriedly reminded. Yang Ernie didn't have the heart to say, "Who cares to look?" "Ha, you don't care to see it? Maybe you'll want to steal it after you read it." With a burst of slander in his heart, Su-won hurriedly dressed and went out. "Go out and take a look. Good guy." The door of the small yard has long been surrounded by folks, all to come to Huime's side to buy those supplies. According to last night's discussion, the price of white flour and white rice is now set at 1 yuan for 15 pounds. Other things are also priced far cheaper than market prices. Doing so, of course, is a way to give back to the folks here. And Subin also suggests that a household be limited to one purchase per month, with a maximum of 15 pounds at a time. This will slightly circumvent the possibility of people hoarding and prevent the occurrence of buying low and selling high. In this regard, Huime and Yang Bai had no objection. Without disturbing the second old man's busy work, Su-won followed Er and I to the kitchen. 2 white flour buns with thin rice were warming on the stove. This must have been specially prepared by Dame Hu for herself. Su-won couldn't help but feel touched. "I said, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and eat," Ernie urged. Su-won then picked up 2 buns and handed one to Ernie. "I can't eat more than one," Ernie gulped, even though she had already eaten 2 nests in the morning. But looking at the past bun, I was still a little hungry. In fact, people in this era were not really big eaters, but due to a general lack of oil in their stomachs. This, coupled with long hours of physical labor, is why the meals became larger. Chapter 44, Choosing Curiosities, Preparing to Leave. "You really can't eat it?" Su-won smiled and nodded. "Why would I lie to you?" Ernie sniffed, naturally no longer polite. Big mouthfuls of gulp said, really a white-faced scholar. "The amount of rice is not as big as me." Su-won didn't retort, just sighing and finishing his breakfast. Then after saying hello to Ernie, he followed Ernie as he drove towards the division headquarters. It was 9 a.m. when we arrived at the division headquarters, and the 3 chiefs had been waiting for a long time. "Sorry to keep you waiting." 3 chiefs. "Oh, it's fine little Su. Did you rest well last night?" Wang Fushan said with concern. Su-won sniffed and ghosted over to Ernie, who was not far away. Okay, well rested." Ernie hurriedly avoided his eyes and walked himself towards the car company. "That's good. It's not too late. Let's do the right thing," Xia Changwei said with some anxiety. "Since last night, there's been antiques and paintings and stuff." A steady stream of shipments came in from other sister units, toward the 71st Division. The purpose of this was to allow Su-won to make a selection, so that he could offset the expenses of purchasing the next batch of supplies. But according to Su-won's idea, he definitely had to get that too. 5 tons of gold back first. The rest of those antiques can only be sifted one by one before making plans. So it was that the soldiers first moved the dozens of boxes of large and small yellow crocker onto the vehicles. Under the arrangement of the division, a group of warriors was then sent to guard it closely. Immediately after that, Su-won followed the 3 chiefs and came to a huge storehouse that was roughly 200 to 300 square meters. Inside, there were all sorts of antiques and paintings placed randomly, with furniture being the main focus, because there are just too many things. Many porcelain paintings and calligraphy can only be casually thrown on the ground. Looking at Su-won was dumbfounded. Wang Fushan apologized somewhat. "I'm sorry Xiao Su. We didn't expect the Brotherhood force to be so enthusiastic to send so many things." "Yeah." Lu Shitian pointed slightly helplessly at the huge solid wood closet not far away. "Like these pieces of furniture, we didn't want them, but they were delivered, so we can't return them." Su-won hurriedly retracted his thoughts. He wasn't worried about these things not being sold. He was just worried about the transportation problem. You can't have a bump or the value will be greatly reduced. "It's alright, Chief. The brother troops also want to exchange more supplies." The 3 chiefs couldn't help but breathe a long sigh of relief, as long as these things weren't all rags. Immediately after, Su-won began to pick out antiques. Of course the first thing he picked was definitely porcelain. The most sought-after item in the current 2022 antiques market is still porcelain, so you have to throw in the towel in order to cash in as quickly as possible. Turning around, He raised his eyes and saw a huge porcelain vase 30 to 40 centimeters high. The glaze on this vase is flamboyant and beautiful, and it is painted with 100 birds facing the phoenix. Pick up the bottle and look at the bottom. Qing Qianlong Imperial. Not bad. This thing is good. Suwen nodded with satisfaction and placed the thing on the side. The previous porcelain vase with the 8 immortals in a row was made in the Qianlong year and it sold for more than $100 million. This time it's a Qianlong Imperial. The price is definitely not low. The three chiefs could not help but look at each other when they saw this. Suwen is not so happy to see the gold. This vase is really worth money. It was too late to think about it carefully. And then he saw Suwen picking up a plain blue and white plum vase and looking at it in an unintelligent manner. The glaze on this vase is figure painting. Given Suwen's not so great knowledge of history, the painting should read, Xiaoyi chasing Han Xin under the moon. TSK, actually managed to find Yuan Qinghua here. Not bad, not bad. Suwen was satisfied and carefully put the plum vase aside. If nothing else, the value of just this one plum vase would be worth that previous antique deal. Next is a floral-necked, open-work vase on a yellow background, which is quite a curious design. Curious, Suwen picked up the bottle and looked at it. Warm texture, beautifully glazed, stamped on the bottom, made in the Qianlong year of the Qing dynasty. Suwen couldn't help but smile. It seems that his level of appreciation is about the same as Elder 10, so he decisively put it aside. After wandering around the antique pile a few more times, he suddenly glimpsed a small green-glazed bowl and saucer by the corner, walked over and took it in his hand. Not caring about the dust on it, wiped it on his body, and then carefully appreciated it. The glaze is layered with cicada wing motifs and the base is a 3-footed sesame seed nail. This is a typical Northern Song Dynasty Rukiln feature. Hair, Suwen said to himself with some love. Little Su, what's hair? Wang Fushan couldn't help but ask. I mean we. No, it's you guys who sent it, Suwen said with some excitement. This is a Northern Song Rukiln, used by the emperor. Seeing that the three chiefs didn't quite understand the value of it, Suwen bluntly said, you guys know about Zhao Gong, right? It's the one who killed Yu Fei with a dozen gold medals, and this thing was burned specifically for his son. So it's this dim king. Xia Chanwei was a bit puzzled. Just something used by such a dim-witted ruler. What's so good about it? Oops, Commissar, you don't understand, Suwen hurriedly explained. Song Huizong's stupefaction is surely indisputable, but his artistic accomplishments, of all the emperors in ancient and modern times, are the greatest. Anyway, you guys trust me? This thing could probably buy a dozen tanks. Oh, what? Wang Fushan said excitedly. If this thing is really worth this much, you have to hold on to it. Suwen caressed this Northern Song Dynasty Rukiln and nodded. Don't worry, I can't hurt it even if I drop myself to death. Putting this Northern Song Rukiln carefully on a side shelf, Suwen felt that these 4 pieces of porcelain were sufficient. If there are too many heavy artifacts, it will affect the overall market sentiment instead. So they went towards the pile of calligraphy, painting and antiques. Truth be told, porcelain, Suwen can rely on the only knowledge to appreciate a general, but calligraphy and painting are the equivalent of 2 eyes for him. There was no favorite calligraphy or painting after a long turn. It wasn't that they were bad, it was that he didn't know what was worth what wasn't. And painting and calligraphy counterfeiting from ancient times to the present can be very prevalent. If you really take a fake out for appraisal, it's embarrassing to think about. After pretending to wander around a couple more times, he found a painting of dead wood and stone with yellowed paper from the side of the scroll, with inscriptions from other literati next to it. Huang Tingjian and Mi Fu, respectively. I'll go. Suwen doesn't recognize this painting, but Huang Tingjian and Mi Fu are as familiar to him. To be able to have these 2 literary greats personally inscribe this painting, if it was real, it definitely had a great deal of significance. Then what's the hesitation? Suwen hurriedly re-rolled the painting and then put it on the shelf with the Rukiln. Next Suwen rummaged through 2 more compact calligraphy books. One is called The Heart Sutra of Prajna Paramitha, in a soaring, powerful script. The most important thing is that the inscription is actually Zhao Mengfu, a recognized master of calligraphy and painting in ancient times. And don't worry about what's real or fake, just put it away. The characters on the top of the remaining book are shaped like swimming dragons and are supposed to be in cursive script, so he didn't recognize many of the words on it, and the only one he knew was the inscription Wang Shiji. Forget it, take it. It doesn't take up much space anyway. Chapter 45, Going Home, Keeping the Gold. Little Su, why are there only so many things? Why don't you choose a few more? Wang Fushan couldn't help but remind Suwen as he watched him begin to inventory the antiques. Suwen, on the other hand, looked like he knew what he was doing. As the saying goes, it's better to have a lot of things than a lot of things, and I think these are enough. If there are too many of them, it's not good for the market. The 3 chiefs were self-evident about this, the whole warehouse was for him. Anyway, because China is fragile, the division also got 4 wooden crates. The stuffing the inside with cloth and cotton. This carefully flattened the china in, put all the selected curios in the car, and all that gold sounds like a lot, but it doesn't really take up much space at all. It's not even a third of the space of a 4x4 cargo hold, but 5 tons is certainly a solid weight. After all, the height of the shock compression already speaks for itself. Without delay, Soo-won prepared to move. Before he left, he made a point of telling the 3 chiefs that no personnel were needed to guard the cave. Just send someone to keep watch 5 kilometers from the caves. The 3 were at first puzzled by this, but Soo-won's explanation was that it was a matter of the security of his own shipping channels, so they readily agreed without much thought. And Soo-won's plan was to hit the road alone and drive the car into the cave. The next day the car was taken back to the division by Ernie Young. Before leaving, Soo-won came to the automobile company, originally wanting to say hello to Ernie before leaving, but the other guy was seriously learning about cars at this point. In order to avoid disturbing, Soo-won could only take out his cell phone and take a picture of her side face from a long distance away. Then with a smile on his face, he silently left the automobile company, and Soo-won just turned to leave. Ernie looked in the direction Soo-won had left as if his heart was in the right place, but didn't see any silhouettes. The escorting troops stopped 5 kilometers from the caves to keep watch, according to prior arrangements. Soo-won, on the other hand, didn't stop and sailed directly to the cave. After the last 2 days of leveling, no remains of any tombs could be seen here. Looking at the time, it was almost 12 noon, so hurrying to mark the gold with the antiques, Soo-won looked back at the entrance of the cave, murmuring, "Don't worry comrades, I'll get you what you want this time back." Then streams of light flashed and dust rose, a gust of wind rolled through, and except for the 4 unimaginable, the gold, the antiques, including Soo-won, all disappeared. Cough cough cough. Soo-won, who had returned to modern times, choked on the dust and couldn't open his eyes. "I'll be damned. Looks like next time I'll have to wear a mask first." Soo-won patted the dust on his body looking around. The warehouse was still the same as before he left, without any changes. Opened the warehouse door and breathed in the modern air. Soo-won couldn't help but deflate his mouth. Indeed, it wasn't as refreshing as over there. The phone had just been connected to the internet and messages kept popping up. Of course, most of them were sent by Won-sia, all about the procurement and distribution of various supplies. 2 others were from my mom, telling myself to take care of myself out there. The remaining few text messages are an unfamiliar number. Click on it. It is actually Liao Shua-chin. Soo-won couldn't help but hold his forehead. How can this woman still be a thief? So without giving it much thought, I quickly deleted the Galahak. Immediately after that, he called Won-sia and asked her to immediately contact the bank vault and ask them to send an escort vehicle over. It doesn't matter what the cost is, the key is to be fast. After all, there are still 5 tons of gold piled up in the warehouse, which is worth more than $1 billion. A minute more stay is a minute more danger. As for those antiques and paintings, Soo-won also planned to send them into the bank's vault specially designed for keeping valuables after taking pictures. Enduring his hunger, Soo-won patiently sat in the warehouse and waited. Within an hour, a cab was seen leading 3 escort cars this way. The cab had just stopped when Won-sia came trotting over from the passenger side. A dry uniform with mid-heeled black leather shoes. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Soo-won shook his head. "It's fine, the speed at which you came was already fast." Then pointing to the box with the gold bars inside, "Let them move their stuff, it's filled with gold bars." Won-sia froze with it, but still immediately came back to her senses and hurried over to discuss with the people on those 3 escort vehicles. Before he came, Soo-won only said that there were 5 tons of valuables that needed to be escorted, not that it was gold. If it was really gold, the bank would surely have some other way of escorting it. As expected, it was just a matter of opening those 24 boxes of gold and taking a look at them. The bank staff rushed to ask the head office for a special escort, and before escorting, all boxes are labeled with a special seal. During the wait, Soo-won couldn't help but ask, "By the way, don't you have a car?" "Not yet, Mr. Soo." Won-sia was a little embarrassed up. After all, with a salary like hers, no one would probably believe her when she said she didn't have a car. "So do you have a driver's license?" Yes, it just hasn't been opened for 2 years, Won-sia said honestly. "It's okay, when you're done with your busy schedule go on the company's books, one around 300,000 for you to drive, at the company's expense, and the other around 200,000 as an executive car." Soo-won thought about it and faintly said, "That Mr. Soo, why don't you buy one? Now that the company doesn't have a lot of manpower, it won't be used for a while." Won-sia pursed her lips and said, she was really thinking about Soo-won. After all, the company was just starting out, and everywhere was spending money, and none of the companies have begun to turn a profit yet, and almost all of them are spending money. Who says it can't be used? Soo-won pressed out his cigarette and said, "You're a company executive. The company deserves to give you a car, so it's easier to go out and talk business. It's settled. It'll be done in a week. And when it's done you'll just take care of it yourself. Faced with Su Wen's tone that did not allow for refusal, Wan Xia could only nod her head in agreement, because the amount of gold was so large, and after waiting almost 2 hours, it took someone from the head office to bring a team of riot police to the warehouse. After verifying Su Wen's identity, the bank briefly inquired about the source of the gold. To this Su Wen simply explained that these were all temporarily stored on his side by others, and that he had no comment on anything else. And the value of gold is not something that can be compared to cash, which is one of the keys to stabilizing the financial money market. Banks don't ask too many questions as long as they can name the source. In fact, even if they are smuggled in, as long as they are stealthy enough to remain undetected, they usually turn a blind eye. Of course, if you want to ship that much gold out of the country, then you are deliberately disrupting the financial markets. The nature can be very different. After moving the gold and antiques onto the car, Su Wen took Wan Xia and followed the escort vehicle back to the head office in his L9. After almost 2 more hours of testing, the 57 tons or so of gold bars were all high-quality gold with a gold content of over 95%. At the current market valuation, it's about $1.7 billion plus. Chapter 46 Preparing for Secondary Purchases. When asked if he wanted to exchange it for cash, Su Wen refused on the spot without even thinking about it. It's just an excuse to hold it for someone for a while and use it when it's needed. The bank has no problem with this, as long as it's not shipped out of the country. It's fine to use it anywhere in the country. As for the storage of gold, there is no charge, but those antiques, because they are fragile, must be stored with the appropriate insurance. In this regard, Su Wen did not hesitate to spend more than $1 million to insure. After all, the rules that should be followed. You can't have that kind of situation where saving a little money goes a long way. It was already 6 p.m. after a lot of fussing. After sending Wan Xia back to the company and giving him some slight instructions, Su Wen then drove home. He had long been hungry, and immediately sought out a restaurant in the neighborhood. Order 4 or 5 dishes and chow down. After a few mouthfuls of wine and food, Su Wen couldn't help but take a long breath. With the money in place, the next step is to consider what supplies to prepare. That previous batch of supplies was a drop in the bucket for the Red Army contingent that was about to meet. It doesn't solve the underlying problem. Combined with the feedback from the fighters, the fine grains worked very well as a staple. The commanders have said that after eating fine food, the quality of training is much better than before. I'm still a little confused as to why only fine grains can be delivered. However, he was grateful for Su Wen's practice of selling rice and white flour as coarse grains. In fact, Su Wen is quite helpless. 2022 edible grade corn sorghum. It's just the same price as rice and white flour, even slightly higher. Even if Su Wen wanted to buy corn sorghum, he would have to consider the cost to do so. That is why the procurement of staple grains continues to be based on rice and white flour. Of course, in terms of the types of food, Su Wen planned to add some soy products, always giving the warriors some extra protein. There are also micronutrient supplementation. In response to the lack of fresh fruits and vegetables in northern Shaanxi, Su Wen decided to purchase multivitamin tablets in large quantities. For this reason, Su Wen had arranged for the salesman Chao Yang to get in touch with the pharmaceutical factory long before he left. Order a separate batch of vitamin tablets at wholesale prices, making sure to minimize the price. The next step was munitions procurement. Clothes and shoes. Needless to say, after the soldiers received camouflage uniforms as well as rubber-soled shoes, they were 10,000% satisfied. Couldn't pick any faults at all and have said that it was the best uniform and shoes they had ever seen. There were also military water bottles and aluminum lunchboxes, and many old Red Army soldiers were in tears immediately after receiving them. It is said that if these had been available during the long march, many people would have survived, so these must also be purchased in large quantities. Considering the cold winters in northern Shaanxi, Su Wen would also order a large number of blankets and sleeping bags this time in order to facilitate night marching. Blankets, in particular, are stocked by many cotton spinners. Not only are they warm, but they are also inexpensive, so I'm sure the fighters will love them. Lastly, there are medical supplies. Penicillin is definitely the preferred anti-inflammatory, even if it's a veterinary penicillin, but it's so much better than sulfa. It was also necessary to procure a quantity of aspirin as well as quinine, which were essential medicines for the army as it moved to war and had to be prepared in advance. You have to prepare medical equipment and alcohol bandages for disinfecting and stopping bleeding, so it was fortunate that Su Wen had set up the company in advance. If he had left it all to himself, he would have simply been distracted. Where is the energy to contact arms-related channels? Finally, there are weapons and ammunition. When he thought of this, Su Wen felt a headache. At first Su Wen even considered going to the Middle East or Africa to make purchases. After all, money can be bought over there. However, After checking the country's handling of such people on the internet, Su Wen immediately dismissed the idea. Just selling and transporting airguns can take more than 10 years. How long would you be sentenced if you smuggled tens of thousands of guns? Then all things considered, it's still a good idea to deal with the military. At the very least, with the military's endorsement, Su Wen can also avoid most of the responsibility, and at most, he will be a young and ignorant. It's just a question of how to get in touch with the military. You can't just run to the Ministry of Equipment and offer to buy weapons and ammunition, and without a referral. I don't think you can even get in the door of the equipment department. LOL, no point in thinking about it more. There's still time anyway. We'll think about weapons and ammo when we get the civilian supplies in place. Republic of China, Chang'an City, South Courtyard Gate. As the busiest street in the provincial city, a large number of high-class stores were gathered here. As the saying goes, the old 9 chapters of silk and cloth, watches and glasses Atlantic, 5 continents world pharmacy. It says that the South Yard Gate gives the impression of prosperity. At this time, in a not-so-big grocery store, from time to time, there were people dressed in luxurious clothes coming in and out. It was rather out of place compared to the shabby store furnishings. And this is the new liaison station of the underground party, dedicated to the sale of penicillin. Yang Hui earned a lot of gold for his troops because of his success in opening up penicillin sales, so it was logical to remain in charge of the matter. Boss Yang, those penicillin I want. You have to prepare a few more for me. Oh, I'll go back and let someone send the deposit. From inside, a man in a suit in his 40s emerged, fawning as he turned back. Yang Hui, on the other hand, smiled stiffly and said, well, you first send the deposit to line up. When there is medicine I will notify you the first time. Oh, okay, then I'll thank you, ha. After saying that, the man took out a few silver dollars from his pocket and shoved them to Yang Hui like nobody's business. Yang Hui was not polite, and anyway, after receiving it, it was uniformly handed over. So after accepting it, he faintly said, that's fine, I'll give you credit for this. After sending off this last guest, Yang Hui couldn't help but let out a long sigh. In the past, he was annoyed at the lack of business, but then there was no way to gather funds for the organization. Right now, it's an endless stream of business every day, basically from morning till night. Of course, most of them are here to buy penicillin, and each of them had a sincere attitude and offered Yang Hui as if he were an ancestor. Looking at the pages full of reservation lists, Yang Hui couldn't help but whack his head. He felt completely unlike an underground party now. Instead, he was a standard businessman. What you do every day is basically ushering people in and out and then collecting money and handing out medicine, which is a far cry from your ideal. I complained internally from time to time, but my superior said that the revolutionary division of labor was different. The gold that Yang Hui had gathered together was like bullets shot at the enemy. Every penicillin sold is like a bullet into the enemy's chest. Ugh, let's hope it really helps the troops. He, old brother Yang, haven't closed the store yet. An all too familiar voice came from outside the store. Yang Hui looked at the reservation list to himself without raising his eyes. Isn't this Grand Dean Zhang? What wind blew you here? What Zhang did Dino? Call me old brother Zhang, or old Zhang will do. Zhang Huatong handed over a cigarette and laughed. The current relationship between Yang Hui and Zhang Huatong can truly be described as a bipolar reversal. In the past, it was Yang Hui who begged Zhang Huatong, but now it was Zhang Huatong who treated Yang Hui as an ancestor. Chapter 47: The Gourd Chicken That Must Die. Lighting the cigarette for the other party, Zhang Huatong playfully said, that old brother Yang, I've recently heard that Chang'an restaurant has a new chef. Why don't we go and try the food? How about some gourd chicken? Gourd chicken? Yang Hui deflated. This old boy was suddenly so generous. He must be either a traitor or a thief. Forget it, old Zhang. Penicillin, I'm on the reservation list here. Can't open the back door for you. So what about the gourd chicken? Still don't kill it first. No, old brother Yang. You're not hitting me in the face. I came all the way here to invite you for a drink this time. That gourd chicken must die, Zhang Huatong said with a face full of sincerity. Yang Hui pondered for a while and thought that it was okay to eat him a drink. After all, it's kind of an old acquaintance, so think of it as lurking. Immediately, he gave an order to the shopkeeper and followed Zhang Huatong out of the store. Old Zhang, I heard the new cook is good at chicken rice and sea cucumber? Okay, let's just have chicken rice and sea cucumber. And the goulash chickens, they're killed anyway, so they can't go to waste, can they? That's for sure. I'll listen to you, old man. Straight to the Chang'an dining hall, the two of them sat down in a familiar spot. 4 or 5 dishes were quickly served. The wine is shifeng, the taste of the soft line of throat. After sighing and eating a bowl of chicken rice and sea cucumber and drinking a glass of wine, Yang Hui was satisfied. Well, not bad, this chicken didn't die for nothing. Zhang Huatong, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, hurriedly agreed. That's right, It's a good death for this chicken to be eaten by your old brother Yang. Yang Hui's face twitched and he directly said, "Elder brother Zhang, just tell me what's going on, as long as you don't ask me for penicillin." Zhang Huatong was then stunned. "Not to talk about penicillin, I invite you to eat a ball." Some embarrassment ensued. "That old brother Yang, I won't hide it from you. I didn't come to ask for penicillin for myself this time, not even for others." Before the words were finished, he was interrupted by Yang Hui. "It's not like you don't know how in demand penicillin is. I've got orders now that are lined up until next month." Zhang Huatong hurriedly pressed his hand, signaling the other party not to get excited. Old brother. Brother, I know. It's just that this time the people seeking medicine are slightly different." "Gee whiz, what's the difference? Say, who's another male with a dirty disease that needs penicillin?" Yang Hui put down his chopsticks without a good mood and said, "The reason why I ask is because since penicillin became available, Zhang Huatong inadvertently discovered a special use for the drug. That's healing dirty diseases, and it's extremely effective. That's why many prodigal gentlemen prepare this medicine. Even provincial hospitals use this drug as the first choice for treating this disease, followed by sulfa. But whenever a patient has used penicillin and then sulfa, it is almost as ineffective. As a result, penicillin is now speculated on the black market at 3 small yellow fish apiece and is available without price." "Hold your horses. I've been told it's no ordinary man, or I wouldn't be looking for you personally for him." Zhang Huatong followed up mysteriously. "Remember you, old Mr. Wu, it was the time you delivered the medicine the first time. Remember, he can come to me directly if he needs penicillin." Yang Hui said as he tore into a gored chicken leg. "It's not him, it's his eldest son, Wu Shueling," Zhang Huatong directly said. Yang Hui's eyes rolled. "This Wu family is a famous big family in northern Shaanxi. Begging for a little penicillin on your side deserves help. How many does he want?" Zhang Huatong looked around and held out a finger. 1 kilogram. Put. Yang Hui almost didn't spray him with goulash chicken, then defiantly questioned on the spot. "Old Zhang, you're crazy. Do you know arithmetic? Do you know how many sticks of penicillin there are in 1 kilogram? Is it 1,000 sticks? Zhang Huatong weakly said. "Well, I see you're not senile yet." Yang Hui plucked out a glance at him without any good humor. "I can only even 2 for him here. Love it or hate it." Yang Hui said with benevolence and righteousness. "Not enough, old brother. They are thousands of people. How can 2 be enough?" Zhang Huatong frowned and whispered. "Thousands of people?" Yang Hui pondered a little, and immediately guessed. "Is it the National Army?" Hearing this, Zhang Huatong did not hide anything and directly said, Hey, it's still you, elder brother Yang, who's smart enough to guess right away that Wu Shuling is the commander of the 57th Division of the Central Army. The director of their division health center is my own nephew. This is not begging me here. For the National Army, Yang Hui didn't have any good impression. How many comrades died in their hands? Granted, the higher-ups aren't currently saying they can't be sold to the NRA, but in Yang Hui's heart, there must be 100 times more reluctance. And this time it's still 1 kilogram of penicillin, or 1.6 million unit doses in 1,000 vials. If you replace it with a small yellowtail, that's 2,000 sticks. So with such a large sum of money, Yang Hui, as the shopkeeper, had no right to decide, so he refused at once. That won't do. The National Army Drug Procurement let them go to Laochang themselves. I'm just a commoner. I can't help so much. Yang old brother, you really ordinary people? Oh, in front of brother you don't pretend, okay? Zhang Huatong looked like he saw through him. Earlier Yang Hui had procured a large quantity of alcohol gauze at their hospital on the pretext that his own donkey had broken his leg. From then on, Zhang Huatong knew that this guy was not an ordinary person. Combined with his usual behavior, he had reason to believe that the other party was mostly the Red Party. What do you mean, old Zhang? We have no grudges. Don't talk nonsense. Yang Hui was a little nervous, though his own identity tends to be semi-public. All forces basically knew that this grocery store specializing in penicillin must have a red background, but no one dared to poke through the window either. After all, this is the only store that sells penicillin, so if we really end up with it, no one will have to use it. It's just that being openly poked and prodded, Yang Hui can't help but still be a little uptight. He subconsciously felt for the pistol at the back of his waist. Zhang Huatong smiled and waved his hand indifferently. In my case, there is no party affiliation. As long as it is good for the country and the nation, then it is a friend of mine. Zhang Huatong. Yang Hui nodded. There was nothing wrong with that. If the other party really wanted to do something bad to themselves, they wouldn't have to break the bank by treating themselves to a drink. Seeing a moment of silence from the other party, Zhang Huatong continued. To tell you the truth, Master Wu is trying to avoid suspicion. That's why he commissioned me to step in and find you guys. And the reason they wanted 1 kilogram of penicillin was not for profit, but to prepare for the resistance. Anti-Japanese? Yang Hui said with a serious look on his face. Are you saying that the 57th Division is going north to resist the Japanese? I'm not sure exactly where I'm going, but Division Commander Wu's determination to fight the Japanese is something that can be seen by the sun and the moon. Zhang Huatong was in awe when he mentioned Wu Schwelling, and as far as I know, the 57th Division was never involved in the siege of your unit, and are also against civil war, which is why I stepped in to help match them this time. Yang Hui sniffed, then fell into deep thought. If the other party was really preparing for the resistance, this favor might actually be necessary. And it is also the strategic philosophy of the higher-ups that any internal conflict can be temporarily set aside in the face of national righteousness. Chapter 48 Penicillin for Arms? So after a long moment of silence, he said, I can react to the 57th Division's request to my superiors. It's just the price. As soon as he heard that there was a show, Zhang Huatong hurriedly said, geez, price-wise it's fine. Definitely give it at market price. And Division Commander Wu has said that if he thinks the gold is bad, he can still offset the arms. What? Dean Zhang? You're not kidding, right? Yang Hui was so excited that he stood up. Arms were the most scarce thing for the troops at the moment. Zhang Huatong hurriedly silenced him, looked around and whispered. This is what he said himself. How could I lie to you? And he also said that if this penicillin really works, he will continue to purchase from you, so there's no need for him to not keep his word. Yang Hui nodded. This was a great truth. The only penicillin on the market today is in-house, and there's no other place like it. If you really dare to break your word, you won't be able to buy penicillin in the future. At the thought of being able to raise weapons and ammunition, Yang Hui immediately felt that the gourd chicken did not smell good. Immediately, he got up and excused himself. Then it's not too late. I'll go back and contact my superiors right away. Alas and alack. So much wine and food. Eat before you go. Zhang Tenghua subconsciously said. Yang Hui paused, looked at his unsatiated belly, and then ordered towards the store assistant at the side. Xiao Air. Pack the gourd chicken and chicken rice sea cucumber. Yes, and the opened bottle of Shifeng for me to take away as well. Holler guest. Yang Hui returned to the store with his food box and, unable to eat, immediately sent a telegram to his superiors. Sent all the details, especially the fact that it could be paid for with arms. And the superiors, having received the telegram, paid the utmost attention to it. Immediately, the news was passed on to the head of the 15th Army Corps. Faced with the temptation of arms, the Corps Chief was not in a position to make an unauthorized decision and immediately approached the 3 division leaders of the 71st Division to discuss the matter. After all, it has always been the case that penicillin was used to raise gold for almost all the rest, except for the troops' own use. The reason why he chose gold was because Su Wen's side had said that he could get weapons and ammunition as long as there was gold. But now there's a chance to get a portion of the weapon early. The odds are that it's some old used gear, but it's better than nothing. And there had been no news of Su Wen for some days after he left, so it was necessary to ask the 71st Division's opinion. After receiving the order, the 3 division chiefs hoofed it to the legionnaires' quarters. Without much courtesy, the Corps Chief handed the telegram to Wang Fushan and the others. Once the 3 of them had finished looking at it, the legionnaire opened the door. That's about it for the specifics. And word has come back from our party comrades embedded in the 57th Division that the situation is true. They do intend to trade us for penicillin. Wang Fushan and a few others glanced at each other and asked. Then, Legion Commander, what is the opinion of you and the other chiefs? We, the legionnaire gave him a blank look without a good reason. These penicillins came from your side of the 71st Division, and we must not respect your opinion? Xia Chanwei pondered slightly and said, Chief, do you know what weapons the 57th Division is prepared to exchange with us? The Legion C Commissar stepped forward to explain. The comrade over there said that if 1 kilogram of penicillin was all converted into weapons, it would be about 200 Hanyang Zao as well as 2,000 rounds of ammunition. Of course, the amount should be negotiable. A handful of Hanyang Zao currently costs about 40 yen, which translates to a little over a stick of small yellowtail. So 1 kilogram of penicillin converted to gold would normally buy 750 Hanyang Zao. It's just that gun stuff is hard currency in troubled times. In the era of weak industrial base like the Republican era, basically the factory was pre-ordered by the National Army troops before leaving the factory. So the 57th Division of the Central Army is willing to take 200 guns as well as 2,000 rounds of ammunition as a bargaining chip. In the opinion of the Legion chiefs, there was some sincerity, but Wang Fushan and the others didn't think so, because the big cake that Su Wen drew for them was really too fragrant, and it was also topful. Light weapons are semi-automatic rifles plus submachine guns. Heavy machine guns don't even make it into the heavy weapon sequence. The artillery and other things are far medium and close coverage. Even mortars can go down to the platoon. There's even that what's-his-name guerrilla warfare talisman, the 107 bazooka, and the 40 fire. Not to mention, if you're lucky, you'll get tanks and armored vehicles delivered. It's like having the possibility of eating raw seafood tomorrow, but today you're left with a belly full of chaff. Who can stand that? Wang Fushan said with some reluctance. Legion Commander, if you agree to an exchange, we of the 71st Division are determined to obey. Xia Changwei also chimed in. Yes, Chief, we resolutely obey. Resolute obedience? Legionnaire X couldn't help but laugh. Ha, I see you guys are talking out of your asses, guess right? But what if I said that if I replaced the guns and bullets, they would be replenished to your division on a priority basis? Wang Fushan paused, still full of sorrow. Then we'd better obey your arrangement. Legion Commander. Pa! The Legionnaire slapped heavily on the desktop. Angrily. Assholes. I called you all here for your opinions, not for you to get sloppy with me. Commissar C hurriedly smiled and reassured. Oh, what's going on with you three? If you have any ideas, just say them, can't we hear them? Wang Fushan sniffed and glanced at the other two colleagues, then puffed out his chest and raised his head with a firm gaze. We're not willing to trade penicillin for arms with the 57th Division. It's better to trade for gold. The ex-Legion chief then froze. Was this Wang Fushan stupid? Gold doesn't always pay for arms these days. Still, he said patiently, tell me your reasons. So immediately after that, Wang Fushan handed the list of weapons and equipment that he had transcribed from Su Wen's side to the army chief. What's this? The Legionnaire was confused. This is the weaponry Su Wen planned for us, Wang Fushan explained. Just by looking at the beginning, a few of the Legion chiefs couldn't help but frown. 7,000 semi-automatic rifles, 3,000 submachine guns, 36 122mm howitzers, 18 152mm howitzers, 3,107 rockets, 24 twin 14, 5mm anti-aircraft machine guns, all the way to the end. The Type 63 armored personnel carrier. The three corps chiefs stared at each other with their mouths wide open. That's not a list of weaponry. That's a wish list. A lot of the weaponry they had never even heard of. If they really had these weapons and equipment, would their legion still be temporarily living in northern Shanxi? Early he meowed to start a duel with Chiang Kai-shek openly. Who wrote this list of weapons? The Legionnaire questioned at once. It's Little Su, Xia Changwei hurriedly said. The army chief suppressed his anger and stared at Wang Fushan. Young people don't know any better, can't you? A divisional commander. Know how to count? With the little gold we have, we can buy these weapons? The Legionnaire then pointed to the item on howitzers. Just this, what, a 122mm howitzer? I don't think it's enough. Chapter 49, Rejection of Penicillin for Arms. According to the Legionnaire's algorithm, which was indeed correct, the National Army had earlier customized a batch of 150mm howitzers with mustache, roughly 48 doors at a total cost of over 35 million silver dollars. 30 silver dollars currently gets you a small yellowtail. A small yellowtail is about 30 grams. If converted to the equivalent weight of gold, that would be 35 tons, but only 5 tons of gold were previously handed over to Su Wen. So it's a pipe dream any way you want to think about it. The head of the Legion felt that Wang Fushan was challenging his intelligence, which was why he was particularly angry. Wang Fushan's heart was that bitter. Heaven and earth. This list of weapons wasn't something he pointed a gun at Su Wen and asked him to write. It was something he initiated, so it could only be explained stiffly. Chief, Su Wen said that as long as there's gold, he'll be able to get the weaponry here, except for the tanks and armored vehicles, which are a bit difficult. Seeing that the chief didn't believe it, Xia Changwei also explained. Yes, Chief, we didn't force Xiao Su half the time. It was his initiative. It also said it would send us a couple hundred quadrupeds, specialized in pulling heavy weapons. At this time, Lu Shitian also stood out and said, that's right, Chief. All three of us were there. And Su also has experience studying at the Munich Military Academy and talks about weaponry. The Legionnaires then fell into deep thought. If Su Wen really did have this kind of study abroad experience and was able to ship a lot of scarce supplies, he might actually be able to send arms. It's just that most of this weaponry is heavy firepower. For that price, it was incredibly cheap. How much energy does it take to send so much cheap weaponry? And thinking of something, Wang Fushan continued. Legion Commander, Xiao Su not only took away the gold, but also some antique paintings and calligraphy. He said that brushwash used by the Song Emperor could be traded for a dozen tanks. He really said that? No drinking? The Legionnaire asked, looking to the other two. Su Wen doesn't dabble in alcohol and speaks with a straight face. Xia Changwei said seriously. The army chief frowned in thought and asked, do you guys trust Su Wen? Believe. The three division heads uttered these two words almost in unison. If Su Wen knew that he could be trusted so much by the three division heads, he might be more touched. The Legionnaire looked over at his own commissar with a slightly torn look. The other man looked at himself as supportive as ever, so he said at once, "That's fine, let's not change weapons this time, or change gold. That's the way it is in the ranks of the revolution. There are disagreements, but in the end, they all manage to find common ground. It does not make it less democratic because of the level of office." And the reason why the army chief made this decision was that on one hand, he chose to trust Wang Fushan's judgment on them. On the other hand, even if we get those 200 Hanyang-made rifles, it also doesn't give the troops much of a combat boost, and seems a bit of a cockamamie. Of course, everything would have to wait until Su Wen sent the supplies again to see what would happen. Shang County, Western Shanxi Province, residents of the 57th Division of the National Army. Inside the division's command headquarters, Wu Shueling, who was wearing a straight general's uniform, was discussing things with the chief of staff. "Those 200 Hanyongs, are they all ready?" Wu Shueling asked without lifting his head as he practiced his calligraphy and painting. "Ready, division commander." Chief of Staff Wei Shuhong hurriedly said, "It's all stuff with rifling that's almost worn out. Won't let them take advantage of it." Wu Shueling then paused, his face not looking too good. "We are doing business with the other side for the first time, and we just send them off with these things. Will we be able to do it in the future? In the Red Army's current condition, it's good enough to have a gun. A bunch of screamers, can they still think that thin rice is rancid?" Wei Shuheng's heart burst with slander, but he still respectfully said, "If you think it's wrong, Master Chief, I'll go down and rectify it right away." Wu Shuling took the used brush and dipped it into the water in the brush wash and said, "Well, let's just replace it with the gun we have on hand. It's not a new gun, but it works just as well." "Oh, I understand, Master Chief. You are truly a great benefactor. I believe they will definitely be satisfied," Wei Shuhong said with a fawning face. While the two were chatting, the communications officer came to report. Immediately afterward, he handed the telegram to Wei Shuhong for prior access. With just a sweeping glance, he said with some surprise, How is it possible? Is this really from the provincial capital? Is there any mistake?" The communications soldier hurriedly explained. "That's right, Chief of Staff. The contents of the telegram have been reviewed and confirmed to be correct." "Well, you go on down." Wu Shuling was confused and immediately instructed the communication soldier to leave. Then asked, "What did the telegram say?" "Division Commander, the Red Army side said they don't want arms, just gold," Wei Shuhong said with a bitter face. "Oh." Although Wu Shuling was greatly surprised, his good family education did not allow him to lose his temper. Instead, he took the telegram and read it carefully. "Just see what the telegram says. The Red Army refused to trade 1 kilogram of penicillin for 200 guns, only gold and authenticated antiques. Strange, when did they love money so much?" Wei Shuhong, who had returned to his senses, was filled with disbelief. This time, the sale of penicillin by arms trade is precisely the bad idea of Wei Shuhong, the dog-headed military advisor. The idea was to use this as a way of clearing out second-hand scrap weapons, and to get a little credit for doing so. "I hadn't realized that the other side was completely out of line. It's a ing weapon. What do you mudbloods need gold and antiques for? Can it be food or can it be war?" "Division Commander, should I send someone else to ask the other side if they are not satisfied with the amount of arms?" Wu Shuiling frowned slightly in deep thought. "No need. The other party's attitude is already very clear. If we ask again, it's not rushing to give away money." Immediately after, he gritted his teeth. "Just do as they say. Raise the gold as soon as possible. And if it's not enough, we'll make do with the antiques. It's division seat." Wei Shuhong stood straight and respectful, then saluted and turned to leave. When his subordinates left, Wu Shuiling sat down on his butt in the Taiji chair. The Reds actually don't love arms and gold? It's been a long time coming. Was this the same rabble he remembered that treated money like dirt? It was too late to think about it, and Wu Shuiling was filled with heartache. The gold that he, the 57th Division, had saved with great pains over the years would now be the Red Army's. Red Army, 71st Division, 246th Regiment. Regimental Commander Zhang Lai, dressed in a full set of camouflage uniforms, is leisurely holding a porcelain bowl, sipping refreshing jasmine tea. Couldn't help but mumble, "Gee, that's so comforting. I wouldn't change it for a landlord." Oh, what landowner has our Zhang big head will enjoy ah. In the 246th Regiment, the one who dared to speak out and flirt with Zhang Lai was naturally political commissar Lu Kai. Just stepping into the command headquarters, Lu Kai nonchalantly picked up the teapot and gulp slammed a large mouthful. Old Lu, how do you drink my tea? Hurry up and put it down. Want to drink with their own bubble." Zhang Lai hurriedly shielded the teapot and shook it with a heartbroken face. "You're an ox, aren't you? Can't you be more civilized? You need to learn to taste tea. This is not what our division commander said about you." Lu Kai directly disliked. That said, when Zhang Lai went to the division headquarters to report on his work before, he was hugging the teapot like this, and was lectured by the division commander Wang Fushan for a long time. Chapter 50, 246th Regiment, plus more. Recalling what the division commander had said when he lectured himself, Zhang Lai couldn't help but mutter, "The division commander is also poorly preaching." "Oh, what did you say? Believe it or not, I'll make a little report on you and sentence you to the crime of disobeying discipline when the time comes," Lu joked. Zhang Lai hurriedly changed the topic. "I'm not just saying it, right? The supplies are sent down, right?" Lu Kai immediately sat up straight and said, "Sent, I tell you the soldiers can be happy, one by one to get the new uniforms cannot wear. This is not good," Zhang Lai said, full of heartache. "You'll notify down later that anyone who can't be bothered to wear it or use it will immediately retrieve their supplies." "Oh, okay, listen to you." Lu Kai naturally nodded his head in agreement, but still said with some sighs, "Alas, the warriors are afraid of being poor, so they don't dare to use the good stuff when they get it, for fear of breaking it." "Yes," Zhang Lai exclaimed. "Other than that, these rubber-soled shoes are so comfortable to wear, whether you're marching or fighting." Lu Kai nodded. There were also military water bottles and aluminum lunchboxes, and many soldiers were wiping tears from their eyes after receiving them, and saying that their fallen comrades didn't make it to the good times. As for food, it's even harder to come by, and so many old soldiers say that if they had a canned food when they climbed the snowy mountains, they could have saved at least 5 people. Speaking of which, the two then fell silent for a while, even their eyes reddening a bit. How many strong-willed, courageous warriors, not to die in battle, but to die alive from starvation and freezing. Now it's good. The troops not only have all kinds of military supplies, even the food is much better than before. Not only do you often get rice and white flour, but occasionally you get meat. If you catch a training intensity, or if you have a combat mission, you can also have cabbage stew with canned luncheon meat. There was very little luncheon meat, but it was sautéed in a big pile of lard. It was still delicious and the fighters loved it. All sorts of changes. Even when I was in Ruijin, I didn't have such good conditions. As a result, the troops are now highly demoralized and have expressed a desire to fight their way out and expand their territory. Can't live up to such a good supply. After a long time, Zhang Lai smiled. Tell the soldiers to use it as much as they want. Our division commander said that there will be a steady stream of goodies sent to us in the future. So don't get too picky. Yes, a good thing should serve its purpose. Otherwise, why spend money on it? Lu Kai smiled and nodded in response. It was followed by some helplessness. Now the troops are screaming for a war, saying that they can't let down the supplies that the chiefs have worked so hard to raise. Zhang Lai nodded, slightly helpless. Alas, fighting a war. Who doesn't want to? Last time I went to the division headquarters to ask for war, I was almost scolded to death by our division commander. Said I was impatient for a good time and wanted to find a fight, and told me to go back and pacify the team, and never go out to start trouble on my own initiative, or else I'd be court-martialed. No, why? We're in good shape now, and we're screaming for a war, so what are we waiting for? Lu Kai grumbled in some disbelief, but he saw Zhang Lai stand up and fasten the door of the commanding officer's office, then sat down and approached the other party mysteriously. Hey, I heard the division is raising weapons and ammunition, and the amount is rumored to be quite large. Really? Don't be ridiculous, Lu Kai said with a look of disbelief. Not old Lu, this thing I can bring to cheat you? Zhang Lai said dry mouth, picked up the teapot fierce irrigation a mouthful, wiped his mouth said, I overheard the division commander's guard, Lu Dali, say that, and just think, uniforms, shoes, and military water bottles were delivered. So are the arms far away? Lu Kai stared blankly at the words and froze at first, then he and Zhang Lai exchanged a glance and said with a heartfelt smile, he, not to mention, your analysis is quite reasonable, but the division chiefs didn't explicitly say that the matter of sending arms must be in the stage of secrecy. You mustn't go out and talk nonsense. Lu Kai followed up with a reminder. In response, Zhang Lai nodded solemnly. I'm sure I know the score, that's why I'm not talking to you alone. After all, it's you who has to do the job of pacifying the troops. Inside the new health center of the 71st Division, in the general ward, a wounded soldier with his head wrapped like a dumpling was sitting on a hospital bed scrutinizing the military water bottle in his hand. He was the first sick and wounded person to use the penicillin when Su Wen delivered it earlier. At this time he has been healed to a certain extent. In a few days after the removal of the gauze will be able to return to the army. Is this really issued to me? Wu Baofeng looked somewhat incredulously at the small warrior wearing a camouflage suit and rubber shoes on the side. That's right, squad leader. Is the logistics for us? I helped you receive a set. This is not afraid that you do not have water to drink. First take the kettle for you to use it. The young warrior Hisheng touched the water bottle on his waist and said with some complacency. Well, hard work little student. Wu Baofeng said and grabbed a handful of fruit candies from under his pillow and handed it to the other party. Here, take it and eat it. It's sweet. Shang stared at the flowery candies and gulped. At 17 or 18, who doesn't have a craving? But he pushed it back. It's from the army for you sick and wounded. I can't eat it. Just take it when I tell you to. What's so much nonsense? As he spoke, Wu Baofeng stuffed the candy into the outer pocket of his jacket. Unable to argue with the other party, Shang could only accept it. After pulling the other party to sit down, Wu Baofeng couldn't help but ask, only munitions were issued? Did you send weapons and ammunition? No. Shang shook his head. The platoon leader went to ask about it before, and got a bear from the logistics department, saying he didn't know enough, why he wanted everything. Wu Baofeng's face was full of worries. During his recuperation, he was deeply feeling the changes in the treatment of the troops. Ever since he learned that his daily injection of penicillin was worth 2 small yellowtail sticks, he has not felt good. Hoping to heal himself had cost dozens of small yellow fish, which would have been much better if it had been replaced by a gun or a shell. That's right, he was an artilleryman by trade, and was the commander of an artillery company before the fall of the Northeast. The use of mountain artillery and mortars is so well practiced that it is not an exaggeration to say that they can hit anywhere they are pointed. But after the arrival of little Benji, one shot before the exit of the Northeast, which makes Wu Baofeng how to think about it is not good. The thought of losing the Northeast, and so much heavy firepower all left to little Benji. Wu Baofeng's heart is dripping blood, so in a fit of pique, he broke away from the Northeast Army and joined the 71st Division after bouncing around. There aren't many guns here for him to pound, but at least the Red Army is genuinely anti-Japanese. This, coupled with some combat experience, made him squad leader shortly after he arrived. Last time there was an encounter with the National Army. After 2 mortar rounds were fired, Wu Baoshan rushed forward with a big knife piece, and the people behind him could not stop them. No, a shell exploded beside him, and the whole man fell in a pool of blood. He was later taken to a health center and subsequently suffered a persistent high fever due to an infected wound. If it hadn't been for the timely injection of penicillin, it would have been accounted for that night. Where else can you eat fine grains every day and have cream of wheat and fruit candies to replenish your body when you're done, like you do now? Chapter 51, Artillery Wu Baofeng. Establishment of Mechanized Regiment. Such comfortable days seemed to him a complete waste of treasure, and the troops were already poor. Now it's a good thing that there is money not to buy weapons, but just point to replenishment of supplies. When will we be able to fight our way back home? Wu Baofeng, take the shot. In the middle of his thoughts, the familiar little nurse walked in with a stern face and a glinting, cold syringe in her hand. As for why the slate face, it's not because since Wu Baofeng knew the price of penicillin. Whenever I give him a shot, the guy is never very cooperative. He also said to save this medicine and take it to exchange for arms. So angry that the little nurse are looking for the leadership several times. Wu Baofeng stood up with a miso and spread his hands. No, Nurse Chen, look. I'm all better. I don't need an injection. Nurse Chen gave him a blank look. It's not up to you to say whether it's good or not. If you keep on nagging, believe it or not, I'll bring the head of the department here. Wu Baofeng wanted to say something, but there was nothing he could do. All that could be done was to dutifully lie down on the edge of the bed and pull down his pants, exposing half of his ass. Seeing this, Shang, who was on the side, could no longer hold back his laughter. I can't imagine that the class president, known as Wu Degun, would be afraid of a little nurse. I'll have to go back and tell the rest of my comrades about it. Bastard, why are you laughing? When I'm well enough to go back, let's see what I'll do to you. Wu Baofeng indignantly gouged out Shang and threatened. Without waiting for Shang to beg for mercy, Nurse Chen said helpfully, what's wrong with people laughing and smiling? You're at least a cadre, and you don't know how to be sensible. The doctor said that if you don't keep up the penicillin injections, if you get infected again, your previous shots will be for nothing. Quick fight. Are you annoyed? The upset Wu Baofeng said back in an unfavorable manner. Yo-ho, this guy actually dares to be mean to himself. He simply doesn't know how to die. Nurse Chen's heart slandered. Her face showed a sinister look, and she obediently changed her grip on the syringe, like throwing a javelin. A brain sent into Wu Baoshan's half-drawn ass. Ouch! Wu Baofeng exclaimed in pain, trying to struggle in a smooth manner. Don't move. If the needle breaks inside, you'll still have to lie down for a few days, Nurse Chen said with a smug look on her face. Shang desperately tried to hold back his laughter and agreed. Yes, class president, just be good and obey. It's useless to resist. Quickly fight, okay? Wu Baofeng clenched his back teeth and pleaded. Well, what about this medicine? It has to be pushed slowly for the best effect. Satisfied, Nurse Chen slowly pushed the injection. After about 10 seconds or so, until Nurse Chen pulled out the needle. Only then did Wu Baoshan let out a long sigh of relief and paralyzed on the ground. He pointed at Nurse Chen and gasped. I'm going to sue you at the dean's. Nurse Chen raised her head. Sue me? Ha, I'm just treating this routinely. It's you who are too ostentatious to endure the pain. With that, he left the hospital room, satisfied. When He Sheng saw this, he had a heartbroken look on his face as he helped his own class president up. Sitting down with the other side of his butt, he reassured, I say, squad leader, as the saying goes, it's better to offend the king of hell than the little ghost. I think you'd better forget about it. Wu Baoshan think about it, not counting what else can be done. Say out also shame is not. Rumble. A burst of mechanical noise sounded outside the health center, and Wu Baofeng rubbed his somewhat bruised buttocks and asked, why is it so noisy out there? It's been going on since last night. Class president, this you don't understand. That's the sound of a car. He Shang looked out the window with a longing face. If only I could be an automobile soldier. Pa! Wu Baofeng slapped him on the back of his head. Didn't you beg me to teach you how to snog before? Why do you want to drive again? He Shang deflated a bit innocently and muttered, it's not even a gun yet. Now that the car company has become a car regiment, most of the cars are still undriven. The automobile regiment? He Shang scratched the gauze on his head. When was it formed? Wasn't it still an automobile company the last time you came over? It was just set up today, and I heard there are hundreds of cars, and there's only how many people in the automobile company, so they can't even drive it. He Shang said with a sigh on his face. My goodness, hundreds of cars, how much does this cost? Wu Baofeng couldn't hide the heartache on his face. Cars can be harder to come by than arms in this day and age. It would be nice to get half, even a third of the money for the shells. It's not as if he himself is going to rush over there with a big knife blade to fight for his life after 2 rounds of shelling. In his heart, Wu Baofeng could do nothing about it. These cars are naturally Su and took the time to transport back to Shanxi province. A total of 350 units. All come with a 1-ton truck crane, split into black, green, and blue lacquers to allow for different colors to be used for different tasks in the future. The inside of the wagon is filled with various parts and wearing parts. Also delivered were 300 tons of diesel fuel, about 2,000 barrels, all densely packed in the cave. It also comes with over 100 hand pressure dispensers, so it's really all there. When the 3 division heads got word to rush over to this side of the cave, from the entrance of the cave, the dirt road that stretches for hundreds of meters outside is densely filled with 4 cars. The shock of that scene made the 3 chiefs unable to stop rubbing their eyes, fearing if they were hallucinating. After a brief deliberation, the division immediately reported the matter to the Corps Command and applied for the immediate establishment of a motor corps. It also requested the sister units to spare warriors who could drive or who were educated to go to the 71st Division. All were added to the newly formed motor corps. To this end, the corps chiefs, meeting urgently. The request was granted in less than half an hour and the motor corps was renamed the Mechanized Corps. He also asked the 71st Division to make every effort to ensure the safety of the cars, and to make sure that it would establish its own mechanized transport unit as soon as possible. For this reason, the entire 71st Division was mobilized almost in its entirety. The main force was responsible for security alerts, while others were responsible for leveling the field and building carports. For a while, the fighters worked feverishly. After all, the establishment of mechanized units was the first in the entire history of the Red Army. This honor, which troops would not be smiling. And of course there are those who are so worried they have blisters all over their mouths. Xiang Sangue, as the first automobile company commander, was originally worried about the matter of too many men and too few cars. Now it's really a car waiting situation. As Mr. Su said, in order to move 350 vehicles, as well as more than 2,000 barrels of diesel fuel to a safe location as quickly as possible, the entire automobile company of 30 or so men, trainees and mechanics alike, were all on board. After 2 days and 2 nights of continuous fighting, we finally transported all the cars and fuel to a safe place. After all, this was Su Wen's request, saying that other supplies would have to be transported into the cave afterward, so the oil would have to be moved somewhere. Su Wen on the other side, for nearly half a month he was not idle. The first was to use that time to acquire 2 private gas stations that were on the verge of closing down, spending a total of nearly $8 million. But it was money that Su Wen thought was well spent. After all, there is currently no ready-made petroleum industry over in northern Shanxi, and dependence on finished diesel fuel remains high. You can't always buy retail diesel. Once the quantity is too large, not only will it attract the attention of the authorities, but it is also cheaper at wholesale. The next thing is the procurement of the quad, to facilitate future transportation of related materials. Not only does each 4x4 bring a towing hook in the front and rear, but each vehicle also comes with a 1-ton truck-mounted crane. Manufacturers readily accept such requests for increased profits. The only thing they didn't understand was that Su Wen demanded that all the nameplates on the car be removed. It's a little hard to understand, but the customer is God. What's wrong with letting you remove a few hundred nameplates when they buy hundreds of your stock 4x4S? Chapter 52, too many supplies can be troubling. After solving the transportation problem, Su Wen contacted other civilian materials without stopping. Of course, most of the work of contacting businesses is left to the people underneath. For this reason the company recruited a few more people to keep it from being too busy. And Su Wen's request was simple: all the food, clothing, and, first of all, it's cheap. Secondly, it has to work well. Try to buy stock products. Finally, there is a request to reduce the text on the outer packaging, preferably a clear plastic bag, or even just a twine tie. And in the supplies purchased this time, in addition to the categories on the last list, quite a few other categories have been added. Among them, 200 stethoscopes, 10,000 sets of general surgical instruments, 1,000 bottles of iodophor 500 milliliters, 20,000 rolls of cotton yarn, glucose pure powder 2 tons, multivitamin 3 million tablets, 20 tons of soy milk powder in small packages, 200,000 blankets, 50,000 marching sleeping bags, 100,000 marching backpacks, 1 million pairs of cotton socks, 500,000 towels, 500,000 toothpaste, 1 million toothbrushes, 87 enameled mugs, 500,000 units, 2,000 cases of compressed cookies with grains and cereals, 100 civilian hand-modulated shortwave radios, 50 hand-cranked generators, 10,000 bicycles. They may seem like a lot, but they total out to just under $20 million. Looking at the bank account balance of more than $500 million, Su Wen fell into deep thought. Most of the space would have been taken up by the bikes if it weren't for the fact that the eyeballs wouldn't fit in the caves. Su Wen still has to get a lot of good stuff over here. Still the same operation. After Su Wen delivered the supplies, he left the list of supplies and returned to another time and space with a flash. It reminded him of the advertising slogan, "I don't produce materials, I'm just nature's porter." As for whether or not Master Wang and the others would be confused, these were unimportant. I guess they are worried about how to distribute so many supplies. As expected, upon seeing that the hole stretching from the mouth of the cave to a few hundred meters outside was full of densely packed brand new 2-8 bars, Wang Fushan sat on his butt on a lump of dirt as he stared at everything around him with 2 lifeless eyes. Destroy it, love it. Only slightly stunned, he hurriedly got up and asked the warrior coming from the front, "Have you seen Mr. Su?" Reporting to the division commander, "I don't see it. It's a list of supplies left by Mr. Su." Wang Fushan hurriedly took the list of supplies and looked it over with the other 2 division heads. 3 pages full of lists, densely detailed with a breakdown of supplies. It covers food, clothing, shelter, transportation, and medical supplies. How much is this going to cost? The 3 don't think that just 5 tons of gold, plus those bottles and jars, will buy that much supplies. This alone will more than likely wipe out the purchase price. So how can they buy the arms they've been waiting for? Su is just wasting her time. I heard him say he was getting 10,000 bikes over here earlier. The 3 chiefs thought that the other party was just talking, but they never thought that they had really gotten 10,000 units. Even if the entire division had 1 each, there would still be 3,000 left to tackle. When did the Red Army ever fight such a rich war? And Su Wen, who only cared about buying, had inadvertently given the 3 chiefs a big problem. On balance, the dilemma can only be left to the head of the corps. When the corps commander received the telegram, he thought whether the 71st Division had made a mistake in the figures, and inquired again to make sure that it was clear. It's a headache when you don't have supplies, and an even bigger headache how you have supplies. It was agreed that the entire corps would go to the 71st Division's defense area in groups to receive supplies on a proximity basis. All officers of the corps, above the rank of squad, will receive a bicycle each for the transportation of supplies for their respective squads. When finished, the remaining materials were uniformly sent to the Legion headquarters in 4 unimaginable vehicles for sealing. Of these, bicycles are reserved for use by the officers of the class and above and are registered. Nearly 4,000 bikes remain, all of which are sealed. Squad leader, I said, why are you still here? He Shang searched for half a day, and only with great difficulty did he find Wu Baofeng, who was polishing the mortar, in the armory. Oh, look at what you said. I was injured for more than a month. These guns do not rub, will not rust. Wu Baofeng didn't even raise his eyes for a moment, wiping the barrel of the cannon with tongue oil by himself. Then he copied the cotton cloth beside him and handed it to Yi Shang. What are you waiting for? Let's wipe together. Yi Shang took the cotton cloth and threw it as far as he could. My squad leader, you're still rubbing the gun after it's already rubbed your skin? Come with me to the company and get a certificate so you can get a bicycle. What bike? Wu Baofeng dusted off the cannon barrel. Don't be ridiculous. A bicycle is a foreign thing. Can I claim it too? Besides, if our division has the money to spare, Why don't we buy guns and ammunition first? Really, squad leader? All the other squads got bicycles. They're beautiful, and yes, there are supplies too. We're the only squad in the whole second company that didn't get them. If you don't go, you might be finished being claimed by the other divisions. Not surprisingly, He Shang was anxious and on fire, watching the other classes receive their bikes along with their supplies. Their class can't help but covet it, fearing that if they're late, they won't have it. Really? Really? Wu Baofeng couldn't believe it. When did their 71st division become so rich? If I lie to you, I'll be punished for not eating noodle soup for a month, He Shang said with conviction. Upon hearing this, Wu Baofeng hurriedly packed up his mortar and pulled on He Shang to rush all the way to the company. Along the way, I did see a number of commanders either riding or pushing bicycles, with the backs of the vehicles laden with supplies, layered on top of each other. It was too late to think about it, and in no time at all, he received an identification card and was told to go over to the cave and collect it himself. Seeing that the company instructor had spoken with a straight face, Wu Baofeng, who had just been a bit skeptical, had to believe that it was true. What are you waiting for? The two immediately rushed toward that side, fearing that the bike will be lost if they are late. Since I put on the rubber-soled military shoes, I have been able to march 10 miles in one breath without any trouble at all. Along the way, I kept seeing fighters either biking or carting their way back. Each one of them wore a happy face and didn't feel tired at all. When the two arrived at their destination and saw the bikes that roamed the hills near the cave, his eyes dropped in shock. How much does this cost? Wu Baofeng muttered under his breath. I don't blame him for this sentiment, knowing that bicycles in the Republican era were a proper luxury. It's the equivalent of a latter-day Mercedes BMW. A bicycle sells for at least 100 yen, and the average family would have to go without food and drink for years to afford it. If the average person has one, you're the hottest kid on the block. As he froze, an agitated He Shang, pulling him along, ran toward the makeshift supply pickup station. After Wu Baofeng's identification is verified as correct, the clerk in charge of distributing the supplies took a list for him to confirm. Squad leader Wu, this is the amount of supplies your squad needs to receive. Please check it so you don't have to find a replacement afterwards. No, we can't trust our own family. Wu Baofeng grinned and waved his hand. That won't do. It's better to look better. If your class doesn't get the supplies on the list, you can't blame us afterward. Wu Baofeng thought about it, and rightly so. If he really missed the supplies, the whole squad of soldiers would not blame him to death. So take a closer look at the list of supplies. Chapter 53, I have a dream, extra. At a total of 10 people per class. That must be 10 sets of supplies, of which, 10 sets of military cotton clothes and pants, 10 pairs of military cotton shoes, 20 pairs of cotton socks, 2 pairs per person, 10 each of toothbrush and toothpaste, 10 enamel cups with lids, 10 blankets, 5 marching sleeping bags shared by 2 people, 10 military backpacks, 5 bottles of multivitamin tablets, 100 tablets per bottle, half a pound of tea, 10 bags of soy milk powder, 1 pound per bag, 1 bicycle, for this class only. This is all for our class? No mistake, right? Wu Baofeng asked with trembling hands. The warrior in charge of distributing the supplies had long ago answered similar questions for I don't know how many times. He said with some impatience, this is your class. Hurry up and sign for the supplies and leave. There are people in line behind you. Wu Baofeng turned his head to look behind him. Good lord, just for a moment there were dozens of people lined up. Fine, I'll sign right away. Wu Baofeng picked up the signing pen as he spoke and wrote his big name crookedly. The whole process of getting supplies was all in the clouds. Anyway, let him take what he wanted, count the quantity and take it and go. 1 lap, if not for the bike, could have strapped supplies to the back of the car. He and He Shang didn't really know how to get so many supplies back. The two of them pushed their bicycles one after the other, tired and hungry, but their faces were full of unstoppable smiles. The same thing goes on and on throughout the 15 corps. In less than 2 days, the vast majority of corps commanders had received their supplies. This also alleviates most of the material transportation challenges. According to the corps chief, this was winter supplies for everyone, to be kept by the individuals themselves. I hope that you will continue to work hard and do well in your respective training to prepare for future battles. And the entire corps was even more demoralized, clamoring to fight their way out of Shanbei. Even heard talk of fighting back to Regent. In response, the corps chiefs were extraordinarily calm. After all, a coquette can't cook without rice. If you don't have the right weaponry, do you want to use the lives of the soldiers to fill it? In order to suppress the spirit of war, the head of the legion himself ordered that the unauthorized movement of all troops is strictly prohibited and violators will be subject to military justice. So, for the time being, the units can only hold their respective defense areas as ordered, just as the troops in Shanbei, eagerly awaiting arms. Su Wen, on the other hand, came to the capital, not to travel. Of course, The purpose of his trip was precisely the matter of weaponry. First of all, he wouldn't be stupid enough to go to the Ministry of Equipment to chat about weapons purchases as an individual or a business. After all, according to the interpretation of the law, no citizen or business can engage in arms-related transactions, except for certain special organizations and enterprises, so going straight to the door definitely has a way of taking death. Secondly, Suwon also did not intend to purchase weaponry under false pretenses. It's true that there are a lot of international arms dealers, but they're all vicious and cannibalistic, and the price was still subject to kickbacks. Suwon felt shortchanged no matter how he thought about it. Therefore, after a comprehensive analysis, Suwon could only consider whether he could try to contact the Ministry of Equipment under the guise of a foreign arms agent. This way, even if the talks don't work out, they don't fall on deaf ears. As for which countries to choose, of course it's the poor, underfed, underclothed black uncles who congregate there. That's right, Suwon chose to target certain small countries in Africa that are by the sea, and Africa has always been a dumping ground for low-end arms, so as long as Suwon can get local official licensed status, it would be a logical way to contact the Ministry of Equipment as an arms broker. I believe that for a kind person like Suwon, who used gold to buy outdated equipment, the military should not be too difficult. As for why the sea? Gotta make a show of pretending to ship or something. Moreover, if the Red Army were to take down a seaport city in the future, the Navy would have to get ahead of the game to do so. After some screening, Equatorial Guinea, the lucky one, managed to enter Suwon's eyes. People in this country are notorious for recognizing money over people. You give him money, he does the work for you. As long as the other side is greedy enough to spend money on a military equipment procurement consultant or something, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. It's not too late. October 3rd, during the national holiday, Suwon arrived in the capital by airplane. I took a taxi to the Guinean embassy in the Chaoyang district, but I didn't realize that a small African country was actually celebrating our national holiday. None of the people in charge except Uncle Black, the janitor. In desperation, Suwon could only pretend to go to Guinea to invest in the name of the first advance reservation. The matter was not completed. Suwon naturally did not have much heart to have fun, so 5 days of aimless wandering in the capital. It wasn't until October 8th that Suwon came to the embassy again, broke 2 packets of wazoo to stuff the black uncle who was watching the door and sat there for another hour or so. Suwon finally waited to be received by the ambassador, Mauricio Kemba. Mr. Su Right, please sit down. Ambassador Kemba, dressed in a suit and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, pointed to the chair across the desk and said, "Not to mention, this Mandarin actually has some Beijing flavor." "Thank you, Ambassador Kemba." Suwon made some polite remarks and then sat down. Kemba sized up the young Oriental man in front of him. I was under the impression that most of the people who went to Guinea to invest were quite old, and this guy named Suwon was too young. "Mr. Su, I heard that you want to invest in Guinea, but the conditions in Guinea are quite tough. Are you sure you want to invest there?" As he spoke, Kemba stroked his chin playfully with a look of a cutie. Look staring at the other. "That's right." Suwon also didn't intend to hide. "It's just that the business I'm doing is a bit special." "Special?" Kemba frowned slightly. "I'm afraid I'm going to have to disappoint you if it's a business that breaks the laws of our country. So I'm sorry I can't help you with your visa." Suwon shook his head and smiled. "Mr. Ambassador is overly concerned. The business I do does not affect your country. On the contrary, it will also bring you, and your country, no small amount of profit." As soon as he heard this, Kemba knew that this business of Suwon's was by no means the right way. At least in this country with all its laws and regulations, it certainly won't work, or why else would he be approached? So you've got it in your hands. Oh, let's start with your business. Kemba smirked, looking as if he could see right through him. Suwon didn't panic. He just sat squarely in his seat with a bitter and hateful look and faintly said, "It has always been my dream to do what I can for the liberation of the African people. So, I'd like to buy an identity with your official country so that I can facilitate the arms trade. If Mr. Ambassador is willing to help make the connection, I'm willing to give you $500,000 as a token of my appreciation." Knock. Without waiting for Suwon to finish his sentence, Kemba interrupted him by lightly pounding the desktop. "Mr. Su, what do you take me for?" Kemba stood up with some anger and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window with his beer belly. This move really made Suwon somewhat unexpected. Looking at the road bustling with vehicles and glittering people, Kemba couldn't help but sigh. "You were lucky to be born in such a beautiful, rich, happy and safe country, but why don't you know how to cherish it? That Mr. Ambassador, I wonder if you have some misunderstanding about me." Suwon hurriedly got up and explained. Chapter 54 Internationalist Soldier, Suwon. Misunderstanding? Ha! Kemba let out a cold laugh and stared him dead in the face. "Are you not aware of how much harm the arms trade has been doing to our continent of Africa all along? To tell you the truth, Guinea is my country. I love him very much, and there are my dearly beloved relatives and born brothers. Kemba paused and stared back coldly. So, it's got to be extra. I'm yet. When did Uncle Black learn these tricks of our country? Saying a bunch of impassioned words almost didn't make Soo-won feel ashamed of himself. Thought I hadn't come to the wrong place. Dare I say the last 3 words are the point. It's just that if you want the money, you want the money. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Shocked myself into a sweat. Soo-won's heart burst with slander and squeezed out a smile and complimented. Mr. Kemba's patriotism can be so touching that Guinea can have a leader like you. It is truly a blessing for the country and a blessing for the people. Kemba nodded in satisfaction in the face of the bragging, feeling that the other party was still on board. He didn't intend to beat around the bush. Since Mr. Soo is determined to be an internationalist soldier and is bent on contributing to the liberation of the African people, it's a favor I have to do. It's only $500,000, and I can only help you get junior weapons and equipment procurement advisor status, which only allows you to do some light weapons equipment trading. On point, Kemba said no more. It looks like it's deeply rooted in our culture. Soo-won had a black line on his head. A status like Guinea turned out to be divided into grades. Seems like the mother asterisk 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 heirs don't do this kind of thing too often. Since the other party had a poor picture, Soo-won didn't nag. How can junior advisors meet the growing and strong demand of the African people for liberation? So I want senior advisor status. Then, Mr. Ambassador, name your price. Definitely a sneer in his heart. So what if he's from the Celestial Kingdom? He's still got him. $3 million, and I'll give you lifetime senior weapons and equipment procurement advisor status at once. Dare I say there's a lifetime membership? Soo-won thought for a moment and said, 3 years? I only need 3 years of senior status. Can it be cheaper? Kemba rolled his eyes in some bemusement and opened his mouth to return the favor. At $2, $8 million, no two ways about it. This is a very special status that can't be measured in years. Doggone, it's dark enough. Not only was his face black, but the leather swallows were black as well. This meow too. $8 million, to buy a piece of paper that is too hard to wipe your ass? Really think that he, Mr. Soo, is an ingrate? You know that you are not the only one in Africa who recognizes money over people. Just one irrelevant and broken identity. And a large number of countries are willing to do it. So after a little contemplation, he got up and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Ambassador. I also have an appointment with the ambassador of Benin next door, so I won't disturb your peace and quiet. He was about to turn away as he spoke. Kemba was first stunned and immediately came back to his senses, stopping Soo-won in 3 or 2 steps. Mr. Soo, don't be impulsive. As the saying goes, harmony breeds wealth, and there's commerce. I'm just making an offer and waiting for you to pay it back. Soo-won gently pushed his hand away and said expressionlessly, Mr. Ambassador, I am not afraid that it will be difficult for you to do so, and if my counteroffer is too low, won't it affect the friendship between our two countries? Oh, that's a big word, Mr. Soo. Kemba motioned for Soo-won to sit down again. You boldly return it, and I promise not to be angry. Soo-won thought about it and said nonchalantly, $500,000. No. Kemba's head shook like a rattle as he said with slight anxiety, that's not enough money to pay off those bandits at the Ministry of Defense, and it has to be reported to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of the Interior first, so $500,000 in one round really isn't enough. Come to think of it, that's really a small amount of money for a country where corruption is rampant from top to bottom. Soo-won then asked, so how much did you say? Don't ask for a lot of money. Oh, the ambassador from Benin next door is still waiting. Kemba was furious at the mention of the Beninese ambassador next door, the big black man who had already pried away several orders of business from him. This is a single that Soo-won can't afford to miss, so he gritted his teeth and made an 8 with one hand. $880,000. I'll send it if you do. I'll take care of everything for you. We'll pay with one hand and get the ID papers with the other. How's that sound? Soo-won was dumbfounded, if not for the fact that the other party's skin was so dark and shiny, and he was speaking in broken Jingpu. Soo-won really thought that the other party was a local Chinese. I can get my status in a few days. I'm in a hurry to dedicate myself to the liberation of the African people, so I can't keep them waiting too long. Soo-won flubbed his words in a serious manner. Oh, don't worry, in 3 days at the most, the personally issued by the Ministry of Defense Senior Weaponry Procurement Advisor identification will be delivered. Just post a 1-inch photo of yourself, and make sure you don't delay your contribution to the liberation of the African people. Kemba raised an eyebrow at Soo-won with a knowing look. Soo-won pondered slightly. That's fine. At that time, I still need to trouble you guys to send a letter to the Military Commission's Equipment Department. Just say that I'm going to purchase equipment. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. Kemba stretched out his right hand as he spoke, rubbing his 3 fingers together. It's true what the rumors say, the goose is the gander. Seeing Soo-won's face not looking too good, Kemba explained, Mr. Soo, This sending a letter to your national equipment department, that's a whole other story, and I have to take the risk, don't you think? Suwon suppressed his dissatisfaction and said directly, I'll give you $20,000 alone at that time. Can I do it? Can. Must be able. Kemba agreed instantly. It's a windfall. It's just a senior weapons and equipment advisor visit request letter. Kemba still has that convenience as an ambassador of another country. After all, when you buy weapons and equipment, you have to check the goods first. So these things are clear to Kemba. The two men exchanged a few more pleasantries and discussed payment options. Kemba eventually agreed to pay in Chinese currency instead of US dollars, tearfully charging Suwon only 800 W. Suwon, this is also something that cannot be helped. After all, the domestic handling of such a large amount of foreign exchange is too high profile. Instead, the other party has more facilities as a diplomat of another country, left each other's phone numbers. Then Kemba personally sent Suwon out of the embassy. It really is a big difference between money and no money. Walking out of the Guinea embassy, Suwon couldn't help but let out a long breath of relief, and at the same time, he also had a face of flesh pain. But come to think of it, what can you do without spending money? I have no background, no access. I can't really go abroad to smuggle arms, right? I guess a few heads of my own wouldn't be enough to fall off. And if you go abroad to exchange arms, you don't know your way around. And if you run into a blackmailer, what about Shanbei? What about the warriors? Thinking of this, Suwon gritted his teeth and muttered, counting balls, consider it spending money to eliminate disasters. Since the matter of weapons and equipment had a frown on his face, Suwon was in a much looser mood and had nothing to do but play around in the capital, experience authentic capital city cuisine. First of all, halibut, good guy, one eat a squeaky, fishy, when san wrong me. Next is the explosive belly. Well, the taste is like chewing wax, but also tasteless, white seven masters wrong me. Lastly, the copper pot shabu shabu, which was okay, just a bit mushy with a heap of sweet garlic. Not to mention, you can eat shabu shabu just for the sugary garlic. Chapter 55, Getting Identity. Arriving at the equipment department, October 10 p.m., Suwon, who was wandering around the capital, suddenly received a call from Kemba. It's true that money can make a difference. In order to get the money early, Kemba went straight past the Guinean Ministry of Defense and requested special authority from the president. In just one day, he got the status card of Senior Advisor on Weapons and Equipment Procurement, and it put Suwon's name attached to the Defense Force Procurement Department. That way, even in the face of domestic questioning, Suwon would have an excuse to explain. Arriving at the Guinean embassy without being stopped, Suwon went straight to the ambassador's office. After scrutinizing the ID card Kemba handed over for a moment, a work badge card holder with a lanyard, with a poor quality plastic printed ID card clipped to the inside. The information on the card is complete except for the photo field, which is empty. It was written in both English and Chinese, Senior Weapons and Equipment Procurement Advisor, Ministry of Defense of Equatorial Guinea, Suwon. Suwon frowned, pointing at the not-so-clear steel seal on the card. Mr. Ambassador, will this work? Hey, it has to work. It was issued by the Department of Defense itself, and your name is already on file over there, so don't worry about questioning over here, Kemba explained with a curt face. Suwon sighed lightly. Alas, okay, if you can't muddle through, I'll have to find you trouble. Oh, rest assured, Kemba waved his hand with a confident face. I've been eating official food for so many years, but I haven't knocked out an old tooth yet. Suwon blankly glanced at him without any good sense. You can't go wrong by being careful in everything. Hurry up and give me your bank account and I'll transfer the money to you. Kemba was prepared for this and instantly took out an A4 sheet of paper from a drawer with a printed bank account on it. Only the recipient was actually a Chinese national. Suwon looked up at him and the other party hurriedly explained. Don't worry, Mr. Su, only this account is the safest. Suwon deflated, guessing that this person was the other party's white glove. Just as well, it's better this way. Suwon immediately used the other computer to log on to the internet banking. Not 2 minutes to transfer money successfully. Before Suwon could get up, Kemba's cell phone rang. I didn't have to say a few words to the other end of the phone before I was beaming, so it looked like the money should have arrived. Immediately after, Suwon reminded the other party to send a letter of application to the Ministry of Equipment as soon as possible. The moody Kemba naturally agreed. First a fax was sent to the equipment department, followed by a phone call. After a few explanations, the other party naturally complied. After all, it's only natural to receive business when it comes your way. Seeing that the deal had been reached, Suwon had no need to stay any longer. Kemba once again attentively sent Suwon out of the embassy, and before leaving, he also told the other party to come to him if there was anything. However, Suwon couldn't help reminding the other party to chase less Chinese TV movies when he was dying. Early the next morning, Suwon, dressed in formal attire, took a taxi to the equipment department. the Ministry of Equipment. On the other hand, is what it used to be called and is now called the Ministry of Equipment Development. Not bad for a special department. The front door is majestic and awe-inspiring. At the entrance of such an important place are naturally loaded military police. After Soo-won finished presenting his documents and explaining the situation, the guards immediately notified the relevant leaders inside. Within 10 minutes, a new military slugger was seen speeding down the inside. A heavy kick of the brakes brought it to a halt, and from the inside of the wide, dominant slugger, a male officer in his 30s descended. He is about 175 tall and wears glasses. A standardized military uniform fit exceptionally well and set off the whole person with a heroic look. Looking at the other man's shoulder patch, 21 cents, major civilian rank. You're the procurement counselor for Guinea, right? The man asked before he even approached. Yes, my name is Soo-won. May I ask who you are? Excuse me, let me introduce myself. My name is Nye Tao. I'm from the equipment export section, responsible for simple arms sales and trade. As Nye Tao spoke, he took the initiative to reach out his hand. It was just that no expression could be seen on his face, as if he was just receiving Soo-won as a matter of routine. In fact, it is no wonder that Nye Tao has a cold attitude. These African countries are often stingy when purchasing weapons and equipment, and also like to barter, or even use then pay. There have been several such African weaponry deals that didn't pay off. For example, a while ago, the Foreign Trade Division made a dozen VT-4 tank orders, originally negotiated with crude oil offsets, but when it came to the other port, it was actually changed to tapioca. Is that stuff for human consumption? The angry leader of the equipment department cursed, and almost lifted the table. There was no choice but to ship the VT-4 back, after a long day of work, not a penny not to mention. On the contrary, reverse shipping costs. So Soo-won's arrival should seem like the same routine as before to the equipment department. Even if you want to buy some weapons, you'll probably want to take a credit for the local souvenirs. Come on, Mr. Soo, I'll take you to the office to talk. With that, he turned around and got into the main cab, looking like he loved it. Okay, then I'll trouble you. Section Chief Nya. Soo-won deflated and didn't take it seriously, then also got into the passenger side. With the status of the other party's functionaries, the arrogance that should be there naturally cannot be missing. Not to mention, as soon as you get into the Mastodon, there is a fighting spirit that comes over you, and it's a great car. Seeing Soo-won's look of having never seen the world, Nye Tao couldn't help but say, Mr. Soo can order some for Guinea if he likes. This is the military version, reinforced with side and chassis armor to withstand normal high-explosive mines. Soo-won swallowed and confessed, or forget it. You can't give that kind of thing away over there when you haven't even played around with farm vehicles yet. Nye Tao just laughed lightly and stopped speaking. Originally he was just asking casually. The military version of the Mastodon is $1 million a pop, not counting the included onboard machine guns and other weaponry. It's a wonder that you, a consultant from a small African country, can afford it. When he came to Nye Tao's office of more than 10 square meters, the other party poured a cup of warm water for Soo-won. This treatment is no one's fault, not even worthy of Tia. Without waiting for Soo-won to speak, Nye Tao handed him a picture book. Here, this book is all about export-oriented weaponry tailored to African countries, covering all kinds of light and heavy weapons, drones and whatnot. Then he crossed his legs and didn't say anything, which means it's very clear. Just look at it yourself. Soo-won rolled his eyes and looked to himself. First, light weapons. The Type 95 automatic rifle is good, but it's too expensive. At $5,000 a piece, 10,000 handles would be $50 million, not including ammo. And the ammo is 5.8 millimeters, which will certainly increase logistical pressure in the future, so there's no need to even look at it much. Then grenade launchers, 120 millimeters rocket launchers. Looking at the prices, they are thousands and thousands of dollars through and through. Ammo extra, that's tens of thousands of dollars in just one base ammo. See, Soo-won is a sweaty, feelings of their own too. 5 tons of gold is also not durable to spend. Seemingly seeing that Soo-won was a bit embarrassed, Nye Tao explained. Our light weapons aren't really that expensive. Take the Type 95. It's cheaper than the M16 and it's more stable, perfect for the African bush. Soo-won could only hold on to an awkward and nonchalant smile. Chapter 56, The Emperor comes in. The eunuch goes out. Moving on down the line. Wheeled mine counter ambush vehicle 1.8 million US dollars. WZ-551 wheeled armored personnel carrier $330,000. VT-4 main battle tanks start at $5 million. SH-1 truck guns start at $3 million. What's the point of looking? It was cool, but it soaked Soo-won's back, meeting Nye Tao's slightly wooden eyes. Soo-won sheepishly wiped the sweat from his forehead. This isn't an equipment department. It's a money pit. And it's the kind that gets your emperor in and your eunuch out. Even if a Middle Eastern tycoon came in, he would probably have to come in with his head up and go out holding the wall. That's section chief. Yeah, I want to buy cheap weaponry, even if it's in stock or outdated. Suwon pondered over it and could only ask tentatively, cheap, still in stock? Nye Tao was a bit puzzled and turned to remind him. Those are old. What do you need them for? Besides, with the amount of purchases you've made, logistics doesn't bother to find them for you. Then is it okay if I pay with gold? Suwon negotiated. Since looking at the price of the weaponry, Suwon's previous bottom line was completely gone. Even the words started to come out carefully. Gold? Nye Tao more or less came to be interested, then thought about how much gold Guinea could have. So he took a drink of water and couldn't help but laugh. Ha, how much gold can you guys have? 5 tons. Put. Cough cough. Nye Tao almost didn't choke to death on the water. He patted his chest and said incredulously, How much did you say? It should be around 57 tons to be exact. Suwon said frankly. No Mr. Su, even though you are a foreign advisor, it is necessary for me to remind you that this is a national defense agency, so don't joke around. Nye Tao said with a serious face. Suwon knew that the other party did not believe, so he hurriedly took out the bank vault gold storage certificate and handed it over. It clearly reads gold holder Suwon, weight 257.0643 grams. After staying frozen for a few seconds, Nye Tao suddenly got up and said, Excuse me Mr. Su, can I verify this first? Suwon nodded casually. No problem. Feel free to check. With the other party's authority and energy, it shouldn't take long to verify it. Before going out, Nye Tao even made a cup of green tea for him. Less than 10 minutes. Suwon, who was playing with his cell phone, suddenly heard a rush of footsteps. It invariably brought him no small amount of pressure, so he hurriedly got up to greet him. Just got up and saw a height of 180 up, sideburns some gray. Senior bank magnificent, not angry from the authority of the young general officer walked in. You are, Mr. Su? Seeing how young the other party was, the major general subconsciously asked, but quickly realizing that it was a bit rude, he extended his right hand and introduced himself. Excuse me, my name is Guan Guowei, and I'm the director of the Equipment Export Division. Hello Director Guan, don't ever be polite, just call me Little Su. Suwon didn't dare to be arrogant and hurriedly caught the other party with both hands. Just now, Shanya was more than a little rude. I hope Mr. Su won't be offended. Director Guan glanced at Nye Tao and politely said, Oh, it's fine. Nye Section Chief's service is very good. I'm very satisfied. How could Suwon dare to offend the other party? He could only speak against his will. Nye Tao then handed over a grateful look, and sort of took note of the favor. Ha ha, that's good. Go to my office and talk. Guan Guowei took Suwon's shoulder when he said that and led him quickly to his 70 to 80 square feet office, and personally made a cup of tea for him, which made Suwon somewhat flattered. Although the other party was a civilian, Suwon was only a second-class petty officer before he retired from the military. The tea was a bit hot to drink when you let the general serve yourself. Guan Guowei had just sat down and took the initiative. I heard that you're planning to buy some old equipment. Su, I wonder roughly how much to buy. As soon as he heard this, Suwon was clear about the other party's old-fashionedness, and this was also considered throwing stones, like buying a car or a house. Ask for a budget first. But since Suwon had already delivered, he wasn't going to take the gold back. Director Guan, I won't lie to you, as long as the price is right. Those 57 tons of gold, I have no thought of taking it away. You can decide? Suwon's status was that of an advisor to Guinea, and it was only natural for Guan Guowei to ask this kind of question. No problem at all. Suwon smiled faintly and continued. Besides, I just want our stockpile of weaponry. Used is fine, as long as it's cheap enough. There's no problem. When he said this, Guan Guowei was calm on the surface. The truth is that inside, the waves have long been raging, and then tried to say, there's a wide variety of stock in used weaponry. I just don't know what you want, Su. Upon hearing this, Suwon hurriedly took out the list of supplies that he had written with his own hands earlier and handed it to the other party. The specific models are all here. Just the quantity can't be determined for the time being. You help me to see if we have any of these weapons and equipment in our warehouse. Guan Guowei frowned, not expecting this kid to be quite fully prepared. So he took the list and looked at it carefully. It begins with light weapons, Type 56 semi-automatic rifles, Type 56 submachine guns. Guan Guowei couldn't help but look up at Suwon and give him a loving fatherly smile. I thought, not bad. Big head boy is here. Moving on down the line. Type 53 heavy machine gun, wooden-handled grenades, Type 54 122mm howitzer, Type 66 152mm howitzer, 107mm rocket launcher, 40 fire, Type 62 tanks. Type 63 troop carrier. Type 80 57mm self-propelled anti-aircraft gun. Except for the Type 66 howitzer and the Type 80 self-propelled anti-aircraft gun, which are still in service in small numbers, the rest are all old products. That's not buying weapons, that's just collecting rags. He even bought a wooden-handled grenade, so it looks like he's really hungry. Ahem. Guanbuowei cleared his throat and said with a calm expression, Little Sue, I'm going to go out on a limb and ask, are you sure those people in Africa will want this equipment? He, of course. Suwon smiled and spread his hands. Uncle Black over there loves this gear, and I'm not afraid to tell you that this is just the first purchase. If the black uncles are happy with it, the next order will at least double. In order to pull off the lie, Suwon could only apologize for calling the warriors Uncle Black. Seeing the other party's unbelievable face, Suwon simply said, why don't we do this? I'll directly bet the gold on you guys here, and you'll convert it into an equal amount of cash for me, and we'll directly offset it. I'm dying. The sun has come out of the west. When has a black African uncle ever been so arrogant, directly using gold as a prepayment? You can't let this kind of business slip away. Guanbuowei immediately said, good, Little Sue. With your words, all this equipment is no problem. In business, Suwon tried to ask, it is that I don't know. This gold, how much can it cover the arms? If it's at market price, it must be over $1.7 billion. But it's gold, and it's currently going up in price every day. So really, if it's still discounted at $1.7 billion, it's a big loss. Guanbuowei pondered slightly and said directly, if you only buy the weaponry on the list, I can do the honors of discounting it to $2 billion for you. Suwon thought about it. The first cooperation cannot be too greedy. Immediately agreed. All right, then I'll ask you to mark me up on the list. Guanbuowei then pulled out a pen and labeled the offer in less than 2 minutes. Chapter 57. Suwon cuts the price 1. Among them, the 56.5 is $800 apiece and uses 7.62mm bullets at $1 a round. The 56 submachine guns are $1.000 apiece and also use 7.62mm rounds. Wooden-handled grenades are $20 for 1.500 yuan for a Type 67 general-purpose machine gun, also with 7.62mm ammunition, but it can't be used interchangeably with the Type 56 at $1.50 per round. Type 53 heavy machine gun 20.000 units, bullet type common to Type 67. Just seeing this, Suwon already had a face as heavy as water. Do you really think you're a big dog? Selling obsolete equipment, even stockpiles, as new weapons. This is not bullying the honest people. Be patient and read on. 80 mortars at 50.000 apiece, shells at 1.000 each. 60 mortars at 30.000 apiece, shells at 800 each. 107 rockets at 200.000 apiece, shells at 2.000 each. Type 54 122mm howitzer, 500.000 per gun, 20.000 per round, 800.000 for a Type 66 152mm howitzer and 30.000 per round of shells. 40 fire, which is what is commonly known as an RPG, is 3.000 per frame and 3.000 rounds of ammo per round. 200.000 Type 5814, 5mm twin-barrel anti-aircraft machine guns, 500 rounds of ammunition each. Type 62 light tanks at $4 million each, with fire control system included, and 30.000 rounds of shells each. Type 80 57mm self-propelled anti-aircraft guns at $8 million each, with fire control system attached, and 3.000 rounds of shells each. Type 63 armored personnel carrier $3 million. Suwon put down the list and rubbed his temples with both hands, trying to calm himself down. Dare I say that the Ministry of Equipment is even screwing its own family members? Is this the Ministry of Equipment or the Ministry of Whole? However, he saw Guanbuowei's face full of smiles and said with some complacency, oh, how about Xiao Su? Cheap, right? I'm telling you, I didn't make you any money on these equipments. No money? It means I have to buy you a drink to thank you. Suwon rolled his white eyes in a good-natured manner and said with a face full of bitterness, Director Guan, are you planning to do a one-shot deal or do you want a long, thin stream? Guanbuowei was stunned with it, and hurriedly said, shall see you say this, of course you want a fine water, long do always have oh. Suwon sat down next to him and pointed to the wooden-handled grenade on top. I'll leave the rest aside for now. You're not paying $20 a grenade with a wooden handle at a cost of 20, are you? Dare I say you want to knock me off after I've been kind enough to help you destock? Not surprisingly, Suwon spoke a bit unkindly. All know that wooden-handled grenades are stockpiled all over the country, with billions of them in all the major war zones combined. to say the least. Not to mention the fact that you can't scrap much each year. You still have to spend money and effort on maintenance and upkeep. Now someone wants to take over and actually make a big profit. You say it's infuriating. Oops. Sorry Xiao Su. I just made a mistake in my busy schedule and marked the price wrong. Guan Wei, without blushing or jumping, hurriedly crossed out a 0 and 20 and directly changed it to $2. I'll go. That's the way to play it, isn't it? That's good. Su Wen was not polite, grabbing the equipment list and pen, crossing out the $2 and replacing it with 50 cents. No, how is this going to work? Guan Wei's eyebrows squeezed into a ball, his face full of resistance. Isn't this just a way for the military-industrial fraternity to lose money? Su Wen gave him a blank look. I say you are at least such a big chief. Why are you being catty? What do you mean by discount? If you spend money on maintenance every year, it's not a loss, and it's a sin for me to help you open up sales, right? I've already done my best by giving 50 cents. How dare you ask me for more money? Tisk, Xiao Sua, you can be too able to cut the price. Okay, put it first, we'll talk later, okay? Guan Wei had a resigned look on his face, but in reality, he was laughing on the inside. Hundreds of millions of wooden grenades, but cannot be thrown away, cannot be sold, even if it is destroyed we'll have to spend a lot of money. Now it's a good thing there's a big-headed kid who actually pays for it. Well, it looks like I'll be able to get a little credit this time. When his heart was being comforted, he saw Su Wen pointing at the 107 rocket launcher, and this 107mm rocket launcher. Isn't it just a dozen seamless steel tubes with a base, costing less than $10? 000. My great Chief Guan, you're good enough to sell me $200. 000? If I hadn't seen the golden stars on your shoulders, I would have thought I was in a dark store. Without waiting for the other party to react, Su Wen changed 200. 000 directly into 20. 000. No Xiao Su, no matter how you say, you can't break bones, right? Can you at least leave us some profit? How could Guan Wei give in so easily? Even though the 107 rocket launcher cost less than $2,000, it's time to cry poor or the kid might have to cut. Chief Guan, can you open the grill? I'm buying a few hundred doors. Can you just consider it a thin margin? Su Wen was at least a businessman. Bargaining was naturally his strong point. Ugh, okay, for now. Guan Wei sighed with a sad face, but in fact, he was thinking that anyway. The more you buy the more he gets high. You're buying so many 107 rockets. You're definitely running low on ammo. Let's see what we'll do to you later. There's also the Type 56 series. I just want to buy a used one. Can it be cheaper? Su Wen had a hungry look on his face. Used? Guan Wei was confused. Used isn't as good as new, but the quantity is quite large. Su Wen's eyes were glowing. The old ones were good. Cheap, not to mention better than those old holsters with the rifling smoothed out anyhow. How many? Guan Wei thought for a moment. There's about 400. 000 to 500. 000 handles in the center. About 80% new. I'll take them all. Give me a solid price. Are you kidding me? Guan Wei stood up with some agitation. The reason for the excitement wasn't so much happiness as it was how the other guy could have used so many guns. There are only a few million people in Guinea. Less than 10. 000 in the regular army. And even if you add the militia, how many can there be? You bought a couple 100,000 of them. What do you want to do? Su, with all these guns, will you be able to use them all? Su Wen knew that the other party was going to ask, and he had already thought of a pretext. Who says I can't use it? As to whether I use it or sell it to other countries in Africa, that should be out of your hands, right? Guan Wei thought about it is also right. Are sold to him, let the other middleman to earn a little difference in price is not wrong. It's just that African brothers have to be so hungry. You have to find an arms dealer to buy a 56.5. Fine, as long as you do ship to Africa. Guan Wei had a stern face, and his meaning was clear. Just don't mess with Asia. So the two men proceeded to haggle, and eventually sold for $150 each, with a 3-pronged spike and maintenance equipment. The condition, on the other hand, was that Su Wen had to help the center empty all used Type 56 inventory, including the 56 punch. I'm not sure how many there are, but I'm guessing the number is certainly small. But any more Su Wen can eat. You know that Shanxi province is waiting to be fed. It's just that Su Wen still has to act like it's difficult. So forced to do so, Guan Wei patted himself on the back and promised to send 8 million rounds of 7.62mm 56 series ammunition in stock. Only then did Su Wen reluctantly agree to the conditions, followed by 60 and 82 mortars. Even 107 rockets are cut down to 20,000 apiece. How dare you sell this thin tube for tens of thousands of dollars? At Guan Wei's slightly shocked look, Su Wen changed the price to 2,000 and 3,000. Hit the scrap price straight away. Of course, the actual manufacturing cost is only a couple $100. Even if we give it to this kid for nothing, there are still shells to make money. So Guanguowei in addition to the face is not very good. The heart side of the pressure does not bring fear. We can't have black uncles carrying mortars and fighting people without shells, can we? You think you're Lubu. Chapter 58, Su Wen's price cutting too. Next up is the Type 67 general purpose machine gun. Even if it's a little more complicated, how much does this weigh? Can it be as heavy as a mortar? So Suvan cut the price right down to $4,000 on the grounds that he only wanted a used one. Then the Type 53 heavy machine gun, which is quite a bit heavier than the Type 67, and Suvan crossed out the previous 20,000 and wrote in a 12,000. Heartbroken made Guanguowei's face twitch. Of course, the heartache is fake and the happiness is real. I'm worried about all the used stuff sitting in the storage room eating dust, and it's simply time-consuming to have to dedicate someone to maintain it every year. With the light weapons cut, the big killers come next. As the saying goes, when a cannonball goes off, it's gold. Talking about large caliber artillery, the Type 54 122mm howitzer would be too much trouble to sell for scrap metal until now. But with Su Wen here, everything was naturally solved. I want 36 used Type 54 122mm howitzers. Do you have any of this? Oh, this must have. Xiao Sua, you are really discerning. The Type 54 is our army's early leading artillery. Although they are all second-hand, but take them to Africa. It is a proper township artifact. Oh, Guanguowei's old face smiled and opened up, showing off one after another. Su Wen naturally knew what the other party was thinking. Don't you just want to laugh at yourself for collecting rags? It's okay. I'll show you what it means to be the king of the ultimate rags later. Su Wen's heart slurred for a while, then he waved his hand. Alright Hot Chief Guan, you're just going to steal the joy, right? I won't fool around with you either. 100,000 a door. It's settled. In the other party's numb eyes, Su Wen crossed out the previous 500,000 and wrote down 100,000. Right, there are still cannonballs in stock, right? Su Wen squinted. If there were no cheap artillery shells, this would be a blind spot. Oh, there. Are a few 100,000 rounds enough? Guanguowei said lightly. Enough is enough. Let's plan for 2 base ammo per gun. One base is about 80 rounds. 2 bases for 36 guns. That's over 5,000 rounds. Even if each shell is sold for 10,000, it's still properly more than $50 million. Guanguowei deeply felt that he had made a great achievement this time. I say Chief Guan, what are you fuming about? Su Wen gently pushed the other party and pointed at the list. This Type 66 152mm howitzer isn't much heavier than a 122mm, is it? Same old rules, 120,000. Used shells, you just give me 1 base per door. Oh, okay, no problem. Guanguowei wiped the corners of his mouth and said happily. Su Wen gave him a blank look and lazily ignored him, pointing to the Type 58 anti-aircraft machine gun on the list. Howitzers are only 100,000 or so. How much do anti-aircraft machine guns weigh? Don't tell me this thing is expensive because of its complicated craftsmanship. 88,000. I'll send it if you do. Not giving the other party a chance to speak either, Su Wen directly said, that's it, and then you give me 3 bases of used ammo for each one. Guanguowei frowned helplessly. Alas, Xiao Sua, you are our side of the people. Oh, cannot elbow to turn out. Ah, you can't cut the price on the armored tanks down there. Ha, what do you mean by turning your elbow out? Su Wen stared, not in a good mood. If I were to elbow my way out, wouldn't I just go straight to Big Hair or Old America? Guanguowei's heart thumped. Was he overacting? If you miss this one, it's not a matter of merit. You'll probably have to take a disciplinary action. Thinking of this, he hurriedly said, Aya Xiaosu, don't worry, your patriotic heart is not written on the paper. I will buy you a drink later. As an apology, Su Wen nodded with satisfaction. That's more like it. Who do you think is as patriotic as I am? Thinking about helping clean up the country's trash. Garbage? Guanguowei said with some disbelief. Don't you dare say that. Oh, these are all good things. They just haven't found a buyer for a while. Su Wen blankly glanced at him and didn't argue, echoing, okay, it's not garbage. It's a treasure always, right? Last but not least is the main attraction. The armored tank, commonly known as the king of land battles, not to mention the Type 62 light tank, even the old 59. As long as it is brought to Shanbei, it is also an invincible existence. What panther, tiger, all of them are brothers among brothers. Su Wen stared at the equipment list, thought carefully, and tried. How many tons is this Type 62 tank? Little Su. Guanguowei stood up with a miso. Excited. It's a tank. Why do you want to talk about weight? How can this be priced by weight? Seeing that the other party was really anxious, Su-won hurriedly pressed his hand to comfort him. Chief Guan, don't get excited. I'm not just curious to ask. Ask? When your boy's ass lifts, Guan Guowei knows he wants to pull something. Still, Su-won questioned it. How many years old are Type 62 tanks? Can they still be driven? You dare to sell it for $4 million. Words can't be said like that. Guan Guowei pulled out the special Zhongnanhai and handed one to him. The Type 62 is old, but the powertrain is all new, and the horsepower can be upgraded quite a bit from the old model, and also added the latest fire control system, as well as automatic loading system. Our troops until now training still like to use O. Once he heard this, it gave Su-won a bit of inspiration. Then I don't want the fire control system as well as the auto-loading system, just the bare vehicle. Is that okay? Guan Guowei looked incredulous. Don't you want a fire control system? Do you aim straight? And how much does a shell weigh for an 85mm wire-rifled gun? Do you know? Fixed shells are at least 15 kilograms per round, 40 rounds in a base. Do you want to tire out the tank fillers? Tired? The Red Army in Shanbei is now so poor that they only have a handful of strength left. This auto-loading system is good, but it's one less person inside when it's installed. This, in turn, becomes a disadvantage. Big deal. Don't you think it's a good idea to have 2 loaders on rotation? Thinking of this, Su-won sat the other party down comfortably and said with a sad face, truth be told, there's only a handful of brothers left in Africa. If you get an autoloader, that's one less loader on the tank and one more unemployed person on the continent. So you get the picture. Words can't be too clear. Just seem to understand anyway. Guan Guowei nodded thoughtfully. If it doesn't have a fire control system as well as an autoloader, I'd be able to do the honors and give you $500,000 cheaper. $500,000 isn't enough. Su-won patted towards the other party. I think like what communication system can be saved as well. Guan Guowei was filled with disbelief. Do you want tank to become blind and deaf? Even if you don't want the fire control system, if you don't want the communication system, the tank will be a living target. As a professional, Guan Guowei naturally had the obligation to remind the other party. Wouldn't a tank really be a World War II model if it didn't have any configurations? In this regard, Su-won had planned. 62 type tanks if you go to the north of Shaanxi is certainly the use of World War II fight. The fire control system is no longer advanced. Without professional tankers is all for naught. Same thing with the communication system, like what kind of satellite positioning or whatever. Will it work over there? So it might as well be a couple $1,000s for some random wireless talker at Spelling Eve. It might work better. Chapter 59, Tanks Get Too Much Gas? Of course, Su-won also knew that the other party was thinking about himself, so he patiently said, I say, Chief Guan, I'm the buyer now. Will you listen to me? Guan Guowei froze at his words, then shook his head helplessly. Anyway, the money is collected, so if the tanks don't work when the time comes, it's not their fault. Okay, the customer is God. If you really don't even want the communication system, sell it for $3 million. $3 million is too expensive. It still has to be cheap, Su-won said without even thinking. Guan Guowei's face was full of pain. No, Su, you know what this is, right? It's a tank. Have you ever seen a tank that only sells for $3 million? With a twinkle in his eye, Su-won pricked. And look, the Type 62 is at least 20 tons. It's an oil tiger. Put. Guan Guowei, who was drinking tea, almost didn't spray a mouthful of old tea in his face. In this world, is there a tank that saves gas? So he plucked out Su-won and disliked him. Too high fuel consumption. You can buy an electric tricycle. That thing has 0 fuel consumption for 100 kilometers. Su-won knew that the other party was angry, so he didn't care, so he could only play the emotional card. Chief Guan, for the sake of my dedication to serving my country, you really need to make it cheaper. And I can tell you, this weaponry is just a little bit of a hit. I'm going to have to buy airplanes later, and warships and stuff, so you're going to have to show some good faith to show my clients. Really? Guan Guowei squinted his eyes, not believing it at all. How can those small countries in Africa, so poor they burn fleas for food, afford to buy warships? Gunboats are more like it. However, on second thought, even if the other party was deliberately fishing, the $2 billion equipment this time was definitely the nail in the coffin. So he gritted his teeth and said seriously, $6 million, no less. Oh, okay, deal. Su-won happily pointed at the Type 63 armored car, that you see, since the Type 62 tanks are only selling for $6 million. I'm afraid this, $2 million. Alright, Guan Guowei interrupted with a depressed look on his face. It's a long time to live to talk about selling a weaponry as a food market. It has to be okay. I'll do whatever you say. The opponent was actually able to cut himself, which saved Su-won a lot of heartache. The last item of armament, the Type 80 57mm self-propelled anti-aircraft gun. It was a favorite on Su-won's list of weapons and equipment. and he had once had the pleasure of seeing its power during his service. It's also the only heavy firepower above the list still in service. Not only does it have a dominant and ferocious appearance, but it is also land and air defense, and most importantly, it is highly maneuverable. So Suwon was bound to take down a few of them before he could do so. Suwon stared at Guan Guowei with a grim smile on his face. Looking at the other party feeling creepy, Guan Guowei hurriedly sat up straight and said seriously, "Su, this is active duty equipment. Do you think I can sell it to you cheap?" Suwon was then stunned. The other party had spoken a great truth. If the active equipment is sold cheaply, how can we explain to our brother units? Suwon thought about it. "So is this okay? You send me one to use first, and if it's good, I'll order more." Guan Guowei did not talk, but looked at the little cutie, staring at him as if he were. Suwon shrunk his neck. "Ugh, okay, forget I said it." Guan Guowei thought, "You kid shouldn't have said." Then little Su, "Let's calculate the price of the weaponry first, shall we?" "Okay." Suwon had no objection since he also wanted to know how much these equipment actually cost. Immediately after, Guan Guowei called Nia Tao into his office and pounded on the computer for a while, like he was making a spreadsheet. True to form, the professionals quickly entered all the names, models, quantities, and unit prices of the equipment into the form, then set up the function formula, followed by a hit of the enter key, the total price of the category as well as the total at a glance. 2 copies were printed immediately afterward for the leader and Suwon to review. Among them, 5 million wooden-handled grenades at 50 cents apiece for a total of 2,500,000 series 56 2 pistols at $150 per unit for a total of $75 million, 8 million rounds of free ammunition, 5,000 Type 67 general-purpose machine guns at $4,000 per unit for a total of $20 million, 122 mm howitzer 36, total price $3.6 million, 3 Type 62 tanks totaling $7.8 million, 5 Type 63 armored personnel carriers for a total of $10 million, 1 Type 80 57mm self-propelled anti-aircraft gun at a total cost of $8 million. In the end, the total cost of all the weaponry was actually just over $160 million, less than $170 million. Ha, looks like used gear still smells good. They are enough to arm a force of 200,000 men, meaning of course light infantry. How about a few more Type 80 self-propelled anti-aircraft guns? Suwon was having a good time in his heart, but he heard Guan Guowei smilingly reminding, Hey, this doesn't even count the ammunition. Count on it." Suwon waved his hand in a big, domineering manner. "First of all, bullets, especially 7.62mm rifle rounds. How can you buy another 100 million rounds? At $1.50 per round, that's 150 million. Then there's the machine gun rounds. How you have to prepare 50 million rounds at $3 per round. 150 million. 122mm shells. Not talking about the base. 3,000 rounds at 12,000 each, for a total of 36 million. 156mm caliber. 2,000 rounds at 20,000 per round for a total of 40 million. Various mortar shells, totaling 5,000 rounds, totaling $67 million. Seeing this, Suwon's waistplate, which had just been straightened, immediately bent down. That's only a fraction of the math, and it's already well over the total price of the weaponry, which is still a lot to live up to. Guan Guowei looked at Suwon, who was fidgeting beside him, and thought to himself, I'll let you get away with it. See, even if the weapons and equipment were given away for nothing, you'd have to spit out what you've eaten. Although his heart was dripping blood, Suwon could only harden his heart and continue to look down. Shells for 85mm caliber wire rifled guns, 50,000 per round, 1,000 rounds for a total of 50 million. 57mm anti-aircraft shells at 15,000 per round, 5,000 rounds totaling 75 million, total for all ammo $628 million, plus $170 million for weapons and equipment, for a total of $900 million. This is not counting the perishable parts of weaponry, like what barrels, gun barrels, etc. Each model must be prepared quite a lot. The whole set works out to be nearly another $100 million, nearly $1 billion in arms and ammunition, not counting light weapons. It's also only enough to arm a division, and it's not even a serious mechanic. And with that logistical ammunition stockpile, it would have to be depleted in just one high-intensity war. Suwon was that bitter in his heart. No wonder even the big powers can't afford to go to war. It seems to be true that they don't know what's going on unless they're in charge. At this moment, Guan Guowei couldn't stop smiling on his face. Hey, Su, You see, there's still 1 billion left. Do you want to add some more weapons and equipment for our African brothers? I still have used self-propelled howitzers there at a negotiable price. Su-won closed his eyes and rubbed his brow. I think that's it for now. I'll put my money on you. And when I go back and let them use it to see if they're happy with it, I'll come back and buy it. Then it's a deal. I'll take you through the paperwork later. Guan Guowei's eyes were glowing. He had long coveted the more than 2 tons of gold. Su-won nodded and did not object. A glance at his wristwatch showed that it was 1 p.m. Originally, Guan Guowei said that he would treat Su-won to a drink, but having just spent $1 billion, how could he be in the mood to eat and drink? So it was a casual meal at the institution's cafeteria. But this meal is also Guan Guowei specially arranged a small stove. Eating is quite refreshing. 3 p.m. Guan Guowei and others personally took Su-won to the bank to handle the off-site gold transfer procedures. The whole thing was given the green light, not a single obstruction, and the bank did not even dare to ask what the purpose was. That's the rumored special event. Chapter 60, Meeting a Middle Eastern Landlord. At 4 p.m. Several people once again returned to the equipment department. Make a big deal of nearly 10 billion. Guan Guowei like a spring breeze. Face cannot see a trace of fatigue. Oh, little Su. The formalities. It's sort of basically done. Which port is your side going to ship it from? If it's the port of Tsimshatsui, you can save a lot of money on shipping. Yes, the cost of shipping these things to the port has to be covered by Su-won. The reason is that these are used weapons and ammo, and there's nothing to it. I'm not too comfortable with it, but it's only a few $1 million. Think about it. You've spent $1 billion. What do you care about that? Okay, so then Su-won for the Ministry of Equipment under the transportation company, generating millions of dollars. By the way, little Su, when are you going to contact the freighter? We'll be able to get the weapons and ammunition to the harbor in about 10 days on our side. Su-won immediately thumped, but he had forgotten about this. It is important to realize that these materials are contraband no matter where they are in the world, and they certainly can't be yarded at random. Normal civilian warehouses are simply not qualified to receive these supplies. Just when Su-won was a bit at a loss, Guan Guowei, who was bent on sharing the customers' worries, took the initiative. Little Su, I can help you contact a special warehouse at the harbor, but you'll have to cover the storage costs yourself, and it can't be stored for too long. It has to be shipped out as soon as possible. These words inspired Su-won. Chief Guan, how long can I use the special warehouse for at longest? Guan Guowei first froze, thought for a moment and said, 1 month at the most, but it can't be extended any further, or the risk is too great. Then when it comes to the harbor warehouse, do you still care? Su-won then asked. Guan Guowei immediately smiled and explained, oh, where do we get the energy to care about that? The special warehouse is very close to the docks, just for ease of transportation and supervision. Just don't take your equipment out of the designated area. Upon hearing this, Su-won couldn't help but let out a long breath. That's what they call strict entry and exit in this country. It's just what he wants. If it was just to cover some storage costs, this Su-won could afford. The big deal is that when it's almost due, you can just find another opportunity to send the weaponry over. As long as the weaponry didn't flow into the neighborhood anyway. As for how it disappeared, he, Su, couldn't care less. One can only take one step at a time. That's fine, Director Guan. Send the weapons and equipment to the warehouse over there as soon as possible. The African brothers are in a hurry to use them. How urgent? A war or a coup? Guan Guowei said with some curiosity. Su-won had a black line on his head and was tempted to tell him that it was for a world war. But think about it, it's better to keep a low profile. Chief Guan, can I still have some privacy? Anyway, this battle is quite big and won't end for 7 or 8 years. You'll have to keep a lot of those cheap and good weaponry of yours in reserve for me. Next time there'll be more than that amount. Guan Guowei pondered a little and felt that it was also true that the African region was already war-torn. It's just a matter of attacking each other and staging coups. Anyway, as long as there's a war going on, the arms trade will keep flowing. As a standard arms dealer, Guan Guowei only cared about how much the next order would be. Little Su-ah, how much money are you going to buy for weaponry next time? Still paying in gold? Su-won flinched at him and joked. If you don't like gold, I can exchange it for dollars, rubles or whatever and trade it. No. How can you not like it? Guan Guowei's head shook like a rattle. We can't get enough of this stuff. Su-won nodded with satisfaction. Oh, don't worry. At least next time it will definitely still be a gold deal. But you can't play with your mind anymore. And you have to do it cheaper. In response, Guan Guowei hurriedly assured. Don't worry, little Su. As long as you still buy these things, the price will definitely satisfy you. Originally, Guan Guowei planned to host a banquet for him in the evening, but Su-won refused on the spot without even thinking. Just the body of the head of Guan. At a glance, I know that it is an alcohol test. 1,000 cups cannot be drunk. There are countless arms dealers who have died at his hands. If you get drunk and spill the beans, you could get into a lot of trouble, because a lot of equipment needs to be checked and straightened out. Tanks and armored vehicles, in particular, also have to have the fire control and communication systems on them removed, as well as the automatic loading system. So it took a bit longer, a week or so at the earliest. So while waiting for this arms shipment to be ready, Suwon stayed directly in the guest house set up by the Ministry of Equipment for Foreign Friends. Not to mention, Suwon actually ran into a few Middle Eastern tycoons wearing turbans here. Nice guy. Small talk. A few of them are either here to buy J-35s or Hawk 21s, either that or a pterodactyl drone or something. What's more, there was an Arab prince who said he came to buy the 052D. Thinking about all the equipment he had bought, Suwon could only shrink away and hold a polite but not embarrassed smile, when casual conversation revealed that Suwon was actually still a senior arms advisor in Guinea. Those Middle Eastern tycoons immediately asked him, somewhat playfully, if he had come to buy a 107 rocket launcher. After all, Africa is a small country, so it's not surprising that it can afford to buy advanced weapons. I'll be damned. Can you stand this? Suwon immediately replied that he had come to buy the Dongfeng 5B, and it's going well, with a verbal agreement already in place, just waiting for payment to be signed. Those few Middle Eastern tycoons then opened their mouths wide with disbelief. However, seeing Suwon's words, so after a few people looked at each other, they immediately took out their cell phones and left individually. At first Suwon did not take it seriously. After all, just a joke. And how can the country sell the Dongfeng 5B as an ICBM capable of carrying hydrogen bombs? An hour and a half later, Suwon suddenly received a call from Guanguowei. Suwon, what the hell did you tell those Arabs? Didn't say anything, just joking and blowing off steam. Immediately afterward, Guanguowei on the other end of the line growled at him. It turned out that those few Middle Eastern tycoons, when they learned that Suwon could actually buy the Dongfeng 5B, immediately felt that the just ordered J-35 as well as the 052D did not smell good. There have been calls to the Ministry of Equipment, also requesting the purchase of the Dongfeng 5B. It also says that even if this one doesn't work, the DF-41 will make do and the price isn't an issue. This was a whole lot of fun for the big leaders of the equipment department. This thing is a strategic weapon. Who dares to sell it? Upon inquiry, it turned out to be Guanguowei's client, Suwon, who was up to no good. So it took a lot of talking to appease these Middle Eastern fortune tellers. Only the exasperated great leader was tempted to curse. But Suwon is a customer and cannot be scolded, so immediately called Guanguowei scolded. So well, the other party could only take it out on Suwon. I say you kid can't be trusted. How dare you make this kind of joke? Suwon hurriedly apologized. Oops, Chief Guan, it's me who's wrong. How could I have known that those guys are so unforgiving? Guanguowei sighed lightly and said hopelessly, alas, you are at least a country's advisor. Next time you can't open a yellow mouth. He, understand chief, next time I promise I won't. Suwon hurriedly confessed. By the way, the weaponry has been inventoried pretty much. What should be ready for inspection has been gotten, and the day after tomorrow at the latest it will all be shipped to the port of Jinmen. Suwon was elated. Good. I'm not afraid to tell you that the African brothers have been looking forward to this for a long time. Looking forward to it? How hungry does one have to be to look forward to these old farts? Inside, there was an internal pang, but his mouth was in agreement. You can rest assured that we do our job, and we have always been a customer first and foremost. Chapter 61, Arms and Victory Rendezvous. October 19th morning. Suwon had waited at the special item transportation channel of the Jinmen port early in the morning, looking at a military heavy truck that kept driving into the huge warehouse. Suwon heart that beautiful. He was now fully proud to say that he was the most powerful arms dealer on that side of the world. As long as you have the money and the territory, you don't have to be afraid to let the Reds take on the world one-on-one even over there. I said, what are you giggling about? Do you want to send someone to accompany you to count the number of equipment? Guanguowei said with a look of contempt. Suwon hurriedly wiped the corners of his mouth. Ahem, no need. If you sell some old antiques and still play the lack of pounds, then I'll just go straight to old America or Goose in the future. Oh, don't worry. Our country's reputation you can go and ask around. And as he spoke, Guanguowei came over with a mysterious face. And I gave you an extra 1,000,000 wooden-handled grenades. How's that? Friend enough? Suwon took a look at the golden star wheat ears on the other party's shoulders and shook his head helplessly. How thick-skinned does one have to be to say something like that? The wooden-handled grenades were originally unusable and there was no way to destroy them. Nominally, it was a gift to himself, but in reality, it was a way for Suwon to throw these things to the black uncles. Suwon's face twitched as he sneered. Then do I still have to buy you dinner and drinks? Ha! Eating and drinking is not necessary. This is our contribution to the liberation of the African people. Guanguowei flubbed his words in a serious manner. As we speak, after the last howitzer has been sent into the warehouse. The grand finale of armored tanks also slowly rolled in. Su Wen's gaze was immediately drawn to the 3 Type 62 tanks, not to mention the retention of the 12.7mm anti-aircraft machine gun is pretty much the same thing. Guan Guowei pushed Su Wen with some glee. How about that? Not bad. The Type 62 is very maneuverable, very suitable for jungle combat, and I've reserved the 12.7mm high-end level machine gun just for you. What about the bullets? Su Wen subconsciously asked. Hey, of course you're allotted 500,000 rounds, so you can use them for now, and the money comes right out of the deposit. Guan Guowei crossed his arms and said with a warm face. Su Wen gave him a blank look inside. Fine, just do as you say. They were followed by 5 Type 63 armored personnel carriers, which also retained the 12.7mm high-end level machine guns. The clean and tidy body, with its dark green camouflage paint job, had obviously been primed by soldiers with obsessive-compulsive disorder. Su Wen nodded with satisfaction and paired it with an anti-aircraft machine gun. This thing could make an occasional cameo as a tank if it showed up in Shaanxi. Crushing small books is certainly stress-free. The last thing to go into storage was the Type 80 self-propelled anti-aircraft gun, which was Su Wen's favorite, even though he had only bought one tank-grade body with 57mm twin-barrel anti-aircraft guns. This thing goes to Shanbei. A round of fire coverage. Give it up. The only fault is that it's a bit ammo-intensive and I don't know if the Red Army fighters play with it. Otherwise Su Wen wouldn't have bought just one, just for fear that no one would use it over there. Not that he would anyway. He could only pray that more capable people would come out of Shaanxi, waiting for all the weaponry and ammunition to be sorted in neatly yards by the gantry crane in the warehouse, and the ammo is also individually tarped. Guan Guowei's task was then completely accomplished, and there was no fear of Su Wen taking things out, because this large area is under special control. There are only 2 routes in and out. Either they leave the port directly by boat or undergo special security checks before leaving. Things like what detectors, X-ray machines are standard. Still have to undergo a final round of manual screening before you can leave. It was also Su Wen who had the right to use the warehouse for the time being, so he was able to come in and out freely. First, he took a closer look at the surroundings of the warehouse. All around the outside of the warehouse, it's covered with high-definition cameras, and they're the 360-degree no-death angle kind. Su Wen couldn't help but shake his head, followed by the inside of the warehouse. The huge warehouse of several thousand square feet would take 10 minutes just to walk around, but to his surprise, there were no cameras. Not that he saw a single camera unit anyway. That's pretty sweet. It's probably a special place for those foreigners to have a private spot. But just in case, Su Wen closed the huge motorized iron gate, turn off the lights again, take out your cell phone in a dark environment, and turn on the camera, then stood on top of the Type 62 tank and took a closer look through his cell phone. There was also no sign of a hidden camera, which made Su Wen still a bit puzzled. How big of a heart does the Ministry of Equipment have to be to feel comfortable with such a large quantity of arms staying over here alone? In fact, how could the Ministry of Equipment put such a large quantity of weapons and ammunition here in a dignified manner without making a plan? They're busy these days except for getting their weapons ready. Dozens of small satellite positioning devices have also been placed in the hidden locations of this batch of weapons and ammunition. The purpose is to keep a close eye on the flow of this arms shipment. Once this arms shipment goes to neighboring countries, the military is bound to take tough measures. Only a little white guy like Su Wen, who was doing arms trade for the first time, would be naive enough to think that the other party was trusting him. Su Wen felt that since the other party trusted him, what else was there to be polite about, and immediately walked around this batch of weapons and ammunition. The supplies were soon bound. Through intention, today will certainly not hastily send this batch of arms back to Shanbei. After all, the play must also be a full set is not. Su Wen intends to contact a roll-on roll-off ship under the pretext of having a special cargo to transport. Let the other side dock here for the night, then cancel the shipping order early the next morning. The big deal is that it's not a big deal if you lose some money for breach of contract. After Su Wen had picked up the weapons and ammunition, the only thing that was missing was the delivery, so his mood naturally relaxed quite a bit. And at this time in Shanbei, the same important moment for them. At this time in Wuqi town, the Red Army of the Central Y and the 15th Red Army Corps, on October 19th, had a victorious meeting. This was basically not far off from the historical lineage of Su Wen's side of the world. When the chiefs saw the soldiers of the 15th Red Army Corps dressed in camouflage combat uniforms, all of them were neat and tidy, and their morale was high. Having just experienced a long march, they were not without some apprehension and nervousness. It was only when one saw dozens or hundreds of carts of supplies that were constantly being transported to the compound. The hearts of the chiefs were set down on this. Looking at the bone-thin chief, the ex-corps commander immediately ordered that supplies at twice the opponent's manning level, especially food and medicine. At least half of the stock should be taken out and provided to the other side. In late October in northern Shaanxi, the evenings are already cool. In a mansion in Wuxi town, the chiefs and the main leaders of the 15th Army Corps were sitting around drinking tea and chatting. They are all wearing camouflage training clothes, holding 87 enamel cups, and there are compressed crackers and fruit candy on the table. The big chief smoked a cigarette and couldn't help but sigh. This young man called Suwon is quite something. Oh, these supplies. I'm afraid you can't even buy them with money, right? The current revolutionary situation is one of internal and external difficulties, and the Red Army is often unable to buy supplies even with money. That's why the big chief made such a statement. 62. Preparations for arms shipments. Yes, chief. The Legionnaire sighed. Suwon has done us a great favor. Now the 15th Army Corps lacks weapons and ammunition. In addition to that, other material supplies, so to speak, are not lacking in any way. That's not a bad thing to say. Today's 15 Corps is not only well fed, even the various types of medicines, which were generally lacking before, filled several warehouses. The phrase strong soldiers is a complete understatement. At this point, the commander-in-chief tightened his warm cotton coat and asked, "Didn't you just mention that Suwon has started preparing the arms? Any news yet?" The Legionnaire shook his head rather regretfully. He's been gone for over a month now. He did come back halfway through, but only to drop off supplies and leave. Just after saying this, the Legionnaire bowed his head with some regret. The deputy chief, on the other hand, was optimistic. Not bad. Do things without counting the return. In his age can have such political awareness. Very good. We cannot ask too much. The Legionnaire nodded. Understood, chief. And the golden antiques we're giving him won't buy much in the way of arms at all, and probably won't even be enough to pay for these civilian supplies. The big chief lightly exhaled smoke rings and said with some heaviness, "He's done enough for our Red Army. Even if he can't ship arms, we still have to treat him with courtesy." November 11th. Early morning, just after morning training, Yang Ernie then led a dozen female soldiers dressed in training cotton uniforms, standing in front of a 4x4, explaining basic automotive knowledge. Those female soldiers listened attentively to the pre-study lecture with eyes of worship and admiration. After a pep talk, Ernie summarized, "I hope that you will seriously study driving and maintenance-related knowledge and strive to become a qualified automobile soldier soon." Does everyone hear me? The female soldiers at the bottom shouted in unison. "I hear you." That said, Yang Ernie has made rapid progress since joining the newly formed mechanized regiment. Not only are driving skills improved across the board, but you can also perform basic maintenance on your vehicle on your own. Personal skills have been able to catch up with a group of male soldiers with driving experience. Even Xiang Sangue, the battalion commander and chief instructor, felt that Ernie was born to be an automobile soldier. It was then decided by the head of the division, promoted Ernie Yang directly over the ranks from ordinary soldier to platoon leader, specializing in leading and teaching female automobile soldiers. And since she became a platoon leader, she has never slacked off every day, whether it's leading training or teaching driving skills. The driving skills of the women's platoon, too, have improved to the naked eye. From morning training until noon, eating the delicious white rice with luncheon meat stewed with cabbage, warrior Shin Baifeng couldn't help but ask, "By the way, platoon leader, when did you learn to drive? Even in the city, I've never seen a woman drive." Ernie gulped down his meal and lapped it up. "What's wrong with that? Who says we women can't drive? There's a saying that a woman can hold up half the sky." There were plenty of female generals leading armies in ancient times, let alone just driving. As for who said this, of course it was that Suwon who always wanted to be his master. Shin Baifeng sniffed with envy. "Platoon leader, you're really powerful. I wish I could be as good as you." Ernie wiped his mouth a little tastefully. "Meaningfully, as long as you train hard, sooner or later you'll become a competent automobile soldier. That would also take some of the transportation pressure off the men." Shen Baifeng sniffed and lowered her head with some loss. Even the delicious meal didn't feel good anymore. Today was the fourth time she got in the car for a practical session, but it was still the same as the last couple of times, with continuous stalling when starting out. Even though platoon leader Yang didn't scold himself, Shen Baifeng was still deeply frustrated. It's just that the craft of driving is inherently dependent on talent. This is especially true for female soldiers. Not everyone is as gifted as Ernie and can drive on the road after half a day of lessons. In fact, Ernie knew in her heart that when she could easily get started, it was all because of Suwon's patient guidance. After all, she was able to drive a car by herself back then, so her skills improved much faster than normal. But now that the entire women's platoon has just one training vehicle and a dozen trainees, it's not unusual for promotion to be slow. So young Ernie comforted, "Baifeng, don't say anything demoralizing. As long as you train with all your heart, you'll become a qualified automobile soldier sooner or later. And yeah, in the future, our female soldiers will not only drive cars, but also tanks and armored vehicles." Hearing unfamiliar terms again, Shin Baifeng asked, "Platoon leader, what are tanks and armored vehicles?" In fact, Ernie didn't know what tanks and armored vehicles were. He had only heard about them from Su Wen's side, so thought about it. It seems to be a vehicle that's thicker than a four-legged iron, and I've heard that it's not afraid of heavy machine gun fire. By the way, it can also fire artillery shells. Really? Platoon leader, don't you dare coax me? Shin Baifeng blinked her eyes, not daring to believe it. Ernie took a somewhat sheepish bite of his meal and smacked his lips. It should be true, and if you think about it, our Red Army didn't even have a car some years ago. Well now, with over 300 vehicles just sitting there, maybe we can actually get tanks and armored vehicles or something. Shin Baifeng nodded thoughtfully with a look of yearning. Well, platoon leader, you're right, our chief is so powerful, he'll definitely be able to get tanks. Ernie smiled and picked the grains of rice off the other man's cheek with his hand and stuffed them into his mouth. Oh, then you train well. Maybe you can also become our mechanized regiment, the first female tanker Miles. Don't worry platoon leader, in order to become a female tank soldier, I will definitely train seriously. Baifeng, who had regained her confidence, immediately assured. Looking at the poplar trees outside the barracks, Ernie couldn't help but think of Su Wen. Not only does this guy like to take advantage of people, but he doesn't even say hello before he leaves. And I don't know where he is now. Is one person tired of delivering so many supplies or not? As for Su Wen at this time, he had just ordered 5 or 6 dishes at the Sichuan restaurant, and then he feasted on them. A sip of beer and a mouthful of food is not so comforting. After all, I'll be going back to Shanbei soon, so I have to treat myself. Taking a big bite of the boiled beef, Su Wen pondered over the details of tonight's operation. The deadline for storage in the special warehouses at the port of Tsimshatsui is less than 10 days away. In order to paralyze the authorities, Su Wen specifically planned to transport the weaponry in the next few days. Foreign RORO vessels, contacted in advance, will also be docking at the dedicated terminal in due course today for the whole night. As promised, at 5 o'clock the next morning, as long as they couldn't wait for Su Wen to show up, the other party would see it as a breach of contract and thus leave the harbor on their own accord, to create the illusion of an arms shipment. By the time the authorities reacted, the arms, along with Su Wen, had long since disappeared, and the RRO ship has left the port of Tsimshatsui and entered international waters. The plan wasn't perfect, but it didn't make for much of a prick. The big deal is that Su Wen came to a dead end and just said that the arms were shipped to the African continent a long time ago. He didn't believe that the other party could still arrest him for the sake of the gold. After all, the arms shipment just disappeared. It's not like it went to neighboring countries. Forget it, it's useless to think about it. It's not a manly thing to hesitate and get hurt. Even for the sake of Shanbei, this risk Su Wen was still able to take. Chapter 63 Arms are late, but not absent. 4 p.m. Su Wen came to the pier early. He also greeted the dockside in advance and informed them that the goods would be shipped out today and tomorrow at the latest. Then it was off to the warehouse to do some more checking for hidden cameras. After determining that there were no abnormalities in the warehouse, Su Wen couldn't help but let out a long breath of relief. Then he got into the inside of the Type 62 tank and waited quietly for darkness. 10 p.m. Su Wen took the time to go to the cave on the Shanbei side. The inside was cleaned out long ago and no supplies were left behind. Shining his flashlight around, this cave of a few thousand square meters or so, storing the weapons and ammunition felt a bit constricted. Definitely won't fit tanks and armored vehicles. Just 2 types of howitzers take up enough space. There was no choice but to place the king of land warriors outside the cave. Come to the entrance of the cave and look out through the wooden door. It was all blackness all around except for the stars dotted in the sky. Su Wen breathed a long sigh of relief and then returned to the Tsimshatsui warehouse. Without hesitation, his hand touched the red star on his chest, and his mind flashed with the stream of light. Immediately after the ammunition, which was stacked like a mountain, disappeared, along with the tarpaulin on top. Inside the cave on the Shanbei side, several small mountainous piles of ammunition then appeared out of nowhere. This is followed by light weapons and then heavy firepower such as howitzers. Finally, the tanks, armored vehicles, and self-propelled anti-aircraft guns. Teleport them all to the clearing near the cave entrance. Su Wen, who had finished all this, couldn't help but let out a long breath of relief. Tightening his dark gray coat around his body, he just made peace with his clothes in the Type 62 tank. At the same time, the inspection section of the Capital Equipment Department, because of the dozens of hidden satellite positioning devices, the signal was quickly lost for a short period of time, so the early warning system immediately gives a risk indication. The head of the monitoring office, as if on the verge of an attack, rushed to report the matter to the relevant leaders. Less than an hour, Guan Guowei and the others then hurried to the monitoring room. After inquiring about what happened, Guan Guowei said with a skeptical look on his face, "How did they do that when 50 or so locator devices disappeared almost simultaneously?" The head of the ombudsman's office was a little nervous. "I'm sorry, Mr. Guan, we're not sure why this happened. and at first we thought it was a malfunction of the equipment. But after troubleshooting, there's no problem. I think the other side is using an anti-location jamming device. Guan Guowei nodded. If the other party really did this, then there was really nothing he could do on his side. You can't blatantly call and question them, can you? Wouldn't you immediately reveal yourself? And if the other side knows that the weapons and equipment are equipped with a positioning device, will they still be able to play happily in the future? Odds are, in Suvan's pissy way, he'll go straight to the good old US of A or Goose. However, as long as the other party did not ship this batch of weapons and ammunition to Southeast Asia, Guan Guowei could also make the decision to turn a blind eye. Thinking of this, Guan Guowei instructed, in the near future, pay close attention to the number of weapons imported and exported from neighboring countries to see if this batch of weaponry will appear. Yes, November 12, 6 a.m. The morning and evening in northern Shanxi province is already close to about 0 degrees. The day just dawned. Suwan was frozen awake. Uncovering the tank's hatch, Suwan poked a head out and looked around. There's no one around, so get out of the tank and sit down leaning directly against the turret, lighting a wazoo and watching the sunrise in the distance. I was a little tired, but I couldn't suppress the smile on my face. He fulfilled his original promise, and even though the process had some twists and turns, the outcome was ultimately good. Alas, Division Commander Wang is also really. 9 iron guys are placed right at the entrance of the cave, so conspicuous and still cannot see? So he jumped off the tank, patted himself on the back, and found a lump of dirt to drain and soothe. Well, good. No splitting. Division Commander, it's delivered. Lu Dali trotted and called the division commander with a start. Suwan had sent several rounds of supplies in a row some time ago, so Wang Fushan seemed to be somewhat immune. He also knew that the other party could not change this impudent character, so he wiped the gun in his hand and said without raising his head, "Say, what did Mr. Su send over again? Is it food or something to use?" Lu gasped vigorously. "Comrade Militia says it's cars." "A car?" Wang Fushan didn't care much. "About how much?" "I think it said 9 units. 9 units? How come so few?" Wang Fushan was a bit puzzled. During this time, he had gotten used to Su Wen's bravado. After all, bikes can send 10,000 over. A couple of cars aren't even worth his walk. The militia comrade said it didn't seem to be a normal car, that there were weapons on it, and by the way, gun barrels. The calm Lu vigorously explained this. Gun barrel? Wang Fushan gradually stopped wiping the gun in his hand. His eyes rolled back in his head and he seemed to think of something. A few seconds later, excitedly said, "Ouch, I Lu a mother His mouth learned the local dialect of Shanbei, and then as soon as he threw away the flannel in his hand, he rushed out of the command center, barely missed a fall due to the speed. Lu Dali hurriedly assisted the other party. "Master teacher, you're slowing down, as far as that's concerned." "You know," Wang Fushan exclaimed. "Hurry up and notify the political commissar and chief of staff that the supplies we want most have arrived. Then call up the Special Services Company and the Mechanized Regiment and assemble urgently. It's the division commander." 8 in the morning. A somewhat bored Suwan was grabbing the barrel of a Type 62 tank and doing pull-ups. Just after I finished the second one, I heard the sound of an engine rumbling in the distance. By the sound of it, there are quite a few cars coming. In the middle of his thoughts, he turned the pass in the distance and saw the 4-legged convoy coming this way. At the same time, the 3 division chiefs sitting in the co-pilot seat also saw the 9 domineering and majestic tanks and armored vehicles. Wahahaha, it's a tank. It's really a tank. Wang Fushan, sitting in the head car, was so excited that he was incoherent. Xiang Sangue on the side was even more surprised. "Mr. Su, really got the tank?" After the shock passed, he wanted to cry, but then he wanted to laugh. "If we had more tanks, we might be able to fight our way back to the northeast." "Oh, why are you crying? Drive well. This is a great joy for our Red Army." Wang Fushan spoke comforting words, but had long since wet his face with tears. The excitement was not much worse than Xiang Sangue's in the slightest. "How many years have we Red Army held back? With these iron guys, who dares to say we are mudbloods?" I said, "Can't you drive faster? Why are you so slow?" Thinking of this, Wang Fushan couldn't help but complain. Xiang Sangue was tempted to say, "Why don't you drive?" But he didn't dare, so he could only mutter in a low voice, "That division commander, my right foot is almost in the gas tank. How much faster do I have to go?" Before the car stopped, Wang Fushan jumped out of the car. The body is as if it were 20 years younger. Xia Changwei and Lu Shitian followed close behind. "Little Su," Wang Fushan's loud voice hissed. Su Wen waved his hand at him. "Aya, you're such a big man. Don't run. Beware of falling." I knew the other person might be excited, but I didn't expect it to be this exciting. I don't think Mrs. Not has ever been so happy. Thinking of this, Su Wen only felt funny in his heart. "There you are. Division Commander Wang greeted Su Wen, but his eyes unconsciously flicked to the Type 62 tank not far away. Su Wen didn't care about anything else and gave him a heavy hug. Oh, Chief, didn't I say so? Arms will only be late, but not absent. Chapter 64, Su Wen, arms dealer, and political commissar Xie, who was usually the most talkative, was staring at the Type 62 tanks as he came to heel. Xiao Su, this tank is so big, where is it made? Su Wen didn't think much about it. His little brain turned a big circle and casually said, oh, this is the latest product of our Red Star Arms Company, called the Type 62 light tank. Lightweight? Lu Shitian looked the tank up and down incredulously. With such a large size, how can it be a light tank? The expression on his face right now is like the one played out in some latter-day movie. This heck is 8 years old. In fact, it's not surprising that Lu Shitian would question it. There are even models of tanks of this era that are around 2 tons. For example, the Italian-made Fiat CV33, which weighs only 2 tons, is actually claimed to be a light tank. For that matter, only a small number of them were equipped in the elite units of the National Army. For example, in the most elite instructional corps, this stuff falls into the heavy firepower category. However, the CV33 is equivalent to a child's toy car in Su Wen's view, so Su Wen had a glib face. Chief of Staff, in our Red Star Arms Company, the Type 62 is really only a light tank, weighing only 20 tons. 20 tons! Lu Shitian carefully stroked the Type 62's body, as if he was afraid of touching it and breaking it. My god, how much steel does this have to be? Several people soon skipped past the Type 62 tanks to the Type 63 armored personnel carriers. Little Su, is this the armored car you were talking about? Wang Fushan stroked the body and said excitedly, that's right. Su Wen clapped his horse and rushed. He, worthy of being a division commander, even knows what he hasn't seen before. Wang Fushan had a smug look on his face. Hey, this is not obvious. You see, this car has no gun barrels, only a heavy machine gun, is not an armored car. Su Wen nodded. You're only half right. Division commander, this is indeed an armored vehicle, except that this machine gun up here is no ordinary machine gun. Seeing everyone's eager eyes, Su Wen continued, hey, it's a 12.7mm high-end-level machine gun that can hit not only ground targets, but airplanes as well. So powerful? Wang Fushan obediently climbed into the armored vehicle and lovingly caressed the anti-aircraft machine gun. Su Wen nodded. That's natural. For this reason I prepared 500,000 rounds of bullets for you guys separately. So much? Xia Chanwei looked incredulous. It's just a few machine guns. Why so many? Do you still have money to buy rifle bullets? Not much. Su Wen waved his hand. These armored vehicles I intend to give to our troops, to be used temporarily as command vehicles. The 3 chiefs looked at each other. When did the Red Army become so rich? Commanding an army also rides in a car. Wouldn't it be a waste of time for heavy firepower like this not to go to war? Skipping past the armored Type 63, several people came to the lone self-propelled anti-aircraft gun. Su Wen crossed his waist and had a dejected face. Living like an arms dealer selling weapons. Let me give you a grand introduction to the epic-making product of our Red Star Arms Company. The Type 80 57mm self-propelled anti-aircraft gun. Epic-making is a good word to use. Our Red Army also needs to keep up with the times. Xia Changwei concurred. That's right, Commissar. That's why I'm sending this over to you. Su Wen then pointed at the 2 stout duplex tubes. The reason I call it groundbreaking is because this guy is not only anti-aircraft, but he can also flatten and kill ground targets. And more importantly, he's also highly maneuverable. Su Wen patted the barrel of the gun. And it has a range of over 6 kilometers and a rate of fire of 100 rounds per minute. This firepower, who else can give it up? Hey, you guys, if the enemy meets it on the battlefield, you can imagine what kind of consequences it will be. Yeah, this thing can fire from 6 kilometers away when hiding, basically out of reach of the enemy. And you can run after hitting, even with large caliber artillery that can't keep up. The 3 chiefs couldn't help but gulp. Luckily Xiao Su was on their side. If this goes to Chiang Kai-shek's side, the Red Army will suffer. Looking at everyone's slightly serious expressions, Su Wen said with some regret, alas, but then, I'm worried that not many of our Red Army will be able to fiddle with it, so for the time being, I've only gotten one, and I didn't get much ammo, only 5,000 rounds. 5,000 rounds is still less? Wang Fushan blushed and said, enough is enough. With this thing, our division can definitely create firepower suppression on the battlefield. Yeah, Xia Chanwei concurred. A weapon like this that can affect the situation on the battlefield. It's already good enough for us to have one. It's just that, Su, there are heavy weapons, but there are still light weapons and so on, aren't there? As he spoke, Xia Chanwei subconsciously looked at the cave at the back. Oh, no, you guys are anxious. I'm not trying to sell a secret. Su Wen then waved his hand towards the three of them before turning towards the cave. I'll show you the other weaponry. Attentive Lu Shitian hurriedly ordered the special services company to guard within 5 kilometers. No one should go near these 9 babies without first getting permission. Came to the cave gate. Originally Su Wen intended to engage in some latter-day kind of ceremony, surprise or something. But think about it, let's not torture these simple old revolutionaries. Clang! As the door was heavily pushed open, the sunlight outside the cave shone in. The blackened muzzles of the cannons came face to face. The 122mm howitzer and the 152mm howitzer, respectively. Su Wen walked in with a big step, but the three chiefs were like suction cups growing on their feet, and they did not come forward at all. It's not that they're afraid, but they can't believe what's in front of them. Afraid that it's just a dream. One slip and it goes up in smoke. No, three chiefs, won't you come in and take a look? Su Wen was a bit puzzled. Only then did the three chiefs return to their senses, walking towards the howitzer with a bit of a wobbly step. It wasn't until they touched the cold barrel of the gun that they were finally willing to believe that everything was real. They, the Red Army, finally had a strategic weapon as well. Keep in mind that large-caliber artillery was indeed called a strategic weapon during World War II, relying on powerful firepower output. Artillery can directly influence the victory or defeat on the battlefield. Only in later times, as technology continued to develop, this categorized mushrooms and ICBMs as strategic weapons. Without waiting for the three chiefs to ask, Su Wen directly transformed into a weapons and equipment lecturer. Oh, three chiefs, I'd like to make a grand introduction to you. The Red Star Arms Company's strongest howitzer combination, Type 54 122mm howitzer, and Type 66 152mm howitzer. One of them is a 122mm howitzer with a theoretical rate of fire of 5 rounds per minute and a range of more than 11 kilometers. The 152mm howitzer can be even more impressive, with a theoretical rate of fire of 6 rounds per minute and a range of over 17 kilometers. The killing radius is more than 50 meters. Within this range it is either dead or maimed, and it can also destroy 1 meter thick reinforced concrete fortifications, which can be considered as a city-breaking weapon. Yes, Wang Fushan was flushed with excitement. With this heavy firepower, our Red Army can fight its way out. Yes, old Wang, from now on we won't have to just play defense. Tears glistened in political commissar Xia's eyes. Seeing these, he couldn't help but think of the equipment he would have had if he had been able to have them earlier in the anti-siege. The Red Army also did not have to withdraw from the Soviet Union and thus begin the long march. Chapter 65, Su Wen speaks foreign languages. Immediately afterward, several people came to the Type 5814, 5mm twin-barrel anti-aircraft machine gun. The three chiefs kept rubbing the gun like they were fondling a treasure. Even if you get black oil all over your hands, you still enjoy it. This is also an anti-aircraft machine gun, right? The knowledgeable Wang Fushan immediately asked. That's right. Su Wen was so elated that he had learned to snatch the answer. It's also made by Red Star, commonly known as the Type 5814, 5mm anti-aircraft machine gun, with twin barrels and a theoretical rate of fire of more than 1,000 rounds per minute. 2,000 meters for high fire. 1,000 meters for flat fire. Hey, this thing hits a person, any position, certain death. The gods can't save it. Just one of these will crush a squadron of little bennies and make sure they have no return. Good. The smile on Xie Changwei's face was as overwhelming as AK's. In this way, our Red Army has added another sharp weapon. At this point, several types of heavy firepower that have no way of being boxed have been described. The rest of the weaponry, including ammunition, was in wooden crates. Only Wang Fushan looked around and said with some doubts, "That's Su. Where's the 107 rocket launcher you wrote on the list before? Why don't I see it?" According to his old man's understanding, the 107mm caliber, at least a big guy, should be conspicuous. But after half a day's search, I couldn't see the stop barrel. Su Wen nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that he really didn't introduce that guerrilla warfare artifact for nothing before. Oh, division commander, I even got a tank, and that thing isn't a sprinkle? What does sprinkling mean? Lu Shitian was a bit puzzled. It means very easy as sprinkling water. Su Wen could only explain it simply. As he spoke, he plowed aside a crowbar and led the three to a pile of wooden crates. A wooden crate was pried open without much effort as the three looked on expectantly. The 12-barrel 107 rocket launcher shows its true colors. My goodness, this is really 12 tubes. Wang Fushan was astonished. Yes, as you said before, Xiao Su, it looks so nimble and has wheels that even a mule can pull it around the mountains. Lu Shitian nodded in agreement. Su Wen was disgusted by the reaction of the chiefs. He deigned, though you already know something about it, it is necessary for me to introduce it to you. Ahem, this is from Red Star Arms. Another groundbreaking weapon called the Type 63 107mm rocket launcher, suitable for any terrain, including but not limited to mountains, gobi, jungles, rivers, etc. It is a heavy firepower unit that can truly be owned by the average guerrilla. It is less than 400 kilograms in marching condition and can be disassembled so quickly that it can be carried by just 5 people. With a range of 8 kilometers and an extremely fast rate of fire, you can get all 12 rounds out in 10 seconds, truly a shot in the dark. Hey, if this is taken to guerrilla warfare, it will be a nightmare for any enemy, leaving them defenseless. Wang Fushan nodded in relief, but still had some doubts. Good is good, just how should I load and fire it? Worthy of an old head, this has all been thought of. Just how could Su-Wen not be prepared? This thing was extremely simple to operate, and Su-Wen had the honor of seeing it before when he was a soldier. And with tutorials all over the internet, it's easy to learn how to use it. It's alright, Chief. This thing is very simple to operate. When I have time I'll help you guys demonstrate it. I'm sure you'll get it once you're taught. That's great. Wang Fushan immediately clapped his hands and said, when this batch of equipment settles down, go to the martial arts field at that time, and you'll help guide us. No Patty Ben. Su-Wen gestured an OK sign. The 3 chiefs looked at each other in dismay. This Xiao Su is good at everything, but he likes to say something they don't understand. But listen to the habit is nothing. After all, the other side is to have stayed in the ocean well. I guess it is speaking a foreign language. Su-Wen then took the 3 to the pile with the most wooden crates, which was the 56 series firearms area. This must be highlighted. After all, it is a manpower, a standardized weapon. Cannot be sloppy. Seeing Su-Wen unpacking the wooden box furtively, it was quite a bit of a struggle. Anxious Wang Fushan took over the crowbar and opened the box himself. Nice guy. Just as soon as I opened the crate, the 56.5 was revealed. The beautifully crafted body of the gun is so well oiled and shiny that it makes you salivate just looking at it. Copying the 56.5, Master Wang looked inside and out and wondered, Xiao Su, this gun, how come it doesn't have a bolt? Yeah, how can I change bullets without a bolt? Xia Chanwei came over to take a look, similarly full of doubts. Su-Wen smiled and nodded his head with the appearance of a tall man, taking 2 handfuls from the wooden box and handing them to the other 2 chiefs. Then he copied one himself and introduced it. This firearm is also manufactured by the Red Star Company and is called the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, with a magazine capacity of 10 rounds and a range of over 400 meters. As the name suggests, a semi-automatic stands out. The 3 of them were dumbfounded. This introduction was tantamount to nothing. It simply means that there is no need to pull the bolt, relying solely on the recoil from firing to change ammunition. Theoretically, if you pull the trigger fast enough, you can even create an effective machine gun fire suppression effect. In the case of Little Ben's 38, for example, while the other guy is still pulling the bolt, you, with your quick hands, have already emptied the clip. So, with proper coordination, it only takes 356 1/2s to suppress the Little Benjamin's 10 888s. This is a really good gun. Wang Fushan stroked the gun, his eyes full of longing. This was followed by pointing to the somewhat oddly shaped 3-pronged bayonet. By the way, Xiao Su, why is this bayonet so thin? Will this work in the battlefield for bayonet fighting? Su-Wen loved to see this unseen look of the chiefs, and he smiled. Oh, my division commander, this is the famous Mitsubishi Army Spike, forged from alloy steel, heat-treated and arsenic-infused. Its toughness cannot be compared to that of any bayonet currently on the market. And look, Su-Wen pointed to the sharp blood grooves on the military spikes. This blood trough design is a manufacturing experience that has been summarized through the baptism of countless battlefields. Once it's stabbed into the body, it basically doesn't get stuck in the bone seams, and there's virtually no way to stop the bleeding and suture the wounds it creates. Even if the enemy isn't stabbed to death on the spot, he'll quickly lose his fighting ability due to blood loss. And I'll tell you guys a secret, Su-Wen had a grim smile on his face. The elemental arsenic in it is said to contain a high level of toxicity, so this stuff has to be a reminder to warriors that it should only be used to stab the enemy, never to open a can. I'll see who dares. Wang Fushan immediately said seriously. Humph. If anyone dares to do anything else with this treasure, see if I don't shut him down. This I agree, Xia Chanwei said with the same stern expression. Satisfied, Su-Wen put down the 56.5 and immediately pried open the wooden box containing the 56 punch. Taking out 3 of them, he handed them to each of the 3 chiefs, and then introduced them. The 3 chiefs, please see, this 56 punch can be said to be the most advanced rifle in the world today, bar none. The 3 chiefs sniffed and hurriedly embraced 56, rushing into their arms like a baby. Chapter 66, A Small Goal. This is not Su-Wen blowing water. 56 punch is the famous AK-47 improved type. In 1935, this was the king of light weapons. As the name suggests, auto stands out as a convenience. Not only does he have the sustained fire output of a submachine gun, but he can also be converted to single-shot mode. And, like the 56.5, it also uses the same 7.62mm caliber rifle cartridge. So the fact that the two munitions can be used interchangeably greatly reduces the logistical pressure. With just 356 strokes, you can create a crossfire network sufficient to hold off a Japanese squad boarded up for a charge. Liu Shitian, as chief of staff, was a little worried. The firepower is fierce, but where are the bullets? That's a big problem. So he asked, "Little Su, this gun is good, but what about the ammunition? How much did you bring this time?" Su-wen then smiled mysteriously and stretched out a finger, looking toward the three chiefs. Wang Fushan thought for a moment. 100,000 rounds. Well, that's almost enough. Who are you looking down on? Su-wen almost didn't stand still. I say, Chief, can you be a little more daring and make a bold guess? Xia Chanwei glanced at Wang Fushan without any good humor and laughed. Oh, I say Lao Wang ah. People Xiaosu anti-aircraft machine guns can get 500,000 rounds of ammunition. 100,000 rounds of rifle ammunition. You are good enough to guess? I'm guessing 1,000,000 rounds. Su-wen couldn't help but hold his forehead. It seemed that the chiefs were used to being poor. It's suddenly a buffet, and you're still embarrassed to eat from a plate. Helplessly Su-wen could only faintly say, buy one. I mean a small goal. A small goal? How much is that? Wang Fushan was again stumped by Su-wen's newfangled language. Su-wen lightly sat on the wooden crate next to him. A small goal. It's not just 100 million. As soon as these words came out, the cave immediately fell into dead silence. The three chiefs' eyes were frozen as if they were on a cloud. When has the Red Army ever been so rich? There hasn't been a stockpile of 100 million rounds of ammunition since the Red Army was founded. Wang Fushan gasped and flushed. Little Su, are you sure it's 10,000,000 that 100 million? Su-wen thought for a moment and shook his head. 108 million rounds to be exact. 8 million rounds is a gift. Where's the bullet? Hurry up and show me. Returning to his senses, Xia Changwei excitedly grabbed Su-wen's hand. That made Su-wen nervous. 100 million rounds of ammunition is a lot? It is said that there are nearly 10 billion rounds of 7.62mm rifle ammunition piled up in central warehouses alone, and only a few more in other theaters. So under Su-wen's guidance, several people quickly came to the place where the bullets were being yarred. Su-wen smiled and pointed. Oh, it's all here. Guaranteed one shot. As soon as the words fell, Wang Fushan could be heard laughing uncontrollably. Wahahaha, get rich, get rich. Su-wen's expression drifted off. These words, why do they sound a bit familiar? Too late to think carefully, Su-wen pointed to a pile of wooden boxes not far away again. There are still wooden-handled grenades over there. Just 6 million of them, 1 million of which were given away. Not a lot. So moisten them first and make do. This is still called making do? Wang Fushan looked horrified. Enough is enough. Little Su, you've solved a big problem for our Red Army commanders. That's quite a statement. Take grenades for example. The entire 15 Corps can't come up with 20,000 of them at the moment. With these 6 million grenades, is it still a struggle to fight a war? What's the point of soldiers charging forward with a big knife blade after 3 shots? Thinking of this, Wang Fushan involuntarily became a little teary-eyed. Other things like light and heavy machine guns, mortars and whatnot are not rare, so there's not much need to introduce them. Except, of course, the 40 fire. This thing is a one-man fire attack weapon, and it must open the eyes of the chiefs. When Su-wen pried open the wooden box containing the 40 fire, the three chiefs were full of curiosity as they looked around it. Xiao Su, is this the single rocket launcher you were talking about? The structure is quite simple, Liu Shitian said with deep meaning. Su-wen nodded with satisfaction. Hey, I didn't realize that you know quite a bit about it. Chief of Staff. Ah, is it? I'm just making this up. Being praised by Su-wen, a fake weapons expert, Liu Shitian was instead a little embarrassed. Su-wen waved his hand. I'm not really making this up. This weapon, again, is a groundbreaking product created by Red Star Arms, specifically for guerrilla warfare, commonly known as the Type 69 40mm bazooka, or 40 fire for short. Its structure is simple and easy to operate. Ordinary warriors only need a little training or two, and will soon be able to use it skillfully. Even a 10-year-old could easily navigate this thing, and with a range of 300 meters, he can effectively destroy enemy gun emplacements and bunkers. There will be no more need for soldiers to risk their lives to blow up fortifications. This batch of weapons and ammunition sent by Su-wen was exactly like it was customized for the Red Army, and there is still a soft international arms embargo on the Republic of Korea. Lots of heavy weapons that you can't buy even if you double your money. So in the eyes of the three chiefs, this pile, piece by piece, must have been a painstaking effort to get Shanbei. So the three of them exchanged glances and came to Suwon without a second thought. Before Suwon had time to react, the three of them stood up straight and saluted Suwon together. Isn't that a shame? He rushed forward to try to pull their hands off. Please don't. Please don't. Three chiefs, you're breaking my back by doing this. Xia Changwei smiled with a smile on his face. Little Su, you definitely deserve it for your contribution to the revolutionary cause. With no choice but to return the same standard military salute, Suwon firmly said, the three chiefs, please rest assured. This is only the beginning. Nothing more to say. You will see it later. The three chiefs nodded with satisfaction because they knew that Suwon never let anyone down. Squad leader. He Shang jogged all the way to the armory, and just as soon as he saw Wu Baofeng, he came up for air and said, Ugh, I knew you were here to rub the cannon. Still as usual, Wu Baofeng's eyes were only on the door in front of him. The old 82mm mortar didn't even raise its eyes. Ha, just you kid wit. These guns to you wipe I do not feel confident. May not I personally come. He Shang, who had caught his breath, threw away the flannel in the squad leader's hand. Gee squad leader, why don't you stop rubbing it in? There's an order from division headquarters for all artillerymen out there to rush to division headquarters immediately, saying they have an important mission. Wu Baofeng, confused, honed in on the mortar and asked, did it say what's going on? How am I supposed to know that? There should be something big going on, or else it wouldn't even be me. He Shang was likewise a bit puzzled. He merely knows how to shoot a mortar, not even close to being proficient. And this time the division's orders were that the whole division, anything that would get the guns fired, was to assemble urgently. Immediately afterward, the two of them arrived at the division's meeting place with suspicion, and dozens of quads parked around them. Hit the eyeballs. Nice guy. It's true that the whole division knows how to shoot a gun. Wu Baofeng even saw two comrades with some handicaps in line. What's going on here? When did artillery standards get so low? Chapter 67 Artillery Regiment. It was too late to think about it, and in no time at all, 300 to 400 soldiers had assembled and were waiting for the political commissar to lecture them, only to see political commissar Xia standing tall, crossed his arms and said with bravado, to make a long story short, I'm sure you all know that what we've been lacking the most is heavy weapons of the artillery variety, but not anymore. Not only do we have two models of mortars, but we also have two models of large caliber howitzers. Upon hearing this, the dumbfounded Wu Baofeng only felt that the political commissar was suffering from hysteria. He could not know what guns his own division had. Isn't it just a couple of 82mm mortars? This is great. Not only did two models of mortars come out of thin air, but even howitzers. What's a howitzer? I think when he was in the Northeast Army. There weren't even a few of them when the Northeast Army was in its heyday. Just point to the huge number of 75mm field guns for window dressing. Big killers like howitzers have to be over 100mm to be called that. In the midst of his thoughts, he heard the commissar continue. Our comrades, this time, have sent us 122mm as well as 152mm howitzers, so anyone who can fiddle with them is out of the line. When this was said, the warriors underneath murmured. There was actually not a single person who dared to come forward, which was unexpected for Xia Changwei. Let's not really become artillery and the like, as Suwon said. Squad leader. He Shang squinted at Wu Baofeng on the side and whispered, don't you know how to fiddle with howitzers? Why don't you hurry up and get out of the line? Wu Baofeng then reacted and immediately stepped out of line. Seeing someone sampling, a dozen more fighters then came out of the lineup, including the two fighters with handicaps. After waiting for another dozen or so breaths and seeing that no one had stepped forward, political commissar Xia shook his head slightly. Well, a dozen of you will be temporarily organized into the howitzer regiment from now on. Then with a big wave of his hand, all of you, in formation, get on the buses at once. A few minutes later, with trepidation, more than 300 artillerymen stood on their vehicles and drove to the cave depot. Less than half an hour, the artillerymen standing on their vehicles saw 9 tanks and armored vehicles, parked in a dominating and imposing manner near the entrance to the cave. From a long distance apart, squad leader, what's this? Why is it so big? He Shang pushed Wu Baofeng and yelled, this should be a tank. Wu Baofeng replied with the same shocked expression. Tanks this thing Northeast Army before also a small amount of equipment some, he naturally has seen. Let's say the U.S. M1917 light tank. Then they quit the Northeast, and it was all left to the little book. Squad leader, is this also from our 71st Division? He Sheng had a longing face. I suppose so, otherwise why would it be parked here? And look, isn't Battalion Commander Xiang pounding away there? With that, Wu Baofeng pointed at Xiang Sangue who was about to get into the tank compartment. As for Xiang Sangue, since he took over the task of transporting tanks and armored vehicles, he immediately took the soldiers and began to study the operation method intensively. Unlike driving a car, a tank uses a joystick to steer and shift gears, and with a limited field of view, you can only rely on periscopes and observation ports for rangefinding, so the driving difficulty is not at all in the same league as a car. But it's a good thing that when I was in the Northeast Army before, in order to learn more skills, he'd actually taken the time to ask a tanker for advice on how to drive. So it's not much of a problem trying to get it started, and compared to those old guys, this Type 62 tank is mechanically stronger. Xiang Sangue was confident that within today, he would send all these big guys back to the mechanical corps. Near the cave, at least one platoon of loaded fighters guarded the area. The artillerymen were led by Commissar Xia to the entrance of the tightly closed hole. Just as he was about to order the cave door to be opened, he turned around and warned as he thought of something. Everybody go in there and take it easy. The artillery is right there. It can't run away. Our main mission this time is to get these guns back first, so we can easily transport the other weapons and ammunition inside. With that, he smiled and signaled the guarded warriors to open the cave door. As the first rays of sunlight from outside the cave shone in, the huge blackened muzzle of the cannon was facing the crowd, with the exception of Xie Changwei, who had seen it all long ago, who had a bland expression. Almost all of the artillerymen, all of them sucked in a breath of cold air and subconsciously took a step back. Ban leader, is this a howitzer? He Shang's eyes widened as he pulled on Wu Baofeng's coat. Yes, that's right, it's the howitzer. Wu Baofeng rubbed his eyes, his face full of incredulity. Wu Baofeng had never seen so many large-caliber howitzers in his life, the kind that he couldn't even dream of. Counted the whole 36 122mm calibers, as well as 18 152 calibers. No wonder the division is so anxious to pick up artillery. With all these big guys, it's impossible to handle them without hundreds of men. In the middle of the thought, the warrior with the limp, pushing aside the bystanders' assistance, he limped over quickly. The others saw this and no longer hesitated, jogging over. There were two others with good legs who were too fast and fell over, not caring about the dust on his body. His eyes were full of desire for the cannon. As long as there is no stepping and shoving, Xia Chanwei does not stop it. After all, the soldiers suffer no heavy weapons for a long time. Today is a rare realization of the desire. Cannot let the guys have fun? Wu Baofeng was worthy of being a professional artilleryman. And just as he came to the 122mm howitzer, he reached out and touched the barrel rifling. Ha, not bad. Fired but at least 90% new. Then came the breech section of the cannon and skillfully opened and touched it. Then tried cranking the turning gear. Ha, nice and smooth. What a great gun. Squad leader, I also want to join the howitzer regiment, He Shang said with an envious face. That's the way artillery is. Who cares about the mortars when you've got the good stuff? According to the latter-day talk is that a good man has to play the big guy. As for mortars, dogs don't even play. That's something I can't do. Wu Baofeng stroked the cannon body one by one and said without looking back, I don't. He Shang felt that he had been abandoned by the class president, and he pouted as he pulled on the other man's coat. I'll go wherever you go anyway, class president, so you can't dump me. Wu Baofeng laughed and cursed. Oh, you kid is really relying on me, but as long as you learn by heart, joining the howitzer regiment shouldn't be too much of a problem. That's not a bad thing to say. Do you want to fiddle with these 50 or so guns with a dozen or so men who have just been assembled? Seeing that everyone was almost familiar with it, Xia Changwei put his hands behind his back and shouted, all right, hurry up and send the artillery out in order. Watch out, don't bump it or I'll ground him. Upon hearing this, a soldier immediately replied, oh, don't worry Commissar, I promise to be more careful than hugging my mother-in-law. The crowd immediately laughed at the words. You're the one who's poorly spoken. Don't hurry up and transport the cannons. Xia Chanwei laughed and scolded. Without delay, the gun ports were plugged with dust covers, and with a concerted effort, a large-caliber howitzer was hooked up to the unhooks on the back of the quadruple chassis. And it's not too easy for a 6-ton loaded quad to try to tow a howitzer that's only 2 or 3 tons. Chapter 68 Wang Fushan got rich? With a howitzer mounted on the back of the quad, it was driven out of the cave. The passing soldiers all stood in awe and stopped to watch. Many of them even shed tears of excitement and, once upon a time, these were weapons and equipment that they could not even dream of. Now it's good that our Red Army has its own heavy artillery. Let's see who dares to call the Reds mudbloods from now on. When the artillery was brought back to the division's newly formed artillery regiment quarters, the soldiers ran to get a glimpse of the heavy artillery. I don't blame them for being excited. Now that their own army has heavy artillery, it's a great morale booster, so you have to come and see it. My God, the gun barrels are so long and thick. A veteran warrior in his 30s stood on the side of the road and couldn't help but say, yeah, I was almost shocked to death by this kind of cannon back then. The warrior next to him said with a dejected face, well now, it's time to give the enemy a taste of that. Excuse me, is Comrade Ernie in? Su Wen, who had completed his mission, idly inquired all the way to the female platoon of the mechanical regiment. After all, he was the only disciple he had, so he had to care, right? Shen Baifeng, who was reading the study materials, heard the commotion and immediately walked out from the small courtyard, looking Su Wen up and down. A dark wool coat, clean hair, white face, not to mention, he's really a handsome young man from all over the countryside. But this is the division headquarters. No matter how handsome you are, you can't just enter. So Shen Baifeng, whose pretty face was slightly red, said with some caution, "Who are you? What are you looking for our platoon leader for?" "Platoon commander?" Su Wen was elated. "Oh, not bad, promoted in such a short time. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Su Wen. I'm Ernie's master." "Master?" Shen Baifeng frowned. "Isn't our platoon leader's master battalion commander Xiang?" The corner of Su Wenjia's mouth twitched. Is that what Ernie said? That's not true, but the platoon leader said that her vehicle repairing skills can all be taught to the battalion commander. Yang Baifeng hurriedly explained. Su Wen deflated and didn't care too much, so he explained. "That's right, repairing the car was taught to San Gue, but the driving skills were taught to me hand in hand." Oh, Shen Baifeng deflated her mouth and pressed on. "Just you. I don't think you even know how to start, do you?" Su Wen looked depressed and didn't bother to explain to her. "By the way, where did Comrade Ernie go? Didn't the division commander say she was here?" Also division commander, you can really blow." Shen Baifeng gave him a direct look. "Our platoon leader has sent supplies to Wuji town and won't be back until evening." "Oh, so?" Su Wen was only slightly stunned. Then he turned around and left. Speaking of which, he only thought of Ernie as a good friend over here, so if he couldn't see him, he'd just assume it wasn't meant to be. Command of the 15th Red Army Corps, the 71st Division, having received such a large number of weapons and equipment, did not dare to use them privately. Therefore, Wang Fushan and Xie Chanwei, after arranging the relevant matters, came to the Legion headquarters without stopping. Just as the two of them were thinking about the little things in their hearts, the voice of the army chief came before the person arrived. "Wang Fushan, I heard that you've gotten rich." As he spoke, the army chief walked in with several chiefs. Legion commander. Wang Fushan was shocked out of goosebumps and hurriedly got up. "Which? No, if our 71st Division gets rich, it's also our Legion that gets rich." The Legionnaire smiled and nodded. "Well, count on you kid to talk. Sit down and talk." Once everyone was seated, the Legionnaire didn't hide anything. "Tell me, how much weaponry was received?" Wang Fushan then reacted and hurriedly pulled out the entire 3-page list of weapons and equipment in his pocket and handed it over. "Please ask the leader to access it and make sure it's not hidden." "It's all here." "So many?" The Legionnaire looked puzzled. Then it was consulted in detail. Just the first 2 items took his breath away. 350, 000 Type 56 semi-automatic rifles and 150, 000 Type 56 submachine guns. "These 2 rifles, how come I've never heard of them? Are they good?" Xia Chanwei hurriedly explained. "Xiaosu said that this is the latest product from Red Star Arms Company, and we've looked at it as well. It's very handy." The Legionnaire nodded and continued on. 5,000 general-purpose machine guns is not much of a surprise. After all, rifles are hundreds of thousands. This thing can be less. It was only when he saw that the wooden-handled grenade was clearly written 6 million. His eyes widened and he said, 6 million grenades? Are you guys sure you're not writing down the wrong units?" "That's right, Chief. We saw it with our own eyes, piled up like a mountain as far as the eye could see." Wang Fushan was deeply afraid that the chief would misunderstand and hurriedly explained in a somewhat exaggerated manner. "No doubt about it. Read on." When 36 122mm howitzers were seen, as well as 18 152mm howitzers, the Legionnaire's expression was both complex and marvelous. "It's a real protectorate artifact. Don't say the Reds haven't had it. Even the current National Army is not yet equipped with such large-caliber artillery. It wasn't until around 1937 that a small number of them were imported from the mustache side, almost 24 or so, and with that number had caused great kills for Little Ben in the first place. These howitzers, okay?" During the conversation, the Legionnaire handed the list to the commissar beside him. It's not just good. Leader, I asked our old artillerymen and they all said they'd never seen such a good gun in their lives." Wang Fushan somewhat dejectedly showed off. Under the table, Xia Changwei hurriedly kicked his leg with his foot, signaling the other party not to say too much. "Not old Xie, why are you kicking me?" Wang Fushan plucked him out without a good look. Commissar Xie asked, pointing to the top column. 107mm bazooka. "Why are there 107mm rockets? I thought we had howitzers. How many cars does it take to tow them?" Wang Fushan sniffed and immediately looked like Su Wen was possessed. Political commissar. This is something you don't know. This thing marches at less than 400 kilograms and also breaks down quickly and is carried and run by 5 soldiers. And yeah, each gun has 12 launch tubes, and in a matter of moments you can fire 12 rounds with a range of 8 kilometers, which is better than even a mortar. Hey, it's a proper guerrilla warfare artifact. So what? Just these 100 doors. I'm still too few. Political Commissar C and the Corps Commander looked at each other and drew a check mark behind the 107 rocket launcher. Next came 2 types of light mortar, which was not unusual, except that the number was appalling. 560 mortars, and 382 mortars, respectively. How many artillerymen could this arm? The Corps Chief of Staff frowned when he saw the 40mm bazooka. 1,00040 RPGs? Why did you buy so many? Don't we have 107 rocket launchers already? Wang Fushan had a smug look on his face. He loved to see this unseen look of the chief's. Ignoring Xie Changwei's small movements underneath, he pushed the other party away and exuberantly said, "Oh, Chief of Staff, you don't know anything about this. It's a one-man offensive firepower artifact. Just one soldier can carry it over the mountains, like any bunker, artillery building, tank or whatever, and fire it at intervals of a few hundred meters. In the future, our soldiers won't have to take their lives to blow up enemy fortifications. Is it really that powerful?" The Legionnaire said with some excitement. "Ha, that's right, Legionnaire. I've seen that thing. It's so light that even a 10-year-old can use it." Chapter 69, Wang Fushan introduces weapons. Wang Fushan said that a hippie, the sight of Xie Changwei hated to take a needle and thread to sew his big mouth. The Legion chiefs just listened and realized that the 40 fire had a big purpose. So hurry up and put 2 ticks on the back of the 40 fire. Next came the Type 5814, 5mm anti-aircraft machine gun. And the number was actually 100. So what was the point of having so many of them? How nice to switch to a rifle. Why are there so many anti-aircraft machine guns in this one? The National Army doesn't have that many airplanes, does it? The Army chief asked again. Hearing the questioning, Wang Fushan's energy to explain was once again high. "Hey chief, you don't get it. This thing can do more than just air defense 2,000 meters. It can also shoot 1,000 meters flat, but any part of the body that hits the enemy can cause a one-hit kill." "Oh, you've seen it?" the Legionnaire immediately questioned. Wang Fushan scratched his head. It's what Xiao Su said. He's right. The Legion chiefs nodded to each other. It shouldn't be much of a problem if you put it that way. So there was no hesitation to put 2 ticks on the back of the anti-aircraft machine gun. 2. At the end of the first page are tanks and armored vehicles. Looking at the numbers, 3 Type 62s, 5 Type 63s, and 1 Type 80, respectively. The Legionnaire pursed his lips and said with some regret, "The number of these armored fighting vehicles, isn't it a bit low? Especially this Type 62 light tank. How come there are only 3 of them?" When he mentioned tanks, Wang Fushan became more and more proud. He pushed away Xie Changwei's pull and got up straight away. "Legionnaire, you don't want to underestimate these 3 Type 62s. They're all light, but they're only defined as light by Red Star Arms. And these are 20-ton tanks. 20 tons and you call it light?" The knowledgeable Legion Commissar said incredulously. "Really, Commissar? If you don't believe me, ask old Xie." Wang Fushan took his hand and pushed Xie Changwei, who was muffled on the side, as he spoke. Seeing that the chiefs were waiting for their answer, Xie Changwei could only squeeze out a smile and said, "Yes, Commissar, it is indeed a big guy." Without waiting for Xie Changwei to finish his sentence, Wang Fushan continued, "Oh, and it's more than that. The Type 62 tanks are capable of speeds in excess of 60 kilometers per hour, and are armed with an 85mm wireboard gun. An additional 7.62mm side-by-side machine gun was added, as well as a 12.7mm high-end level machine gun. This firepower configuration, give it up." Listening to this guy give a blowjob, Xie Changwei's face was ashen. There's no messing around now. The 71st Division probably can't keep a single tank. The Corps chiefs nodded and, without exception, put 3 check marks on the back of the Type 62 tank. Then there is the Type 63 armored vehicle. After Wang Fushan's vocal description, this stuff is even better. Not only can it serve as a battlefield command vehicle, but it can also make cameo appearances as an offensive assault vehicle when necessary. The Legion chiefs were instantly delighted and had no problem putting 5 check marks on the back. Finally, several Corps chiefs set their sights on the Type 80 57mm self-propelled anti-aircraft gun. I've heard of anti-aircraft machine guns, but I really haven't seen 57mm anti-aircraft guns. The Army chief immediately asked, "What's this again? Is it better than an anti-aircraft machine gun?" "Oh, Legionnaire, it's the difference between heaven and earth." When mentioning this Type 80 self-propelled anti-aircraft gun, Wang Fushan couldn't help but dance around. This thing is a tank body, and it's at least 1 size bigger than a Type 62, and it can take on airplanes at altitudes below 6,000 meters. What's more, it can also flatten and kill ground targets, with an effective range of 5 kilometers and a rate of fire of 100 rounds per minute. This firepower suppression ability, even if the brats a coalition can be crippled, but also a shot for a place, so that the enemy cannot be defended. Hey Legionnaire, you didn't see those 2 gun barrels, they look like a bluff. The Legionnaire was mesmerized, and then, prompted by the political commissar, rushed to recheck 5 boxes on the list of weapons. Weapons are sort of inventoried, then ammunition and related weaponry accessories. 100 million rounds? The army chief looked at Wang Fushan and the others with a face full of shock. The number of rifle rounds, sure you're not mistaken? The attentive Xia Changwei hurriedly replied. 100 million and 8 million rounds to be exact, of which 8 million rounds were given away. Hiss. The heads of the legions couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. How big of a deal did this have to be to give out 8 million rounds of ammunition at the drop of a hat? The shock of those 100 million rifle rounds wasn't over. Next came 50 million machine gun rounds. Then there are the assorted shells. By this point, the eyes of the legion chiefs were beginning to blur a bit. If there were so many weapons and ammunitions in the Soviet Union, it would have beaten the national army to death, and the chief and his comrades would not have needed to go on a long march. And it's amazing how just 5 tons of gold, plus a few antiques, can buy so much new equipment. It seemed that this young businessman called Su Wen was not only capable of heavenly powers, but was also sincere in his friendship with the Red Army. That being the case, the only way to express your feelings is to return the favor. So the Legionnaire suggested at once, we've taken such a big advantage of Su Wen this time, so we can't treat people poorly. I propose to give him all the gold the Legion has collected in the meantime by selling penicillin. What does everyone think? I agree, the commissar said without hesitation. Even so, I don't think that little bit of gold can be exchanged for so many weapons and ammunition, and I'll just have to commit Su for now. The words were immediately echoed by the chief of staff. Yes, in addition to doing all we can to gather gold for him, I would suggest that the matter be reported to the chiefs for a separate commendation. Looks fine to me. The other 2 legion chiefs nodded in response. Su Wen was able to receive such an honor, and Wang Fushan, as a hometown, was extraordinarily happy. He immediately got up and said, then let's go back and tell him the good news. Just as he was about to leave, he was stopped by the Legionnaire. Wait, did I tell you to leave? Leader, there is something you command. Wang Fushan hurriedly stood up straight. The Legionnaire flinched at him and gestured for him to sit down. Let's discuss how the weapons and ammunition will be distributed first. Wang Fushan then froze, dared to forget the main thing, so he hurriedly said, we, the 71st Division, are determined to obey the Legion's arrangements. 2 hours later, Wang Fushan and Xia Changwei, with drooping heads, rode side by side toward the division headquarters. Alas, old Xie, why didn't you dare to have a fight with the army chief? Now it's good. Nothing has been gained. Wang Fushan muttered with a depressed face. You still have the nerve to mention it. Xia Changwei gave him a fierce blank look. I kicked you under the table and pulled you with my hands. Did you hear me? Humph. One keeps bragging that this weapon is good and that weapon is great, and now it's so good that there aren't even a few hairs left. Upon hearing this, Wang Fushan, who had originally wanted to argue a few words, immediately closed his mouth. Originally just wanted to show off. Where did I think that the heads of the legions really under the dead hand are? Just a few moments ago, after fully listening to the recommendations of the 71st Division, by unanimous decision of the Corps Chiefs, the following arms and equipment were left for the 71st Division. Of these, 10,00056 1/2s, 5,00056 punches, and 1,000,000 rounds of ammunition, 100,000 wooden-handled grenades, 100 general-purpose machine guns, 50 heavy machine guns, 200,000 rounds of ammunition, 107 rocket launchers with 150 rounds of ammunition. Chapter 70 Zhang Shaocheng of Southwest China. The howitzers were all surrendered, and a heavy artillery brigade was formed under the unification of the Corps. All Type 62 tanks were surrendered and Type 80 self-propelled anti-aircraft guns were surrendered. For Type 63 armored vehicles were surrendered and an armored assault company was formed by the Corps. If it wasn't for Wang Fushan trying his best and using Su Wen as an excuse, it was estimated that an armored car wouldn't be shared by their division. And on top of that, the 71st Division was responsible for teaching other sister units the use of various new weapons. Now that it was over, the 2 division heads had no choice but to follow orders. After all, the overall development of the army is the hard truth. Cannot point to a unit to fight the world. Back at the division headquarters, they had planned to host a banquet for Su Wen, but they heard that they were going to demonstrate their equipment the next day. Su Wen immediately agreed without saying a word, so he did not drink alcohol in the evening. Night fell, and it was then that Ernie completed the transportation of supplies and returned to the women's platoon. Made myself a hot cup of soy milk and had 2 grains of compressed cookies for a sort of casual meal. She can't afford to drink the soy milk powder on weekdays, and only brews a cup when she's out on a mission. Not only does this stuff have a soy flavor, but it's also creamy, especially to the taste of the female soldiers. Platoon leader, you're just back? Hearing the commotion, Shin Baifeng walked out. Well, you go to bed early. You have to get up early tomorrow to train. Ernie nodded, munching on a cookie as he handed the other man his soy milk and the rest of the cookie. Shin Baifeng hurriedly pushed back. I don't eat squad leaders. This is specially prepared for you automobile soldiers on a mission. This girl is usually greedy, but in principle is still stick to the end. Helpless Ernie can only give up. By the way, platoon leader, you didn't realize you were late coming back, did you? Baifeng had a mysterious look on his face. No what? Immediately after that, Shin Baifeng told her all about the Red Army having heavy artillery, as well as tanks and armored vehicles. Really? That's great. Ernie was equally excited. This is the solution to the biggest problem the force has right now. And who was the solution to the dilemma? Surely the one she wanted to hate but couldn't. By the way, today, did anyone come by? Ernie asked in a small voice. No, platoon leader. How do you know? Shin Baifeng looked puzzled. She didn't say anything. There really was a handsome descendant who came to see you today. Oh, that face, simply whiter than a girl child. The corners of Ernie's mouth twitched, and he immediately felt that the salty sweet and refreshing compressed crackers in his hand didn't smell good anymore. I don't know how that guy was born. Why is a guy so white? It's really annoying. If only he wasn't a businessman. With a heartbeat of slander, Ernie carefully asked. Su-Wen, did he say anything? No. Shin Baifeng shook her head. Just asking if you were there. Originally quite happy. Heard that you weren't there and left straight away. Oh yeah, and he calls himself your master, and says he taught you to drive by hand. Isn't that true, platoon leader? Baifeng raised an eyebrow at her with a playful smile on his face, looking like he was watching the fun. But, cough, Ernie, who was in the middle of eating, almost choked out a good deal of food as she patted her chest in a serious manner. White Phoenix, you, don't be ridiculous. Su-Wen, he did teach me to drive, but not hand to hand. Oh, Shin Baifeng realized. Oh platoon leader, if there's nothing, there's nothing, why get excited? Ernie's face, immediately red from her neck to the tips of her ears, said somewhat angrily, you still say? Hurry up and get some rest. Tomorrow morning I'm going to test you on practical exercises. If you don't pass, see how I'm going to penalize you. Hearing this, Shin Baifeng knew that the joke was too big, and hurriedly begged for forgiveness. A platoon leader, don't be angry. I won't say it anymore, okay? Humph. Hurry up and go to bed. Seeing that the platoon leader's face was becoming more and more ugly, Baifeng then shrunk her neck and hurried back to the side of the house. Capital. Military compound. Guanweigua, who had returned home after socializing, hadn't had time to wash up. I was just about to have a cigarette to relax and unwind when I got a call from an old comrade in the Southwest Equipment Bureau. Yo, Director Zhang, calling so late. What's up? Ha, old comrade in arms. I'm a division chief in your place. I guess it can't be ranked, right? Zhang Xiaochang on the other end of the phone. Flirting. I'm not joking with you. What about the recent old comrade in arms? When to come to the capital to play? In a good mood, Guanguowei, the atmosphere said. Alas, Zhang Xiaochang sighed lightly. I've been so busy lately, how could I have time to come to the capital? Oh, by the way, I heard that certain people, who just made more than 2 tons of gold for the ministry, are probably going to be promoted again, right? Guanguowei heard the words, shocked out of a night sweat, and incidentally just still a little dazed brain is also awake most of the time. It's obviously meant to be, and even the amount is known so well, so it's obviously prepared. Old comrade, don't talk nonsense. I'm not selling a lot of weapons to Equatorial Guinea. People don't have cash, they can only take gold against their debts. And yeah, it doesn't matter if I get promoted or not, as long as I can share the ministry's worries. Even if I'm allowed to live a few years less, I have no regrets. There was nothing wrong with that answer, after all. Suvan was nominally Guinea's weapons procurement advisor. It's just that we are all foxes of 1,000 years. What to play chatting Zhang Xiaochang sniffed not very politely. Oh, I say old comrade in arms. Say you are fat you still gasp up. Show loyalty also don't in my line? I hear want to vomit. That's a classic case of you getting what's coming to you. What do you say old comrade? This batch of arms orders, but I did not earn a penny. Oh, after all, you know the small African countries, always stingy. Guanguowei had a serious grin. Once he heard this, Zhang Xiaochang didn't nag him and directly said, oh, really? Since that's the case, then let us give our next arms order to our Southwest war zone, so that you don't have to do it the hard way. The picture is endless. This guy has really revealed his fox's tail. This was originally his Guanguowei's business. Why let you? so no good. I say, old comrade, come to the capital if you want to find me for a drink. If you want to pry me out of business, then you should wash up while you're ahead. Dreaming is fine. You're saying I'm dreaming? Oh, that's not necessarily true, Zhang Xiaochang said in a confident tone. Why would a good person from Sichuan province travel so far to buy your rags? Don't we have any in southwest China? Guan Guowei's heart thumped. This guy obviously came prepared. Even the other party's identity was investigated. It seems like it's time for the equipment department to overhaul its secrecy regulations. He wiped his sweat and faded. Old comrade in arms, isn't it important to do business on a first-come first-served basis? Isn't it a bit ugly for you to do this? Is it ugly? I don't think so. Zhang Xiaochang pressed on without eating his words and laughed playfully. Oh, I heard that certain people still sell the nearly obsolete wooden-handled grenades for money. I say, old comrade, is there anything worse to eat than this? Guan Guowei had a black line on his head. Who was this talking about if not himself? Chapter 71, Displaying Equipment in the Martial Arts Arena. But business is business. There's no shame in that. So Guan Guowei didn't intend to bull him and directly said, I say, old comrade, let's not hide anything. Let's get to the point. Well, this is right. Early so straight not finished. Have to let me reveal your old bottom. Zhang Xiaochang succeeded in his treacherous plan and said comfortably, are you going to say it or not? Guan Guowei gritted his back teeth, itching to rush along the phone line and strangle him. Oh, look at you anxious. My request is very simple. The next time Su Wen comes to do business, a business to earn, I want to take half. Zhang Guowei said directly. What? Guan Guowei was shocked. How long has it been since we've seen each other? How can an old comrade be even more shameless than he is? Zhang Xiaochang, what are you talking about? Do you know that this is a key customer of the equipment department? And there's no place for you southwest to get involved? Why not? Zhang Xiaochang immediately disliked. It would be fine if you were selling new weapons, but all you're selling is rags and stockpiles, so do you think I can let you have it all by yourself? And Su Wen is a proper Sichuanese, so why should he help you clear the inventory in the middle of the country? Does it mean that our used inventory in the southwest doesn't smell good enough? Oh, you said that if I were to show love and reason, and then send a few million grenades. Alright, with such a naked threat, Guan Guowei could not understand it, and he immediately interrupted. Let me think about it, okay? It's something I'll have to report to the great leader before I do. When it came to business, Zhang Xiaochang naturally did not dare to hang around. Okay, the big leader on my side has already sent word that he must let me get the order, or else he'll let me transfer to another job. Oh, old comrade, don't you think it's a bit lonely for me to be transferred alone? Without waiting for the other party to finish his sentence, Guan Guowei hung up the phone, and then slammed it heavily on the coffee table. Spit viciously, doggone traitor. What traitor? Mao Cheng, his wife, who heard the commotion, came out of the room. I just opened the door to see my husband huffing and puffing. Guan Guowei pinched his brow and said glumly, who else could it be? Isn't it that wily old Zhang Xiaochang? No way? Mao Cheng was full of disbelief, thinking her husband was talking out of his ass. Oh, aren't you two so good that you wear the same pants? Why are you flipping out? A cup of honey water was brought over as he spoke. Drinking the honey water in one gulp, Guan Guowei followed up by telling the story. Then the more he spoke, the angrier he became. Do you think this guy is too shameless? Mao Cheng, who is a university professor, has seen it all. Zhang Xiaochang made it very clear that the new type of weapons the Southwest War area certainly will not be involved. He only needed his share of second-hand obsolete equipment, which wasn't too much to ask, and reassured. Oh, honey, you've heard the story of the 3 monks without water. If you go toe-to-toe with Zhang Xiaochang, when the time comes, it can only be a fish death. I guess no one can get Su Wen's order. Who will be cheaper then? Guan Guowei then froze, having just been pissed off at that guy. When you think about it after calming down, there's a lot more to the country than just the center and southwest. Don't people have a lot of stockpile rags in the south, east, or even north? With just a little bit of letting go, Su Wen would surely be madly robbed. The thought of it made him break out in a sweat. Alas, it's just cheap for that kid. Guan Guowei could only resign himself to his fate. Seeing that her husband had already figured it out, Mao Cheng squeezed his shoulder. Oh, come on, what's the big deal? Your comradeship, is it not more important than this bit of weaponry? November 14th morning. After 2 days and nights of full transport, all weapons and equipment have been properly stored. Various samples of new equipment were brought to the huge drill ground backed by a large mountain. Su Wen will demonstrate their usage in Power Live. For this reason, the division also gave Su Wen the title of equipment instructor. This made Su Wen feel quite embarrassed. At his own level, he probably couldn't even be considered a half bucket of water. But in this heaven and earth, who knows better than he does, except himself? So, there was no choice but to top it. Before the display, Xia Changwei, on behalf of the division, gave a routine lecture. Today is a special day and there will be a demonstration of the power of new weaponry. I hope that you will listen and study carefully and give what you learn to the warriors underneath you. Aim to familiarize yourself with the use of the equipment as soon as possible so that it will be as powerful as it should be. Next, please invite Mr. Su, the Chief Weapons Instructor, to say a few words to us. Everyone give a warm welcome. Wow, he said and then led the applause. And the dozens of commanders underneath likewise responded. What else is there to say? Just do it. Suwon first stood in front and gave a military salute to this group of battle-hardened commanders. The crowd returned the salute and stood up straight. Suwon then humbly said, "There's no need to be nervous. Everyone, when it comes to fighting and using weapons, you guys are the true masters. I, on the other hand, merely knew about the equipment before you did, and am not exactly an expert. So let's go ahead and learn how to use this equipment together. No unnecessary nonsense." Suwon first drew a 56.5. This type of standardized weapon must be spoken first. Suwon sidestepped his body, first showing the shape of flinging a bayonet. Learning from a certain sound, the handsome pose, he did 2 jabs. Wow! Another round of applause ensued from the commanders. Wang Fushan said with an excited expression, "Ha ha, little Su. I didn't expect you to be a bayonet spelling expert." Suwon scratched his head. He, I'm not just learning now. Let everyone laugh at me, haha. Division Commander Wang waved his hand and said seriously, "Your kind of gun grip is indeed very practical, and it can also cause great psychological pressure on the enemy, so it's very worthwhile to learn from it. When it comes down, I'd recommend a division-wide rollout." Xia Changwei nodded. "I agree with this. Good posture and gun grip habits can also increase a warrior's ability to fight hard battles." Suwon's next explanation continued. The 56 semi-automatic rifle is characterized by high stability and accuracy, with an effective kill rate of 400 meters and a magazine capacity of 10 rounds. In front of everyone, Suwon pressed 10 rounds of ammunition and then started shooting at a target of about 300 meters. After 4 shots, without exception, all were off target. Even so, the crowd didn't laugh at him. Instead, they were all stunned by the fact that the 56.5 only needed to pull the bolt once. With this type of gun, not only will you be able to reduce your aiming time, but you will also be able to suppress the enemy with your rate of fire. It's like a magic gun. His own offer ugly finished. Some loss of face. Suwon directly named a thin and small-looking warrior out of the actual exercise. The little warrior didn't squirm, excitedly picking up his gun and firing. "I thought it was a newbie, but I never thought that all the remaining 6 rounds would hit the target, and all of them were no less than 8 rings. Good gun. What a great gun. Not only is it the right size, but it has little recoil." The little warrior arrived at a high evaluation on the spot. Suwon couldn't help but hold his forehead. Well, it seems that the Red Army soldiers are really capable people. Upon inquiry, I learned that he was an old revolutionary who joined the Red Army at the age of 13. He has experienced the Long March and the anti-siege, and is also a notorious marksman. 72. Demonstration of large-caliber artillery. It was too late to be depressed. Suwon immediately copied the 56 punch. "Oh, it's called a Type 56 submachine gun. Actually, I prefer to call him an automatic rifle. As the name suggests, it is a comprehensive firearm with the dual characteristics of a submachine gun as well as a rifle. Like the 56.5, it uses a 7.62 mm round, except that his firepower is much more ferocious and can be fired both singly and in bursts. Note that there isn't a submachine gun on the market that can match him for shooting distance. Therefore, everyone must take good care of such firearms and not let them get out." Xia Chanwei sniffed and hurriedly wrote the matter down in his book. Without further ado, Suwon shouldered the butt of the 56 punch and, 400 meters apart, it's a sweeping shot at the target. In just 5 seconds, the 30-round magazine was emptied. It was a marvel to see the crowd. "Good gun." Wang Fushan's eyes were glowing. This kind of shooting distance and firepower coverage is exactly like a small machine gun. Suwon smiled and waved his hand. Not so much the division commander, except that at the present time, on the home front, it suppresses every submachine gun on the market. He, little Suwa, you really aren't modest, but I just like you like this. Wang Fushan then joked. Next was the introduction of the Type 67 general-purpose machine gun, and Suwon directly held it and fired a volley of bullets, and several hundred rounds poured out. His heart ached so much that Division Commander Wang and the others, their temples protruded straight up. It's a gem too. Not only can it be used as a light machine gun, but it can occasionally make cameo appearances as a heavy machine gun. And it only weighs 10 kilograms, which makes the mouths of the fighters of the machine gun company water. Immediately after that, Suwon led the fighters and pushed out the Type 53 heavy machine guns with shields. Upon seeing the long chain of bullets, the 2 division heads barely fainted. This would be a waste of thousands of rounds of ammunition in one shot. So Wang Fushan, somewhat embarrassed, said, that small Suwa, with you to discuss a matter cannot make a dozens of hair on the line. Suwon was first stunned, then reacted and could only stop resentfully. It seemed that the lack of firepower was still a problem, so he simply let the fighters of the machine gun company fight themselves. Sure enough, the other guy only fired about a dozen rounds before he couldn't be bothered to pull the trigger anymore. But the gun continues to be highly rated, saying it is much more powerful and accurate than the Maxim. That said, the Type 53 still has a small number in service even in 2022, so get 1935 and it's properly a descending blow. Then like what a mortar surely didn't need to be shown. The fighters were better at it than he was, but the two howitzers had to be shown off. After all, this was a strategic weapon that many fighters had never seen before. Wouldn't this be blinding if we got to the battlefield? And it was the artillery led by Wu Baofeng who was responsible for demonstrating the two howitzers. Wu Baofeng, at this time, was heartily directing the artillerymen to unfold and secure the two howitzers. Platoon leader, can I pull the bolt later? He Sheng tried to ask. Wu Baofeng gave him a blank look. What good thing are you thinking about, kid? You want to fly before you've learned to run. Let's see me teach you how to pull. Humph, petty, He Sheng muttered on his lips, carefully fixing the artillery rack by himself. Watching Wu Baofeng somewhat furtively fiddling with the Type 63 8X gunscope, Suwon nodded his head in satisfaction. This thing is also an old antique that Suwon brought over. At first, it was Guan Guowei said a lot, asking why he did not buy fire control radar. At this Suwon just smiled. At present, Shanbei has no electricity and no talent. Even if you buy it, it's just for show and doesn't work at all. So it's not as good as an 8X gunscope. I would have thought that it would have taken a while for the artillerymen to figure out the tutorials provided by Suwon on how to use the gunscope. I didn't expect to be able to barely use it after only one day. It seems that I still underestimated the self-research ability of the Red Army soldiers. After about 10 minutes or so, the 122mm howitzer took aim at the established target, pushing the stubby high explosive into the breach. Wu Baofeng jogged over to the division head in Suwon. Loudly, he said, "The artillery is on the established target. Please instruct the chief." The crowd looked at Suwon in unison. Suwon, on the other hand, looked at Wang Fushan, signaling that this order should rightfully be given by him. Wang Fushan was no longer polite, only to take a deep breath and say in a slightly trembling voice, "Blast the target to smithereens." "Yes," Wu Baofeng replied in a loud voice, having long been unable to help himself. "Fire!" A roar rang out, and Wu Baofeng followed suit by pulling the bolt. Dang! There was a loud bang, and the powerful recoil shook up the smoke around the cannon. Suwon and the others, who were more than 10 meters away, couldn't help but feel their hearts tremble. Boom! A few seconds later, the mountain 10 kilometers away was hit by a storm. High explosive shells blasted a huge gaping hole in the mountain. "Hey, division commander and political commissar, how is it? Not bad?" Suwon crossed his arms and said somewhat smugly. Seeing that the two didn't answer, Suwon was puzzled. Not the two chiefs. Why don't you say something? Just as he turned his head, he saw that the two division heads had already wet their cheeks with tears, but they were wearing happy smiles. Xia Changwei took Wang Fushan's shoulder and said excitedly, "Old Wang, how many years has it been? We also have large caliber artillery." "Yeah." Wang Fushan shrugged the bridge of his nose and stared at the blasted away mountain in the distance. Longingly, later on, we can also give our enemies a taste of what it's like to be bombarded indiscriminately. Suwon, who could not see past this, hurriedly consoled, "Don't get excited first. Where is this? There will be better weaponry in the future." Wang Fushan hurriedly turned around at his words, took his cuff and wiped his eyes and smiled. "Okay little Su, then we'll see what happens." This was immediately followed by the test firing of the 152mm howitzer. It's a big guy, and it took 10 minutes just to unfold and secure it. This was followed by a bit of conditioning, which made it ready. Good lord, the shells alone weigh over 40 kilograms. It was carefully fed into the breech by the strongest warrior in the artillery, carrying it in his arms, followed by the addition of the firing charge. The target remains the same hill. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the moment when the shells would be fired. Only heard boom, a muffled sound. There was a tremendous amount of commotion, far more than a 122mm howitzer. Boom, the shell hit the set position with precision, and the poor mountain was directly pierced and flattened. Good. Wang Fushan was so excited that he applauded repeatedly, and the others responded. "Ha ha, with this thing, what kind of strong city can't be attacked?" Suwon, on the other hand, smiled and pressed his hand. He, all the chiefs don't get excited. This is just a routine operation." Xia Changwei, on the other hand, was more calm and he analyzed it objectively. "The guns are very good indeed. It's just that our artillery still seems to lack training at the moment. It takes more than half an hour just to unfold the artillery and aim and calibrate it, and that wouldn't be a delay if there was a real battle. Wang Fushan nodded with the same gloomy face. Yeah, down the road I'll suggest to the corps commander that we focus on strengthening the artillery. In this regard, Su Wen was not worried. A heavy artillery unit like this one would definitely have to be led by the big chief's side in the end. There are a lot of capable people over there, and I believe it won't take long for them to form a fighting force. The 2 howitzers were stowed away, and then towed away by the 4 unimaginables. Chapter 73, A New Look for Yangshu Village. Su Wen follows up with a display of the 40 bazooka. In order to demonstrate this weapon more intuitively, Su Wen did not personally operate it. Instead, he went to the skinniest soldier in the group, the old Red Army man who had just joined the revolution at the age of 13. Under Su Wen's explanation, the other party quickly grasped the doorway, aimed at a target 300 meters away in a half-kneeling position and then pulled a trigger. Without incident, the rockets hit the set targets like sharp arrows, blasting the targets to smithereens. How about it, Division Commander? Is this thing alright? Su Wen lifted his chin and signaled. It's more than okay. Simply too good. Wang Fushan really opened his eyes. With 40 fire, the enemy's bunkers and artillery buildings will be useless. Su Wen nodded, followed by a serious statement. But when this thing is in use, there must be no one within 5 meters behind you, or it will cause accidental injury. That's why it's important to have repeated reminders during training and written into safety regulations. Su Wen does not want to do bad things with good intentions. If it is really because of improper operation and cause casualties, he also feel bad in his heart. Xia Changwei nodded his head in response and took out a small notebook to carefully record what Su Wen had just said. The last weaponry on display was the Type 63 107mm rocket launcher, known as a godsend in guerrilla warfare. According to the current Red Army troop sequence, this thing still belongs to the artillery category. Naturally, Wu Baofeng is still leading the display. This gun is indeed lightweight and can be easily pushed into position by 4 fighters at a distance of over 100 meters. Once the gun position was set up, Su Wen first followed the explanation of a certain audio video, directing the soldiers on how to disassemble and assemble. I thought it would take a lot of work to teach. I hadn't realized that the fighters were learning to press on. So who says the Red Army are all uneducated mudbloods? Just didn't get a chance to show it. Maybe it didn't even need Su Wen to explain. It was estimated that he could figure it out on his own after spending some time. Mr. Su, this cannon is good. I can carry 2 gun barrels all over the mountain by myself. The soldier who had just been in charge of holding the shells couldn't help but say. Yeah, and as long as there's a barrel, the shells can be fired. Su Wen nodded. Seeing everyone's disbelieving expressions, Su Wen wanted to demonstrate on the spot. So Su Wen commanded everyone to dig a hole in the ground first, and then fixed the barrel of the gun with earth on the ground, aimed at the mountain ahead at a very small angle. Finally, he then lit the long fuse with a lighter and ran away quickly right after. This action, to see the crowd froze. This is not a cannon, is clearly in the release of 2 kicks. Only 7 or 8 seconds later, the rocket whooshed out of the muzzle of the gun and went towards the mountain. Boom! A loud bang blew a 3-meter diameter crater out of the mountain. Seeing his masterpiece, Su Wen was quite proud of himself. Oh, how about it, viewers? You know why it's called the guerrilla warfare artifact? The crowd was dumbfounded. If they hadn't seen this operation with their own eyes, who would have believed that shells could actually be fired by direct ignition? Only then the guerrilla comrades could have really heavy firepower. Without delay, Su Wen directed the artillerymen to reassemble the 107 rocket launcher, finished just ready to fill the bullet. Wang Fushan then interrupted with some embarrassment. Hey, that little Su, can you not shoot so many shells? Just get 1 or 2 for fun. Su Wen, who had just been excited, was immediately as if he had been splashed with cold water. This is the main event. How can you be sloppy? And it's not torture to have to stop right away when you've just been hooked on firing cannons. Division Commander, just let me put in a 12-link pipe. I haven't let it go yet. Just this once, okay? Su Wen had a pained look on his face. It's... Just when Wang Fushan hesitation, Xia Changwei stood out and said, oh, line, how not? Small, so you wanna fight on the fight. He also passed a glance towards Wang Fushan as he spoke. Wang Fushan looked at the other party with a shocked face. Wasn't it this guy who just said that he was conserving ammunition? That's why he asked himself to persuade Su Wen. That's a good thing. He's a good guy. So he hurriedly said, oh, sure, even if you put in another 12-link pipe. Su Wen, who had gotten the go-ahead, immediately commanded everyone to fill the bullets. When he was ready, he commanded everyone to disperse, especially since no one can stand behind a rocket launcher, or you can really make a good thing a bad thing. Without hesitation, Su Wen lit the fire lightly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 12 rockets were fired in quick succession with trailing flames, roaring and whistling toward the intended area. This was followed by a series of explosions, and a large area became a sea of fire. Ha ha ha, how was it? Awesome, isn't it? 1 round of flanking fire is equivalent to the effect of 2 rounds of an artillery company. Suwon couldn't help but laugh. The 2 chiefs beside him, on the other hand, were heartbroken with their temples jutting out, only with smiles on their faces. Luckily, Suwon had the good sense to see it through and didn't say anything about another round of flak. The 2 chiefs then wiped their sweat and relaxed. As for things like anti-aircraft guns, there is absolutely no need to display them. As for tanks, armored vehicles and the like, Suwon was likewise a white boy, so he left it to the commanders to learn on their own. In the afternoon, Suwon, who had nothing to do, went to find Erni again, with 2 pounds of great white rabbit milk candy in his hand. Coincidentally, it was actually Suwon who was received by Shen Baifeng again. "You're late, our platoon leader isn't here." Facing the inquiry, Shen Baifeng said with a blank face. As for why she was upset, it wasn't because she stalled several more times during the morning training drive start. "By the way, comrade, did Ernie say when he would be back?" Suwon did not die and said, "This time, because the place I'm going to is a bit far away, I'll definitely come back at night," Shen Baifeng said indifferently. Suwon sighed softly and handed the pocket in his hand to the other party. "Comrade, please pass this milk candy to Erni. Just say that I might have to leave again." Shen Baifeng looked at her pockets with some curiosity. "Okay, I'll pass it on to the platoon leader." Looking at the other parties departing back, Shen Baifeng muttered in a low voice, "I can't see that this Junwei is quite obsessed." Then curiously, he pulled out a milk candy and peeled off the candy paper. The snow-white sugar cubes were really tempting. The gluttonous Baifeng's throat moved, but in the end, she held back from taking it into her mouth. Instead, it was put back as it was. The other side. Today's Yangshu village can be described as a new look, because after the news got out that there was a shortage of supplies in Poplar Village, the surrounding villages and towns, and even the county, were flooded with merchants for a while. Originally, Huimei was worried that there wouldn't be enough goods to sell, but Suwon had previously utilized the gap between delivering supplies to the troops. 3 carloads of supplies were purchased specifically for them and entrusted to the troops to bring to them. For this kind of behavior can revitalize the economy of northern Shaanxi. The troops and county committees have expressed support and encouragement. Of course, in order to avoid people acting as second-hand dealers and thus profiting from it, Huimei still controls the number of purchases per person. In particular, tight supplies like refined salt were limited to half a pound per person per month. Even so, it still doesn't stop the enthusiasm of the second-handers. You know that just this half a pound of salt taken to the county, 1 round trip can make $1 ocean. So the village of Poplar now has long been unrecognizable. Not only did Huimei's grocery store exist, but restaurants and inns were also added so that merchants who came here to buy goods could eat and stay. Chapter 74, Grant to Suwon. Unexpected visitor. In the evening, Huimei, who was counting the goods at home, said with some emotion, "Boss, when do you think little Su will come over? I've been thinking about giving him the money for the goods." Being disturbed by the child's mother, Yang Bai, who was planning a plate, could only frown and start over. People Xiao Su is a person who does great things. Why would he come over here if he's not doing anything? Just keep the money for now. Received? Huimei hated her own man. That's easy to say. I'm not worried that Xiao Su doesn't have the money in hand to buy goods. Ugh, what if we can't deliver the supplies next time? Upon hearing this, Yang Bai's calculations were given a wrong turn again, and he did not have the good sense to say, "People Xiao Su has already been very good to our family. Even if we can't deliver the supplies next time, we have nothing to say. I'm just worried about not having anything to sell. Also, the folks are looking forward to us selling more things to them." Huimei said slightly helplessly. Janber deflated, not even bothering to poke her. Nowadays, Huimei can be described as a popular person in Yangshu village, more powerful than the village chief. Whoever sees her can't help but call her boss. Who? If we really don't have Suwon this way, will we still be able to have this kind of scenery in the future? This is going to kill her. By the way, Dongjia, you say, why don't we promise our daughter to Xiao Su? Pa! Yang Bai, who was in the middle of planning an abacus, then slapped his palm on the abacus. Is this something you can just wish for? What kind of person is Suwon? He's educated, rich and thoughtful. He's still handsome and has the trust of the head of the army. My own daughter's temperament. People will be happy with it. I say, Ernie's mother, you'd better not worry about Xiao Su's side. If our daughter is like that, it's no wonder that Xiao Su would like her. All he does all day is dance around with a sword and a gun, and his face is still dark, and he has big feet that are creepy to look at. If Suwon were here, he would have to give Yang Bai a compliment. It's worth it to be his own son. You know nothing. Huimei put down the things in her hand and huffed. What's wrong with our daughter? Isn't she just a little darker? You don't look around the countryside. Our daughter's body, that ass. Whoever sees her doesn't say that she's a good breeder. And what's wrong with bigger feet? Foot binding is feudal dross, and I'm just determined to defeat it. On weekdays, Hui Mei is toward her daughter, and she can beat and scold herself any way she wants. It's just not allowed to be said, not even by a father. So naturally, the good-tempered Yang Bai didn't bother with her and proceeded to knock on the abacus on his own. November 16th morning, Capital Equipment Department. Guan Guowei's office had an uninvited guest early in the morning. Even though the other party only had the rank of major, they could only treat each other with courtesy because they were not subordinate due to different divisions. Oh old comrade in arms, how do the capital also do not say a word in advance? I also good to you to receive the dust well. Guan Guowei handed the other party a cup of tea and politely said. Zhang Xiaocheng crossed his legs and said lightly, I wouldn't dare to eat Director Guan's reception banquet. Who doesn't know about your drinking capacity? What I came here today is to talk to you about weaponry. And as for the drinking, it's all trivial. Guan Guowei couldn't help but frown a little at what he said. It seems that this guy is determined to want to get involved. Should be forced by the upper head to the eye. Even though the other party was unkind, he still said patiently, I say old comrade, it's only 2 tons of gold. Why are you making such a fuss? Oh, very much so. Zhang Xiaocheng sneered. We won't get involved if you sell new weapons, but if it's something like helping the war zone clear out its inventory, you can't have a monopoly on it. And Su Wen is a veteran of our Southwest. As his old head, I should care about it as a matter of course. I'll go. How thick-skinned does this mother have to be to come up with an excuse like that? Wasn't Su Wen a soldier for 2 years in Sichuan province during college? I didn't see you caring in the first place. Now it's good to see that people have gold in their hands, and it pops up all of a sudden. In that case, Guan Guowei was not polite. I say, Grand Director Zhang, what exactly do you want? Didn't I say on the phone that I had to consult the great leader about the order? Zhang Xiaocheng picked up his teacup, blew the floating foam on the tea broth, and squinted. Then hurry up and ask for instructions. I'll wait for you right here. You, Guan Guowei took a deep breath. Mustn't you go through the process to ask for instructions? You're also in the system. You should know better than me. Oh, could it be that this kind of thing? Can't you still let you, Secretary Guan, specialize in this kind of thing? Zhang Xiaocheng also face-played with the flavor. If you don't go and ask for permission, then we in Southwest may have to contact Su Wen directly. Oh, I can hear Su Wen's old company commander before. Can still always read him. You say Su Wen he will not give his hometown troops a face. Zhang Xiaocheng, don't be too cocky. This is the equipment department, not a place where you can fool around. Guan Guowei wanted to use the unit sign to deter the other party's arrogance. Seeing that the other party did not say anything, followed by reasoning, we are old comrades. Do we have to disregard our feelings for a bit of gold? But he saw Zhang Xiaocheng blankly glanced at the other party. I say Secretary Guan, you less use the ministry to pressure me. I came here this time but the big leader's first permission. And would I have been able to find you in person if I had disregarded my comradeship? Could I still call you? Humph. If you have this kind of attitude, then I'll contact Su Wen directly and see which one of us can take him down. After saying that, Zhang Xiaocheng was about to get up and leave, frightening Guan Guowei who hurriedly pulled him back. If you really let it go, it's unlikely that the other side will really use an out-of-the-box tactic. Have the troops' old company commander, or even the old squad leader, contact Su Wen personally. Will there be anything left for the equipment department then? Hey, old buddy, why are you so excited? Look at you. I'm just joking with you. And all that gear Suvan bought has to go out by sea. Do you guys have that? Why not? Zhang Xiaocheng said as he sat down again. We have a deep water dock right here in Yudu, so as long as Su Wen has the need, those rags can be shipped to Jinmen Harbor in a steady stream. Guan Guowei was flabbergasted. It was obvious that he had done the pre-planning before coming here. Even the harbor pier was prepared. So after a slight contemplation, he solemnly said, that's fine. You sit down first, and I'll go and ask the great leader for instructions. When the other party left, Zhang Xiaocheng sipped his tea with a relaxed face and muttered, early so straight not finished it, have to let me waste so many words. When he came to the office of the big leader, Guan Guowei directly said all the things that Southwest wanted to pry Su Wen. So in his presence, the great leader immediately called the head of the Southwest Equipment Bureau through a special line. Nice guy. Both sides almost got into a fight before 2 sentences were spoken. One said that the other was unkind. How could he rob his brother's unit of customers? The other accused the other of being dishonest, how he even lied to veterans, and that he was making money from scrapped grenades. Both sides just argued on the phone for almost 10 minutes or so, neither side wanting to give in to the other. So it was just a matter of hanging up the phone without a good time. Chapter 75, Su Wen meets the army chief. Looking at Guan Guowei, who was fidgeting on the side, the big leader did not have the good sense to say, I said, what are you doing for food? How can you let outsiders know this news? Guan Guowei, a face of injustice, not leadership, my own business. How can I go around singing? Is our ministry leaked the wind? The big leaders think about it. After all, such a large-scale mobilization of stockpiles of second-hand equipment, want not to leak the news is certainly impossible. Moreover, the other party relied on this advantage of the Southwest. If they really contacted Suwon privately, they really didn't have much of a way. After all, most soldiers are sentimental. If the old troop personally contacted Suwon, would the other party have the good sense to refuse? Thinking about this, the big leader sighed, a little heartbroken. Alas, since the other side only wants half the share, let's divide it among them and consider it a way to get rid of the callers. However, the big leader followed up with a serious statement. You must keep a good eye on them. Never let them have private contact. Do you understand? I hear you, leader. Guanguowei immediately got up and said, Yongping Township, Shaanxi Province, warmly invited by the head of the Legion. The 3 division chiefs accompanied Suwon and arrived directly at the 15th Red Army Corps site, a long way away. I saw the heads of the Legion standing in the doorway to welcome them. These are all loud and clear old revolutions. Suwon, how dare to trust, hurriedly let the car stop, and then 3 or 2 steps jogged over. Hello, chiefs. Suwon stood straight and gave a military salute. The army chief was a bit surprised. Oh, little Su, this set of yours is obviously practiced. Oh, the political commissar of the Legion also chimed in. Yes, just those of us who have been leading soldiers into battle for a long time can't compare to you this time. Being praised by the chiefs, Suwon instead became a little embarrassed. Hey, I'm just a fake. I can't compare to the chiefs who go to war and do it for real. The people exchanged a few pleasantries at the door, and Suwon was then invited in. The Corps command is significantly larger than the division command. Suwon looked around rather curiously. The command room was set up with a huge sand table. Even the map on the wall was more detailed. Feel free to sit down, little Su. The conditions are a bit humble. I've made you laugh, haha, the army chief politely said. Uncomplicated legionnaire. This is the kind of environment where you can win a war. When the people were seated, immediately after the guard's enameled cup served tea, fragrant jasmine tea. Little Sua, there's nothing to entertain, so I'll just have to borrow the flowers. The political commissar of the Legion smiled. Suwon hurriedly waved his hand. No matter, political commissar. As far as our kind of relationship is concerned, even if we drink a mouthful of cold water, it's still warm. The Legion chiefs nodded their heads in satisfaction. It seemed that Suwon really did have an innate liking for the Red Army. Just like the legend said, the legionnaire naturally didn't have much to be concerned about, and directly said, today's invitation for you to come over is mainly for 3 things. First of all, it's that you must have pressed a lot of payment for the goods when you sent so many weapons and equipment this time, so our Legion has to give you the money. Suwon of course knew clearly that the other party must be worried about the problem of not having enough money, so he hurriedly said, don't mention it, Legion Commander. The money from last time hasn't been used up yet. Hey, if you guys like the equipment this time, I'll get it for you again in its original form. The Legion Commissar was satisfied. We appreciate your thoughts, but there has never been a reason to buy goods and not pay for them in ancient times, so you must accept this money in advance. Since this was the case, Suwon didn't squirm and immediately assured, don't worry, chiefs, I'll make good use of the money. The legionnaire nodded and continued, as for the current situation, I'm sure you understand that the National Army has been eyeing us, always trying to hang the revolution. There's still little Japan out there sharpening their knives against us, always trying to start a full-scale war. Although with this batch of weapons and equipment sent by you, Xiao Su, it has indeed brought a large supplement to the fighting strength of our Red Army, it is still far from enough. So what? We also want to continue to purchase weaponry and equipment, and in large quantities. I just don't know on your end, if it's stressful. As he said the last sentence, the legionnaire looked a little short of breath, because he needed at least twice as much weaponry this time as he did last time, and other categories were added, such as mines, helmets, and so on. That's why the Corps chiefs were a little worried with their higher-ups about whether or not these weapons and equipment would be delivered. Only this worry seemed completely superfluous to Suwon. Keep in mind that the weapons stockpiles in several war zones over there in 2022 are enough to single-handedly take on the world and still be rich, not to mention Suwon paying directly with gold. Where are the kind-hearted people like Suwon, who helped the country clear out its stockpile and also helped the troops to speed up the rate of weapons replacement along the way? It's not even an exaggeration to call him a national hero. Although Suwon was confident in getting more weaponry, he still had to keep a low profile in front of the head of the Legion. Please rest assured, chiefs, that I can get you the vast majority of the weapons and equipment. Really, if even I can't get it, I guess the European and American imperialists will have enough trouble. Upon hearing this, the Corps chiefs couldn't help but feel a lot of relief in their hearts. This time, they were carrying out weapons and equipment procurement with a mission from their superiors, and if they really couldn't accomplish it, they wouldn't be able to give a good account of it. So a few people looked at each other. And the army chief immediately pulled out the list of weapons and equipment and handed it to Su-won. "So you take a look first. There are no difficulties with these weapons and equipment up there." "No problem." Su-won hurriedly accepted the list with both hands, followed by pulling out a signing pen and looking at it carefully. "The brunt of this is 10 million grenades. Looks like the fighters are enjoying this stuff after all." But that's not surprising, knowing that grenades made in the border areas usually only blow in half, the same way a watermelon opens up. And the Type 67 wooden-handled grenades Su-won brought with him, even though they were nearing their end of life, were far more powerful than those made in the border region. Explosive kill radius of more than 7 meters. One is worth 4 or 5 of the border area. The popularity of the normal. This is closely followed by light weapons, with 1,056 1/2s alone in 500,056 strokes outright. The associated 7.62mm rifle ammunition amounted to 200 million rounds. Holy, how many people do you have to arm? It is important to realize that the regular establishment of the 8th Route Army at the beginning of the war consisted of just 3 divisions, totaling 45,000 men. Even by the mid to late war, the total strength was only about 400,000 men. The new 4th Army was even smaller in number, totaling 4 detachments with a total of 10,000 men. It didn't grow to 90,000 until after the Manhwa incident. As for Su-won's previous batch of weaponry, the rifle purchase alone exceeded 500,000 units, barely enough to make it possible for a force of 500,000 people to have 1 gun per hand. But it's only 1935 and the Red Army is ready to explode. It seems that it wasn't that the early great chiefs kept a low profile and didn't want to develop their military power, but that conditions didn't allow it. Now, well, with an arms dealer like Su-won, everything will naturally fall into place. Su-won subconsciously looked at the Legionnaire, just in time to meet his expectant eyes. "That's Su. If it's difficult, the number can be appropriately reduced and minimized. No difficulty Legionnaire, even if it's another million sticks. I'll get it together for you." This is not Su-won's blind white lie. The major war zones have at least a few million 56 series in stock, plus 81 bars, properly over 10 million. 76. Negotiation of the purchase of arms and material. Well then, let's do as you say, the Legionnaire happily sat on the slope, and not far away. The corner of Xie Changwei's mouth twitched. He wanted to remind Su-won not to talk too much, but the words came out of his mouth and he swallowed them back. After all, he wasn't in a position to speak here yet. Moving on to the list of weaponry, almost all of them were those that Su-won had procured earlier. Only light weapons have been added to handguns. However, when he thought of pistols, Su-won remembered sniper rifles as well as anti-material sniper rifles. These 2 weapons may seem insignificant, but the effect that can be played in the hands of the Red Army fighters is certainly amazing. And the quantity requirement is not much, just 500 each. As for the model, the sniper rifle Su-won considered was the 81-bar sniper rifle. Anti-material sniper rifles can only be selected from current equipment, such as our military standard equipment, the M99. The pistol choice is much simpler, going straight to the Model 54, commonly known as the Big Black Star, classic and durable. There should be plenty in stock. This thing was brought to 1935 and is much better than some Browning M1911. Moving on down the line, like mortars and stuff, 400 each of 60mm and 82mm. It seemed that the commanders should be able to use the 2 mortars while they were handy, so Su-won duly ticked the box on the back. Next came 2 types of howitzers, this time 15 of each, for a total of 30. Then the 107mm rocket launcher. Nice guy, planning on ordering 300 doors straight away. My god, that's an advanced symptom of underfire phobia. I guess there shouldn't be much stock on the 2022 side, but that's okay. Big deal. Just have the arsenal build new ones. I guess it's just a production line for a few days. As for the number of tanks and armored vehicles required, it is not much, presumably because of the lack of relevant technical personnel. So 5 each of Type 62 tanks and Type 63 armored vehicles and 3 Type 80 57mm self-propelled anti-aircraft guns. Seeing straight to the end, something appeared that made Su-won somewhat unexpected. Mines? Yes, little Su, you were able to get the grenade, so I'm sure the mine shouldn't be too difficult. The Legion political commissar carefully said. Su-won pondered slightly. Before, he only focused on getting some high-profile products, but he had neglected this stuff. Thinking of this, Su-won already had a plan in his heart, which was the Type 66 anti-infantry directional mine. This thing is good, just buried in the sides of the road. Once detonated, completely 360 degrees effective kill. Each mine has 700 breakers that strike the enemy in a fan of about 120 degrees. If you take it to your comrades in the guerrillas, it will certainly have an unexpected effect. Moreover, This mine is easy to use. And the text description, this face to the enemy, is clearly printed on the top of the mine. It seems quite humane, but it's a nightmare for the enemy. Soo-won actually forgot such a big killer. It seems that this arms dealer or really unqualified. Seeing the other party shaking his head with a complicated expression, the army chief was concerned. Little Soo, if there are difficulties, the matter of the mines can be left unhurried. Difficult? Soo-won came back to his senses with a confused look on his face. I guess even the heads of the major theaters over there are not sure how many Type 66 mines are still in stock. Don't worry, Chief. I promise to get you the best anti-infantry mines in the world today. Eyes then scanned down to the last item of 1 million steel helmets. Yeah, with all the weaponry, one mustn't think about considering the personal protection of the fighters. But this problem was simply not too simple for Soo-won. It is important to realize that the fourth generation of ballistic helmets has been developed over there, and the number of those previous obsolete helmets is unknown. Even if Soo-won pulls down his face and opens his mouth to ask for something for nothing, I guess that side would still have to thank himself for helping to receive the garbage. Almost an hour or so later, the weaponry thing was sort of discussed. Civilian supplies are next. Of course, most of it is still food and medicine. Just when he saw the 2,000 tons of corn and 2,000 tons of sorghum, Soo-won couldn't help but frown. Looks like the chiefs are still skeptical about their abilities. This fine food is well eaten. Why do you keep thinking of eating coarse food? Surely corn and sorghum can be gotten. It's just that the price is not much cheaper than white flour and rice, so it's not a good deal. Let's say sorghum rice. A lot of unhulled sorghum is also more expensive than hulled rice, so it's not as affordable as just buying rice. Chiefs, can I replace the grain with rice and white flour? I promise. At the same price as coarse grains. Several heads looked at each other and immediately agreed. After all, no one is a little cutie. Putting fine grains aside and specializing in coarse grains, you can't just eat without suffering. The drugs are led by penicillin, which is a straightforward 5 tons. That said, penicillin has now become the most important source of funding for the Red Army, and its importance cannot be overstated. This is naturally no problem, and only the Red Army can provide large quantities of penicillin in this side of the world at the moment. The United States of America, on the other hand, is not yet able to produce on a large scale due to the technical process, so it is not enough to worry about. And even the name is a mouthful. Something about penicillin. Its efficacy was heaven and earth compared to the penicillin Soo-won brought. It can be predicted that Soo-won's penicillin will soon be able to occupy the international market, and then there will be no Yankee anything. And with international tensions mounting and a major war on the horizon, penicillin will be even more in demand in time. At that time Soo-won would be able to harvest the world's gold with impunity. It doesn't matter if you're American or German. Even if little Ben wants it, he'll trade with you. Every gram of gold exchanged back makes the Red Army stronger and stronger anyway. Thinking of this, Soo-won crossed out 5 tons and directly changed it to 20 tons. Not to be outdone, the Corps chiefs sucked in a breath of cold air, and the Corps chief of staff couldn't help but ask, Xiao Su, can we really get so much penicillin? And who are we going to sell such a large amount to? The corner of Soo-won's mouth picked up as he confidently said, please don't worry, Chief of Staff, 20 tons of penicillin I can guarantee I can get. And that's the amount I still think is too little. When these words came out, the chiefs present were all incredulous. At the moment they have been commissioning local comrades to step up their time selling penicillin, but only a few hundred kilograms have been sold. If we get so much penicillin in a short period of time, what to do with it is really a big problem. To assuage the chief's concerns, Soo-won signaled the guards to close the door. Then he mysteriously said, heads, I'll tell you the bottom line, but this is something that you must keep secret. This penicillin stuff doesn't cost much more than food on my side. Xiao Su, you can't joke about this. I know you mean well, but how can the price of medicine be compared to food? The Legion Commissar immediately interrupted. Yes, little Su, we don't want you to lose too much money in business either. It won't last long. The army chief concurred. Soo-won then reacted. It turned out that he was worried that he couldn't earn any money, but instead affected the subsequent cooperation. Chapter 77 Penicillin sold to Little Ben? So it was only a matter of patience to explain. The cost of this drug stuff has to do most of all with technology and process. The United States of America is currently able to produce this stuff in small quantities as well. It's called something called penicillin. But my penicillin is totally heaven and earth compared to their penicillin, so you don't need to worry about cost. As for who to sell it to? Oh, chiefs, don't look at the current international situation as being quite stable, but I dare assert that within a few years, the Great War will open. Before Soo-won finished speaking, the political commissar came to a realization. Little Su, you mean, sell penicillin to the armies of various countries? Not bad. A bad smile flashed across Soo-won's face. Lao Chang's side can be sold, though U.S. Army and the German army can also be sold, as well as our big brother of the Soviet Union, their loving father in case of a cold or fever, do not also have to buy it, even the little devils. Suwon gritted his teeth. If they want to buy it, we'll sell it too. Not little Su. How can this be? The one who interrupted him was the old villager Wang Fushan, who by rights was not qualified to speak here. But seeing as the old countryman Suwon was getting more and more outrageous, and was actually planning to sell the medicine to little Ben, it was worse than taking a gun to him. It's fine to sell the medicine to Lao Chang, but why sell it to Xiao Benzi? It's not enemy financing in disguise. In the face of skepticism, Suwon was not angry. After all, whoever is a little bloodthirsty Chinese man, who does not hate the little kid? It is just that Su Wen is more of a strategic level of consideration. Cannot put the gold not to earn it. Su Wen was just about to explain further when he heard the legionnaire say in a deep voice, Wang Fushan, can you listen to other people's Xiao Su to finish her sentence? He glared at the other party, then looked at Su Wen and said seriously, don't be too concerned little Su. You continue. Su Wen couldn't help but swallow his saliva, hurriedly organizing his words and faintly said, Chiefs, as we all know, fighting a war is fighting for money. Even if it's a small book, it still requires money to pick up various strategic materials internationally. Let's say oil, steel, etc. Think about it, people. If little Ben had used a large portion of his gold reserves for penicillin, which was worthless in the first place, doesn't that mean that, in terms of weapons and ammunition, it's 1 point less? Suwon paused briefly to give everyone time to fully think, then continued, instead, I was able to utilize this gold to bring all sorts of advanced weapons and equipment, as well as strategic materials to our Red Army. That's a whole different story when you add and subtract like that. Seeing that everyone was a bit taken back, Suwon struck the iron while it was hot, and gold is valuable to all nations as a monetary base. The smaller the gold reserves of the little book, the more likely they are to have problems in their domestic economies. Really, if the domestic economy is in trouble, then will it be able to sustain them to continue to flaunt their power? What's the point of building guns and warships when you don't have the money to do it, and you're just going to rely on the bull ***** spirit of Bushido? Hey, chiefs, two countries at war can be more than just a hard bridge to line up troops, and the economy has to be dealt a tough blow to the other side as well to make it work. To be honest, I have no less hatred for them than the chiefs. Humph, if I had the chance, I'd hate to make them perish. When he said these last words, Su Wen's gaze was cold and stern, almost as if he was gnashing his teeth. Thanks to Su Wen being firmly on their side, if he really had a different stance, it would be completely unimaginable. Thinking about this, the heads couldn't help but shiver. Well said. The army chief pinched his sweat and agreed. Little Su has really taught us big old men a lesson. Yes, the Legion political commissar nodded. If we hadn't listened to Xiao Su's words, we wouldn't have known that wars could still be fought like this. Su Wen how dare to trust. These can be the results of the information explosion in the latter part of the world. He just copied it. Hey, the chiefs are flattered. And economic wars, many times more lethal than ordinary wars, can even make a country fall apart for tens of centuries? The Legion chief of staff nodded thoughtfully. Yeah, didn't our country sink after the Opium Wars when our economy collapsed? My party is like that, very good at learning and summarizing. Because of this, even the greatest difficulties encountered afterward are solved in the end. Thinking clearly about the key, the army chief immediately looked at the political commissar on the side. Come down and let's take this meeting, organize it into minutes, and give them to the chief. The political commissar nodded his head in agreement. No problem. We should indeed ask the chiefs for their opinion on whether penicillin should be sold to Little Japan. Continuing to look at the list of supplies, there were actually more generators and machine tools in addition to those for food and clothing. That's a bit of a surprise to Su Wen. Dare I say that the chiefs are already thinking that it is better to buy than to build. Nice. That's how old traditions are raised. Only at present the industrial base of this side is really too weak. Counting on this industrial equipment is simply distant water cannot quench the thirst of the near. Seemingly seeing the other party's concerns, the legionnaire directly said, Little Su, if there are any problems you can point them out. We take your opinion very seriously. Su Wen nodded his head and pondered slightly. I'm not going to lie to you chiefs. Like any industrial equipment, I have as much as I need on my side, and it's going to be the most advanced one available. The kind that even the United States of America doesn't have. Seeing that the group's face showed joy, Su Wen immediately poured a pot of cold water. But at present our industrial base is too weak, and there is a serious lack of coal, oil and other industrial raw materials. It's really a bit difficult to develop industry, and even if I could get generating sets, the lack of coal wouldn't do it. The legionnaire nodded slightly, and after a little thought, asked, Then let's hit the next place where there's coal. Do you think it'll work, HM? Su Wen was enlightened by his words. Right, at present, The 15th Army Corps is strong. It is the time to prepare troops and horses, but must not fight out of it. Yeah, Shaosu, not far from us, Shang County, there is a lot of coal, the political commissar added. Pa, Su Wen slapped his head in excitement. Why didn't he think of this early on? There are open-pit coal mines in Shangxian, which are extremely difficult to mine. If we took that place, basic industry could develop very quickly. In fact, in Su Wen's side of the world, historically, the 15th Army Corps had really taken Shang County. It was only later that they were forced to hold it due to lack of military strength. But now with the weapons and equipment sent by Su Wen, the Red Army had plenty of confidence to take and hold it. Oh, that's a good idea. As long as we can take Upper County, I can bring generator sets and machine tools. With power, I can even bring you a line of 56 semi-automatic rifles. Is that true? The Legionnaire said with slight excitement at his words. 56 semi-automatic rifle he has personally hands-on. On the current domestic battlefield situation, there is no rifle can be stronger than 56 half. Even if you look around the world, this gun is considered advanced. The strategic value of this line, if available, to the entire Red Army cannot be overstated. Chapter 78, The Sioux Literature Scheme. Of course, Legionnaire, as long as I can take the Upper County, I can get you the production line. If you don't believe me, I can make a military order. Su Wen's words were spoken lightly, but it caused the several chiefs to break out in a cold sweat. If you sign a pledge, if you don't fulfill it, you'll be shot. Oh, Xiaosu, you are not a soldier. Military orders you cannot sign. Success or not does not matter, as long as you try your best on the line. The Legionnaire turned to comfort Su Wen. Su Wen of course knew the other party's heart, but this matter really wasn't something he believed in. Estimated that a number of waste production lines are lying in the warehouse site to eat ash. Even if half sold half given away, estimated military brothers have to be moved to tears. As for the issue of raw materials, it was equal to no problem on Su Wen's side. Keep in mind that the steel capacity over there in 2022 is just grossly over capacity altogether. Even a county-level small to medium-sized steel company capacity can finish off the small book national capacity of 1935. Next, Su Wen also discussed with the chiefs a lot of issues regarding the construction of base areas. According to his idea, it would be better to make Shanbei a general rear area. Not only do we need to develop industry, but we also need to get the small commodity markets up and running. It would be best for our party to take the lead in setting up a trading company. This will revitalize the local economy, so that more knowledgeable people across the country are willing to come over here to contribute to the development of northern Shaanxi. Don't a lot of people think that northern Shaanxi is poor in supplies and the place is backward? If this side becomes not only rich in materials, but also economically developed, those techies, they're still coming in droves. Only in this way can we fundamentally solve the current problem of shortage of talents in the base area. For this reason, Su Wen decided to continue sweeping the goods when he returned. He purchased in large quantities any material that would help the economic development of northern Shaanxi. As for the issue of money is not at all to worry about. Su Wen hands there are still 7 or 8 pieces of antiques. The big deal is to stud all out. And there was a lot of valuable antique furniture in the previous 71st Division's artifact warehouse. Big deal. Sell it all for money. Unbeknownst to him, it was a small suggestion like Su Wen's that would have far-reaching consequences for the development of the revolutionary cause. Of course, all of this is an afterthought. After a day of discussion and research, the direction of Su Wen's material procurement after he returned was roughly determined. In the evening, the court chiefs personally hosted a banquet for Su Wen. Learning that Su Wen's drinking capacity was limited, everyone asked each other for a light taste. Even under the protection of the crowd, Su Wen still drank about a pound or so of white wine. Only this time, instead of being drunk and talkative, he went back to his quarters and settled down to sleep. On the other side, a new hotel in Poplar Village, a woman in her late 20s, who was fairly handsome, was tossing and turning on her bed. Her name is Zhou Hui. She's a senior agent of the Kuomintang Special Branch, Special Operations Unit at Shangxian Station in northern Shanxi Province, responsible for gathering some intelligence about the Red Army, and the Secret Service is the predecessor of the junta. During this time, she came here under the name of one of the merchants in the Upper County. What she has seen and heard has really overturned her inherent impression of the rural areas of northern Shaanxi. Many of the goods and materials sold by that Ichimiai grocery store were things that even she had never seen before. Just like the fancy fruit candies and the soy milk powder that can be made with boiling water, there are also waterproof matches and even pretty hairpins for women. She had never seen any of these things, even back in the Matsuura training years. Upon inquiring, I learned that the female shopkeeper named Huime was the reason why she was able to have these supplies for sale. It was only because of leaning on a Sichuan province seller named Su Wen, and the other party was said to be traveling or a car. Shouldn't a rich cockney like this one be heading for the big city? What brings you to this hole? It's really getting weirder the more I think about it. And the other day, she'd heard snogging off and on. I thought that it was not the Red Army that had friction with the National Army again. It took a lot of effort to find out that the Red Army was test firing a new type of artillery. When did these mudbloods get so rich that they can just shoot shells around? And how on earth did these artillery pieces get here? Bearing in mind that the state government has an iron wall around northern Shaanxi, how could a strategic weapon like a cannon be shipped in? One question lingered in her head, keeping her awake. So I resolved to buy a couple more hairbrushes and a couple more packets of powdered soy milk tomorrow, and then go right back and report the incident. And at this time, young Ernie had just returned to the barracks after completing her transportation mission. Shen Baifeng then yelled out the matter of Su Wen coming to her again. It drew many female soldiers out to see what was going on. Ha ha, platoon leader, that's Su Wen, is he hitting on you? The good-natured Shen Baifeng joked. Which, Ernie immediately denied. I just know him. Don't be ridiculous, White Phoenix. He platoon leader. What do you mean I'm grinning? That naive child has come to you twice, Baifeng said, and then took out the great white rabbit milk candy behind him and handed it to the other party. And this time, there is also a token of love left. The crowd immediately exploded at his words. Yeah, platoon leader, that beaner is really good to you. That's right, and he's also tall and white, so if he has a child in the future, he'll definitely follow him. Seeing that the crowd was getting more and more outrageous, Ernie immediately growled. Enough! You guys don't think about training properly day after day. You think about some dirty things. It seems that the training volume is not enough. Tomorrow all of you will practice more. Originally it was just a joke, but I didn't expect the platoon leader to be really angry. How dare the people talk and linger, have drilled into the house, leaving only a somewhat overwhelmed Shen Baifeng. Why are you still frozen? Don't hurry up and rest yet. Ernie blankly glanced at the other party and said without any goodwill. However, she saw Shen Baifeng whispering in a somewhat squirming voice, that platoon leader, don't you share the milk candy? Ha! Ernie gouged the other man hard and put the milk candy away in his bag, scowling. Double your training alone tomorrow and let's see if you still have the heart to chew on it. Shen Baifeng's face was filled with pain. Platoon commander, I was wrong. Can't. If you dare to say one more word, the training intensity will be increased. Ernie exercised the platoon leader's right and said without question. Shen Baifeng milk candy did not eat, but also increased the amount of training for no reason. All that could be done was to hang his head and go back to his room. It took a while for Ernie to calm down. She took out a milk candy and took a closer look at it, and on the top of the snow-white candy paper, there was actually a cute white rabbit printed on it. Then the corner of his mouth curled. Just coaxing, slowly peeling off the candy paper. Snow-white creamy candies appeared in front of you. Ernie's throat twitched slightly, unable to resist the temptation of the milk candy at all. Gently in his mouth, the fragrant and warm flavor slowly filled his mouth. The happiness on his face could no longer be suppressed. What the hell is this guy doing right now? Probably busy shipping supplies. Thinking about this made Ernie's heart feel better. Early the next morning, after all, it was at the Legionnaires' station. Su Wen didn't dare to be arrogant and got up early. Just after breakfast, he hoofed it to the Corps Command. Along the way, you can see soldiers wearing camouflage training cotton clothes and pants, feet stab-proof cotton shoes. They were all in high spirits, carrying a variety of military equipment. There were water bottles, guns and ammo, and there was actually a man carrying a 40-fire. There were even people with bulging marching backpacks behind them. How does this carry so much equipment when you don't fight or train? Chapter 79, A Plain Warrior. Over 9 tons of gold. Su Wen even saw a soldier with a Type 67 grenade hanging all over his body. Counted at least 20. This, if you didn't know, you'd think the other side was getting ready to blow up an artillery building. So Su Wen asked with some curiosity, "Hello, comrade? May I ask if it's not too heavy for you to hang so many grenades?" The tiger-headed warrior looked Su Wen up and down with a wary face. Seeing that he was followed by his guards and meant no harm, he rubbed his nose. "It's not heavy at all," our squad leader said. "Take as many grenades as you can." "So I've hung on to this many." Su Wen looked confused. "So you can still hold a gun? Why not?" The warrior had a puzzled look on his face and looked at him like a little cutie, like staring at Su Wen. How can there be a soldier who doesn't hold a gun? If it wasn't for the rule that you can only hold a 56.5, then what 56 punch I'd have to get a whole handful of them to make it work, he said and turned to leave. "Okay, I won't chat with you. I still have to go to collect the bullets. If I go late, what should I do if they are all finished?" Su Wen shook his head with a helpless face. "Well, the Red Army, from top to bottom, are all advanced phobics of insufficient firepower. When I walked into the command headquarters, I raised my eyes and saw the busy figures of several chiefs." Su Wen hurriedly said, "Several chiefs are sorry to keep you waiting." "Oh, it's fine, little Su. Did you rest well last night?" the army chief said with concern. Very well, thank you for your concern, Chief. After the pleasantries, Su Wen directly said, right Chief, is there anything else? If not, I'm ready to go back. I have to prepare my equipment and supplies early. Little Sua, did you forget something? The political commissar of the Legion walked over with a smile on his face. Su Wen was confused. No, I don't think so. Oh, don't you want the gold? Only when the other party said this did Su Wen react. Originally, he had planned to go straight back to purchasing weapons and equipment along with supplies. After all, there was still $1 billion deposit in the equipment department. There was still more than $300 million in cash in hand. And with those antique paintings and calligraphy, it should be enough to pick up this batch of supplies. However, since the other party took the initiative to mention it, Su Wen naturally wouldn't refuse. After all, now is the time to use money. Gold is naturally more good. So tentatively, he asked, that commissar, about how many are there? It was only with slight regret that the political commissar said, I'm not going to lie to you, because the time was so short. Our comrades put their best foot forward and only managed to gather this gold. Not a lot. Probably less than 10 tons. I'll go. Su Wen almost didn't stand still when he heard this number. If it wasn't for the other party's sincere face, Su Wen would have thought he was in Versailles. That's the equivalent of $10 billion in gold if it's all used to buy used stockpile weaponry. With this money, let alone army equipment, even if the Air Force and naval equipment he was confident of getting for it, it's just not the right time yet. We have to develop the army first, then consolidate and develop the base areas and build northern Shanxi into a great rear area for offense and defense. Only in this way can we make steady progress, and then make progress slowly. The 9 tons of gold sounds like a lot. The actual volume is not much, occupying less than half of the cargo space of the 6-ton 4 unlike. Even so, the shipment was split into 2 vehicles to avoid accidents. A regiment of warriors, heavily armed, then protected Su Wen and gold as they marched towards the 71st Division side of the warehouse. Comrade, please, Su Wen, is he here? Yang Ernie had just finished her training early in the morning and came to the division headquarters to look for Su Wen. The guard took one look at the female auto platoon leader and immediately said respectfully, reporting to platoon leader Yang, Mr. Su went to Legion Command yesterday and hasn't returned yet. I'm not sure about the rest. Excuse me, comrade. A flicker of regret flashed across Ernie's face, and he turned to leave. Then he took a deep breath, shook himself off, and headed for the barracks. Inside the empty cave, only Su Wen and the 2 quadrupeds were left at this time. And, of course, the 9+ tons of gold in the compartment. Following Su Wen's arrangement, the Legion's elite immediately retreated within 5 kilometers of this place to keep watch after delivering Su Wen to his destination. The reason given by Su Wen was that in order to have to protect the secrecy of the transportation channel as much as possible. To this the corps chiefs were self-evident. Looking at my phone, it was November 17th. I don't realize it's been 1 week. Luckily, the time between this side of the world and the other side of the world were able to match up, and Su Wen didn't feel misplaced yet. This trip was very rewarding, and seeing the revolutionary environment in northern Shanxi, developing for the better because of himself, Su Wen's heart was very satisfied. It's just that the poverty of this world is still a bit beyond imagination, to the point where almost everything is lacking. To put it mildly, Su Wen even felt that all the garbage over there could be treated as treasure if it could be transported to Shanbei. But the country didn't change overnight. And while it's at a low point now, it's only going to move in a good direction in the future. So this time when he went back, Su Wen definitely had to purchase a large amount of various cheap and good living materials, solve the basic needs of the people in northern Shanxi first, and also solve some industrial overcapacity problems for modern times along the way. Marked more than 9 tons of gold with intention and anchored to the Rongqing Logistics Park warehouse. The usual rules apply. Go back first and see if there's anything out of the ordinary. There were no surprises. The warehouse was nothing out of the ordinary except for itself. Turning back to the warehouse, he ripped the mask from his pocket and put it on. At the whim of his heart, dozens of boxes of gold rolled up in dust and returned to the logistics park warehouse along with Su Wen. Taking a hand, he fanned the dust in front of him and opened the motorized roll-up door. His own car just happened to be blocking the warehouse entrance, which was also deliberate on Su Wen's part. If you want to check out the warehouse, you have to move the car, and the vehicle's own sentinel mode automatically records the anomalies. Opening his cell phone and connecting to the network, Su Wen had long been prepared to be bombarded with messages. Sure enough, just as soon as I connected, the message rang and rang. There are friends to add, loans to lend, supplies to sell, and requests for adoption. Su Wen deflated, and there was even one that called itself the Southwest Theater Equipment Bureau. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Are all the crooks so bold nowadays? Even this dares to impersonate. It seems to be really hungry. Su Wen muttered under his breath and decisively pulled the black out of the guy called Zhang Xiaochang. Ha, What a fool him, sue someone, still tender a little. Then he dialed Wan Xia's phone, and the other party answered almost in seconds. Hello, Mr. Su, you can appear. Su-wen couldn't help but frown. Is something wrong with the company? No Mr. Su, it's just that there's a more sensitive department looking for you, saying that they want to talk about some business with you. Oh yeah, it seems to be called Zhang Xiaochang. Su-wen couldn't help but let out a long breath of disdain. Gee whiz, it's just a scam. Don't pay any attention to it. I'm on this side of the warehouse now. You contact the bank vault right away and apply for a special escort. Wan Xia was a little apprehensive, and subconsciously asked, it's the same ones from last time. Not bad, just a lot more than last time. Tell them to send 2 more cars. That's all. Call them in as soon as you can. A somewhat tired Su-wen didn't want to say much. It's definitely not his turn to do specific things, or else he'd really think a $30,000 base monthly salary was so easy to earn. 80. Special Branch Upper County Station. Hang up the phone. Wan Xia did not dare to delay. Immediately contacted the bank side. The other side also reacted quite quickly, and in less than an hour, they organized the escorting police force as well as porters to come. I thought I would have to be questioned again, but I didn't realize that the other party actually didn't ask any questions, but just mechanically buried his head in his work. This was quite surprising to Su-wen. In fact, as early as the last time the military mobilized gold, it will be greeted with the bank side, asking the other side as far as possible for Su-wen to give the green light. Plus these gold look at the color, proper Republic of China goods, so basically can determine that these are not smuggled goods. Taking a step back, so what if the gold was smuggled in? When you smuggle a few dozen grams, the authorities may check you out, but when you can smuggle in a few dozen tons, then you're a hero, and you might even get an award for outstanding contribution. Of course, the above was just Su-wen's own masturbation. The real reason why the banks chose to look the other way was the pressure from the military. Anyone who dared to stop them from clearing out their equipment stockpiles and earning gold in foreign exchange would be waiting to receive the wrath of the major war zones. As usual, it was weighed on the spot, and then Su-wen signed to confirm it. The total weight is about 9,762 tons, and the color of each big and small yellowtail is over 95%, which is exactly the same as the gold purification technology in the Republic of China. Coming out of the bank's headquarters, Su-wen communicated briefly with Wan Xia. It was then decided to inject another $200 million into the company the next day for the purchase of related supplies. On the other hand, Shangxian County in northern Shanxi province, the special branch is based at the Upper County Station. At this point in time, the special branch was not divided into any military or centralized units. The reason the Nationalist Party set up a station in such a small place as Upper County. On the one hand, it is to monitor the Red Army, which is the heart of the old Chang's heart, cannot take the trouble to monitor. On the other hand, it is due to the special geographic location. This area has been a major 9 borders town since ancient times, so it has to be under the watchful eye of the Kuomintang. The last reason is to keep an eye on the Northeast Army, although the position is the same, but the other side retreated to Shanxi province after the still powerful, coupled with the Northeast Army has always been xenophobic, so according to Lao Chang's suspicious character, it would be strange not to focus on surveillance. And Zhou Hui, who had just returned to Shangxian from Yangshu village, came to the site to report on her work after a short break. She was seen with her head held high and her face slightly powdered, a form-fitting uniform with the rank of major on the collar, slender waist and long legs, with long military boots on her feet. She walked with a click and a sway, not to mention, a bit of a sultry female secret agent, through the corridor, all the way towards the station manager's office. Those with lower ranks stopped and saluted her. Only their eyes were mostly stuck on the somewhat peculiar hairpin on Zhou Hui's head. The feeling of being noticed made her proud. That's right, the pink Hello Kitty plastic hairpin on her head is the one she paid a high price for from Ichimiai's grocery store. For this reason, she had made a point of not wearing her trendy little pointy army hat, just to show off what was on her head. When he came to the front of the station master's office, he could faintly hear the rustling of a woman's naive laughter coming from inside. This is not good enough. Zhou Hui immediately pushed the door to enter, just in time to see Zhang Yan, the newsreader, get off the lap of Li Runyan, the station manager. What are you doing? Zhou Hui questioned with one hand crossed. Zhou, Director Zhou, you're back. Zhang Yan straightened her clothes and said in some panic, cough cough, Zhang Yan, your qi deficiency is no big deal. Go out first. I have something to talk with Director Zhou. Li Runyan pretended to be calm and said. So at Li Ruyan's gesture, Zhang Yan hurriedly trotted away from the place. Zhou Hui was just about to stop the other party when she was called back by Li Runyan. Xiao Hui, stop it. I was just looking at her. You know I'm from a family of Chinese medicine practitioners. Ha, see a doctor? Li Runyan, you fooled the ghost? I haven't seen a doctor take a pulse and have to sit on his leg. Zhou Hui was full of contempt and threatened. Do you believe I'll tell my sister? Egu, little auntie, why are you so loud? Nothing is wrong and you're spreading the word. Li Ruyan rushed forward and closed the door. For this sister-in-law, Li Runyan was really helpless. Previously, his own wife had arranged for his little sister, who was at the bottom of the special training section, to work under Li Runyan's hand. Nominally, it's a convenient way to have a lookout, but in reality, it's all about keeping an eye on yourself. You should know that Li Runyan can sit firmly on the position of the station chief of the county station, but also all rely on the old man's side of the relationship, so there was nothing he could do about this sister-in-law. You can't hit, you can't scold, and you can't even talk about it. If she doesn't get her way just a little bit, she's going to sue her sister, so there's no choice but to coax. I say Hui, you are at least a major rank and a senior agent, can you not be so childish? Soothing Zhou Hui to sit down, Li Runyan said in a serious tone. Zhou Hui didn't have the good sense to say, oh, you're awesome, Major General rank, Station Chief of Shangxian Station, actually letting your female subordinate sit on your lap. Li Runyan just wanted to argue, but then he saw the pink hair card on the other person's head, so he changed the topic and said, not shall we, you are also a middle-level cadre now, why are you still wearing these flowery things? Hurry up and take them off. What's it like? Humph, it's up to you, believe it or not, I'll call and sue my sister right away? Zhou Hui said with a face full of defiance. Shall we? Your sister already has a bad heart, don't bother her over this little thing. Li Runyan immediately changed his face to that of a good husband and said, when she thought of her big sister, Zhou Hui could only sigh softly. Get that woman transferred, and if it happens again, I'll sue my father. Upon hearing this, the cold hairs on Li Runyan's back stood straight up. The old father-in-law is the patriarch of the Kuomintang, not to say that he can easily pinch himself to death, but a greeting can also make him immediately dismissed, so he hurriedly confessed. Hey, it won't happen Hui. I'll transfer Zhang Yan tomorrow. I promise to keep you out of sight and out of mind. Business is important. Zhou Hui did not nag, and immediately handed the investigation report in his hand to the other party. A few minutes later, Li Ruyan put down the report and muttered with a frown on his face. Su Wen, what's he doing running to northern Shaanxi, a man from Sichuan province, and driving a truck to bring supplies there? Not you ask me why, you a station manager, shouldn't you think about it? Zhou Hui gave him a glance and crossed her legs. Li Runyan couldn't help but hold his forehead. This He Miao who is the station master, I am not wondering, and, at least I am the head of the station, when there are many people, you have to give me some face. Zhou Hui lazily ignored him, pointing to the back of the document. I say, station chiefly, Su Wen isn't important, it's the back that matters. Li Ruyan nodded with a look of understanding. I still need you to teach me? Now that the Red Army can actually have channels to get heavy artillery, this matter is not trivial. So, I have reason to suspect that either the army is in trouble and someone is assisting the Red Army in transporting artillery. If that's the case, then it's beyond the jurisdiction of our secret service, but if it has nothing to do with the army, then there must be something wrong with this Chuan province man named Su Wen. Zhou Hui sniffed and suddenly realized, thinking about all the strange and weird things Su Wen had shipped, hair cards, soy milk powder, waterproof matches, even sugar with refined salt. If the other party is really so skillful that they can get a large amount of scarce materials, it is unlikely that it is really related to arms transportation. Then, Station Chief, what should we do after that? Do we need to thoroughly investigate Su Wen? The matter was significant. Zhou Hui did not dare to be sloppy and hurriedly asked for instructions. Investigation? Li Runyan blankly glanced at his sister-in-law. The other party has just one name. How can I check? It's better to forget about it. I'll ask for instructions from the higher-ups and then we'll talk about it. Zhou Hui sniffed and nodded thoughtfully. Alright brother-in-law, let's do as you say. Immediately afterward, he pulled out the reimbursement form in his pocket and handed it to the other man. By the way brother-in-law, the financial reimbursement form for this mission, please sign it. Chapter 81, Zhou Hui gets rich. Li Runyan deflated his mouth and called his brother-in-law when something was wrong. Just by glancing at the numbers on the reimbursement form, Li Runyan's eyes immediately glared and immediately questioned. 500 oceans. It's not Hui. You went out for less than 10 days. How can you spend so much? You're fooling the ghost. What do you mean, brother-in-law? This time I was deep in the tiger's den, risking everything to get this information, not just spend a little more money. To you? Zhou Hui spoke with a calm and collected voice. You should know that when she was in the special training class, no matter whether it was firearms, fighting or scouting, she was all bottom of the list. The only class in which she got a perfect score was interrogation. Just because the psychological quality was very tough, or else the special training class wouldn't have let her barely graduate. Li Ruyan didn't say anything and just sulked with a gloomy face. This cheap sister-in-law of his own has been reimbursed more than $1,000 large dollars in less than 6 months since she came to the upper county station. This time it's even more outrageous, with a direct reimbursement of $500 large dollars. Does she really think the Secret Service station is run by her family? Seeing that the other party was silent, Zhou Hui continued, and brother-in-law, I've spent a lot of money to successfully infiltrate them, just for the sake of the fact that I have shed blood and sweat for the party state. You can't make a loyal subject like me shed tears again. Li Runyan almost didn't laugh in anger. No wonder the interrogation class got full marks. With that kind of brazenness, it's a waste of time not to be a secret agent. If this were anyone else, Li Ruyan would immediately have to pull out his gun. But one pair of last week Huey's innocent face, flashing big eyes, coupled with his sister-in-law's status, he really couldn't get down to scolding the other party. And so it could only be said with bitterness, Huey, this upper county station is funded year-round. If you spend too much on your side, the other brothers won't have any money to spend. It's none of my business if they have no money to spend. Zhou Hui had a dark thought in her heart, and with some meaty pain, she pulled out a matchbox-sized metal box from her other pocket. It has a gold-baked finish with embroidered letters and a keychain on top. Then he took it in his hand and rubbed it twice before fondly handing it to Li Runyan. What is this? Receiving the small box, Li Ruyan looked inside and out. Old Earth. Zhou Hui gave the other party a blank look and introduced herself. It's called a waterproof match, and it lights right up even when it's completely soaked. Oh, there's this kind of good stuff? Li Ruyan's frowning eyebrows then stretched. Alas, brother-in-law, for such a small thing, it cost me 100 yen. This sentence behind Zhou Hui almost didn't scare Li Runyan out of incontinence, and he hurriedly put down the waterproof matches. I can use foreign fire for the rest of my life for 100 yen. This stuff is not for me. Keep it to yourself. Aya brother-in-law. Zhou Hui's voice trailed off as she said, I'm not out of town. I brought you a gift on the way. If you don't accept it, you're not treating me as one of your own. Once he heard this, Li Runyan suddenly felt his heart warm. It seems that this sister-in-law still didn't take care of her for nothing. He turned to pick up the waterproof matches again and said faintly, I'll take the gift, but 500 Daiyang reimbursement. Don't even think about it. Zhou Hui sniffed and stood up in a mischievous manner. Aya brother-in-law, if you're so stingy, won't it chill the other brothers in the action team when they see it? Chill out? Chill. My ass. If you spend less, others can spend more. Li Runyan thought this in his heart, but did not say anything, just fiddled with the waterproof matches in his hand. Seeing that the other party was not moved, Zhou Hui gritted her teeth. That's fine. I'll take a loss. 400 Yankees will always be fine. 200, Li Ruyan said leisurely. What? Zhou Hui pouted and pouted. How can 200 work? Then dare I go out on a mission and have to put back a few hundred Daiyans? Look, I'll step back. 350. That's always okay, isn't it? 200, Li Ruyan said, unmoved. Brother-in-law, you don't want to go too far. So, for the sake of our relatives, 300, 300, there's nothing to say. Just 200. Good. Wow, brother-in-law, are you really being unkind? When you were chasing after my sister, I delivered love letters for you. Zhou Hui crossed her arms and pretended to be angry. As soon as he talked about it, Li Runyan became angry. Just to deliver a love letter. His sister-in-law had extorted a lot of money from his wallet back in the day. Thinking of this, Li Ruyan said in a deep voice, 150. Don't brother-in-law. 200 is 200. I'll take a loss as a contribution to the cause of the party state. After saying this, Zhou Hui didn't dare to be arrogant, and hurriedly changed her face and carefully said. Li Runyan shook his head helplessly, but still signed the reimbursement form for his sister-in-law and changed it to $200 in the amount column. Seeing the other party's final stroke fall, Zhou Hui snatched the reimbursement form, then left the office without looking back. I don't care about the clueless Li Runyan behind me. I have to hurry to the finance office to reimburse myself. She's made a fortune on this trip. The total cost was less than 20 yen, and even that waterproof match was only half a yen. Wouldn't this be a fortune if we had a few more missions like this? November 20th, Wuji Township. Suwon had just left not long ago, and the 15th Army Corps had organized the minutes of the previous meeting in detail, taking into account the current situation, and focus on the advice given by Suwon, in the form of text, made into paper information together to present to the superiors. By the light of the candle, the great chief carefully perused the relevant information for about 10 minutes. He took a deep drag on his cigarette and exhaled a cloudy breath slowly. You have done a good job. Our Red Army is all about listening to all sides, and Xiao Su's insight is very unique. We really can not only focus on military development, economic development cannot be ignored as well. The Legionnaire nodded. Yes, Chief. As he said, our Red Army must not only defeat the enemy on a military level, the effective economic victory over the enemy may be even better. Good. The Commander-in-Chief, who had read the document, immediately agreed. I agree with Suvan when he says that fighting a war is fighting for money. In order to defeat the enemy at the root, it is not necessary to defeat them at the economic level. The deputy chief rose gracefully and added a cup of jasmine tea. Compared to his bearded face when he first arrived in Shanxi province earlier, he looked quite handsome and spirited. I also agree with Suvan's insights. As long as the enemy can be defeated on an economic level, then the other side, even if they want to start a war, will be hamstrung by the lack of money, like a tiger with its claws and teeth pulled out. It is not enough to worry about. The big chief smoked his cigarette leisurely and smiled. In that case, there is no need to discuss the matter of whether penicillin was sold to the Japanese. Tell the local comrades that as long as the Japanese have gold, we will sell it as usual, without any psychological burden. Alright, come down and I'll make arrangements. The deputy head nodded slightly. The legion chiefs couldn't help but look at each other with delighted faces at the words. Next came the military aspect. The discussion on whether or not to launch a campaign to attack Shangxian. Shang County, the key town of the 9 borders, has been a place of contention for soldiers since ancient times, and its geographic location is self-evident. The Grand Chief took the lead. It's just that this place is easy to attack but hard to defend, and if you don't have a strong strength, you're bound to pay a huge price if you want to hold it, the Commander-in-Chief added, the deputy head in charge of espionage. On the other hand, said with some regret, it's easy to take down Shang County, but it's just that we're still on good terms with the Northeast Army at the moment, so I'm afraid that attacking hastily would not be conducive to a united front. Chapter 82, The Grand Chief's Plan for the Upper Counties. This concern is indeed not unjustified. You should know that before the Northeast Army, under the pressure of Lao Chang, did have some minor friction with the Red Army at first, but it didn't completely tear it apart. Plus after the Northeast Army lost the 3 eastern provinces, the mountains and rivers are shattered, and they are physically and mentally exhausted. So where is the heart to fight any civil war? So all along, the Northeast Army seemed to be outside the sphere of influence of the Kuomintang. The relationship with the Red Army has also managed to be largely restrained and not mutually offensive. If the Red Army wants to attack the other side, it's not really a good idea to do it without a good reason. Meanwhile, if the Red Army takes the initiative to launch an attack, won't this play right into Chang's hands? You can't really pick on the charge of initiating a civil war. Just by giving up Shangxian, the base will miss an excellent place for development. Subsequent industrial development and so on will only be a castle in the air. The great chief, naturally, was keenly aware of this, and remained half speechless for a long time. Suddenly, he pressed out his cigarette, exhaled a cloudy breath, and said, the upper counties are too important for heaven to want to give them and not take them. There is no such thing. Of course, before we take Shangxian, we have to take Benshur and the surrounding areas, so that we can form a strategic encirclement of Shangxian. It's just that we have to be smart and methodical, so that the Northeastern Army will voluntarily relinquish its territory while giving the other side a good reason to do so. As soon as he heard this, the legionnaire knew that the leader must have had an idea, so he sat up straight and said, Chief, if you have any ideas, just command them, and we, the 15th Army Corps, will resolutely carry them out. The great chief nodded in satisfaction and rose to pace. My idea is a 2-step process, as Suvan said, starting with baiting the other side on an economic level, using our penicillin as a breakthrough. We'll first get the Northeast Army to voluntarily give up Benshur and its surrounding territory. The second is to take Benshur and the surrounding area as a premise, to give the Shangxian National Army a huge pressure. We do not need to really fight it. If we break the upper county, we will not be the ones to lose. The crowd sniffed and then fell into deep thought. Seeing that the group was pretty much done thinking, the big chief continued, I suggest a military deterrent, and then discharging our heavy artillery if necessary. If that doesn't work, let's let our armored fighting vehicles shine as well, show our strength, and let the Northeast Army weigh whether it can still arm wrestle with our Red Army. If the other side still won't compromise, then we'll surround Botanic. It's called shutting the door and beating the dog. The crowd laughed at the words. I'm in favor of this suggestion. We have a strong army nowadays. It's time to show off. The commander-in-chief smiled. The deputy chief stepped forward to echo the sentiment. Good. Taking 2 steps is the best way to take Upper County at the moment. I'll go down and arrange for our special section in Shanxi province to get in touch with Commander-in-Chief Zhang as soon as possible. On the other side, the southeast coast, as we enter the month of December, a new anti-inflammatory drug has recently become popular on the market in Matsuura, known as the first city in the Far East. It doesn't take much thought to realize that it must be penicillin. Not only is this medication more than 5 times more effective than sulfa, but it has essentially no side effects. That's why it was madly snatched up by all the major powers for a while. They have inquired about the origin of this medicine, but the answers they received were that it came from Shanxi province. Nothing else is known. This can be really strange, although some industrial base in Shanxi province. But to say that it is possible to produce such a scarce drug is impossible by any stretch of the imagination. Inside the U.S. Concession Consulate, Consul John Richard is grimly listening to his subordinate Jack Brown's report on the penicillin investigation. Mr. Consul, according to the investigation, this anti-inflammatory medicine called penicillin appeared as if out of nowhere in Shanxi province, and there are no local pharmaceutical companies at all, either. And you know that whoever has enough to eat can go over there and start a pharmaceutical business. Richard frowned and pulled a small glass vial from the drawer. Just such a little roughly made vial, as well as the thin layer of light yellow powder at the bottom, is actually worth 4 small yellow fish. Did not hear wrong, just from the Shanxi province to turn the hands of a reversal. The price directly doubled. Why? It's not because a vial of medicine like this, when diluted, is enough to cure 4 severely infected patients. Its efficacy has even driven major hospitals crazy. With this penicillin, any postoperative complications are largely avoided. Bring this drug back home and have the professors at the medical school study it to see how different it is compared to our penicillin. If this was heard by Su Wen, he would probably laugh out loud and squeal like a pig. Penicillin is actually the English name for penicillin. The United States of America discovered this drug in a laboratory in 1928, and into the 1930s it could only be produced in small batches in the laboratory. It wasn't produced on a small scale until the 1940s, making it oddly expensive. It was basically only supplied to those who were dignitaries, and even the U.S. Army itself only had a small supply. During World War II, there was even a practice of taking the urine of patients who had been given this drug and recollecting it. It is extracted again and then injected into the patient in order to maximize drug utilization. And the penicillin of the 1940s contained far less of the drug's active ingredient per bottle, compared to Suvan's 1.6 million units of penicillin per gram. It's like water. It is estimated that a random scoop of the Ganges River in the latter days of the A.S. would have a higher antibiotic content than penicillin in the United States of America at this time. And the reason Suvan named it penicillin was to differentiate it from penicillin in the United States of America. As long as we can bring down the pharmaceutical companies in the United States of America, it is equivalent to cutting off a tentacle of the other side trying to clamp down on the globe. With this increase and decrease, an opportunity has arisen. Brown was seen to be slightly contemplative and did not take the drug. With all due respect, Mr. Consul, I don't think our penicillin may be as effective as penicillin. And since this medicine is so precious, I'd recommend you keep it to yourself. It might even save your life someday. There's nothing wrong with that. Medicine can be better than gold in turbulent times, especially during World War II. Many of the big boys kept a few penicillins around the house. Richard sniffed and then was stunned. How could he not know the preciousness of this medicine? In an age when a common cold and fever can kill a person, an anti-inflammatory drug like this can often make the difference between life and death for a patient. But of course Richard knew which was more important, personal interests or national interests. The American politicians of this era are not as refined and egotistical as those of later times, but rather more pure. So Richard, with a firm gaze, handed the medicine to the other man again. Just do as I say and have the professors at the medical school step up their research to find out what this penicillin is. Brown took the vial and nodded slightly. Understood, Mr. Consul. I'll arrange for delivery immediately. The same thing is happening at the Honko Special High School class. The SGF is notorious as a small book veteran spy agency, specializes in spying for Little Ben, as well as assassination missions. The current special branch, for the time being, has not formed the 4 branches of plum, orchid, bamboo and chrysanthemum. It is nowhere near as large as it was after the full-scale invasion, and an anti-inflammatory drug that has recently come into the local area through various channels from the northwestern province of Shanxi. It naturally caught their attention. Chapter 83. Attention from all sides. Itagaki, an ordinary-looking, short-bodied man dressed in a local dark-colored tunic. At that moment, he was crossing his arms and listening to the relevant report from Takafumi Matsu A, the leader of the action team. Lord Itagaki, the intelligence gathered so far indicates that we have reason to believe that penicillin originated precisely in Shanxi province. Shanxi province? That's the place that's full of high loss, poor and closed. Itagaki, as a Chinese general, was not surprised to know something about it. Yes, Your Excellency. Takafumi Matsu **** stood up straight and said, all intelligence points that way, and the amount of medicine appears to be quite large. Itagaki Generation slowly walked over to the window and scanned the neon night scene outside with greedy eyes. Ha, interesting, a stupid and backward people actually have this kind of medicine. Sure it is not provided by the United States of America? Yes, Your Excellency. Takafumi Matsu **** nodded slightly. According to reliable information, The penicillin developed in the United States of America is only in the laboratory stage. Even their own executives don't have the means to fully supply them, so how can they possibly take them to the Chinese? Itagaki generation sniffed and couldn't help but frown deeply. If it is not provided by the United States of America, then this anti-inflammatory drug called penicillin is most likely developed by the Chinese themselves. If that were to happen, it would be very bad news for the Yamato nation, because of all the tactics Japan has used against China since the Sino-Japanese War. Whether it's on a military level or an economic level, there is only one purpose, and that is to keep this big country in the East, poor and backward forever. At least stay an agricultural country all the time. Only in this way would Japan be able to create a huge advantage over China, thus reducing the obstacles to a full-scale invasion afterwards. But all indications are that the Chinese seem to be on the leading edge of pharmaceutical technology, among other things, even catching up and surpassing the United States of America. How does this not make Itagaki generate a fearful heart? It is important to realize that a good medicine is the military equivalent of an unlimited blood pack that can reduce casualties. With it, it not only enhances the combat power of the army, if necessary, by jamming the enemy's drug supply channels, it could even sway the battle. No way! Such a good medicine must not be in the hands of the Chinese. That's right, Your Excellency. Matsu Takafumi concurred. An inferior race like theirs doesn't deserve to have such a divine medicine. Then, Your Excellency, what shall we do next? At your service. Itagaki generation gently stroked the few remnants of his beard on his chin and pondered a little, then turned around and said, pass on my order. Takafumi Matsu hurriedly puffed out his chest. The Special Higher Division selects men fluent in Mandarin and forms a team of agents to head to Shanxi province to take the penicillin process formula at all costs. If you can't get the formula process, then sabotage their factory facilities and pounce on their technicians if necessary. He paused and said coldly, even if all the members of the Secret Service were to be shattered. Sir, unbeknownst to them, even the Red Army in Shanxi province is merely a second-hand dealer. So not to mention the formula process, even if it was a factory, they couldn't find a hair on their head. Jinling, 53, Cockatoo Lane, headquarters of the Kuomintang Secret Service. Meng Yang, head of the intelligence section, had just received a telegram from Shangxian in northern Shanxi, and realized the seriousness of the matter, so pulled out the cute little mirror in the drawer and looked in it and ran it through hair that ants couldn't even climb on. He then headed for the director's room with the organized telegraphic material. Just as he was about to knock on the door, he heard a familiar voice coming from inside. Hey Suza, these Red Party can be really tough talking. Pulling out 10 fingernails, crushing 5 ribs, and froze without saying anything. You say it's exasperating. Meng Yang deflated and rolled his eyes. He hated this group of coarse people in the interrogation section. All day long it was either fighting and killing, or torture to force confessions. Not technical at all. If we count on these reckless people to gather intelligence, the party's cause will be over sooner or later. Not being able to think too much, Meng Yang hurriedly straightened his military appearance and gently knocked on the door. Knock knock, come in, Sukai said in a deep voice. Just as he opened the door, an air of blood came over the house. Meng Yang subconsciously covered the bottom of his nose and plucked out Zhao Qiu, who was standing next to him, without any good humor. A good military uniform was also crumpled and wrinkled, and there were spots of bloodstains on his shirt. It didn't take much thought to realize that it must have been left behind by the person he tortured last night. This person is the head of the interrogation section, Zhao Qiu, but whenever you catch any hardcore, cannot pry the mouth. In the end it all had to be left to him personally. If you can't even get him to talk, then he's basically useless, and would normally be shot. Seeing that he didn't say anything for a long time, Sukai said with some displeasure, Chief Meng, is there something urgent? Only then did Meng Yang react and hurriedly said, yes, Suza. Important information has been sent back from the Shangxian station in northern Shanxi. After saying that, he looked at Zhao Qiu on the side. The meaning of this couldn't be more obvious. That means you, Zhao Qiu, are not qualified to listen. Zhao Qiu licked his lips and was just about to leave when Sukai called out to him. Section Chief Zhao is a member of his own family. There's no harm in listening. Zhao Qiu re-stood back up and raised his eyebrows at Meng Yang rather smugly. Meng Yang gritted his teeth and let out a light breath, saying, according to information obtained by senior agents at the Upper County Station, the Red Army has acquired numerous heavy weapons, including, but not limited to, heavy artillery over 100 millimeters. At the same time, a Chuan province merchant named Su Wen has supplied the Shanbei side with many supplies in short supply. Therefore, the Upper County Station has reason to suspect that the heavy weapons were also shipped through his hands. Surname Su? I haven't heard of such a businessman. Sukai took the telegram in Meng Yang's hand and muttered under his breath. Just by scanning the contents, it was clear that it was not far from what Meng Yang had said. Su Wen, A man from Sichuan province. What is his background that he dares to sell supplies to the Red Army? You should know that in the Republic of China, but any businessman who can have access to scarce supplies, even weapons and equipment, basically, they're all hung up inside the Nationalist Party, and it had to be agreed and participated in by the Chang, Song, Kong and Chen 4 families. Otherwise, even if you have the channels to get scarce materials, that's no way to transport or even sell them in the ROC. Zhao Qiu's eyes rolled back, thinking that it was time to show off, so he wrapped his arms around his sleeves and said, "Block Su, whatever his background is, let me arrest him and interrogate him for a few days and nights, and make sure that he shakes out whatever he did in his past life." Humph. Reckless. Meng Yang couldn't help but snort coldly. Surname Meng, what did you say? Zhao Qiu glared. Would Meng Yang be afraid of him? When it came to disliking people, he didn't even put Zhao Qiu in his eyes. I say you. What? A name and you want to arrest people? Humph. If you have the ability to go to the red zone in northern Shanxi to arrest, I measure you a good man. Don't know the nest all day long. You sissy. Believe it or not, I'll whip you. Zhao Qiu examined a knight of red party did not pry open the mouth. Originally the fire is big. By Meng Yang so stimulation, certainly cannot endure. However, he saw Meng Yang cross her waist with one hand, raise her chin, extend her orchid finger, and tip up her voice. Come on, don't think I don't know about your filthy things. Try moving me if you can. Seeing that the other party was trembling with anger and half unable to speak, Meng Yang slanted a glance at the other party and snorted coldly. Humph, you pussy, I don't believe you can get hard. Ouch, hey, your grandpa. Zhao Qiu said that he was going to go forward to pick up the other person's collar. Chapter 84, Developing the Market Economy in Northern Shanxi. Pa! Su Kai slapped his right hand heavily on the desktop, stopping the two from grabbing and pulling, and then shouted angrily, "What's gotten into you? An interrogation section chief and an intelligence section chief know how to fight in a nest. If you were half as united as the Red Party, would the cause of the party state be so difficult? Roll on, roll on. I get upset when I see you guys." Seeing that Su Kai was angry, the two did not dare to touch the bad luck, and hurriedly went out and turned right to leave. Su Kai slumped in his chair and rubbed his temples, turning his head to look at the wall behind him. The four big words inscribed by the commissioner himself, "Pillar of the Nation." Su Kai couldn't help but blush in his old face. One's own head of the special branch can actually be exasperated by his subordinates like this. It's suffocating to think about it. He really couldn't do anything with those two goods either. Take Zhao Qiu, simple-minded and limber. He doesn't know anything except that he's hard-hearted and can do some dirty work. Even a mother asterisk can find a dozen or so typos in a report of 100 words or so. If he wasn't more or less related to himself, he wouldn't be in charge of the interrogation section. And Meng Yang is even more uncomplicated. He is the blood brother of the third aunt of the commander of the Jinling police. It was personally delivered to Su Kai by the commander of the police to make sure he took care of it. With this relationship, would Su Kai dare to offend? Even though Meng Yang was being effeminate day after day, smearing his face with grease and powder, a white face was creepy to look at, but he's also outraged. Forget it, it's useless to think about it. The most important thing now is to figure out how those heavy weapons, as well as the shortage of supplies, were actually delivered to the Red Army in northern Shanxi. As far as he knows, nearly 1 million troops have surrounded the various key roads into and out of northern Shanxi like an iron barrel. Trying to transport heavy weapons, especially equipment like heavy artillery, can only be solved by using tractor-trailer trucks. But it's amazing that such a big move didn't alert any National Guard troops. We can't have all the nationalists defecting, can we? Then what's the point of fighting for the world? Why don't you just surrender to the Reds and count the balls? It's too late to think about it. We have to organize the information and report it to the committee chair, so we can wait for further instructions. During this period of time, Suwon had a busy and fulfilling time. The 7 antiques previously commissioned for public auction by the auction house were all sold at high prices. One of the highest prices was for the yuan blue and white plum vase of Xiao Yi chasing Han Xin under the moon, which was sold directly for $800 million. The remaining 6 auctions totaled more than $4 billion. The reason why he didn't look for Zhang Yang of Guxiuzhai was most of all to keep a low profile. You can't have a heavy weapon in your hands every now and then. If you meet someone with a bad idea, Suwon is afraid that he can't really defend himself. At this point, Suwon has over $5 billion in cash on hand, together with the gold in the bank. This translates into over $15 billion or more dollars. But he didn't drift, much less spend extravagantly. When I think of that side of the world in northern Shanxi, how many old folks still don't have enough food to eat or clothing to cover their bodies? Suwon then felt it was a sin to spend money lavishly. Of course, he didn't treat himself harshly because of this. After all, even if he worked part-time, he still had to get paid, didn't he? And you deserve to be paid for the labor you put in, as long as you have a clear conscience. So, Suwon drew himself a bottom line. That's just keeping your own private bank card with about $20 million in savings over time. The rest of the money, even if it came in more in the future, he would only use it all on the Shanbei side. With this kind of ideological realization, Suwon was no longer afraid of it. Since his return, he had either been buying supplies or on his way to do so, to create an active market environment for that side of the world. Shaanxi, in particular, it addresses the most pressing livelihood issues, combined with the actual situation on the ground. Suwon intends to start procuring supplies in 3 directions first. The first is tools of production and agricultural supplies. A hoe, sickle, axe or whatever is definitely standard. At this time in northern Shaanxi, not only are they expensive, but they are also poorly made. Some old folks with difficult homes are even still using wooden hoes, which are simply horribly inefficient. But all of this iron is produced by machines on Suwon's side. Not only are they inexpensive, but they are of excellent quality. When purchased in large quantities, it can also solve some of the agricultural production problems and increase productivity. Then there were hand-cranked grain beaters and corn threshers. With these 2 things, you can also increase the efficiency of agricultural production and free up the extra manpower. As for the spinning wheel, which was a women's weaving supply, Suwon did not intend to purchase it, if the spinning wheel production of the cloth, but also let the people of northern Shaanxi, everyone as early as possible to wear new clothes. Suwon really couldn't bear to see the folks, covered in patches. Therefore, it is more appropriate to purchase finished cotton fabrics as well as Indeed from this side directly, especially Indeed. Simple cloth is only a few dollars a meter, and in large quantities. This kind of fabric, however, whenever it appears in northern Shaanxi, as long as the price is cheap enough, can completely meet the needs of the people of northern Shaanxi. For this reason, Suwon also intends to purchase a number of old-fashioned foot-operated sewing machines. Butterfly, for example, is classic and durable. The Red Army could then organize and set up a women's workforce and concentrate on production. This will not only meet the clothing needs of the people of northern Shaanxi, but also solve some of the employment problems of women in northern Shaanxi. And the clothes produced can even be sold to the nationalized areas, so that a part of the local economy can be boosted. There are also manual oil presses and stone mills. Don't look inconspicuous, but it can extract oil and grind flour. This will also address some of the local people nutritional needs. Also, you have to have a bunch of basic tools, just like saws, chisels, hammers, whatever. It also solves some of the production problems. And the 2/8-bar bikes purchased earlier are said to be quite popular. It's no trouble to pull a 400 or 500 pound load at once. There were even fighters who creatively set up Type 67 general-purpose machine guns alongside their bicycles and were able to fire while riding. Ample proof that fighters are not lacking in creativity, given the right conditions. So things like bikes have to be purchased more often as well. Not only the 2/8 bar, but the lady's bike had to be purchased in a batch as well. Imagine a short seat bike with red and pink paint and an attached grocery basket as soon as it comes out. Can those Republican broads resist the temptation? It's not expensive to sell her for 200 yen, is it? Then there's healthcare. The drugs are definitely based on the antibiotic penicillin, with pain-relieving and anti-inflammatory aspirin and others. Supplies for treating traumatic injuries must also be purchased in bulk, and to improve the overall quality of the medical staff over there, Suwon intends to print a batch of traditional Chinese versions of the Barefoot Doctor's Handbook. Of course it has to be the abridged version, like how to prevent a nuclear attack or something. It must not appear. Since it's a medical hygiene product, you definitely can't go wrong with soap, sulfur soap, or whatever is needed for any kind of cleansing. Anyway, as long as the cheap and good use, appearance and packaging almost does not matter. A large number of purchases is estimated that manufacturers have to be happy crazy. To avoid epidemics, lice combs and insect repellent powder must also be purchased in large quantities. Finally, there is the area of household goods. Suwon intends to purchase a batch of stock thermal underwear, whichever is cheaper to buy anyway, except that the logo tags must be cut off. I believe that the vendors are simply begging for it, seeing as Suwon helped clear out the inventory. Shoes and socks are next. Suwon plans to directly order a batch of shoes and socks without logos, a move that is estimated to revitalize a number of businesses on the verge of closure. Chapter 85, Enriching the Commodity Market in Northern Shaanxi, followed closely by daily necessities, pots and pans, all purchased in stainless steel. Stainless steel items like this one, unloved in modern times, are in abundance in stock, but in the Republic of China, this is a rarity. I guess Lao Chang has never used a whole set of steel tableware. As for other daily necessities, such as plastic hair cards and other small items that were madly snatched up in Poplar Village earlier, like these obsolete small things, so small commodity market inventory piles up. It is estimated that selling by the pound is not a problem. At the same time, Suwon also intends to purchase a batch of affordable 3-pronged cosmetics. Of course, this 3 is not labeled cosmetics, the quality is still unquestionable. It's not a bad idea to sell it to those broads and add a little extra income to our Red Army. When you have clothes and food, you can't fall behind in the food department. In addition to staple foods, Suwon also planned to purchase a large number of side dishes, especially those unmarked expired foods, which are surely Suwon's preferred target. As for how it tasted, it was not something he needed to think about at all. As long as it is safe and hygienic, the people of that side of the world will surely not be able to resist the temptation from the modern delicacies. I'm guessing a small bag of squash would make their tongue smell good, and with the untold amount of expired food wasted and destroyed each year on this side of the pond, Suwon is doing both sides a huge favor by doing this. What's not to like about clearing out the inventory and adding to the variety of food items for the Shanbei side? The beginning of New Year's Day, Suwon took a busy trip back to his hometown. Previously, Suwon transferred $2 million to his mom, so that she could change to a bigger house. However, the mother did not move a penny, said it is to help Suwon save for the future marriage use. LOL, what a pity party. Mom, I'm back. Opening the familiar old-fashioned security door, Suwon exclaimed. Solid wood furniture throughout the house. Hasn't changed much in over a decade, except the original big-ass TV was replaced with an LCD. Manhwa is back shivering, hearing the sound. Zhang Xiuying came out of the kitchen with her apron tied, seeing the gift box in Suwon's hand. Zhang Xiuying said somewhat angrily, "What else do you buy when you go back to your own home, and you don't know how to economize?" Although he said that, he still happily took the pocket in Suwon's hand. Suwon deflated. Mom is like this, thrifty and used to it. Since being laid off she has been a dedicated homemaker, basically revolving around her son and husband. I've earned some money and wanted to make up for the gifts I didn't buy you guys before. Zhang Xiuying was first stunned, then nodded with some relief. It's fine if you have this heart. Seeing that it was almost dinner time, Suwon asked, "Right, where's my dad? Wasn't he resting at home last week on the phone?" Zhang Xiuying said with some excitement. "Oh, your dad went to Yanqing the day before yesterday. There's a construction site over there. Some bosses are looking for him to go over there to engage in management. 8,000 yuan a month. And food and lodging are also included." Suwon was depressed. Dad Su Changliang really cannot be idle. Because of his special work, Ming retired at the age of 55, but they still go out to work every chance they get, saying they are earning some extra money. As long as I can remember, my dad, who came from a state-owned construction company, stayed outside almost all year round. The two fathers and sons couldn't speak a few words all year. Originally, Suwon had told him when we talked on the phone before, "I can now afford to buy a car and a house so that he doesn't have to work so hard," but I didn't realize that it's still a life of drudgery. Seemingly seeing her son's displeasure, Zhang Xiuying explained, "It's okay Manhwa, your dad can't stay idle anyway. Moving around more is good for his health." Suwon nodded, took off his jacket and went to the kitchen ready to help. Looking at the prepared dishes, chicken, duck, fish and meat, at least 5 or 6 dishes. I mean, Mom, there's only 2 of us, can we eat that much? The corner of Zhang Xiuying's mouth curved and she gave him a blank look. Your great aunt and Xiaodong will be coming over for dinner tonight, so you have to prepare more. Suwon nodded. So that's how it is. Great aunt Zhang Xiulan and mom have been in a good relationship since childhood, and cousin Tang Dong is also considered to have watched himself grow up, and he has taken care of Suwon quite a bit. For their arrival, Suwon naturally welcomed them and immediately went downstairs to buy 2 bottles of Wolianye. Around 6:30 p.m., a few hard-cooked dishes had just been prepared when my great-aunt and cousin came to the door with fruit and milk. After greeting his sister-in-law, the 2 brothers then sat around after exchanging a few pleasantries. When he saw the good wine on the table, Tang Dong said somewhat angrily, "Auntie, we are family members. We don't need to break the bank so much." Auntie also chimed in, "Yes, little sister, hurry up and put the wine away. We can just have a casual drink as a family." Mom smiled and waved her hand. Oh, these were prepared by Manhwa, saying that he hadn't seen his great-aunt and cousin for a long time, and that he had to have some good wine. Suwon nodded and said, "Yes, great-aunt and cousin, this wine isn't worth anything. It's only out of the ordinary for you guys to say that, huh?" Auntie and cousin couldn't help but look at each other. They had heard before that Suwon had opened a company in the provincial city. It's in the import-export trade, and it looks like business should be doing well. In that case, they were no longer polite. The 4 of them just ate and chatted in a parental way. In less than half an hour a bottle of wine was downed, and Tang Dong, who was already slightly drunk, couldn't help but ask, "Xiuwen, I heard that you are doing import and export trade in Africa. Which area exactly?" Suwon thought about it. He couldn't say that he was in the arms business. He probably would scare the other party to death. So he wiped his face and said, It's really hard to say exactly which side. It's pretty varied anyway. As long as you don't break the law, you do everything." Tang Dong nodded thoughtfully. Alas, to do a variety of good, If the product is too single, the business will not be good. The other party seemed to mean something, so Su-won asked, "What about you, Dong? What have you been doing lately?" Tang Dong sniffed while staring at the wine glass on the table without a word. The great aunt saw this and hurriedly said, "Your cousin took out a loan of over $2 million last year to dish out a food factory and thought he was picking up a bargain. Where do you think? It's simply a pit. Those food products produced in the factory, no one even buys them. So now a warehouse of raw materials and a freight to produce. Now dozens of people in the factory are waiting for their basic paychecks, and they have to pay off their loans next month. Oops, Mom, having a good meal. Why are you talking about this?" Tang Dong, who had always had a good face, immediately interrupted. Su-won was baffled. To say anything else about modern products, he couldn't really help much, but food was fine with him, as long as it wasn't too expensive, so subconsciously asked, "Dong, your factory in the end to produce what food cannot be sold tell me." Alas, Tang Dong sighed softly, "It's just some pickled pepper phoenix claws, pickled pepper pork rinds, and pickled pepper bamboo shoots or something." Su-won then realized that it was no wonder no one was buying it. As far as these foods are concerned, there is so much homogenization that there are hundreds of similar brands on the market alone. How can you, a small, unknown factory, compete with the big brands? But these were nothing to Su-won at all. Aren't Szechuan snacks like these, heavy on salt and spice and full of flavor, what they desperately need over there? Chapter 86 Red Star Foods. Thinking of this, Su-won immediately asked, "About how much raw material is there?" Tang Dong took a heavy gulp of his wine and said without doing anything else, "Phoenix claws are the most, about 300 tons, pork rinds and bamboo shoots 200 tons each, and pickled peppers 10 tons. Not much." Su-won had a relaxed face. Taking food like these heavily salted and spicy foods to the Republican side will not only enrich the diet of the soldiers, it also further enriches the table of the common people on the northern side of Shaanxi. It is important to realize that even in the middle and late stages of the war, many fighters could not get enough salt. Often, more than a third of an entire unit suffers from night blindness, thus greatly affecting the unit's combat effectiveness. So it wasn't that Su-won was being nonsensical and trying to play some kind of spoof, but these foods were really helpful over there. Tang Dong thought that Su-won was just on a whim and immediately explained, "No, Xiao-won, do you know how much goods this is? The cost of raw materials alone is over $3 million. Speaking of this, Tang Dong looked disheveled. "Just this raw material money of more than $3 million. It is also my loan from the bank." Su-won smiled and patted his cousin's shoulder in comfort. "It's okay, Dong. I'll take all of these from your factory as long as they're all made into a pickled pepper series." The several people on the table were then stunned, all looking at Su-won as if they were looking at a little cutie. They all looked at Su-won as if they were looking at a little cutie. The old mom, Zhang Xiuying, looked apprehensive. She only knew that her son had a small business, but she didn't know exactly how big it was. And that's something in the big millions. Even if you're a relative, you can't force your way out to help with something like this that you can't sell, can you? That Manhwa, you're afraid you're drunk. You've started talking nonsense. Then he looked at his big sister and said with some embarrassment, "Sis, don't be paranoid, huh? Manhwa drank a little too much, or he has a door to the food business." Great aunt nodded, naturally understanding her sister's meaning, and smiled. "It's okay, little sister. It's okay if one has this heart." "Yeah, Xiao-won," Tang Dong concurred, "and you're in international trade. You don't have any sales outlets for local foods like this." Who says I don't have sales?" Su-won smiled faintly and filled the wine glasses for his cousin and great aunt. "Those African clients of mine, they love this heavily salted, spicy stuff, and this quantity of yours is simply not enough. Another 500 tons of phoenix claws, 300 tons each of pork rinds and bamboo shoots, and then all of them made into half a caddy bag." "Son, you're not joking?" Zhang Xiuying said incredulously. Su-won looked at his old mom with a bemused face. "No, Mom. Can I joke about something like that? Tomorrow I'll be able to make a payment to Dong's company so that the business can start as soon as possible." Returning to his senses, Tang Dong hurriedly said, "Xiao-won, are you telling the truth? But don't force it." Su-won waved his hand. "What's so reluctant about this? I buy everything from outsiders. There's no reason I can't take care of my own family's business." Tang Dong sniffed and raised his wine glass with both hands, saying with a grateful face, "Good brother, you've really helped me a lot." Su-won gently lifted the other party's hand and joked, "We're family, there's no need to be polite. But you can't earn me too much. The price of the fight must be hit. After all, the pro brother is still clear accounts. It is already fortunate to be able to clear his factory inventory, as well as pay back the loan on time. So where does Tang Dong dare to mention anything about making money?" "Don't worry, Xiao-won, you've helped me with the loan. Can I still make you money? Why don't you earn?" Su-won pretended to be angry. "Is it better to let you work for nothing? And the money was meant to be spent." so instead of taking it to someone else, I'll let you earn it. Tang Dong nodded gratefully and said in a slightly contemplative manner, "That's fine, Xiaowen. See if this works. I'll make 5% gross profit. What do you think?" A 5% gross profit in the food industry is, truthfully, a little too low. I guess the cousin is really scared by the current sluggish market environment, so he dares not shout the price. But what Suwon wanted was a long-term cooperation, and it would be best to build this company into an exclusive food brand for that side of the world. For this reason, Suwon even came up with a brand name. Just call it Red Star Foods. So after a slight pause, he said, "I'll give you 10% gross profit in payment in advance, but I have a few conditions." Tang Dong was delighted at the news and hurriedly sat up straight and said seriously, "Xiao Wing, you say? As long as it's not something that goes against the principle, I'll promise you everything." Suwon nodded slightly and said, "Oh, don't worry, brother Dong. My conditions are simple. Just 3. The first thing is that the outer packaging of your pickled pepper range will have to be redone and it must all be vacuum sealed in clear plastic bags. Secondly, the package cannot be printed on the list of ingredients, origin and production standards and so on. Can only print the red 5 stars and traditional Chinese characters Red Star 2 words. Those 2 conditions, there shouldn't be any problem." Tang Dong thought about it with a puzzled expression. "That's Xiaowen. Everything else is fine. Only the outer packaging does not print the list of ingredients, origin and production standards. I'm afraid this cannot be done. You should also know that the state has always been strict in controlling the food industry, and once it is reported, the consequences can be quite serious." Suwon couldn't help but nod his head. It seemed that his cousin was quite honest in doing business. In that case, it was all the more reason for him to pull the other side. "Dong, you're just helping me with OEM. Not a single bit of these will be sold in the country, and I can sign a waiver with you that guarantees you peace of mind in your business." With the words already spoken, Tang Dong immediately nodded his head. "That's fine, Xiaowen. I'll listen to you on everything. As long as the stuff isn't sold domestically, it doesn't matter if you sign the agreement or not." How could Suwon not understand such obvious politeness from the other party? He smiled and shook his head. "Oh, it's alright Dong. We're blood brothers. My last request, that is, your factory must ensure food safety, and the production process must be strictly enforced in accordance with national standards." "Papa," Tang Dong patted his chest. "Don't worry, Xiaowen. You're helping me so much. Product quality is something I'm sure I'll strictly enforce the standards." "Yes, one. If your cousin dares to mess up the whole thing, let's see what I'll do to him." Eldest aunt followed closely in agreement. A meal of guests and hosts. Cousin before leaving, grasping Su Wen's hand, seems to have tears in his eyes. Even the great aunt was a little sentimental and said something thoughtful to her sister. Su Wen could only comfort them as much as he could, and asked his cousin to give him an address of the factory, so that he could go there tomorrow to see for himself, to which Down East extends a warm welcome. Zhang Xiuying is pleased that her son now has the ability to help his family, but still reminds her son that he must live within his means. Su Wen just smiled at his words and told his old mom to relax. Today he has more than 50 small goals in cash alone on his bank card, not counting all that gold stored in the bank. These money is not spent as soon as possible to support the northern Shaanxi, is not a big waste of it, and with a big war coming up, both civilian and military supplies have to be prepared early. You can't be caught off guard by little Ben like you were on this side of the world. Chapter 87, Commander-in-Chief Zhang, 10 a.m. The following day, Subin arrived at his cousin's food factory on time. Looking at the name of the factory, Tang Lu Lang Food, the name was quite grounded, and the cousin, with the factory management, was waiting at the entrance of the factory early in the morning. When he saw the L9 that Su Wen was driving, Tang Dong's hanging heart was lowered. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Tang Dong immediately followed by showing Su Wen around the factory's production workshop and cold storage. Not to mention, even though no one is working, the equipment and hygiene are still very good. Even Su Wen wore dustproof overalls with shoe covers when he visited. Asked again how soon he could start work and how soon he could produce those goods he wanted. The answer they got was that they could be produced in less than a week if they were working at full capacity and in 3 shifts. It's fully automated after all. And Subin's requirements for packaging are so simple that it's not at all difficult for technicians. Then there is still hesitation. Su Wen immediately through the internet banking transferred 10 million payment over, so that the cousin as soon as possible to start work. The other side. Public House No. 5. Jinjiao Lane, Chang'an, Shaanxi Province. Compared to the public houses in the northeast of my hometown, the furnishings here can only be considered modest. Since September 18th, the Northeastern Army withdrew from the northeast without putting up any large-scale resistance, and Commander-in-Chief Zhang has been practically in deep simplicity. If it is not Lao Chang appreciate and forced to protect him, it is estimated that this traitor's hat has long been covered solid. Little Benji is also getting more and more frantic with its war machine being unleashed because of the resourceful provinces of the Northeast. When he thought about the wrong decision he had made at the drop of a hat, Zhang Xiaojun was depressed. Commander-in-Chief, there is someone outside the door seeking an audience. Adjutant Shishan stood next to him with a respectful face. Heishan can be said to have watched Zhang Xiaoshu ascend to the throne step by step, from the sixth son as a child, then the handsome master, and now the commander-in-chief of the suppression. Nowadays, he is moreover, besides Lao Chang, nominally already the highest military position within the national army. It can be described as a one-man show. Since the old marshal's hiccups, no one dared to call the young marshal by his flirtatious name, unless they were too old for it. Most people are now referred to either as Little Master or Commander-in-Chief. With sunken cheeks and pairs of dark circles under his eyes, Zhang Xiaojun slowly opened his eyes. Who is it? Didn't I tell you? No one is to be seen. Shishuan saw this and hurriedly went forward to attach his ear, and after some whispering, the Little Master's face was drawn. The Red Party people, what are they doing here? That said, the reason why Lao Chang arranged for the Northeast Army to be stationed in Shanxi province was, on the one hand, to encircle the Red Army. On the other hand, it was also to further weaken the Northeast Army through the name of banditry, because in Lao Chang's eyes, as long as they are not of Huangpu origin, they are basically equivalent to outsiders. Even letting you be cannon fodder can be considered old Chang's benevolence. Unloading is his routine. When I think of the fiasco I suffered in a few previous battles with the Red Army, I can't help but hold my forehead. The current Northeast Army has simply not gotten over the haze of losing their homeland. There is so much dead air up and down the line. Where is the heart for a civil war? He had been surrounded by a division plus a regiment by the Red Army earlier, and was so heartbroken that he almost didn't smoke on the spot. It's a good thing that the other side didn't expand the battle because of their strength and logistical ineptitude, and return all the prisoners. So after a few twists and turns, the Northeastern Army formed a tacit agreement with the other side not to attack each other. And anyway, we will be fine with each other. And penicillin, an anti-inflammatory drug that has recently become popular in Shanxi province, is said to have come from there. He had gotten the tip-off early on and let it go, not bothering. Now the other party has come to the door of his own accord and is said to have brought gifts. A bunch of mudbloods, poor as pants. What kind of gifts can they bring? So forcing himself together, he got up from the couch, let the people in, and take care to speak politely. Understood, Commander-in-Chief. And these two special branch officers, the reason why they came, was to follow the instructions of their superiors. In order to take the important strategic objective of Shangxian as soon as possible, the first thing you have to do is to launch a campaign to take Bashi and the surrounding area, because only in this way can the upper county finally be eaten into the belly, instead of occupying not long and then have to withdraw. Soon 2 transportation section officers were introduced into the study, introduced by Hisun. One of them is the head of the transportation section, Chen Xin, who is in charge of this contact mission, and the special branch arranged for the head of a section to be in charge of this task, so you can see how seriously the superiors are taking it. The other person was Yang Hui, the shopkeeper of the Red Star grocery store. As a transportation agent to pass on intelligence gathering, he was also assigned to accompany him. When the two people sat down, Zhang Xiaojun opened the door. The two of you have heard that you have come with gifts, so I assume you have something important to discuss? Not bad, Commander-in-Chief Zhang. Chen Xian choked on a mouthful of tea and faintly said, the Red Army and the Northeastern Army are neighbors anyways, and although there were some misunderstandings before, it doesn't affect our two families' relationship. This time we have ventured here. We do have something important to discuss, and we would like to make a deal with you. Trade? Master Shao frowned with a playful expression. With all due respect, our Northeast Army doesn't have any extra arms to sell to your side. Ha! Chen Xian almost didn't laugh in anger. Nowadays, their Red Army was strong and well supplied. Weapons and ammunition are more saturated than ever. If it were not for the consideration of joint anti-Japanese and other issues, it would have made a move to drive the Northeastern Army out of Shanxi province. There's no way you can push your luck here. Only Chen Xian flicked the ash on his long shirt and faintly said, the Commander-in-Chief is joking. Although our Red Army is not rich, but at present we are doing well, and we still have some handy tools in our hands, so we do not need to purchase arms. LOL, a bunch of pathetic idealists who actually act like landlords. Zhang Xiaoi could not help but sneer in his heart, and could not guess what the other party's intention was, so crossing his legs, he leisurely said with a smile, you have to have leverage to do business. At the risk of asking, what do you have to sell? Bush rice or sorghum? Or, alternatively, penicillin? Since the other party had guessed what to use as a bargaining chip, Chen Xian naturally did not need to hide it. The main attraction is a name-brand bureau. As Commander-in-Chief Zhang thought, our side intends to exchange 5 kilograms of penicillin for something with you. How? How much? Zhang Xiaojun said with a slightly hard-to-conceal loss of composure. As far as he knows, penicillin is just 1 gram per bottle. The normal price per gram is 2 chanterelles. The black market price is at least 3, and they tend to be wildly popular as soon as they hit the market. 5 kilograms is 10,000 chanterelles, which translates to 300,000 or so silver dollars. Zhang Xiaoyi heart that depressed, when the mud legs really become the landlord old money. That's right, 5 kilograms of penicillin, or 5,000 vials as they say on the market. Chen Xian's expression was bland and he looked as if he was on cloud 9. This made the already inopportune Zhang Xiaojun quite upset. You know these are troubled times and anti-inflammatories can be worth more than gold. Not to mention that more gold may not buy 5,000 bottles of penicillin at once. Therefore, little Master Zhang couldn't help but get interested and said seriously, "What do you want?" Anything but artillery is negotiable. Chen Xian and Yang Hui couldn't help but look at each other. This really treats them as beggars. Chapter 88. We want Botox. Changing weapons. That was before. Now the Red Army other dare not say. Light weapons this piece. Really do more guns than people. If it weren't for strategic considerations and the need to keep as low a profile as possible, I'd still be here talking to you. Chen Xian frowned and said, I think Commander-in-Chief Zhang should have misunderstood. We are not here to ask for weapons and equipment. Then what you guys want is? Zhang Xiaoyi was a bit puzzled. Hadn't these guys always been the most fond of weapons? We want Bachan. Figuring that the dagger was not there, Chen Xian frankly said, What did you say? Master Zhang stood up with a shocked face. Someone actually dared to ask for territory in front of him in a dignified manner, really thinking that he was so easy to bully. Before coming, Chen Xian and Yang Hui had long been prepared to die. It's good to talk to the Northeastern Army, but if they can't, they'll kill them in a fit of rage. Doesn't that better give the Reds an excuse to beat you? Don't blame us for being ruthless. Of course, these were not arrangements made by their superiors, but decisions made by the two men after consulting on their own. Only seeing Chen Xian's relaxed face, not even moving his eyebrows, he continued, to be precise, we want Bach and the surrounding area. Snap! Zhang Xiaoyi roared as he slammed his teacup heavily. Do you really think that my hundreds of thousands of northeastern troops are all made of clay? This scene directly alarmed the loaded guards at the entrance. They all rushed in, holding submachine guns to surround the two. Chen Xian and Yang Hui looked at each other and smiled, not moved at all. Chen Xian blew the floating foam in his teacup and slowly said, I'm afraid this kind of behavior from Commander-in-Chief Zhang is not the way to treat a guest, is it? Hospitality? Zhang Xiaoyi hated his teeth so much that he practically squeezed these words out from between his teeth. You are simply too deceitful, even if you are killed. No one can pick a reason. It was no wonder that the other party was so angry, knowing that he had endured 1,000 accusations since losing the Eastern Province. If it wasn't for his mental strength, he would have swallowed the gun and killed himself. What kind of behavior is this now that someone actually dares to claim his territory? It's playing itself, isn't it? He. Then what does Commander-in-Chief Zhang want? Chen Xian sneered with a look of death. How? Come on people. Zhang Xiaoyi was just about to call for someone to drag these two out, when Shishuan on the side immediately stopped him. Calm down, Marshal. The two armies are still fighting without cutting off the envoys. Hey Shun, as an old man of the handsome house, was naturally qualified to say this. It would be completely irrational to really kill someone on an impulse. Master Shuai, listen to them finish their words first. Shishuan hurriedly attached his ear. Xiao Zhang took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. The memory of this pressing urge to kill appears, or earlier, when he killed Yang and Chang in the Tiger Hall of the Northeast residence. You guys, what else do you have to say? Little Master Zhang said with a cold gaze. Chen Xian raised an eyebrow. There's nothing to say. We want botanical she purely for the sake of having a piece of land to defend ourselves. If there's no way to discuss it, then don't blame us for robbing it with our hands. Robbing with your hands? Zhang Xiaolong laughed back in anger. Ha ha ha, so you guys came here this time in order to be polite first? Not bad. Commander-in-Chief Zhang can completely understand it this way. Chen Xian raised his head and said firmly. As he spoke he stood up, his hands behind his back in a good deal of righteousness. Yang Hui, who was on the side, similarly stood up, his gaze determinedly meeting those black holes in the gun's mouth. They say the Red Party has backbone and is not afraid to die, and today's sight really lives up to its name. If you really kill them, not only will you give a good name, but you will also give your opponents a bad name. Today's self is already infamous. If he is labeled for starting a civil war, can it still be cleaned? Thinking of this, Master Zhang slowly exhaled the stuffiness in his chest and said in a deep voice, Send the guests away. This was a bit unexpected for Chen Xian and Yang Hui, who directly froze on the spot, seeing that the two did not move, as if they were bent on dying here. Zhang Xiaolong temple veins burst out. This life has seen looking for death, but really have not seen a heart to send death. so at once he ordered, "Blast them both out." "Aye, Commander-in-Chief." The surrounding soldiers droned in unison. Only after hearing this did Chen Xian come back to his senses. "Humph, we'll go on our own." With that, he took Yang Hui, who had a mute expression, and left Public House No. 5 in large strides. Just after walking out of the front door, not much farther, Yang Hui stumbled and almost didn't fall to the ground. Luckily, he was assisted by Chen Xian, which prevented him from making a joke. "Oh, Comrade Yang, are you alright?" "No, it's alright, Chief, I've made you laugh," Yang Hui said with some shame. It would be a lie to say that I wasn't scared. I had just been hanging on by a thread of faith and a breath of air, plus the nerves were tense. So just after walking out of Public House No. 5, he felt his feet were a bit weak. Chen Xian patted Yang Hui's shoulder and assisted him, comforting him as he walked. "Comrade Yang Hui, you're good, you didn't fail your superiors." "Thank you, Chief." Yang Hui was a little embarrassed. "I don't know why. I wasn't scared at all when I was just facing the gun, but I was a little scared when I left Public House No. 5. Chen Xian nodded slightly and breathed a light sigh of relief. To be afraid in the face of death is commonplace in the ancient and modern worlds as well, but for us underground workers, there is something more important than death. This thing is called faith, and because of it, even if the path of revolution is dark, we will eventually see the light. At this moment, Yang Hui's heart was pounding. He looked into the distance and nodded his head with determination. "I understand, Chief." On the other hand, inside Public House No. 5, Zhang Xiaoma was so angry that he was on the sofa, lying down for a long time before he could get over it. He felt that he was really a fallen phoenix, not as good as a chicken. It was enough to be bullied by little Ben, but when he withdrew to Kanai, the old changeling was still telling him what to do. "That's fine, but I never thought I'd have to suffer from the Red Army when I got to Shaanxi province." But there was nothing he could do about it. The Reds were not fighting you in a proper formation. Instead, they resorted to guerrilla warfare, ambushes and whatnot. The Northeastern Army was already physically and mentally exhausted, so how strong could it break out? So after a few fights with the other side, it was a complete loss. But although the offense is weak, but with the advantage of weapons and equipment, holding the ground he is still confident. He pinched his brow and seemed to think of something and yelled, He soon. Heishuan, who was outside the door, hurriedly trotted over. "Why, Commander-in-Chief, throw out all the gifts they sent, and keep them out of my sight." The reason for this command was partly out of anger. On the other hand, it's the feeling that a bunch of mudbloods are, at best, giving away some dirt and stuff. It's not likely to be any good either. And Zhang Shui in the northeast before. What good things have not seen? What mountain delicacies have not eaten? So pressing is not rare. However, he saw Shishuan somewhat embarrassed. "That Commander-in-Chief, why don't you better take a look at the list of gifts before saying so?" What do you mean?" Zhang Shui questioned as he sat up straight. Shishan had a bitter look on his face. "Commander-in-Chief, some of the gifts have already been opened and eaten by the lady." The lady mentioned here naturally refers to his married wife. Feng Ji, Chapter 89, a mud-legged man becomes a landlord. What? Outrageous. Zhang Shui stood up in a flash. What's the matter with her? Hasn't she ever seen anything good? And no shame in showing me the gift list. With that, he held out his hand and gestured for Heishuan to bring the list. Heishuan hurriedly pulled out the prepared piece of paper and handed it over. Just seeing the first line at the beginning, he froze. Penicillin. 5 sticks. But considering that the other party was kind of begging to come, it wouldn't be surprising to send 10 small yellowtail. Moving on down the line, 2 sets each of stainless steel cutlery 5-piece set, 2 sets of thermal underwear for each sex, 2 cases of canned beef, 30 each, 2 cases of canned yellow peaches, 20 each, 1 case each of pickled pepper phoenix claws, pickled pepper pork rinds, and pickled pepper bamboo shoots. The more Zhang Xiaojun looked at it, the more alarmed he became. It's a long time to live. Is this the same Red Army that didn't even understand the shirt and pants before? Straight to the end. 1 bicycle each for men and women. Cosmetics 5 sets. I'll go. If Jiajing was there, he would have to say, I'm dying. Where do the Reds get the money for this? And many of the things on the gift list were unheard of even by him, the previous king of the Northeast. So driven by curiosity, he put on his army coat and ordered, Go Heishuan, show me the gifts. The master and servant walked towards the backyard one after the other, and before they even stepped into the yard, they heard the sound of laughter between the lady and her maid. Oh, don't tell me. This lady's bike is really nice to ride. Look how I'm getting the hang of it. The maid clapped her little hands in excitement. Madam is just great. She learns everything fast, and that's a beautiful bike. It's actually pink. Just lifted his foot and walked into the backyard. The young master saw his wife learning to ride a bicycle left and right. It may seem unsafe, but since that bike has a short seat, it's easy for even short ladies to handle. And the look of that lady's bike is a sight to behold. Pink glossy baking paint and a delicate vegetable basket in front of the faucet. It's got a moody look to it, and if you were to use it to pick up a girl, it was too late to think about it. So Zhang Xiaojun said in a warm voice, "Big sister, be careful, don't fall." The young master is 4 years younger than Feng Ji. This big sister was not called in vain. He, little master is here. Come on, help me get off the car. A rare smile appeared on Feng Ji's face. Since leaving his old home, it was the first time Zhang Xiaoyi had seen his wife smile so happily. It was too late to move and rush over in 3 steps to help the other man park his car. Feng Ji, who had gotten out of the car, stroked the bodywork with a look of intent. "By the way, young master, you have to thank those people who gave you the gift. These things are not easy to find." "Oh, is that so?" Zhang Xiaoyi frowned. "Go big sister, take me to see those things." Feng Ji gave him a pouty blank look. "Okay, it's all in the storehouse. I'll show you. It's all good stuff." With that, he instructed the maid, "Wipe the cart for me. I'll write it later." Immediately after that, several people came to the storage room. Originally thought that there shouldn't be a lot of things, but did not expect to pile up a small half of the storage room. Big deal. This made Zhang Xiaoyi feel that his attitude just now, was it not a bit too much? It's said that you don't beat a smiling person, but he came with a heavy gift, so he should stay for a meal, but it was too late to think about it. "By the way, big sis, what's a big white rabbit milk candy? Is it made from rabbit milk?" Little master asked with a puzzled face. "Oh, surely not. A whiff of milk." Saying that, Feng Ji twisted out a milk candy from a small box on the side, then personally peeled it off and fed it to the little master. Before he could react, a rich and overpowering sweetness of milk filled his mouth. The young master couldn't help the corner of his mouth. This, delicious. Who cares about your Northeast King or Northwest Tiger? It all has to lose out in front of the latter-day delicacies. Then Feng Ji twisted 2 more big white rabbits and handed them to Shishuan, who was so happy that his face was full of folds. "Thank you, ma'am." The corners of Xiaojuan's mouth twitched. "Not big sister. Shishuan is so old, he has to eat less sweet. That commander-in-chief, my son is still young." Shishan hurriedly put the milk candy into his pocket and explained. Zhang Xiaomao gave him a blank look, then asked, "By the way, where is the canned yellow peaches? Is it the flavor of our Northeast?" Feng Ji hurriedly rummaged through these boxes and soon found the cardboard box containing canned yellow peaches. "Oh, here it is." The box was then torn open without regard for propriety, and a single canned yellow peach, packed in a clear glass jar, appeared before him. "Yikes, I can't believe it's still in a glass bottle. That bottle alone is worth a lot of money, right?" Feng Ji took out a jar and handed it to the young master as he spoke. It is said that canned food has come into the common people's home in the early Republic of China. Except that canned goods in those days were encased in tin cans. Rare materials like glass remained scarce until long after the founding of the country. So much so that there was a separate glass factory. The only thing you can see inside the bottle is the golden flesh of the fruit, large and full, swirling in the sticky juice. The young master swallowed his saliva, immediately handed to the side of the Shishuan. Bored face, said, "Hurry to open. If you fall, you will be punished for a month of military pay." "Ha, it's the commander-in-chief." Shishan hurriedly wiped the sweat from his hands and carefully twisted the cap. Only a click was heard as the bottle cap opened, and a rich, fruity sweet aroma spread out. This would have been a proper technology and hard work if Suvan had smelled it. "Ha, it's quite fragrant." Zhang Xiaojun nodded with satisfaction. After receiving the can and just wanting to take the first sip, he noticed Feng Ji's expectant eyes, so he hurriedly passed the bottle to her mouth. "You eat first, big sister." Feng Ji gave him a pouty blank look, and without being polite, she gulped 2 mouthfuls. "God, it's so sweet and flavorful." "Oh, is that so? I'll taste it too." Zhang Xiaoyi was also from a serious military background, so naturally, he would not pretend to be civilized. I picked up the bottle and gulped down a small amount, getting both the pulp and the juice. He closed his eyes and smacked his mouth contentedly. "Well, it's not bad. It's even better than the canned food in our Northeast." In the midst of reminiscing, I suddenly felt someone behind me pulling myself, and turned around to see that it was actually Shishan, only to see the other scratch his head in embarrassment. "That handsome master. I haven't eaten Northeastern canned food for a long time too. Why don't you give me a taste too?" Zhang Xiaoyi's expression was stunned. Usually this guy is quite measured. How come he lost his decency because of a can? "Not Shishuan. I have eaten this canned food with my big sister. How can I give it to you to eat? What will I become if I say it out? Am I treating my subordinates badly?" "That handsome master. I don't mind. So don't be stingy. Food in front." Shishan also cannot care so much, can only be clear to say, "What? Against you still? Actually dare to say I'm petty," said Zhang Xiao master, then pretended to be angry and wanted to clean him up. Chapter 90. Zhang Xiaocheng sticks to Guan Guowei. Fengji saw this and hurriedly stopped the other party with an angry smile. "Oh, I say you two stop it, an adjutant and a commander-in-chief. Don't be afraid of people laughing when you say it." Blankly, he gave the two men a look, then pulled an unopened can of yellow peaches from the carton. He also took 2 bags each from the nearby boxes containing pickled pepper phoenix claws, pickled pepper pork rinds, and pickled pepper bamboo shoots, and then stuffed them all into his soon. "Take it home and eat it with your wife and kids." "Thank you, ma'am." It is still ma'am who was sympathetic to her subordinates. When he said that, he raised an eyebrow at Master Zhang, then ran out of the storehouse in a huff. Looking at the back of the other party running fast, remembering the past, Zhang Xiaojiao could not help but be a little lost in thought. This guy, he's almost 50, right? Why is he still running so fast? So he smiled and went back to continue checking out the gifts with the lady. I'm not sure of the exact value of these things, but at least the couple has seen the world. These things, not to mention in the barren Shaanxi province, even if you take it to the Songpu side, it still belongs to the tight precious materials. By the way, young master, what kind of people are the gift givers? Shouldn't be traitors, right? The reason why Fengji had such misgivings was still because there were people who had come from the northeast side before, trying to persuade them to go back and surrender to the Locust army. But think of all the impossibilities, not to mention any national righteousness. Even the old marshal died at the hands of little Ben, and if the young marshal surrendered again, it was expected that the old marshal's coffin would not be able to hold it down. So after killing a few waves of traitors, gradually no one came over to persuade them to surrender. When the young master heard this, his expression, which had been somewhat happy just a moment ago, immediately became a bit sad. Not traitors, Reds, Red Army? Fengji was confused. Although the relationship between the Northeast Army and the Red Army is not too bad, it is not so good that they send gifts to each other. And they're all expensive gifts, so I'm sure there must be something to it. So what do they want? It's not going to be a big gift for nothing. Want what? The young master crossed his arms and didn't have a good time. They have a huge appetite and want Botox in all the surrounding areas. Humph. In my opinion, it would be better to give them the whole of Shanbei. Don't be like this, young master. If we lose the whole of Shanbei, can we still explain to the commissioner? Fengji said with a worried face. Little master put his arm around Fengji's shoulder. Don't worry, big sister. Even if I give them the whole of Shanbei, can they have such a big appetite to eat it? Humph. And not afraid of being propped up. When he said this, the young master was full of disdain. And it wasn't that he was arrogant. The Northeastern Army attack was definitely not possible due to the opponent's expertise in guerrilla warfare. But defense is still not a problem. After all, has always been the Northeast Army both the quality of weaponry, or the number of ammunition, all far superior to each other. Having a military husband, Fengji naturally understood that her husband was referring to the fact that the other side could not defend at all even if they took it. Still, it was a good reminder. Young master, that being said, but everything is more careful than anything else, so don't make a mistake like Tohoku's again. And since the other party dares to ask for it blatantly, they must have come prepared. Zhang Xiaojun nodded his head. Yeah, big sis, we used to be the ones who took the initiative to call. Now it's actually the other party who personally ran over to place a letter of war. Ha, I see that those two people just now, it's completely a battle that they don't want to live. You don't know, big sister. A dozen submachine guns were pointed at them and froze without batting an eyelid. Fengji was astonished. My god, what kind of people are these? I've realized why our Northeast Army always loses battles against them. Truly, if their soldiers are all tough as nails as well, then you've not lost the battle too badly. Zhang Xiaoi nodded helplessly. Only his big sister dared to poke him straight where it hurts. Yeah, big sister, so I kind of see the point. Anyway, I'll kill myself and not take the initiative again. Just hold the ground. No matter how much the old man pushes, if he wants to use my Northeast Army as cannon fodder, there's no door. Fengji nodded and looked at the large pile of gifts, a little confused. So, what about these things, and the 2 bikes? Should we give them back, or convert them into money? The young master interrupted with a wave of his hand. Oh, no, it's not like I asked them to send it. The losses our Northeast Army suffered on them earlier are still small. Consider it as collecting some interest. There's nothing wrong with that. The Northeastern Army lost an entire division plus a regiment of equipment before and after. Doesn't it outweigh the gifts? On the other hand, in the capital, in the office of the Export Department of the Ministry of Equipment, I say, Mr. Guan, you are at least such a big official. Why are you drinking this kind of tea? It's not obviously from last year. Zhang Xiaocheng sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, sipping tea while spitting. Guan Guowei gave him a blank look without a good reason, but there was nothing he could do. Some time ago, Zhang Xiaocheng came to the Capital Equipment Department in the name of the Southwest War Area Commission to study. They say they're here to learn from the experience of their big brother at the ministerial level, and they don't say for how long. Anyway, it's just to learn it all. learn it all kind of thing. Every day was just dead set on Guan Guowei, almost to the point of not moving an inch, sticking to him like a leech. Guan Guowei couldn't really do anything about his opponent for a while. Originally, our army has always had a fine tradition of learning from each other, and we can't hide it from others. So Guan Guowei sipped his tea, full of concern. I say, old war buddy, what's wrong with this tea? When our older generation lived in the streets, we couldn't even eat a hot meal, so we have to carry on the good traditions? Carry forward my ass. I don't know who it was that drank 3 bottles of Matai in one meal last night. Zhang Xiaocheng's heart burst with slander and said with a smirk, Director Guan's lesson is right. If I had known this, we should have drank loose white last night and experienced a life of hardship and simplicity. Guan Guowei didn't have the heart to gouge him out, but last night he was accompanying a foreign friend, a potential client. Can I use loose white? This guy is really thinking out of the box. And last night, it was this guy who was dead set on following. He said he wanted to learn how to do business with foreigners so that he could figure out how to sell those stockpiled rags in the southwest to the other side. At the words Guan Guowei almost didn't laugh. Do you really think that all these customers are the kind of wrong children that Suvan is? Just pick the old ones and not the new ones. Like Su when this kind of superb customer. Not to mention Guan Guowei is the first time to encounter. Open up the long river of history also cannot find the second to come. Who would buy this crap unless their head was pushed through a door or kicked by a donkey? Of course, these words must not be said in person. So Guan Guowei changed his tone and said bitterly, Old comrade, you don't need to be so gloomy with me. You saw last night, is the arms trade so good? Which of those arms dealers are good to deal with? You were there last night, selling a few Red Flag 9 air defense systems, and they had to ask me to send a few Red Arrow 8s, and the day before yesterday, sold a few VT4 tanks. People had to ask for a few Red Arrow 12s for free as giveaways. You think it's easy for me? Chapter 91, Taking Down Bao Shi. Shocking Commander-in-Chief Zhang Xiaocheng felt deeply about this. After all, he was also present at that time. Just sold so 4 or 5 VT4s and had to take 10 Red Arrow 12s. The reason given by the other side is also quite odd. Surprisingly, when you buy a tank you naturally have to send anti-tank missiles, otherwise you don't feel safe. Who are you defending? Against your own people. He wouldn't go along with Guan Guowei. Though, I said Guan Big Director, this is not also a case. Just last week, you also sold a 052D? People didn't cut the price, nor did they ask for freebies. Guan Guowei sighed, pretending to be in pain. 052D's delivery cycle has to be several years. The early stage must not advance funds. And as you can see, I was able to drink 4 glasses of white wine in a row before they had the good sense to cut the price. So what? I'm telling you, the arms trade isn't that good. And just drinking can make your stomach droop. Hey, you pull it off. Zhang Xiaocheng sneered. Who doesn't know your reputation as Guan 3 Jin? If you can't even drink this much wine, why don't you just change your job? By the way, when will little Su come over to buy equipment? This old head of mine, but I miss him so much. Zhang Xiaochenji was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and crossed his legs to deaden his face. Thinking of him? Thinking about his gold. Guan Guowei grinned. I've given you my contact information. What more do you want me to do? I can't help you get in touch. He, Su Wen, is a veteran of the Southwest. Can't you get in touch? If I could get in touch with you, I'd still be here getting stares from you every day. Zhang Xiaocheng's heart burst with slander, but he had contacted Su Wen a long time ago, whether it's on WeChat or on the phone. The other person hangs up as soon as they hear they're from the Southwest. Even WeChat was directly blacked out by the other party. So Zhang Xiaocheng then suspected that it was Guan Guowei who was playing a trick on him. After some weighing, this was a direct kill into the equipment department, bound to hold the other side. In fact, this is really wronged Guan Guowei. Of course, he is not obliged to help Zhang Xiaocheng matchmaking. Contact is not just right. The only one to blame for this is Su Wen's strong sense of anti-fraud. On the other hand, ever since the Red Army made a courtesy first, they were considered to have greeted Master Zhang Xiao. The Battle of Bencher was then launched less than a week later. Then in less than 2 days, it took the area around Bencher in a fast and maneuverable manner. Immediately afterward, in less than a day, the 119th and 116th Divisions of the 57th Army off the Northeastern Army, which were stationed in Bashi, were completely annihilated. Of course, this total annihilation refers to the fact that the local Northeastern Army, forced by the Red Army's military front, directly chose to open the city and surrender. So there were only very few casualties, and those who died were a few recalcitrant elements, sort of an early shot in the arm for the centrists. Good man, one 122mm howitzer will cut through even the strongest fortification. If that doesn't work, then we'll have to go to the 152mm cannons. Imagine if you will, when 10 howitzers of 122mm caliber or larger, side by side, are facing the gates. The blackened muzzle looked so ominous with shells piled up beside it. This kind of scene, not to mention ordinary soldiers, even veterans who have been in the battlefield for a long time can't help but feel fear. Public House, 5, Jinjia Lane, Chang'an. 2 days ago, Zhang Xiajie and General Tiger of the Pacification Office got the news of the siege of Benchur and the main areas around it. They almost dropped their jaws. The Red Army took the initiative to siege the National Army is unheard of. At least in this area of northern Shaanxi. The other side is still mostly on the defensive. At that time, Zhang Xiaojun was naive enough to think that the other side should just make a show of it and not dare to attack the city at all. Until we got a telegram a day ago saying that the Red Army had sent out at least 10 large-caliber howitzers and might attack the city at any time. So we asked for support. The Reds have heavy artillery? Or large-caliber howitzers? This is not a ing insult to his Commander-in-Chief Zhang's intelligence. Leaving aside the question of whether you can buy them, how many tons of gold would it take to buy 10 heavy cannons? Buying heavy artillery isn't all. You also have to have specialized tow trucks and auto soldiers. The logistical supplies alone would have to be astronomical. So as the backbone of the Northeast Army, he didn't believe in news like this one. It wasn't until he soon ran in with the telegram in a hurry just now and confirmed its contents that he had to believe it. The Red Army really had a heavy artillery unit, and it was fully mechanized. Not even a mule or horse was used. The Tiger General on the side had actually already known about the news of Bachan's loss. His wife was an underground member of the Red Party's transportation section, so it was only natural that she knew the inside story. And he himself is a Red Heart actively working towards the organization. It just wasn't the right time, so it was never absorbed into the party. He was unable to fulfill his long-cherished dream until his subsequent heroic death. I only saw General Tiger with a concerned look on his face. Brother Zhang, are you alright? Brother Tiger, take a look for yourself. Zhang Xiaoyi breathlessly handed the telegram to the other party. It reads, at exactly 6 a.m. This morning, the Red Army used heavy artillery to destroy 4 concrete bunker fortifications on the outskirts of the city of Benchur, and then faced the city straight on. The 119th and 116th Divisions of the 57th Northeast Army then surrendered without any resistance due to the ferocity of the opposing artillery. General Tiger's heart could not help but thump. So there really are heavy artillery. I had heard from my wife that the Red Army had changed its equipment, and it was rumored that there was a lot of heavy artillery. I was expecting at most some 75mm mountain guns, or 82mm mortars. I didn't realize that it was actually a large caliber heavy gun that could destroy concrete bunkers. Looks like the Reds are really different. The Red Army was actually able to get heavy artillery that even the old Changs couldn't buy. Maybe it's true what the telegram said, the offense and defense have changed shape. Thinking of this, he actually showed joy for a moment, and his inner yearning for that side deepened. Looking at the other party's slightly strange expression, Little Master Zhang frowned and said in a low voice, "I'm sorry for making Brother Tiger laugh." The reason he said that was because he felt that the battle was, in fact, too humiliating. 2 main divisions, almost 20,000 men, were actually wiped out in less than a day, although it is only a prisoner. But even if 20,000 pigs, you let the Red Army to catch, not a few days. This is good. 20,000 people have not fired a single shot. Half a day, all captured. General Tiger hurriedly returned to his senses and reslabbed his face. Brother Zhang, don't ever say that. Even if my troops were to top it, it would still be the same result. And since the Red Army is quite benevolent, not bombarding the city with heavy artillery, and I've heard that they treat prisoners favorably, the men should be fine. That's not a bad thing to say. The other side just wants territory, not a blood feud with the Northeast Army. On the contrary, there were previously captured Northeastern troops. In addition to the confiscation of weapons and ammunition, all the soldiers and officers were released through and through. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaojun could only nod helplessly. What can we do now? I can only send such a heavenly good news to the old man. I guess the other party will curse again. With a dark thought in his heart, he thought no more. Immediately ordered to send the contents of the telegram, word for word, to Jinling, and asked the commissioner to decide. The other guy likes to micromanage anyway, so let's give him a headache. Chapter 92, Luckily, I surrendered early. POW camp site outside Bashi, northern Shaanxi. The 57th Northeast Army, 116th and 119th Divisions were captured in formation with almost zero casualties. Luckily, the old marshal hiccuped early and didn't see the scene, otherwise the coffin board wouldn't be able to hold it down. Ding Laishun, the 119th Division's artillery platoon commander, couldn't stop drooling as he looked at the Red Army's 10 122mm howitzers not far away. That's a real big caliber artillery piece. It was better than the 75mm mountain guns of their division, which they kept as their ancestors. And then look at the number of shells people have, which are also piled up in small mountains not far away. Roughly counted, there are more than 100 pieces, to say the least. Ding Lixian could not help but swallow his saliva. It is fortunate that the division commander surrendered early, or else he would not know how to die. And finally there were the dozens of neatly arranged pickup trucks. Despite their small size, they had no trouble at all towing these heavy guns. When did the Red Army become a landlord? It's obviously richer than the old Chang's Central Army, and the Red Army, which was responsible for guarding them, could be identified except by the octagonal hats they wore. On their bodies, all of them were uniformly wearing cotton shirts and pants with speckled patterns. Even the feet are thick-soled, mid-calf military boots that look warm. The Red Army hand holding the gun also is not Hanyang Zhao or any other universal brand. All are unified standardized rifles. Even the folded bayonets were triangled and conical, glittering with cold light, not to be messed with at a glance. The Red Army soldiers were carrying at least 5 magazines each, as well as a dozen grenades. Ding Lixian even saw a large Red Army man with a cannonball-like gun-shaped contraption on his back. I'm not sure what it's for, but it's supposed to be a weapon similar to a catapult type of weapon. In fact, the large Red Army man was carrying a .40 bazooka behind his back, and only those who didn't know it would have associated it with a barrel type of weapon. Thinking of this, Ding Lixian subconsciously looked at himself again. He was at least a second lieutenant officer of the Northeast Army, but compared to the ordinary soldiers of the Red Army, he had to be ashamed of himself. Platoon leader. The squad leader beside him, Liao Desui, who had long been looking blurry-eyed, gently pushed Ding Lixian and whispered, "Those heavy cannons look really powerful. By the way, didn't you say you knew how to shoot heavy cannons before? Isn't that awesome?" Ding Lixian gave him an unfavorable flute. "Impressive, isn't it? That's a howitzer. The Central Army doesn't even have one." The old marshal was still there when there were a few doors to fill the door. Now our Northeast Army is not a door. All the ing to the small book. You have to ask if it's powerful. Ding Lixian thought for a moment and pointed to the center of the pile. One shell comes down, and all of us are doomed. Hiss. Liao Desui couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Geez, it's a good thing our division chief knows what he's doing. Otherwise, who'd be able to stop it? At that, he paused, seemed to think of something else, and continued, "Platoon leader, do you think we could fight our way back to the Northeast if we could have these howitzers?" "Why not?" Ding Lixian said almost without hesitation. "If I'd had all this in the first place, I could have blown the out of the little devils." "That's right, platoon leader." Liao Desui leaned towards him and said with some excitement, "Last night I even dreamed of the folks in Tun, and they asked me when I was going back. Platoon leader, why don't we join the Red Army?" Before he could finish his words, Ding Lixian covered his mouth in death and said in a deep voice through clenched teeth, "You kid is looking for death." Looking around carefully again to make sure no one was paying attention, he continued, "If the instructors heard that, they'd have to skin you." Liao Desui forcefully pushed away the other party's large rough hand and spat a few spits, then whispered, "I a platoon leader. I'm not just saying, our division commander dared to surrender without firing a single shot. Let's give up the ghost again, and Commander-in-Chief Zhang will still be able to blame us." Ding Lixian sniffed a stunned. This kid usually does not show the mountains. Did not expect these words are quite reasonable. However, he looked at the skin on his body and said slightly helplessly, "Alas, the Red Army of others is disciplined and does not take in everyone, especially if we are from the National Army. Can people want it?" At these words, the two men then fell into silence. "If we don't have heavy weapons, how can we fight our way back to the Northeast?" Brothers of the Northeast Army, prepare to eat. Chen Fuhai, head of the Red Army's cooking squad, who was in charge of putting out the food, led the men under his command, carrying several baskets of food over. As soon as they heard that they were put on a meal after being captured, the crowd, who had not dared to speak just now, immediately rose to their feet with some agitation, especially Liao Desui, who had eaten 2 nests and a bowl of noodle soup last night, had long been hungry. He stretched his neck to look at the baskets of food and pushed Ding Lixian with a look of amazement. "Platoon leader, look, it's actually a white flour bun. The Red Army gives us white flour. I haven't eaten it for a long time." Ding Lixian gulped and kicked him in the face without a good reason. "Look at you. We didn't eat anything good back home." Liao Desui couldn't care less about the platoon leader. At this time he only had the desire for white bread in his eyes. "All line up." Chen Fuhai came to the front of the crowd, crossed his arms, and shouted, in groups of 5 in random combinations, "Line up in order to get food. 2 buns each, a cup of soy milk, and a bag of squash, half a caddy of phoenix claws, half a caddy of pork rinds, and half a caddy of bamboo shoots for each group, to be divided equally among all of you, and those who are officials can't take more than they can eat. If I find out, then stay on the sidelines and watch the guys eat." Hearing Ding Lixian full of disdain, "Not just chicken feet, pork skin, bamboo shoots. I've eaten a lot of food in the Northeast." With a pang in his heart, he still lined up with the others to get his food. Jesus, the snow-white buns are bigger than the palm of your hand, and you can smell the aroma of wheat from a distance. And what about the soy milk as well? The flavors of the soy milk and the milk blended with each other and simply smelled great. Even the cups for the soy milk are green enamel cups. This stuff is high-end. Within the Northeast Army, only cadres above the regiment were issued with them, and now the Red Army actually took them for use by prisoners of war. I said, what are you waiting for? Aren't you hungry? Hurry up and get a cup for the soy milk. Looking at the somewhat dazed Ding Laishun, the cooking class warrior in charge of distributing the food couldn't help but urge him on. Oh thank you ha bro. Ding Laishun looked back and wiped the backs and palms of his hands hard behind him. Then respectfully, he received 2 buns in his left hand, along with a small vacuum-packed bag of squash. In his right hand, he picked up the enameled cup and brought it over to the vat containing the soy milk. A large spoonful of steaming hot, silky, flavorful soy milk was poured into his cup in one smooth motion. Seeing that the soy milk is about to overflow, I don't care if it burns my mouth. I rushed to take a sip. A never-before-experienced taste bud experience immediately filled Ding Laishun's mouth. Strong bean flavor, interspersed with the mellowness of milk. What's even more rare is that it's actually still sweet. My Amma and Amma's mother, old Buddha. Can you believe it? The Red Army actually entertained POWs with sugar. We all know that the Red Army treats prisoners favorably, but this is still the way it treats them. If this were not in a POW camp, Ding Laishun would have thought he was coming over here to visit relatives. LOL, if only I could be captured every day. Chapter 93 The Northeastern Army Eats Pickle Food, Weekend Blast. Platoon leader, hurry up and come this way. Not far away from Ding Liao got water he beckoned. Its side has been seated 3 people, plus he just for a group of 5 people. Ding Laishun, who had returned to his senses, immediately took the food and headed that way. Come, sit over here platoon leader. This side is clean. Liao Desui doggedly moved a place for him. Ding Laishun was not polite, so he sat down directly. The other 3 were also from the artillery platoon and happened to all know each other. They all sat down in a circle without having to be polite. Liao Desui, a big mouthful of steamed buns down, eyes full of light toward Ding Laishun, yelled, "It's delicious, platoon leader. You hurry up and eat it too. You boys are full of crap, and a white bread bun won't plug your mouth." Ding Laishun plucked him out without a good look. After all, he was from an officer's background, so naturally he would not lose his temper. His throat moved, and then he took a small bite, a mouthful of bread and a mouthful of soy milk. I wouldn't trade it for a god. Lumped a steamed bun. Stomach with goods. Liao Desui took out the squash, carefully scrutinized. By the way platoon leader, what's a squash? It's packed tight. How can I eat it? Squash? Ding Laishun took his bag in his hand and looked at it, then explained. I think it should be similar to the sauerkraut we have in the Northeast. So it's sauerkraut. Just this much. Enough for whoever eats it. So stingy. Liao Deshui's love of spitting disease again, muttered in a low voice. Pa! Ding Laishun's big hand immediately slapped on the back of the other's head, looked around, and said in a deep voice, "People give you good food and drink and you're complaining about it, aren't you? I won't stop you kid if you want to die, but don't drag everyone down with you." The remaining 3 nodded their heads in succession, indicating that Liao Desui himself wanted to die and die far away. Liao Desui rubbed the back of his head with some pain and deflated. I'm not just talking. Ding Laishun didn't care about him, just helped him tear the squash pocket from the edge of that gap smoothly. What's the point? Hurry up and eat. Liao Desui didn't care too much about squeezing out a sliver of squash, looked at it, and the expression on his face instantly froze. The top of this sliver of squash was covered in what was clearly chili oil. He'd never heard of sauerkraut with chili oil on the side. Then he brought it close to his nose and sniffed it. The smell of the oil mixed with the spicy flavor stopped his mouth from watering, followed by a bite of that squash, savory and sour, and it's totally different from sauerkraut, which is crunchy. It's so good that it refuses to be swallowed. Platoon leader, it has salt and oil, delicious. Liao Desui pointed at the squash in his hand with an excited face and shared his feelings. Oh, is that so? Ding Laishun hurriedly tore open his own strip, following Liao Deshui's example and squeezing out a sliver to take a bite. Then he said with wide eyes, "That's right, it's oil, with good oil still, and that salty flavor isn't bitter at all." The same thing was happening throughout the POW camps. Everyone was beaming with joy, simply happier than the new year. There were even soldiers at the bottom of the Northeast Army who cried as they ate. Others said it was so delicious that it would be nice to bring it back to the Northeast for my mother to eat. It's actually not surprising to have such thoughts, knowing that throughout the war period, most of the men, both in the National Army and ours, were in a state of malnutrition, and to say that they were starving would be an understatement. Even in the National Army's boot camps, there have been tragic occurrences where recruits have been starved to death. Ordinary soldiers can't even let go of salt, let alone get something like grease. so much so that a large percentage of the soldiers suffered from night blindness. And the kiddies just figured it out and did night raids all the time. Even for bayonet fighting, our soldiers lacked lasting physical strength most of the time due to too little salt intake. Often, it took 3 soldiers to surround together to barely kill a single ghost, and that's all it took to do 0 casualties. All that hand-to-hand ghost-tearing drama on TV is just bull *********. Imagine our soldiers, all as skinny as a bone, facing the tendon-fleshed ghosts. Even in such an unfavorable situation, it still managed to stand up to the ghosts for more than a decade. Isn't that still not heroic and fearless? Squash is nothing more than an appetizer. The excitement of these Northeastern Army prisoners hadn't yet worn off, and soon, pickled pepper phoenix claws, pork rinds, and bamboo shoots were also distributed. Looking at the food in the transparent vacuum pockets, everyone actually dared not lay their hands on it. It's just chicken claws and pork rinds, but it's meat. If it were not for the sight of the Red Army with loaded guns all around them, everyone would have thought that they had come to eat at the banquet. Platoon leader, do you think this is a broken meal? Liao Desui said with some apprehension. I said, are you stupid? Ding Laishan gave him a blank look without a good reason. If you ever talk nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth off. Saying that, he took the lead in picking up the bag of chicken claws, only to see that the transparent pocket clearly read Red Star brand pickled pepper phoenix claws. Ding Laishan frowned. How many chickens did this Red Army have to kill to make up this bag of phoenix claws? It was too late to think about it, and since it was issued to be eaten anyway, I tore open my pockets right away. The hot and sour juice splashed his hand, so he hurriedly put it to his mouth and licked it. Sour, spicy, salty and tangy. In the eyes of the crowd's astonishment, Ding Laishuan's face was flushed and he was so hot that he couldn't speak. No, platoon leader, is it good? Why don't you say something? Liao Desui said with some impatience. Ding Laishan hurriedly drank a large mouthful of soy milk before saying, it should taste good, just a little spicy. Spicy? How spicy can it be? Liao Desui received the bubble pepper phoenix claws and said with a face full of disdain, I'm the king of spicy in the Northeast. Let me help you guys taste how spicy these chicken claws are. With those words, he reached out and twisted a piece of the fattest chicken claw and put it in his mouth to chew on it. With just the first bite, he felt that the chicken claws were savory and refreshing. Soon it was chewed, and swallowed along with the chicken bones. Then grimacing, he tried to twist another piece, but Ding Laishan snatched it away and asked, no, whether it's good or not, why don't you say something? Liao Deshui's lips were already red and swollen at this time, like 2 blood sausages. As a native of the Northeast, even if he could eat spicy food, how could he challenge this hellish difficulty at the beginning? But as spicy as the pickled pineapple claws were, the savory flavor won out, so he simply couldn't stop. Hisha, it tastes fine. I'll try a few more pieces for you. He said he was going to reach for it again, but Ding Laishan slapped it away. Pa! Then he gave him a blank look. You kid, enough, just a few pieces. You tasted finished what we eat? As he spoke, he took the remaining chicken claws and divided them equally among everyone, according to their number, because the Red Army had just said that no one could take more than they could eat, and even though he was a platoon leader, he didn't dare to knowingly violate the law. As expected, a few people's lips soon swelled into sausages after eating the phoenix claws, but then they can't stop because their body is telling them that it just needs all that salt and protein so badly. Chapter 94, Ding Laishan reveals his heart. Next up were pickled pork rinds and pickled bamboo shoots. The flavor was as good as ever. It was spicy, but the Northeast Army soldiers needed the salt and fat so badly. And a little spicy food on a cold day is the equivalent of warming up your body. So 3 bags of pickled peppers for 5 people is just barely enough to share. Even the juice in the bag wasn't wasted, and was split between several people. Liao Desui, who tore open and licked the 3 bags of pickled peppers, somewhat unfulfilled, said, ugh, if only I could eat these every day. When the crowd heard this, their faces, which had just been somewhat satisfied, immediately became gloomy. Why wouldn't they have a change of heart, even if they thought about it with their butts? Today the Red Army is well supplied and strong. Even Ding Laishan thought that if he could eat these things on a regular basis, even if he was allowed to be a big-headed soldier. Junko, is that you? As he froze, Ding Laishan heard a familiar and affectionate shout. So he hurriedly turned his head and looked at the Red Army soldier who called him by his nickname, and looked. Then he got up and said excitedly, your brother Cannon? That's right, Wu Baofeng's nickname was Wu de Cannon, and he was an artillery platoon leader in the Northeast Army in his early years. Later on, after he died, he broke away from the Northeast Army, and it was Ding Laishuan's turn to be the platoon leader. That said, Ding Laishuan's artillery skills can still be taught by Wu Baofeng's hands. Brother Cannon, it's really you. Liao Desui also recognized Wu Baofeng. Back then he was also a soldier under Wu Baofeng's hand, but not less by its care. Wu Baofeng also nodded towards it and immediately walked over, looking at his former big brother in a camouflage uniform with a boxer pistol on his belt. It doesn't take much thought to realize that the other side is designated to be doing just fine in the Red Army. The crowd could not speak of envy in their hearts. Brother Cannon, back then I thought that you left the army without saying a word and went back to the northeast, but it turns out that you joined the Red Army. Ding Lishuan's tone was tinged with concern and a bit of grumbling. Wu Baofeng punched him in the chest. Look at you. Why would I stay in the Northeast Army? What's the point of staying in the Northeast Army? As for going back to the Northeast, it was definitely impossible to go back at that time. The brats were clearing out the remnants of the Northeast Army everywhere. So wouldn't going back be a self-inflicted disaster? I joined the Red Army because they were genuinely anti-Japanese. And I joined whoever was genuinely anti-Japanese at the time anyway. Then he looked Ding Lishuan's second lieutenant uniform up and down and grinned. Oh, you kid mixed well. Are from the big head soldier mixed into the platoon commander. Ding Lishun, who knew how many pounds he had, was a little embarrassed. Alas, big gun brother, what platoon commander? Oh, on my point of artillery technology, not all you teach, and now I'm your prisoner, which isn't bad when you think about it like that. Wu Baofeng was immediately amused at his words. Ha ha ha, you kid, you're still as loopy as ever. After laughing, Wu Baofeng said with a serious face, by the way Shunzi, what are the next plans? Intend? Ding Lishun dropped his head and sighed softly. I can have what plan? Go back, still don't know whether we'll be court-martialed. I guess we'll take off this uniform. Wu Baofeng looked at him with a bit of a smile. Take off your uniform and you're willing to give it up? And what else can you do besides firing cannons? Oh, cannon brother. Shunzi brother will also iron. Ancestral old craft. Liao Desui laughed. Ding Lishun gouged him out. Just your doggone wit. Then he looked at Wu Baofeng. I won't hide it from you brother Big Cannon. I've been a soldier for a long time, and it's really stifling. Now that the higher-ups are pushing us, the Northeast Army, to fight you, it's obvious that they want us to consume each other. You say this goes on, when will it end? When can we fight our way back to the Northeast? So, instead of holding back as a soldier, I'd rather go home and be free to make iron. When we return to the Northeast one day, I'll also take a knife and fight with the little devils. Even if I die, I'll kill a few devils as a cushion. When he said those last words, Ding Lishun was almost biting his back teeth as he read them. Brother Shunzi, I'll go with you if you go. Liao Desui couldn't help but interject. I miss my mother. As long as I can see her old man once, I'm not afraid even if I have to fight the brats. Wu Baofeng nodded and patted their shoulders comfortingly. Don't look like these northeastern troops didn't look like they had much fighting ability after they were captured. But if there is a chance to fight back to the northeast, they are all wailing good men. None of them are greedy and afraid of death. Just on the wrong side of the fence. Today, although the Red Army is strong, it is in dire need of all kinds of expertise. A total of 54 heavy guns of both types could barely use less than 20 of them. As to the reason, it was not for lack of skilled and good artillery personnel. There were also the hundreds of fours, and more than half of them had to be sealed for the time being because of the lack of automobile soldiers. In order to solve this problem as soon as possible, upon the request of the division chiefs, it was unanimously decided by the chiefs at all levels to dig deeper into the potential of the soldiers in the Northeast Army, especially artillery and automobile soldiers. Even those who could read and write were drawn in by the Red Army. Anyone who can be absorbed and drawn in can be broken into the Red Army, but only if the person absorbed has no bad habits, like those who smoke cigarettes and love to gamble. Even if their skills are excellent, the Red Army is determined not to, and the reason why the Red Army is feeding these prisoners well this time, it is to show them that the Red Army of today has long been old and new. Not only the weaponry, but even the logistical supplies were much better than the National Army. Moreover, the purpose of being a soldier is not to eat a full meal. Following the Red Army will not only eat, but also follow the fight back to the Northeast in the future. On the contrary, the Northeastern Army, even if it is the main force of the Central Army's old Chang's heart, does it have these heavy artillery? Do they have this many shells? Do you have pickled pineapple claws and pickled pork rinds? Just ask. In the face of such temptation, those Northeastern Army prisoners, who can resist? So Wu Baofeng didn't hide anything and directly said, Junko and Shuei, you are both good artillerymen. Are you willing to be buried down there and go be a civilian? Seeing that the crowd did not speak, he continued, now that our hometown has fallen, our hometown fathers and mothers are still looking forward to us fighting our way back. Ding Lishun face full of bitterness. He is not willing to be in such a situation. It's just that today there is a war weariness that pervades the Northeast Army from top to bottom. These are the legacies of losing the Northeast, because they are now like rootless floating weeds, drifting around. The old regulars seemed polite, but most of the time they were just treated as if they were bereaved. Not only are weapons and ammunition not replenished in a timely manner, but even logistical supplies are issued on a day-to-day basis. Originally, they had been able to keep the Red Army out of the fortified city before by taking advantage of their weaponry. Now even that advantage is gone, so it makes sense to lose your essence for a while. Thinking about this, Ding Laishan tried to ask, "Brother Cannon, what do you think we should do? We'll all listen to you." Wu Baofeng immediately raised the corner of his mouth and pointed to the 122mm howitzer not far away. "If I let you guys primp that thing now, would it still work?" Ding Laishan was then stunned. The other party obviously meant what he said. Could it be that? Chapter 95, Joining the Red Army. It was too late to think carefully, and Ding Laishan hurriedly patted his chest. "No problem, Brother Cannon. I wouldn't dare to say anything else, but when it comes to discharging cannons, I'm not much worse than you now. That's the thing about the military. When it's time to show up and fight, you mustn't show weakness." Of course, that's something Wu Baofeng is happy to see. He nodded in satisfaction and asked, "Then are you willing to join our Red Army?" Seeing that the crowd froze on the spot, Wu Baofeng thought that they were not happy and hurriedly said, "I don't dare to say anything else, except for the lack of pay. The food and drink must be much better than the Northeastern Army, and they also send separate nutritional supplements and tea and stuff every month. As long as you follow the Red Army with all your heart, I promise to treat you like my own people." Looking at the unbelievable expressions of Ding Laishuan's several people, Wu Baofeng somewhat anxiously said, "No Junko, what are you waiting for? You say something on their behalf." Only then did Ding Laishan react and hurriedly said, "Brother Cannon, we were brothers before. What do you take us for?" Wu Baofeng was confused. He didn't say anything wrong. Then I heard the other man continue, "Without those conditions, are we not going to join the Red Army?" Upon hearing this, Liao Desui hurriedly agreed. "Yes, Brother Cannon. What does it matter whether there are nutrients in tea or not when you can have a chance to fight your way back to the northeast by following the Red Army?" Ding Laishan nodded his head in satisfaction, feeling that Liao Desui, the kid, had finally been reliable for a time, so he continued, "Brother Cannon, I just want to ask you, after we join the Red Army, will we be able to have heavy artillery primed? If there were, I'd die following the Red Army." The others chimed in at that. "That's right, Brother Cannon. As long as I can primp the heavy artillery, if I don't get my pay, I don't get my pay. And anyway, it's not much money, and I can't buy 2 taels of salt. Yes, I'd die if I could bomb the little devils with heavy artillery for once." Wu Baofeng could not help but wipe his face, thinking that the other party would raise any outrageous demands. It turned out that they were worried that even if they joined the Red Army, it would not be their turn to primp the heavy artillery. This would have been worse than killing these artillerymen if they had gone as common soldiers. Unbeknownst to the Red Army this time, they just dragged 10 122mm howitzers out to help in the battle, and the 152mm caliber grenades have not moved at all and are currently sitting in the heavy artillery brigade for a dinner party. If you really drag it out, it's not like hitting a mosquito with a cannon. There were also nearly 60 107mm rocket launchers that had not even been removed from their wooden crates because there were no artillerymen, so they had to remain quietly in storage. "You guys can each play one if you like." Thinking of this, Wu Baofeng somewhat playful flavor, "Hoping that you think that our Red Army only these 10 heavy artillery?" The crowd looked at each other in disbelief and dared to think that there were more than 10 doors. "I don't know that the Red Army is so poor that it has a bunch of cannons left." Only Wu Baofeng doesn't dare to say so. "Cannonball, you mean you still have heavy artillery you haven't hauled out?" Although this question involves military secrets, but because it is really curious, Ding Laishan still cannot help but ask. Wu Baofeng just smiled faintly and said lightly, "You're not one of our Red Army artillerymen, and all I can tell you is that our Red Army has artillery of a larger caliber than this." After saying that, Wu Baofeng had a haughty look on his face, that little look in his eyes, living like a rich man with a fortune. The crowd stared at each other with their mouths open. With their understanding of Wu Degun, the other party would never deceive themselves over such a thing. If there were any heavy artillery of a larger caliber than the 122mm, it would have to be the 150mm plus cannon howitzer. This is heavy equipment that can be called a protectorate. There are few things in the world today that have more firepower than this thing on land, with the exception of certain naval and coast defense guns. One shot, and even the strongest fortification can be broken. And at this time, the Republic of China as the top 3 countries in the world in terms of geographic area and the first in terms of population. It's a joke to say that a total of 400 million people can't come up with a single heavy artillery piece. So much so that on the eve of the war Lao Chang had to use the exchange of minerals to buy guns from the mustache guy, who was still on good terms. The reason for this is not only because the country is extraordinarily poor, but a heavy artillery piece alone, plus tractor trucks. The gold that would have been required to be spent at that time would have had to be measured in tons, and that's not even counting the shells, which would be an even more horrific price if they were equipped with a few more bases of ammunition. With the strength of the Republican government at that time, it simply had the will to do so. Secondly, it is because the Western imperialists, fearful of offending Japan, have imposed a soft arms embargo on us. That is, you cannot export finished artillery and other heavy weapons, but you can export semi-finished raw materials such as seamless steel pipes. It's just that this restriction hit the very nail on the head of the Republic at the time. As a standard agricultural country, even if a complete set of raw materials and corresponding equipment is provided, there is simply no way to reprocess raw materials without sufficient electricity and the appropriate skilled labor. On the contrary, as the only industrialized country in Asia at that time, the Little Benjamin, as long as there are raw materials, there will be a steady stream of heavy weapons of all types. So the gap between the Republic of China and the Little Bens in terms of national and military power grew wider and wider, and the Little Benji, who had long tasted the dividends of war, was naturally eyeing the weak Republic. Just ask if there's a kid squatting on the side of the road who's carrying a heavy load. Its brain was close to carving the words rich, weak, quick grab. Adults passing by who are in their right mind are born out of mischief. The good quality ones will resort to pitfalls to get the stuff into their hands. If you meet a robber like Little Benjamin, it's sure to be more enjoyable to kill and take the treasure. Therefore, weakness is the original sin. If you are not militarily strong, you will only be passively beaten. Ding Laishun, who has also seen the world, just a little thought and then firmly said, Brother Cannon, as long as the Red Army doesn't mind my Northeastern Army origins, I'll leave these 100+ pounds to you. Good brother. Wu Baofeng was a little excited as he wrapped his shoulders around him. We in the Red Army preach that everyone is equal. As long as you follow the discipline and listen to the command, you are our comrade. And me, Brother Big Gun. Liao Desui also no longer hesitated and said, I'll give this head of mine to the Red Army, too, as long as I can fight the little devils. It's fine to rip my head off and use it as a cannonball. Ha ha ha, you kid just knows how to talk nonsense. Wu Baofeng laughed out loud and wagged his shoulder. You'll have to change in the future. Hey, okay Brother Cannon, I promise to change. Liao Desui took off his hat and scratched the back of his head and said, how dare the other three see this and hesitate? Now the Red Army is strong. Even the logistical supplies are so bold. Why did you go back to the Northeast Army? Is it that the pickled pineapple claws don't smell good, or the howitzers aren't loud enough? So he hurriedly said, I am also willing to join the Red Army. Me too. The same thing happened in all parts of the POW camps. Wherever there was a Northeastern Army POW with a skill, anyone without a bad habit can choose to join the ranks of the Red Army. Of course, membership is entirely voluntary, and those who did not want to join the Red Army were able to pay their way and leave freely. Surprisingly, for the matter of joining the Red Army, the Northeastern Army, which had always been xenophobic, showed a great deal of enthusiasm. It was not only the regular officers and enlisted men who signed up in large numbers. Even several battalion and regimental cadres were willing to start as big-headed soldiers in the Red Army ranks. The reason for this was simply because they saw in the Red Army the hope that they could fight their way back to the Northeast. That's what most of the Northeastern Army is obsessed with. Chapter 96, Receiving Supplies After Joining the Red Army. With Wu Baofeng's introduction, Ding Laishun and Liao Desui quickly completed the registration procedures for joining the Red Army. When the people realized that Wu Baofeng was actually the commander of the heavy artillery battalion now, they almost didn't drop their jaws. Thinks Wu Degun is a little too lucky. It's amazing how quickly you can go up a few levels in a row when you change your family. Wu Baofeng doesn't explain this. He just takes off his Red Army cap, revealing the long, ghastly scar on the top of his head. The people realized that they could be promoted in the Red Army by not being afraid of death and daring to fight for their lives. It's just that Ding Laishuan's original rank of second lieutenant had to be removed to start as a squad leader. While Liao Desui was originally a squad leader, he can now only start as an ordinary soldier. So did several others. There was no objection to this. I just want to be able to fit in with the team and primp the heavy artillery I've been longing for as soon as possible. The people were still wearing the uniforms of the Northeastern Army, even though they had already gone through the formalities. It made a few people feel awkward anyway they looked at it. Brother Shunzi, when do you think we'll get new uniforms? The more I look at this one, the worse it looks. Oh yeah, and that gun. It looks a lot better than our old Hanyan made. Tell me, when are we going to get one of these? The impatient Liao Desui couldn't help but ask. Ding Laishun frowned and analyzed. Alas, as we are here, we should not be allotted new uniforms so soon when we first arrive. And as you can see, what a nice fabric the uniform is on Battalion Commander Wu, and it's lined with tumbled wool. Uniforms like this one are designated as unqualified for the average person. As for the new guns, if you were a troop commander, would you immediately give the weapons to someone who had just defected? Liao Desui thought about it. It's good enough that they treat you well. Don't stomp on your nose and ask for supplies and guns. So he sighed softly. Alright, anyway, there's a long way to go. Let's train seriously. and will surely become a full-fledged Red Army. Junko, Xiao Shu-A, hurry up and follow me. Wu Baofeng was a little anxious to find the two of them at the edge of the tent. Canon. No, Battalion Commander Wu, where are we going? Ding Laishan hurriedly got up and asked. Where to? Wu Baofeng looked at them like little cuties, staring at the Northeast Army uniforms on them as if they were. You and Shu-A will come with me to get your supplies right away. You look awkward in your skins. No mistake, right, Battalion Commander. We can receive supplies even if we just arrived? Ding Laishan said with some disbelief. Wu Baofeng pretended to be angry. What do you mean just came later? Now you are our comrades and comrades. Hurry up and go with me to get the supplies. Just the two of you will go with me. Then without further ado, he led several people towards the supply depot. Along the way Ding Laishan and Liao Desui were both a bit muddled, but their faces were wearing a surprised smile. They even saw some of the newly defected Northeastern Army, already wearing brand new uniforms, looking not unlike the Red Army. If you don't say or people rely on clothes, as long as you change a uniform, that essence is completely different. When he saw the densely written one-page list of supplies, Ding Laishan was immediately dumbfounded. He pointed to the list, his voice trembling a bit. Battalion Commander, this is all one man's supply of supplies? The reason I ask is because the Red Army gives so much. The list of supplies is in order from the beginning to the end. 1 marching backpack, 1 marching water bottle, a set of winter combat cotton uniforms, 1 pair of combat cotton shoes, 1 set of thermal underwear, 2 pairs of cotton socks, 1 towel, 1 blanket, 2 tails of jasmine tea, 2 tails of fruit candy, half a pound of soy milk powder. In this regard, Wu Baofeng has long been accustomed to think that he hadn't fared much better than the other guy when he picked up his supplies. So turned to comfort. Oh, of course it's for one person. Have you ever seen 2 people carrying a marching backpack? Okay, Junko, hurry up and confirm the list of supplies and sign for your stuff. There's a line behind you. Ah, good. Ding Laishan came back to his senses and hurriedly signed his name dolefully. And note on the back, help the newly formed artillery squad 3 pick up 5 supplies. When several people returned to camp carrying a large pile of supplies, the 3 left behind rushed to get up and help, and asked how many people were actually using them. Their consternation was overflowing when they learned that it was a supply of supplies for 5 people. None of them could believe it was true. Even if the uniforms, backpacks, boots, and water bottles are not enough, you are actually issued underwear as well as blankets. It is important to know that during the Republican period blankets were a rarity and could not be produced domestically, but had to rely on imports. The Red Army actually treated it as a supply and issued it directly to ordinary soldiers. That's not even a problem, but it's actually thoughtful to distribute toiletries. Toothpaste and toothbrushes can be foreign. From memory it was only used by senior officers above regimental level. Even more outrageously, the Red Army gave nutritious food and tea to ordinary soldiers. With such conditions and treatment, does it matter if there is a military pay or not? Just as the crowd was rubbing the supplies that belonged to them with a mesmerized face, Wu Baofeng, who thought of something, crossed his arms and said, "Oh yeah, Junko, I remember you can ride a bike, right?" Ding Laishan wasn't sure why the other party asked, so he honestly said, "We'll ride, Battalion Commander? That stuff can be learned once." Wu Baofeng continued, "When we get back to Legion HQ, you'll get another bike for your new 3rd Squad's transportation." Ding Laishan thought he had heard a mistake and hurriedly put down the blanket in his hand. What do you mean, Battalion Commander? We still have a squad with transportation? Wu Baofeng was smiling. Yeah, is that weird? Each of our Red Army officers above the class level gets a bicycle, for the class use only, of course. Geez, you guys, no, are our Red Army so rich now? Ding Laishan was so excited that he almost spoke nonsense. Bicycles were a rarity in the Republic of China. Not only are they dead expensive, but they're usually not available for the money. A lot of people have to pay extra to pick up a bike just to get one. How similar to the price increase for buying a car over at Suvan. Rich? The corner of Wu Baofeng's mouth twitched. This guy really thinks the Red Army is a landlord? Then he blankly glanced at the other party and said, "Our Red Army is now rich, but I must also remind you that you must care for your supplies, and whoever willfully damages them will have to carry disciplinary action." Understood, Battalion Commander. Ding Laishan hurriedly stood up straight and responded, then looked at the others behind him. "Anyone who doesn't love what the troops issue will see if I don't skin him." The crowd also nodded their heads at the words. Who dares to spoil such a good thing? This is not looking for whiplash. Wu Baofeng smiled as he hurriedly waved his hand at his words. Oh, natural wear and tear is fine. For example, toothbrushes and toothpaste are reissued every 3 months. Tea, fruit candy and soy milk powder are issued once a month, and everything else is resupplied based on actual wear and tear. The crowd couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. So it wasn't a one-time distribution, and consumables like tea, candy, and soy milk powder are collected monthly. No wonder the Red Army doesn't pay its soldiers. These things would have been scarce on the market. Even if you take it to the black market to trade, that's still better than money. Chapter 97 The Return of the Northeastern Army. And when the Northeast Army was still in the old country, the average soldier could get a maximum of $7 a month in military pay, although there is still a gap relative to the Central Army. But the good thing was that the Northeast was rich in produce at that time, so you could eat meat like pork stew and vermicelli almost every week. Even rice and buds can be seen every day. But since losing their old home, the treatment of the Northeast Army has plummeted. The common soldier was reduced from $7 a month in military pay to $2 a month, and for that there was no way to honor it month by month. As for food, basically is coarse grain stick noodles top full. 10 days and a half months cannot see a meat. So such troops faced the Red Army, which was full of vigor and far more advanced in weapons and equipment. Surrender is the only option. As for being humiliated or not, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's meat that's all rotting in the pan anyway. Alright, you guys change out of the clothes you're wearing first and return this skin to Commander-in-Chief Shen later. Wu Baofeng left a sentence and was just about to leave, but he was stopped by Ding Laishun. It only scratched its head and grated a bit. Battalion Commander, we have the supplies, but the guns, when will they be issued? Ding Laishun pointed somewhat covetously at the rifle on the other man's shoulder. When are we going to get one of those guns you guys have? In fact, Ding Laishun is also like Liao Desui, although he is an artilleryman, but he also has a deep obsession with guns. He had also long coveted the guns on the Red Army's back, but was just too embarrassed to mention it. Now that the Reds were treating them exactly like their own family, he plucked up the courage to try and ask. When Wu Baofeng heard this, he reacted and dared to forget about this matter. So he hurriedly removed the gun from his back, unloaded all the bullets, and slipped them into the cartridge belt at his waist. He then handed the gun to Ding Laishun with a haughty look on his face. It's called a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle. It has a long range and can be fired in bursts. And with fast enough hands, it can be used as a light machine gun. Really, Battalion Commander? My God, our Red Army actually has this kind of weapon. Ding Laishun's eyes were shining, and he stroked the 56.5 with a loving face. The others saw this and immediately came over, especially Liao Desui, as if his eyes were about to fall out. Good, with this gun, we don't have to be afraid of the Bratz Type 38 anymore. Hey, even without guns, I can still beat the out of the little devils. However, he touched the three-pronged bayonet that was as thin as chopsticks again and said with slight regret, it's just that this bayonet is so thin, and it doesn't seem to have a blade. Wu Baofeng knew that the other party hadn't seen the world, and thought that when he was first issued this gun, he had the same question. It was only later, after the gunsmith's explanation, that I realized how terrible the bayonet was. So he also followed suit and explained, Xiao Shuwei, don't underestimate this bayonet. It's called a three-pronged military spike. It's forged and built with alloy steel, the strength of which cannot be matched by any bayonet on the market. Then pointing to the groove on the military spike, he explained, see, it's called a blood groove, and it doesn't usually get stuck when stabbed into the human body. And once you stab an enemy, the wound will be difficult to sew up, and the enemy will bleed out quickly even if they don't die. He then said with a mysterious look on his face, and it's rumored to be hardened with poison and has fused with the military spikes, so don't you guys ever use it to pry cans in the future. The chief said that anyone who dares to pry the cans will be put in solitary confinement without mercy. The crowd couldn't help but break into a cold sweat at the words. It seemed that the Red Army was indeed ruthless. Even the bayonet is poisoned, but wouldn't that be perfect for a barrel book? As for the matter of whether the three-pronged army is thorns or really hardened poison, it is indeed a rumor. Only a small amount of arsenic element remains in the quenching process. Not much toxicity, but the greedy Liao Desui was the first to return. That battalion commander, you mean we can still get canned food? At the mention of canned goods, the cravings in Wu Baofeng's stomach were also hooked, and he swallowed his saliva. Hey, yeah, we Reds get canned luncheon meat and cabbage stew at least once a week, and white rice and white flour every day. White rice? Liao Desui, as a native of the Northeast, was a heavy rice lover. Battalion commander, don't cajole me, I'm dying for a bowl of white rice, but since leaving the Northeast, I've basically said goodbye to rice. You should know that in this era of the Republic of China, due to the limitations of farming conditions, northern rice can be more valuable than white flour, especially during the Japanese period. Little Benji severely restricted the consumption of rice by the people of the Northeast, treating it as a military supply. It could only be consumed by the Japanese and the hypocrites, and ordinary people who dared to consume it were considered to have committed a crime, and the punishment was quite severe. And most of the tens of thousands of tons of rice that Su Wen brought with him came from the granary, even though all the rice is about 2 years old. All of them have been professionally tested and the content of harmful substances is within the range. The texture is slightly inferior to new rice, but it is still full of grains and has a great rice flavor. And the reason why Suwon bought the aged rice from the granary was partly because it was cheap. Aged rice was at least half as cheap as new rice. On the other hand, because the demand in northern Shanxi was just too great, the new rice could basically only be prioritized to satisfy the people on Suwon's side. So we can only temporarily condescend to the people and soldiers on the Shanbei side. Later on, when we take that promised land from ancient times in the central South Peninsula, we'll make that side our own breadbasket. Now I heard that the Red Army could eat rice almost every day. How could this not excite Liao Desui? He was so nostalgic for those days of one bite of white rice and one bite of sauerkraut. Wu Baofeng patted his shoulder. What am I coaxing you for? It seems like tonight it's just white rice and a luncheon meat stew with vermicelli sub. Liao Desui wiped his mouth as he sniffed. As long as I can eat white rice on a regular basis, my life is in the hands of our Red Army. Ding Laishan similarly gulped and plucked him out without a good look. Look at you. Don't be lazy in your training from now on. Wu Baofeng looked at the crowd and said seriously, comrades, in the future, the warlord style can't be brought into our Red Army ranks. As for the gun, it will have to wait until we get back to the uniform training on firearms usage norms before they can be issued. So let's all hold our horses for a moment. Do you hear me? The crowd rushed to attention at the words and said in unison, I hear you. On the other hand, when it was learned that the northeastern troops who chose to stay were receiving the same supplies as the Red Army, those northeastern troops who were originally wavering and fearful of a life of misery, immediately there were offers to rejoin the Red Army, but the Reds won't be accommodating these wallflowers for a while. Just ask them to take those weapons and equipment of the Northeast Army and hurry to leave the Red Army's defense zone. And they were warned that if they dared to come with weapons next time, they would be sure to get a taste of heavy artillery. Watching his former comrades, drooping heads, leave in despair with a bunch of old equipment, those who chose to join the Red Army at the outset were none the less grateful. Chapter 98 Pork Stew with Vermicelli. The Red Army was quite generous, except for confiscating the gold and silver dollars of the officials. For the captured weapons and ammunition, all of them are autumn without offense. Almost all of them let the surrendered soldiers to bring back, even the 75mm mountain guns, which were treated as treasures by the other side, were dragged back together, sort of giving that still patriotic commander-in-chief Zhang a shred of face, after all. But whoever had used the equipment that Suwon had brought with him, who would still look at those old and outdated equipment? With that, 2 divisions totaling 20,000 troops. In the end, less than 5,000 people were left to return to Zhang Xiujuan's side to resume their duties. At night, just after dark, the entire Red Army camp could smell the aroma of pork stew with vermicelli as well as white rice. This is also a deliberate arrangement by the higher authorities. For Wang Fushan and their 71st Division, they were able to solve the Bencher problem without bloodshed. Even the chiefs were greatly surprised. Thought it would be easy to take down Bach, but didn't think it would start with preparing for the offense and go all the way to the end. The whole process took less than 2 hours, and actually completely annihilated the other side's 20,000 troops, and even many of the preliminaries were not used, and to make the newly joined brothers of the Northeast Army feel at home. So a meal with such a hometown flavor was arranged. It just so happens that among those supplies Suwon shipped, there were nearly 1,000 tons of sweet potato flour. It was still a special acquisition from a town he had come from in response to the call for poverty alleviation. It's guaranteed to be the real deal sweet potato flour, without the technology and hard work. When it was time for the meal to be served, the former soldiers of the Northeast Army all lined up with their lunchboxes and enameled cups, eagerly waiting for the meal to be served. When I saw the soldiers of the cooking class, in groups of 2, carrying stainless steel buckets the size of water tanks to the front of the queue, the moment the lid of the bucket was removed, the crowd immediately exploded. It smells so good. It's the flavor of pork stew with vermicelli. My Amma and Elder Buddha. I'm eating authentic hometown food again. One of them closed his eyes and sniffed hard towards the side of the meal. Ha ha, yes, that's the flavor. Why does it feel a bit spicy? It should have a lot of chili in it. Oh, what's wrong with a little spice? If you can't eat it, dump it all on me later. Immediately someone responded. How can I not eat it? It's good to be spicy. Anyway, it's cold. Eating more chili peppers can still protect you from the cold. The warrior who had just said it was spicy was immediately unhappy. The reason it smells spicy is because the cooking team put a lot of bean paste in it to make the pork stew with vermicelli more flavorful. Needless to say also no, must be Suwon from over there to bring over the Pi County Duban. And Suwon bought these dozens of tons of bean paste purely by chance. That bean paste business is facing bankruptcy because of poor sales. After hearing that Suwon had purchased bulk food in large quantities, he immediately found HX Company and hoped that Suwon, on his part, could help purchase a batch. with the idea of supporting local enterprises, as long as the quality is qualified and the price is fair. Suwon naturally comes to the rescue. Anyway, there are a lot of heads who can eat spicy food in northern Shaanxi, and maybe in the future the bean paste will be able to enter the national banquet dishes. Of course, all of this is an afterthought. As the crowd talked, the warriors began to take turns at the meal. A full cup of pork stew with vermicelli for each person, plus a full box of white rice. The food is just 1 cup, and the rice is a whole rice buffet as long as you don't waste it. Everyone served their meals and all sat around in groups. The pork stew with vermicelli was oily and fragrant, obviously with a lot of cooking oil. This made the fighters, who seldom come into contact with fats and oils in their day-to-day lives, simply overjoyed. My goodness, how much oil does that take? Looking at the oily pork stewed vermicelli, Liao Desui, who has always been greedy, actually could not put his mouth. Then he looked back to the lunchbox full of white rice with grains. There's actually not even a grain of roughage in there with the stones. You know that earlier still in the northeast that time, steamed white rice also have to with sorghum rice. Bud rice would with steam. Otherwise no amount of white rice will stand up to the build. But the Red Army actually used all white rice to steam rice. How rich the logistics must be to do such a thing. Seeing Liao Desui looking at the food and not caring about the food, Ding Laishun, who was taking a big mouthful of noodles, couldn't help but ask, Desui, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and eat, it's getting cold. But see Liao Desui still not moved, just a face of sighing. Squad leader, we are not in a dream, right? Put, cough. Ding Laishun almost didn't choke. A quick pat on the chest made it feel better. He proceeded to twist half of the vermicelli out of his nostrils with his fingers, looked at it, and then stuffed it into his mouth as if nothing had happened, smashing it. You kid, hurry up and eat. Don't think so much about what's there. Go back and designate that you can primp the heavy artillery. Let's just train and fight hard from now on. Alas, I miss my mother, and I don't know if her old man will be able to eat these on New Year's Day. Food in front, Liao Desui instead lamented. A look of food cannot swallow. Ding Laishun first froze, then put down the lunchbox and enamel cup in his hand and comforted. We're all from the northeast. Who doesn't want to go home? But rice has to be eaten one bite at a time, right? As our battalion commander said, as long as our artillery forms a fighting force, sooner or later we'll be able to fight our way back to the northeast and drive little Ben back. Class president, what are you doing with my pork stew with vermicelli? As he froze, a large hand reached towards Liao Deshui's pork stew with vermicelli. Frightened, he rushed to protect his hands and stared at the other party with a wary face. Ding Laishun face a bad smile, pretending to say, hey, I'm not to see you have no appetite. Let it cool down, will not be delicious. Liao Desui hurriedly took a sharp bite and smashed his mouth. Who says I don't have an appetite? I can eat anything you bring me another cup. Humph, you need to change your warlord style. After saying that, Liao Desui blankly glanced at the other party. Then he took a big bite of his meal. Tonight, the whole camp is as lively as New Year's Eve. As far as I can remember, after leaving my hometown, this is the first time I've had such delicious hometown food. Many northeastern men who miss their hometowns even cried as they ate. The Red Army commanders who saw this scene were all moved. These native northeastern men have been repressed for far too long. When they quit the northeast without much resistance, many people called the Northeast Army a bunch of cowards. The nationalist region was even criticized by many newspapers in large print, calling them a bunch of spineless, death-fearing Chinese. In fact, during the Liberation War, our troops are recognized as the strongest fighting force of the four fields, almost all of the northeastern people as the base. All through the 3 battles, the old regulars were beaten to a pulp and retreated to the bends. So one thing is amply proved, and that is that a soldier is a bear, and a general is a bear. Whether the battle is strong or not depends on who commands and leads it. Those former Northeastern Army fighters, who had been suppressed for a long time, saw hope in the ranks of the Red Army. So there was an oath that they would integrate into the Red Army as soon as possible. Even if it's to fight back to the Northeast early, you have to train hard. This has saved the political cadres of the troops a lot of trouble in doing ideological work for the new recruits. Chapter 99, Hearing Bad News. Chang'an, Public House No. 5. Bach and surrounding areas lost the next day. He soon ran over in a hurry early in the morning, looking at his young master, who was dressed in silk pajamas and reading the newspaper. He instead didn't know how to speak. That, Commander-in-Chief, Shishun said with a bitter look on his face, wanting to say something. Zhang Shaoi blankly glanced at him and calmly sipped his coffee as he spoke. I say, Heishuan, you're at least my adjutant. Can you be a little more steady? Fussy all day. Say, what's the matter? Commander-in-Chief, the 119th and 116th divisions are back, Heishuan said carefully. Well, it's good to be back safely. The Red Army has always been benevolent, wanting equipment not human lives. As long as our men are still around, the 2 divisions will soon be rearmed. With an air of unpredictability, Zhang Xiaojun stared at the newspaper and said to himself, after all, it has always been the Red Army's preference to treat prisoners, at best, disarming the guns and then releasing all the men back. In his opinion, Master Zhang Xiao, the soldiers were the most important. As long as there are people around, he will always be Commander-in-Chief Zhang. Seeing that Shishuan didn't say anything and looked constipated, Master Zhang continued, is it possible that they begged you for mercy, hoping that I would not dispose of them? He seemed to have figured it out and waved his hand. It's okay, they have heavy howitzers, just surrender. They're all teams bent on fighting the Japanese anyway. Just don't give the old man a surrender by hitting little Ben in the future. No, Commander-in-Chief, he soon stammered, living like a child who had made a mistake. Pa! Zhang Xiaoyi slapped heavily to the desktop and said impatiently, it's not Heishuan. What's the matter, hurry up and say it. Heishuan was first stunned, then gritted his teeth and said, back to the Commander-in-Chief. The 119th and 116th Divisions have sent back their weapons and equipment. Ha! Zhang Xiaoyi was confused. When did the Red Army become a good Samaritan? It used to be that you had to capture even the old broken sets, but after a little thought, it was only natural for the other party to do so. After all, now that even large-caliber artillery is available, does he still care about his Northeast Army's little belongings? Very well, it seems that the other side wants to make friends with our Northeast Army. Since the other party threw in the towel, he couldn't be petty, so he gritted his teeth and sighed softly. Alas, Shanbei the other side if they can eat, let them take it themselves. Anyway, I cannot care so much. Let the brothers go back to recuperate. The Civil War lost nothing. Do not lose the soul of our Northeast Army, the future against the small Benzi and then fight to the end. No, Commander-in-Chief. His Hun didn't dare his eyes. Zhang Xiaoyi frowned and directly burst out. Not Shishuan. You have something to say. Just say it, don't give me pussy. Seeing that the other party was really angry, Shishan took a deep breath and said, that Commander-in-Chief, the brothers of the 119th and 116th Divisions, only came back with less than 5,000 men. What? Master Zhang stood up with a miso and a look of dared confidence. These two divisions of his surrendered without firing a single shot, and the other side still managed to kill over 10,000 of his men? The Red Army really dares to kill prisoners? Zhang Xiaoyi's eyes seemed like they were spitting fire. No killing, Commander-in-Chief, Heishuan hurriedly explained. According to those who came back, the 10,000 or so brothers, all of them switched to the Red Army. Boom! A thunderbolt from the clear sky. Xiao Zhang's brain buzzed and he almost stumbled and fell backwards. Luckily, he was assisted by the quick-eyed Shishuan. Master Shuai, are you alright? As he spoke, his Hun hurriedly sat the other man down, and then stroked him on the back. Since losing the Northeast, this blow counts as the biggest. It took a while for Zhang Xiaojun to slow down and asked with his eyes closed, Heishuan, is this news wrong? The reason why he asked such a question was because although his Northeast Army was not an ironclad one, it had always been xenophobic, and he and the old martial rivals have always been good. The early years of the entrenchment of the Northeast can never repay. It was only after arriving in the old man's territory that he was forced to look up to others. If someone else had said his soldiers would betray him, maybe he would have drawn his gun on the spot, but Shishuan was an old man of the handsome house. How could he joke about such things? Only Heishuan drooped his head and acquiesced. According to the men who came back, the 10,000 or so men all wore the uniforms of the Red Army and received supplies from the other side. The Red Army also gave them pork stew with vermicelli sub, saying that one by one. Seeing Zhang Xiaolong's face getting uglier and uglier, Shishuan didn't even dare to continue on. Say, how about each and every one of them? Little Master Zhang, who had slowed down, nearly growled. Shishuan hurriedly stood up straight and exclaimed, said they, one by one, were laughing more happily than they were getting their paychecks on New Year's Day. Snap! The coffee cup hit the floor hard with a crunch. These traitors, are they still Northeasterners? For a meal of pork stewed with vermicelli, they don't even care about their roots. North people South phase of Zhang Xiaomaster, regardless of the image, angry and cursed. This angered him even more than what Yang and Chang had done back then. These are his sons and daughters from the Northeast, and some of them are still related to him. I say dabbled because the old marshal had more aunts, many of whom joined the Northeast Army through the connections of several of their mothers, but at least it's half a relative. Actually he meow collective mutiny. Thinking about it was worse than killing him. Little master, what happened? Feng Ji, dressed in casual clothes, had just pushed her beloved bicycle through the door when she heard her husband's voice shouting and cursing, so he rushed into the house, concerned, but she saw her husband's back to her, looking like he didn't want to talk. Feng Ji could only look at Shishan and frowned. Shishan, what's going on? Ma'am, here's the thing. Immediately after hey by the way, The 119th Division fought with the 116th Division and surrendered en masse in a losing battle, and then most of the people mutinied en masse all over again. Hearing Fengji was dumbfounded. She wasn't surprised that so many people betrayed their husbands. After all, who wouldn't be motivated by profit? She just marveled at the Red Army's largesse. This was at least nearly 15,000 men's supplies, and they actually said they'd give them. Geez, they're generous. Zhang Xiaoyi turned his head and said somewhat angrily, "Big sister, why are you still helping them?" Fengji hurriedly changed her face and gently assisted the other party to sit down. "No, young lord, if it's just a few people defecting I don't think it matters much, but it's 10,000 or so of your own brothers, so it can't be that none of these guys were on your side before, can it?" Zhang Xiaoyi sniffed and calmed down a bit. A few people betrayal is indeed no big deal. After all, which troops do not produce a few traitors? But 15,000 people being traitors, that's certainly not something that can be simply explained in a sentence or two. And what do you think it's for, big sister? The so-called bystander. Fengji thought about it and guessed. Do I think it's because the Red Army is genuinely anti-Japanese? And she didn't dare say the latter words for fear of poking her husband in the gut. How could she not know her husband's desire to reclaim his homeland? It is only now that there is too great a difference in strength with little Benji, so it is temporarily snailed in Shanxi province to build up strength. Chapter 100 Unity and Economic Development. Little Master Zhang did not face the question directly when he heard it, but only slightly pondered and said, "It's true that the Red Army is sincere in their resistance to Japan, but do they have the strength? With just 10 heavy artillery pieces?" The reason why I ask this question is that the information I received earlier was that the Red Army had deployed 10 heavy artillery pieces to assist in the battle. According to his understanding, these 10 heavy cannons should be all the other party had. He didn't think the Reds could have much in the way of heavy weapons that even the old man didn't have. Otherwise, it is not so snail in northern Shanxi province. I guess it has long been the deer in the central plains. It was just that Fengji, who was not from a military background, had a different view on this. What if they have more than 10 heavy guns? Little master? The young master sniffed and then froze. Big sister. You mean? Fengji nodded heartily. Not bad. Since they dared to recruit and surrender our Northeast Army brethren, they must be trying to expand their strength. And since the other side has issued uniforms and other logistical supplies, there must be less weapons and equipment. The young master nodded slightly, and immediately looked to the side of the Shishun. By the way, Heishuan, how many of the artillery men have returned? His Hun thought about it, and indeed didn't notice the familiar artilleryman returning. No commander-in-chief, just 2 artillery regimental commanders came back. Oh yes, and the ones who know how to drive, and none of them seem to have come back. That's a heck of a lot of killing. Pick off the best and leave yourself some crooked ones. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaojun felt his eyes darken and almost didn't draw past. Luckily, he was given a hand by Fengji who was beside him. Little master, anger hurts the body. People go to high places. The brethren may be too eager to fight their way back to the northeast, so I can't blame them. Zhang Xiaojun was filled with bitter smiles. Yes, indeed. It's not their fault, it's mine. My inability as commander-in-chief to take them back to the fight. Fengji eyes full of heartache. Even if the year to withdraw from the northeast have not seen her husband so sad. Don't be like that, young master. Can't the old man do anything about it? As soon as he heard this, the young master became angry and immediately growled. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. When did the old man ever send a telegram that didn't urge me to fight the bandits? I have the energy to fight bandits, but not to fight the Japanese. Now it's good. The bandits haven't been eliminated, and our northeastern army is about to be taken over. If I'm pushed to the brink, I'll surrender to the Red Army too, and maybe I can really fight my way back to the northeast. Historically, the Northeastern Army and the National Army suffered successive setbacks due to joint banditry, so there was a gradual resistance to Baldi's approach of only fighting the civil war and not resisting the Japanese. It wasn't until later that he made secret contact with the Red Army, and what happened after that is known, which eventually led to a certain incident. And while the young master was imprisoned for life, General Tiger died with honor. Only this side of the world has been greatly strengthened by the Red Army, thanks to Su Wen's appearance, so much so that it changed the overall strategic deployment of the Red Army. The Red Army now has far more weapons and equipment than men. It would be too slow to just develop military power on its own. Therefore, it was decided by the deliberations of the leaders and chiefs that the unification of the enemy was the best option. The Northeast Army, the lucky one, then became the target of choice. As for the reasons, on the one hand, the Northeastern Army did not have any deep hatred with the Red Army and did not have much resistance to joining the Red Army. Secondly, the military quality of the Northeastern Army. But the local army is the top of the list. There are a lot of capable people in there, just in time for the Red Army to use them. The last is that the original strategic intent of the Red Army was to go north against the Japanese, in line with the vision of most of the Northeastern Army. And originally our army had a tradition of turning prisoners on the battlefield. Take the War of Liberation, when the Sano and the 74th Division fought each other to the point where bodies were strewn everywhere. In the end, the Sano were able to put down Chen Mei. Soon collect the remnants of the 74th Division and make them available to our army. The combat power that erupted afterward was equally impressive. This is the main reason why our army is getting more and more men and the National Army is getting less and less men. So in this side of the world, the Reds are just making this unification tactic in advance. Of course, Fengji knew that her husband was speaking in anger, not mentioning whether she could join the Red Army or not. Even if they wanted to, could the Red Army afford to take in 100,000 or so northeastern troops? So comforting. Don't be impulsive, young master. It hasn't come to that yet, and the old man is still polite to you, so it's better to report this matter as soon as possible. The young master sighed softly with a gloomy face. Alas, for the sake of today's solution also cannot care about what disgrace or not, can only report the matter to the old man? Let him see that this is the consequences of not resisting the Japanese. On the other hand, mid-January, according to Su Wen's plan, he wanted to rush to send as many supplies as possible to Shanbei before the Spring Festival of the Two Worlds. Nowadays, the chiefs are more and more active in their mines because they are well supplied and their troops are strong. I took the time to go back earlier and heard that following Su Wen's suggestion, the Red Army in northern Shanxi had set up the Red Star Trading Company, specialized in selling the huge amount of commodity materials sent by Su Wen in Shanbei. This move was not only to enrich the material life of the people of northern Shanxi, but also to break the inherent impression of the Red Army from the outside world. Hasn't the Nationalist Party always denigrated the Red Army for disliking businessmen and capitalists? Well, now that the Red Army has set up its own trading company, and sells better stuff than the NCA, and all the rest of it, such an approach directly puts the rumors to rest. Although such an arrangement would attract the attention of various forces, it would likewise attract many knowledgeable people to Shanbei, and its political significance is even greater. So on balance the pros always outweigh the cons. So it is not that the older generation does not know how to change. It is still not forced by the conditions. But who wants to be stuck in a rut and act conservatively when they have the means to do so? Just as Su Wen was pondering what to buy next, he suddenly received a call from Guan Guowei. Normally the two basically exchanged information, although the other mentioned earlier that he wanted to introduce someone to him. But Su Wen didn't take it seriously and just thought that the other party was just being polite. Now that I've reached out, I'm sure it's a no-brainer. Hey, Chief Guan, what can I do for you? Oh, little Su, why are you still calling the chief? Didn't I say it before? Call uncle, don't call anything chief. It sounds rusty. Guan Guowei flubbed his words in a serious manner. Su Wen deflated his mouth. This uncle is not good to call. It is not certain that he will have to lose a few $100 million. Previously, he had asked someone to inquire, and that previous batch of weaponry had cost Su Wen at least several $100 million, especially ammo, which people sell by the ton used. Guan Guowei's side is good, selling by the pill. Su Wen was now dripping blood in the side of his heart when he thought about it. But the good thing is that it's also a disguised support for military construction, so it's not a big deal when you think about it that way. So Su Wen paused and then said, forget it, I'd rather call you chief in my heart. By the way chief, what can I do for you? Alas, actually, it's no big deal. Guan Guowei on the other end of the phone sighed lightly. I just want to ask you, it's almost Spring Festival. Do you want to get another batch of weapons and ammunition? Su Wen was confused. Chief Guan, what does the Chinese New Year have to do with weapons and ammunition? Guan Guowei, who was on speakerphone, glanced at Zheng Xiaochang, whose eyes were quite unkind, and helplessly said, alas, I'm not thinking about the upcoming Spring Festival, how the African brothers have to buy some weapons and ammunition and so on, to celebrate. Well, we set off fireworks for Chinese New Year, but our African brothers shoot guns and firecrackers for Chinese New Year. Chapter 101, Old Squad Leader? Su Wen frowned and looked at the phone, his tone indifferent. I say, Chief Guan, don't make jokes like that. Those African clients of mine aren't rich enough to play with ammo as cannonballs. Just say what you have to say, okay? Alright then, that's what you said. Guan Guowei said directly. Isn't this the end of the year? I still have sales tasks not completed? So I thought of you, Xiao Su. Su Wen had a black line on his head. Dare I say that the equipment department also has a KPI assessment, and why wouldn't you think of something good for yourself? It was just that although Su Wen also wanted to buy a batch of weapons and ammunition, this time it was the other party who took the initiative to send them to his door. So what needs to be pretended still needs to be pretended. So he adjusted his tone and said, alas, I'm not going to hide it from you Chief Guan. My African customers still complain until now that those weapons and ammunition are expensive to buy. People sell used ammo by the ton. You, used ammo by the pill. Alas, this is not bullying honest people. Su Wen's tone was aggravated. At this moment, Zhang Xiaochang, who was standing next to Guan Guowei, had a very ugly expression. All that gold could have been their southwest originally. This Guan Guowei is really daring. Guan Guowei hurriedly avoided Zhang Xiaochang's eyes that were about to spit fire and wiped his sweat. That little Su. Don't get me wrong. I'm not still giving you 1,000,000 grenades. Look at it this way. How about if you exchange the remaining $1 billion for used weaponry? I'll do the honors and send you 50 million rounds of 7.62mm rifle ammunition? Su Wen was elated. This was a windfall. Okay, that's what you said. But then again, the price of the weaponry will have to be renegotiated, if it doesn't work. Before the words were finished, Guan Guowei hurriedly said, just do as you say. When will you be free to come over here? Su Wen thought about it. Just tomorrow. Do you think it's okay? Oh line. Why not? You send me the flight number. I'll arrange a car to pick you up in person tomorrow. Guan Guowei had no objection since. The two then exchanged a few more pleasantries before hanging up. Guan Guowei took a long breath and looked at the expressionless Zhang Xiaochang on the side and said with some complacency, hey, old comrade, I've lost this old face for your sake. You can't complain about my lack of help this time. Zhang Xiaochang pressed on, not wanting to take care of him, and coldly grunted, you are so thick-skinned. Take a chopper to pull a few and throw them out. No big deal. It's Su Wen. At least he's a person from the Southwest War Zone. You're doing this to him. Can I just leave him alone? Guan Guowei then froze and hurriedly sat up straight. What do you want? Didn't we all agree? One business, two businesses. Let's split it in half. That was before. How would I know that your heart is so black? Zhang Xiaochang got up and straightened his uniform, then turned around. As Su Wen's old head, I can't watch my own soldiers suffer and be fooled. So what? Let's play fair afterward. No, Zhang Xiaochang, do you have any quality at all? Aren't we all done talking? Guan Guowei's face was tense. He was really worried that the other party would not play the emotional card towards Su Wen without speaking martial arts. We all know that soldiers are sentimental, and this is especially true for old troops. If Zhang Xiaochang doesn't speak of military virtue and sends out old squad leaders, old company commanders or whatever, Guan Guowei, who thought of all this, felt chills rise and tried to threaten. Zhang Xiaochang, if you dare to mess around, do you believe I'll go to the top and report you? Zhang Xiaochang, who had walked to the door, looked back and sneered. Before coming here the big leader said, as long as we don't touch the new weaponry, let us play freely. You are not unaware of it, right? Seeing that the other party did not say anything, Zhang Xiaochang then left the office with big strides. Guan Guowei was flabbergasted. He had actually received instructions from his superiors earlier. As long as Su Wen picks up outdated used weaponry, other war zones are eligible to compete. As long as the meat rots in the pan anyway, but only if there is no malicious competition, not to mention selling them at a loss. It's just that those outdated weapons and equipment were originally scrap metal, and it's only Su Wen, the extremely big-headed kid, who is willing to spend a lot of money to buy them. If Zhang Xiaochang competes viciously, it's a guarantee that no one will make any money. Thinking of this, he rushed after them. It's important to discuss this clearly in advance, or else there's a real chance that it could go badly. The following day, around 4 p.m., the flight arrived at the capital airport on time. In order to emphasize the importance of Su Wen, the equipment department arranged for Nye Tao, an old acquaintance, to be in charge of picking up the plane. Completely different from the first meeting, Nye Tao smiled throughout. It was even more enthusiastic than greeting a Middle Eastern tycoon, which made Su Wen feel less comfortable. Seeing that the vehicle was not heading towards the equipment department, but towards the countryside, Su Wen couldn't help but ask, Chief Nye, aren't we going back to the equipment department? It's like this, Mr. Su. Director Guan and the other leaders personally hosted a banquet to receive you. Let's go directly over there, Nye Tao said lightly. Other leaders? Su Wen was a bit puzzled. This little arms business of yours, it's not so bad. Which leader is it? Chief Nye. Chief Nye subconsciously touched his nose and stammered. I'm not sure exactly who it is. Anyway, you'll know when you see it. Since that's the case, Su Wen naturally won't ask too many questions. In about an hour or so, the white label slugger arrived at the bottom of Shannon Hill. Then it took 7 turns and soon came to a fairly private clubhouse. Su Wen got out of the car and looked around. This place has an old-world charm, rustic and atmospheric, rather like the 70s and 80s. The decor is a little old, but it's conceivable that the status of the people who lived here in the first place was by no means ordinary, and the most conspicuous is the entrance to the 2 guard towers. Inside standing is actually loaded military police. Su Wen's expression was stunned as he carefully said, Section Chief Nye, this shouldn't be a place I can come to, right? Nie Tao wore a smile on his face. He, Mr. Su is joking. You are the most honored guest of our equipment department. Inviting you here will highlight the sincerity not. Then with a one-handed gesture of please, he led Su Wen through the quiet corridor to the designated private room. Supposedly hearing the footsteps, the loud Guan Guowei asked from inside the private room, "Is it little Su coming?" "Yes, Director Guan. Mr. Su is here." With a side step, Nie Tao let Su Wen into the tens of square meter private room. Ha, Su, I've missed you. Guan Guowei immediately got up and went forward, giving his opponent a big hug. Su Wen's face twitched and he could only hold a professional fake smile. That's not thinking about yourself. It's clearly thinking about gold. Aha! Zhang Xiaochang in the private room deliberately made a sound. Guan Guowei rolled his eyes covertly, and could only pull Su Wen towards the other party. "Come little Su, let me introduce you." Ha, old Guan, do you need an introduction? Zhang Xiaochang was the first to extend a pair of large hands and tightly gripped Su Wen, saying, "I'm Zhang Xiaochang from the Southwest Theater Equipment Bureau, previously in the 77th Group Army, as Chief of Staff, speaking of which we are comrades in arms." "Ah, so it's the old chief." Su Wen, who dared to be arrogant, hurriedly stood upright and gave a standard military salute. "Soldiers of the 2nd Squad of the 2nd Company of the former 77th Group Army. 3. Salute the chief." When Zhang Xiaochang saw this, his face burst into a smile. With that, he raised an eyebrow at Guan Guowei and hurriedly asked Su Wen to put his hand down. What chief? Oh, it sounds strange. Call me old class president. We each discuss each other. I'll go." Guan Guowei was stunned. Can this old squad leader be called casually? They say they have thick skin, but compared to this one, it's still almost level. Chapter 102 Directional Mines to Kill Baboons? The moment he learned of Zhang Xiaochang's identity, Su Wen understood that the other party must have also come here to sell his inventory equipment. If he really called out the old squad leader, wouldn't he be taken at random by the other party? So he hurriedly said, "Chief is chief, my level is limited. How can I be qualified to be your soldier?" Put. Guan Guowei, who was on the side, covered his mouth and almost didn't laugh out loud. It seemed Su Wen wasn't stupid, so he hurriedly relieved himself and said, All right, let's eat and talk. Not a big table for 10, just the 3 of them, a table full of dishes, sophisticated and simple. Drinking here, of course, is a special table. There were 6 bottles in total, 2 for each person, and the main idea was that each person would clean up after themselves anyway. Unable to withstand the enthusiasm of the 2 chiefs, Su Wen drank a bottle in less than half an hour. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost set, Guan Guowei and Zhang Xiaochang exchanged glances and immediately asked, "Little Sua, can you reveal a little bit about those weapons and equipment you bought? To which African countries you actually sold them?" Su Wen had long thought that the other party would ask about this, so he pretended to be calm as he ate his food. "It's all being yarded in the Guinea warehouse, so if you're interested, Chief Guan can go see for himself." It was only routine for Guan Guowei to ask this. After all, the strange disappearance of that previous shipment of weaponry had caused a not-so-small storm. It was a good thing that the batch of weaponry afterward, indeed, did not appear in the surrounding area, otherwise Su Wen would have long been invited to tea, and Guan Guowei, who had already guessed the answer, just deflated. "Fine, as long as it's still in Africa." "Lao Guan, what are you talking about? People Xiaosu is our southwest out of the soldiers, cannot understand the rules." Zhang Xiaochang pretended to be angry. "Hurry up and take a forfeit." "Ha, yes, I'll punish myself with a drink." Guan Guowei agreed and tilted his head back to drink it all, with a glass of wine down. Guan Guowei also said directly, "By the way Xiao Su, which weapons and equipment do you plan to buy this time?" Su Wen was prepared for this and pulled out a list of weapons and equipment from his bag and handed it to the other party. "It's pretty much the same category as last time, just in varying quantities." As soon as he heard this, Guan Guowei took the list without much care and casually glanced at it, and just by seeing the beginning, he exclaimed, "No Su, what the hell do you guys want?" Zhang Xiaochang grabbed the equipment list in a huff. "What are you excited about, Lao Guan? Making a fuss? 1,056 halves, 500,056 rushes?" Zhang Xiaochang was also startled just by seeing the beginning and couldn't help but say, "Su, is Africa preparing for a world war?" Su Wen just lightly sipped his tea, and didn't bother to explain, and directly said, "You guys just say it's over if you're selling or not, and if it doesn't work out, Goose's side, sell." Returning to his senses, Guan Guowei hurriedly said, "Since the African brothers like it, we definitely can't chill their hearts." "That's right," Zhang Xiaochang nodded. "We have 600,000 or so 56.5 handles in stock in the southwest. If we don't have enough, big deal, I'll go borrow it for you." Su Wen waved his hand and winked at the other party. "Oh, this is not necessary. If 56.5 is not enough, you can take 56 punch offset. It's self-evident that this means helping Southwest clean up its inventory. Zhang Xiaochang immediately raised his cup and said excitedly, "Oh, that's fine, little Su. I'll listen to you on this matter, and I'll thank you for your dedication on behalf of our Southwest." No wonder the other party was so excited. Just this one small act by Su-won alone had basically cleared out the inventory of 56 series rifles. That's a big feat. It's just that the price, could it be less? Su-won didn't intend to be polite. What should be fought for must also be fought for, and immediately asked, "Ha ha ha, how about 131? It's used and stocked, but it's at least 80% new." Zhang Xiaochang said without hesitation. The price was something he had discussed with Guan Guowei beforehand, and according to last night's agreement, all of the used weaponry purchased by Su-won this time will go to Southwest within $1 billion. Over $1 billion split between the two. If Su-won knew that he had been divided up by the two men before he even arrived, he would have to talk to them. Su-won nodded, seeing the good in the bad. "Then it's a deal. Remember to send me more maintenance equipment." "That's for sure. We don't have much use for putting it there. It's all yours." Zhang Xiaochang, who was in a good mood, agreed without even thinking about it. Moving on, Zhang Xiaochang had a horrified look on his face. "Not little Su. Type 66 directional mines? How dare you buy this stuff? Guinea, a small African country, not afraid of sanctions?" It is no wonder that the other side asks this question, as targeted mines, because of their indiscriminate killing effect, can easily affect civilians. It was then explicitly banned by the Ottawa Mine Ban Convention back in '97. Even though this mine was used in the Battle of Lauzhan in the counterattack war against Vietnam, it made a monumental contribution. However, due to international public opinion, our army gave up using it, and eventually it could only be sealed in the warehouse. Now that Su-won had actually specified this type of mine, it was bound to cause doubts in the minds of the two chiefs in charge of equipment. Su-won couldn't help but wipe his sweat. Before he only cared about buying the powerful ones, he forgot about this, so his mind raced for a few big weeks and he smiled. "I won't lie to you, Chief Chang. The African side didn't buy these mines for military use considerations." Zhang Xiaochang was confused. What can this thing do besides fighting? Su-won raised his eyebrows and babbled in a serious manner. "Oh, it can also be used to hunt baboons and wild boars and stuff." "Killing baboons?" Guan Guowei was barely amused. "Oh, you kid, don't joke. How many baboons can there be in Africa? This directional mine, a single detonation can kill dozens or hundreds of them, to say the least." "I say, Chief Guan, you've been to Africa?" Su-won immediately asked back. That's not true. Who has nothing to run over there for?" Guan Guowei said honestly. "Phew, it's good that you haven't been there." Su-won couldn't help but breathe a long sigh of relief, so he proceeded to make things up. "There's a flood of baboons over there in Africa right now. 100 million or more to say the least. There are even 1 million or 2 head coiled up in the north, all of them ferocious and biting on sight. I'll go. What's with all this? Could it be that this baboon still wants to build a country?" Zhang Xiaochang was horrified. Is this still the animal world? Those cute baboons. Right, who knows how these are so many? Su-won spread his hands and was equally puzzled. And they've been extraordinarily wild lately, coming out in packs, encroaching on human turf everywhere, and biting and injuring a lot of old African folks. Two chiefs, you come to judge. These should be killed or not? Su-won's eyes were cold and stern as he spat out the last few words word by word. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaochang and Guan Guowei nodded in unison. If that's the case, with over 100 million baboons, how can we kill 50 million to be sure? Guan Guowei said thoughtfully. $50 million? Say less. Zhang Xiaochang sipped half a glass of wine and said lightly, "What's the point of keeping so many scourges like this one? Waiting for the new year? In my opinion, you have to kill at least 100 million, and leave at most 1,000 or so to just perpetuate that population. Worthy of being a man of our Sichuan province, a ruthless man." Su-won immediately raised his glass and clinked it with him. He, Chief Chang, what a hero. I think so too. So Zhang Xiaochang, who had downed a glass of wine, with a twinkle in his eye, continued, "But Su, can these 500,000 directional mines kill 100 million baboons? That's clearly not enough." "Oh, Chief Chang, how much do you think is appropriate to buy?" Su-won put down his chopsticks and asked. At least 2 million pieces. That's it, or to a lesser extent," Zhang Xiaochang suggested as if he was disguised as a caring uncle. Put. Guan Guowei, who was on the side, almost didn't spit out the tablets he had drunk into his mouth. "I thought, I'm going to go. 2 million type 66 directional mines. Pretty much all of Southwest's stockpile. This guy is dark enough. He really treats Su-won like a garbage disposal." Chapter 103, Zhang Xiaochang is possessed by a movie star. Zhang Xiaochang plucked out Guan Guowei and reminded him, "I say old Guan, if you can't drink, drink less. Isn't such good wine for nothing? Suwon of course knew what the other party meant by this, but he didn't care. Not to mention 2 million pieces, even 4 million pieces he could eat. Even if the army couldn't use the mines, wouldn't the rest go to the guerrillas? If this thing is buried on both sides of the road that the ghosts must pass through, and cover them in the middle of the road, it will be a complete 360-degree deathless angle kill. Thinking of this, Suwon immediately clapped his hands and said, "Okay, just 2 million pieces. Good. Worthy of being a soldier out of our southwest." Speaking and acting is straightforward. Zhang Xiaochang arrived with a flushed face and patted his horse. Guan Guowei sniffed, fearing that the other party would leave him behind, and hurriedly said, if you don't think it's enough, I've got a million or so Type 60 XS over there, so I'm guessing it'll kill a few tens of millions of baboons too. No, old Guan, are you drunk? Zhang Xiaochang blankly reminded the other party. After all, how can it be your turn when you haven't even finished cleaning up your own side of the trash? Want to fart, eat it. At the words Guan Guowei could only smile resentfully. Next up are pistols and sniper rifles. Sniper rifles aren't much of a problem, and there are nearly 10,000 Type 85s in stock, but the Type 54 Big Black Star, Southwest can be really low on inventory. So Zhang Xiaochang tried to ask, "Su, don't the African brothers only want Type 54 pistols? Can we get something else?" Suvan was a bit puzzled. Isn't the Type 54 powerful and stable? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaochang and Guan Guowei exchanged a glance. It seems that this kid does not quite understand it either. So Zhang Xiaochang immediately explained, "Xiao Su, to talk about power and stability, how can the Type 54 compare to the Type 92? Suwon scratched his head. Isn't the Type 92 a 5.8mm bullet? Is it stronger than the Type 54 7.62mm bullet? That's natural. Guan Guowei was more vocal about the gun, and continued, "The power of a bullet cannot be judged purely by its caliber. The bullets in the Type 92 military version of the pistol are specially pointed bullets. Its penetration and lethality far exceeds that of the Type 54, which is why, even now, it's still in service with the troops." Suwon nodded with satisfaction. So he tried to ask, "So how much is a handful of Type 92 military?" "Oh, it's not expensive. This relationship between the two of us, if you want it, 20,000 a hand." Guan Guowei said that was an understatement. Suwon rolled his eyes without any good reason. "Chief Guan, my African clients are so poor they piss blood. Do they look like people who can afford to use 20,000 a pistol?" Guan Guowei was confused. Poor, raising his hand, is nearly 10 tons of gold. In addition to the Middle East tycoon, he has not seen such a luxurious foreign friend. Without waiting for the other party to explain, Suwon waved his hand. "Forget it, just get the Type 54 Big Black Star. Anyway, you guys can help me put together a few tens of thousands of them and a million or so rounds of ammo." "Oh, okay. Guarantee no less than 50,000 handles." The one who spoke was Guan Guowei. The Type 54 Big Black Star is also the only one in stock in the center of the country that is still quite large, so this business can only fall on his head. Zhang Xiaochang continued to look down. 15 Type 54 122mm howitzers. Just like the rumors, he really is a rags to riches prince. With this thought in his heart, Zhang Xiaochang immediately embraced a loving fatherly smile towards Suwen. "Not bad, Xiao Su. Worthy of being a person from the southwest. The vision is unique. The Type 54 would be perfect for the African brothers. I don't know if the other party is acting himself, but Suwen doesn't care, as long as it's cheap and good. Then, by your honor, the shells will have to be cheap to get them." Zhang Xiaochang nodded slightly. "These are all trivial matters, except that there are only 15 doors of 122 caliber. Obviously not enough." Oh. Hearing this, Suwen immediately became interested. "Then how much does Chief Zhang think is appropriate?" Zhang Xiaochang's eyes rolled. "In my opinion, how can it be 30 doors? Suwen thought about it. "This stuff is not too much more." Without much hesitation said, "Okay, I'll listen to you." Clearing out most of the inventory again, Zhang Xiaochang's old face smiled. "Good, Xiao Su, worthy of being from our Sichuan province, just straight." And the reason why Suvan bought so many heavy artillery pieces was because of the long-range, large-caliber guns that it played a decisive role in the victory or defeat of the Chinese battlefield during World War II. Take the National Army as an example. The reason why the old Changchun fought the devils often suffered defeats is attributed to the lack of long-range heavy artillery. The well-known Battle of Zhongqiao Mountain was due to the lack of heavy artillery. The ghosts could expose their artillery positions with impunity, followed by artillery wash and indiscriminate bombardment of National Army positions. In this way, often a single coalition could overrun several divisions of the National Army. This shows that it is not that the National Army is too good, but that the other side's firepower is too ferocious. And like the disastrous victory at the Battle of Taerzwang, which was won because of 2 or 3 Rheinmetall 150mm heavy guns, directly destroying the artillery positions of the brats. Without artillery support, the brats could only take a plate charge. The result was tens of thousands of dead and wounded elite ghosts. It was also the first major defeat suffered by the brats on the battlefields of China. Since then, even though the number of National Army Rhineland heavy artillery is scarce, but as long as there were, the kiddies didn't dare expose their artillery positions with impunity. And just having heavy artillery on our side can be a great incentive for the morale of the fighters. So with less than 100 howitzers front and back, the number was still too small in Suvan's opinion. If he didn't round up the stockpile of howitzers in several war zones in the future, he wouldn't be called the Little Prince of Rags. By the way, Chief Zhang, how much is a ton of artillery shells? Suvan had to beat the price down this time to make it work, so he asked in advance. Zhang Xiaocheng pretended to ponder for a while and said, how about 100,000 per ton? $100,000? Isn't that the normal market price? Do you really think you're a big head? Suvan shook his head with a meaty expression. No sir, it's just some standard kill bombs. At this price, I have no way to explain to my African brothers. Zhang Xiaocheng turned and added, Little Su, do you think this will work? Or at this price, for every ton of artillery shells, I'll send you 2 more 152mm caliber subcannon shells. Is it a cluster bomb? At those words Suvan immediately became interested. This stuff is good stuff, even though it's currently internationally banned for use on humans on the battlefield. But are ghosts human? The answer is no. Seeing that the other party came to be interested, Zhang Xiaocheng continued to lure. Yeah, Su, cluster bombs can't be used on the battlefield, but they're still good for killing baboons. One shot and not one baboon in a couple 100-meter radius will survive. 4. Suvan said with a cold gaze, send me 4 subcannon shells per ton. How can this work? It's not letting the brothers in the Ministry of Military Industry lose their money. Zhang Xiaocheng instantly old actor plus Shadow Emperor possessed, with meat pain written all over his face. It was as if sending 2 more submunitions was like plucking out 2 pounds of his flesh. Guan Guowei, who was on the side, couldn't help but feel a good sigh in his heart. If you don't want to be an actor, it's a waste of time. Suvan frowned and used the strength of his drink to say, Chief Cheng, this is the first time we've worked together. You have to take care of it. Zhang Xiaocheng first froze, then gritted his teeth, his face full of pain. Alas, okay, who let us be old folks? Then you have to buy more shells to do. A 122mm shell is about 25 kilograms, and a ton is only about 40 shells. And 152mm shells are about 40 kilograms, or only 25 in a ton. A high-intensity battle, planned on a smaller scale, would consume tens of thousands of shells anyhow. Chapter 104, Buying a tank as long as it's naked. Thinking of this, Suvan stretched out a finger. First, 1,000 tons of moistening, 500 tons of each of the 2 models. Snap. Good. Zhang Xiaocheng slapped hard on his thigh, unable to stop the smile on his face. Ha ha, just do as you say. He then couldn't help but glance at Guan Guowei beside him and thought, no wonder this guy is dead set on Suvan. Dare I say selling rags is so addictive. So with a turn of the brain, he said smoothly, that little Su, with such guns and shells, it won't do without a tractor. Seeing that Suvan didn't respond, he continued, oh, our Dongfeng EQ-245 is a 6-wheel drive with a wading depth of more than 1 meter, perfect for the terrain of the African continent. And not only can you tow artillery, but you can pull shells along with it, which is a lot of work. Guan Guowei ahead of black lines. This guy is really pointing at a person pit. It seems that in the future we have to stay away from him. Why wouldn't Suvan want to use a high-powered tractor? It is just that the road conditions in northern Shanxi are not very suitable at present. Relatively speaking, the 4 agricultural vehicles are better used instead. The tractor was only useful when fighting the devils in large regiments on the plains, so only a slight shake of the head was possible. There's no need for a specialized transport tractor over there for now, so we'll make a separate purchase once the situation has stabilized. In response, Zhang Xiaocheng could only nod with slight regret. It looks like the nearly 100-old Dongfeng EQ-245s in the cave will have to remain sealed. Taking another cursory look at the list, it's all the same old products. Actually, when I say product, that's all a lift. With this kind of stuff, I guess Middle Eastern terrorists would have to be disgusted to see it. Zhang Xiaocheng pointed to the 300 107mm rockets on the top. Sorry little Su, we don't really have much used stock of this stuff in the southwest. We can start a separate line for you if you really want it. This is okay? Suvan was flabbergasted. How can this not work? Zhang Xiaocheng had a relaxed look on his face. You're the one who went out of our southwest, and we can't let you go without weapons to buy? Producing a couple hundred 107s is just a matter of days. No problem guaranteed, and the price is still on a used basis. Suwon was touched and hurriedly raised his glass. Alas, Chief Chang, nothing more to say. I on behalf of those African brothers, thank you ha. Zhang Xiaocheng hurriedly waved his hand and similarly raised his wineglass, domineeringly saying, it's not polite to say that, but we're all family, so don't be polite. Looking at Zhang Xiaocheng's shameless appearance, Guan Guowei on the side couldn't help but spit viciously in his heart. Is this for Su's sake? This is clearly trying to sell people ammunition. Who doesn't know that 107mm rockets aren't worth anything even for nothing? Instead it's the ammo that makes money. The ammunition consumption of a rocket launcher is several times that of an artillery piece. It was the same routine in the early years when Big Brother USSR sold us Katyusha, and supposedly also at a gold discount. Thinking of this, Guan Foreigner spat viciously in his heart. Humph, treacherous businessman. A glass of wine was tilted back and drained, and Zhang Xiaohua continued, by the way Su, the Type 62 tanks on the list, can they be replaced with Type 59s? You must know from your time in our southwest that there aren't many Type 62s that can move. How could Suwon not know how good the Type 59 is? It's the main battle medium tank of our army for a long time. After decades of continuous improvement, today's Type 59 is arguably the most technologically mature tank in our military. Even if it's not as good as the 99A, it's still untouchable in our military. It is still used as a strategic reserve as well as a trainer tank. How much does a Type 59 cost then? Suwon asked tentatively. Zhang Xiaocheng, who had already thought about the price, immediately said, it's only 12 million apiece. Not expensive. Hearing this price, Suwon almost didn't faint. If that's the case, might as well buy 10 thicker armored slammers. Just add a heavy machine gun. Can also barely be used as an assault vehicle. Kill ghosts is not also a handful. Only the point of the tanks was to be able to cover the army's offense. And tank guns can both destroy enemy defenses and deter the enemy psychologically. So Suwon would just swallow these unprofessional words back into his stomach. Seeing Suwon's expression a bit ugly, Zhang Xiaocheng hurriedly explained. Don't get me wrong, Xiao Su. The Type 59 I'm talking about is the new generation of 59 changes. Not only has the powertrain been upgraded to make the tank more maneuverable, but the fire control system has been upgraded as well as the satellite communication system. Hey, if you need it, I can still apply for you to use the Hokuto. It'll just cost you extra. And it also has the latest generation of auto-loading systems. So for that $12 million, I really didn't make you a penny more. Guan Guowei nodded his head equally slightly at his words. This guy indeed didn't ask for anything at all. 59 change even if sold abroad. The whole set down will not be less than $2 million US dollars. But it wasn't cheap. Naturally $2 to $3 million higher than the cost price. Suwon did covet the Type 59. After all, this is considered to be the true meaning of the main battle tank. If you really bring it back to Shanbei, I guess the brats will be scared to pee when they see it. What kind of battles couldn't the Red Army take if they had a company of 14 Type 59s to head them off? Thinking about this, Suwon felt that there was really a need to make a whole dozen or so for fun. Chief Chang, if I just want the bear car, how much? A naked car? Zhang Xiaocheng was confused. How this word sounded both familiar and unfamiliar puzzled him, so he couldn't help but look at Guan Guowei. Guan Guowei explained with a bitter smile. What Su means is, no fire control system, no satellite communication system, not even an automatic loading system. I'll go. Dare I say that's how Guan Sanjin sold those tanks and armored vehicles before. Zhang Xiaocheng was like looking at a little cutie, like looking at Suwon. No Xiao Su, you are at least a soldier out of our southwest. You should know what a bear tank means, right? If there's really nothing, the tanks will be blind and deaf. And won't they be targets? Are you sure those African customers of yours, they would want a tank like this? As expected of a professional soldier, the other party was almost identical to Guan Guowei's statement. For Zhang Xiaocheng's kindness, Suwon nodded slightly to express his gratitude, but still firmly said, don't worry chief, those clients of mine specified a naked car, and for that, even the gold was brought, said the man, and handed the other the gold savings slip provided by the bank. Zhang Xiaocheng received the slip with a puzzled face, on which it was clearly written, gold holder Suwon, weight 762 tons. Zhang Xiaocheng thought that he drank a bottle of more than one table to see the eyes, and hurriedly rubbed his eyes and reconfirmed the total weight. No Su, does Guinea really have that much gold? Without waiting for Su Wen to reply, Guan Guowei grabbed the slip, just looked at the numbers and thought just as much at first that I had been mistaken. It was only after double-checking the numbers clearly that the amount of gold was finally determined clearly. Ha ha, little Su, you can really hide. If you dare to trade in gold, I can make a deal to sell you 2052 DS. With the strength of his drink, Guan Guowei blew waterways. Suwon of course knew that the other party was joking, so he could only helplessly say, as far as my African clients are concerned, They can't afford to use it even if you give it away for free, let alone buy it. Chapter 105, Bargaining. Guan Guowei nodded. There was nothing wrong with that. As strong as the upper three positions of the Great Ma can't afford to raise a modern fleet, other small countries can only quench their thirst. Without waiting for the two chiefs to slow down from their shock, Su Wen directly said, "Two chiefs, to speak from the bottom of my heart, this gold, since I brought it, I have no intention of bringing it back." When the point was made, Su Wen said no more. The meaning of the words is very clear, but one's attitude is very correct. If you two play any more tricks, it's not a good idea. And what did Su Wen pay with? It's not dollars and it's not dollars and it's not dollars and it's gold. This kind of trading tactic, even Kyuko would have to call Su Wen a brother when he saw it. Besides, almost everything you buy is outdated, and to put it mildly, people just run for the rags. If you don't show some sincerity, you won't be able to live with it even on your conscience. So the two chiefs immediately looked back, and after glancing at each other, Guan Guowei took the lead. "Little Su, if you can be so atmospheric, then surely we can't be petty either. As long as you're still buying obsolete stockpile weapons and ammunition, even if it's second-hand active equipment, I can do the honors and give you a $10 billion price tag on the shipment." "Yes." Zhang Xiaocheng nodded with the same seriousness. "Obsolete equipment is all we're looking for to clear our inventory so we can make room for other weaponry. So even if it's not profitable." Su Wen nodded with satisfaction. "It seems that this old comrade is quite generous. Only," Zhang Xiaocheng said with a twist of words, "if you're going to buy active duty equipment, you won't get much of a discount on the price. So I hope you'll understand the hard work of the military-industrial sector. There's nothing wrong with that. Would those researchers be able to break out into work if they didn't have to point to selling weapons and equipment to make some performance? Besides, giving the gold to the state is kind of meat in the pot." Su Wen, who thought of this, did not hesitate to say, "No problem, just do as the two chiefs said." Since an agreement was reached, Zhang Xiaocheng then directly took out his sincerity and said, "If all you want is the Type 59, that naked car, I can make a deal to sell it to you for $6 million. The Type 59 tank was over 36 tons, and was far more powerful than the Type 62 in terms of armor thickness and gunpowder. The 100mm linebore gun alone, even in the European battlefield, can be called indestructible. There is nothing to hesitate." Su Wen said boldly, "Give me 20 59 changes to moisten first. The related accessories are also more prepared." "No problem." Zhang Xiaocheng nodded his head in agreement with a calm expression. In fact, in his heart, he was happy to buy so many tanks. Shells can be less? Thinking again that there were still dozens of big guys in the cave, Zhang Xiaocheng turned his thoughts. "By the way, little Su, your heavy weapon configuration doesn't quite make sense. Please also ask Chief Zhang for guidance." Su Wen looked like he was not ashamed to ask. Zhang Xiaocheng hurriedly sat up straight and disguised himself as a knowing uncle and said, "Modern forces are all about rapid mobility, and your artillery units are all towed, so it's very time-consuming to try to deploy them quickly. So what? I think you should get your clients some self-propelled howitzers." Guan Guowei was stunned. He felt that this guy had really wasted this thick skin if he didn't go to be an arms dealer. Su Wen frowned. He wasn't stupid. Of course he was clear about this little thought of the other party. However, the other party's explanation was quite reasonable, so he directly asked, "Then what do you suggest, Chief Zhang?" Zhang Xiaocheng didn't nag. "I suggest you buy some Type 83 self-propelled grenades, and this gun is based on the Type 66 grenade gun, so both sides can share shells." Su Wen nodded and murmured, "What you mean is that this will reduce the pressure on logistical shell transportation." Not bad. Seeing that the other party had learned to snatch the answer, Zhang Xiaocheng smiled and nodded. Su Wen pondered slightly and asked, "If I still just want the bear car, how much? A naked car? How can this work?" Zhang Xiaocheng immediately shook his head. "I can remove the fire control and communication systems for you, but there's no way to remove the semi-automatic loading system, and the sighting system, or something will go terribly wrong." Su Wen didn't intend to be long-winded. "Then you directly say a real price. If it's suitable, I'll buy a few to try." Zhang Xiaocheng extended 5 fingers almost without hesitation. $5 million. I'll go. How dare this guy? Guan Guowei on the side almost did not tense up. This thing was sold to the troops in the beginning only more than 6 million. The cost is less than 3 million. Seems like it's often the so-called family members who hurt you the most. Seeing Guan Guowei's ugly expression, Zhang Xiaocheng secretly glared at the other party. Signal the other person not to do anything bad or he will be made to suffer. $5 million? Su Wen was not a pure white. How could he spoil the other party? Chief Chang, are you drunk? Doesn't it smell good to have $5 million for me to get more shells? Why do I have to have this stuff? At this time, Zhang Xiaocheng also realized that his heart was too dark and played offline, and he hurriedly looked for a remedy. Hey, don't worry about Su. I'm not saying a price, waiting for you to return it. Su Wen thought for a moment. Then, $1 million. How can this work? Zhang Xiaocheng had a pained look on his face. Although the Type 83 is retired equipment, the powertrain and electronic control system are optimized. Let's put it this way: 1.5 million, no second price. The corner of Su Wen's mouth curved. Oh, okay, deal. First give me 5 to moisten. If the black uncles are satisfied, I'll make another purchase. The weaponry on the subsequent list could only be described as no more ordinary, and in response to the fact that there were thousands of 40 rocket launchers as well as tens of thousands of rockets in the southwest, Su Wen did not hesitate to take them all. Excited, Zhang Xiaocheng drank 3 glasses in a row to show his appreciation. Other things like light and heavy machine guns, anti-aircraft machine guns and so on, Su Wen also asked for as much as possible. A rough calculation with the ammo puts the total price tag at less than $4 billion. Together with the $1 billion or so previously mortgaged on Guan Guowei's side, the total amount remaining for the purchase of arms exceeds $6 billion. So Guan Guowei immediately proposed, "By the way, Xiao Su, it's not good enough for you to just buy some land weapons. Air defense must not be sloppy." Then he looked at Zhang Xiaocheng, who was giggling at the side. This guy had already been considered to have over-delivered on the task explained by his superiors. "I guess I'll have to lose a few stars and change the color of the stars on my shoulders this time around when I go back. Old Zhang, what do you think?" "Ha?" Zhang Xiaocheng hurriedly returned to his senses. Since he had accomplished his mission, he should also help his comrades to market their weapons. "That's right, Su. If air defense isn't taken seriously, it's guaranteed to be a big problem." Su Wen thought about it, and the little benighted air force of that side of the world was pretty good, especially the Type 97 dive bomber. Maybe one round of attack and the home artillery position could be terminated. Moreover, between 1938 and 1941, the brats bombed the city of Bashi many times, which directly led to the destruction of many ancient buildings. Thinking of this, Su Wen couldn't help but feel a pang of fear and immediately asked, "Chief Guan, make me a whole lot of Vanguard 1 and get some hand-cranked air raid sirens ready." "No, Su, how can you buy all that old stuff?" Guan Guowei thought that the other party had to be overbearing in any case, but he dared to collect rags. "You have to buy a few red flag 17s, right, and our newly developed 625E air defense vehicle. Foolproof operation, guarantee your satisfaction." Chapter 106, Border Region Tickets. Listening to the other party's spiteful introduction, Su Wen couldn't help but wipe his face. Is this something he can buy whenever he wants? A whole set of digital equipment. Not to mention whether our Red Army will use it or not. If you get something like this over there, you'll be exposed right away. Thinking of this, Su Wen could only regret it. Forget it, those equipment can't be used for the time being. Prepare 300 Vanguard 1 improved for me, and save the rest of the money in the equipment department for the time being. It's not too late to buy other gear later when my clients need it. The last piece of equipment is a used steel helmet. When they saw this column, Guan Guowei and Zhang Xiaocheng couldn't help but look at each other. Looks like this kid is really going to carry on picking up rags to the end. He even sells helmets secondhand. So the two chiefs immediately made a deal to send 1.5 million Model 82 stock steel helmets to Su Wen, commonly known as the GK-80. This helmet was widely used in our military in the 1980s and came with its own red 5 stars. Doesn't it just echo the emblem of the Red Army in Shanxi province? So Su Wen excitedly drank 3 glasses in a row on the spot to show his appreciation. Su Wen glanced at his cell phone immediately afterward. It's the middle of January. Try to have the weapons and ammunition ready before the new year so I can send them. Not little Su. Why are you in such a hurry? Can you move it to after the festival? Ah? Guan Guowei looked embarrassed. Zhang Xiaocheng's expression was similarly a bit ugly. Yes, little Su. It's hard for the ministry and the bureau to spare manpower when the new year is approaching. So, can you hold off? Su Wen was dumbfounded. Was the two chiefs teasing him? Earlier on the phone, I said that the African brothers are celebrating the Chinese New Year. Should we fix some weapons and ammunitions to celebrate the celebration? Well, when it's all settled. You're here again. Su Wen, this is not thinking of the new year so that the heads of Shanxi province to have fun. Send what can have to send weapons and ammunition affordable. Thinking of this, Su Wen immediately said with some anger. I say, two chiefs, wasn't it you who said that you would let your African brothers buy some weapons and ammunition for New Year's fun? At the end of the day, you told me that you couldn't deliver it before the Spring Festival. I think you don't want the African people to have a good year. Not letting the people of Africa have a good year. That's a big hatchet to pull off. Guan Guowei gritted his teeth when he thought of the more than 9 tons of gold. Xiao Su, look at this. I promise to raise all the light weapons for you before the year. As for the heavy weapons, I'll prepare at least 60% for you. Su Wen nodded with satisfaction, then looked at Zhang Xiaocheng. Chief Cheng, what about you? Zhang Xiaocheng thought about it and said without hesitation. Same here. Everything else is fine, it's completely off the shelf. It's just that the 59 conversion and the Type 83 self-propelled artillery need to be refurbished. So, that won't do. Su-won didn't intend to let him off just like that, and immediately interrupted. You have to send at least 10 Type 59s, and Type 83s can be slowed down. Zhang Xiaocheng only pondered slightly before nodding his head and agreeing. No problem. I promise to let the African people have a good year. Su-won smiled and nodded, raising his glass. Oh, then I'll thank the two chiefs on behalf of the folks in Africa. On the other hand, the northern Shaanxi Botanical Gardens. According to the original historical direction of Su-won's side of the world, Bachan was under the actual control of our party for a long time. It should have been in January 1937, after the incident. Now due to Su-won's intervention, that side of the world directly led to an acceleration of the process. Of course this acceleration is not a bad thing, precisely because of Botox and the surrounding area. Only then did the party and the Red Army have a solid rear area. It also has the ambition to further take the whole of northern Shaanxi and even Shaanxi province. Since taking control of Botswana at the end of November, the local economy has not been brought to a standstill by the arrival of the Red Army. Instead, because of the many scarce food and other supplies brought by the Red Army, it had a tendency to become the economic and political center of the entire northern Shaanxi province. In order to better develop the economy, the chiefs directly waved their hands and relocated the headquarters of the newly established Red Star Trading Company to this place. Take the main streets of Botanic City and plan them directly into red commercial streets. It also introduced its own currency, the border zone ticket. The exchange rate between the border ticket and the ocean was 10-1. At first the local people did not recognize it, but when they learned that only the border zone tickets could be used to buy the scarce supplies of the Red Star Trading Company, such problems are quickly resolved. Early morning, a small, dilapidated courtyard on the edge of the city of Botswana. Machahai, who is in his 30s, relies on 2 acres of thin fields and short-term laborers during the week, barely making ends meet for a family of 4. I heard that the newly opened Red Star Trading House in the city sells cheap refined salt and grain, but you can only buy it with a border district ticket. So he planned to take the only $3 silver he had at home, go to the designated place to exchange some border area tickets, and then go to the Red Star Trading House to try his luck. The reason for the bumper sticker is still rooted in mistrust. After all, he wasn't sure if the Red Army was in the same category as the National Army or not. It is only rumored that the Red Army has no crime against the people. Just as soon as they came to Bashi, they encouraged everyone to change their border area tickets. It's not mandatory, but it's a practice that makes the common man, who's been used to using silver dollars all his life, feel awkward no matter how he thinks about it. Boss, we only have 3 big heads at home. Why don't you try changing one first? His wife, Li Yueru, holding his yellow-faced, sickly 5-year-old daughter in her arms, said with some concern. Matuhai nodded. Well, I know. When I get there, I'll try changing a piece of ocean first, and if I can really buy cheap salt and grain, I'll change some more. Immediately afterward, he looked aside to his son, who was about his own height. Ru Song, let's go together. These 2 pieces of ocean will be put at your place for the time being. If something happens to me, these 2 pieces can still be saved. As he spoke, he handed his son 2 pieces of ocean, warm with body heat. Oh, got it, Dad. Ma Rusong nodded knowingly, collected the silver dollars and followed his dad out of the house. You 2 masters be careful. Behind her, Liu Lan couldn't help but remind, and looked at her sickly little daughter, murmured, let's hope we can get some salt and grain for it. Father and son were quick on their feet, and it didn't take long for them to arrive at the center of the city, the designated exchange point for border zone tickets. After standing and watching from a distance for a while, it was a little different than expected. There was a constant stream of people coming in and out, like a rush, and there were 2 Red Army soldiers in strange uniforms standing at the door, armed with rifles, not to be messed with at first glance. Matuhai, who saw this scene, couldn't help but shiver. Dad, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and go inside to change money. My sister is still waiting for fine grain. The nascent Maru Song, who was not afraid of tigers, warned. Yes, the daughter is sick and is counting on a little fine grain to maybe get better. Thinking of this, Matuhai no longer hesitated and led his son inside. In less than 2 minutes, Matuhai, who was holding 31 yuan border area tickets, walked out of the exchange point with his son. Father, these 30 sheets of paper, can they be exchanged for food? Ma Rusong couldn't help but ask. I suppose it can. Matuhai spoke with a bit of a daze. Just now, the Reds who were redeeming points told him he'd better redeem more, saying he didn't want to have to come back later. So with a half-hearted attempt, Matuhai exchanged 3 pieces of ocean in a confused manner. Just as he stepped out of the exchange point, he felt a great sense of regret. However, as things had already come to this, Matuhai could only lead his son towards the Red Star Trading Company store. It was only 2 blocks away and it didn't take long to get there. Along the way, we could constantly see old folks, with bulging pockets in their arms, walking quickly with flushed faces. It didn't take much guessing to realize that the pockets were mostly food. Dad, hurry up, don't let people finish buying, the sharp-eyed son said with some anxiety. Yes, food was occasionally rationed during the Kuomintang's rule, and this might not be available if you went late. Chapter 107, Cheap Supplies from the Red Star Trading Society. Quickly walking into the store, just entering the door, he saw that on the huge container in front of him, all kinds of supplies were densely placed. The blurry-eyed Matahai almost didn't fall on his head. So many scarce supplies, just put them there in a big way. There was grain, refined salt, vegetable oil, hose, sickles, cloth. There were even candies, and hairpins for women, and some things he didn't recognize. What can I get you, homeboy? The male salesman asked. May I ask the shopkeeper, do you have coarse salt and stick noodles? That, and I'd also like to buy some white noodles, Matuhai asked cautiously. For old folks who come to the Red Star Trading House for the first time, most of them ask if they have coarse salt and stick noodles. Except that at the moment there really isn't either of those things. Only refined salt and fine grains. I'm sorry, old countryman. We don't sell coarse salt and coarse grains here for now. Only fine salt and fine grains. And also, I'm not a shopkeeper. Just call me comrade. Half a caddy of refined salt is only $2 for a border zone ticket, and 10 caddy of rice or white flour is only $5. It's this cheap? Matuhai was a bit incredulous. So that a piece of ocean could buy 20 pounds of fine grain? How can that be? Grain has never been this cheap in a good year. Could it be that there is something wrong with these grains? Thinking of this, Matuhai tried. Tone, comrade, can I see something first? No problem. The salesman immediately lifted the portion fine salt and 10 pounds of rice onto the container. The refined salt is snow white and flawless, and the rice is full of grains. Matuhai's eyes widened. He had never seen such good salt and rice in his life. Seeing that the other party did not dare to inspect the goods, the salesman smiled and said, old folks, taste it. Ha, is that okay? Matuhai looked at the salesman, while the other nodded with a smile. That being the case, he stopped being polite and carefully twisted a small pinch of refined salt and put it in his mouth. It wasn't bitter or astringent, and the savory flavor was so strong that it couldn't help but make Matahai's eyes glisten. For him, who has been engaged in heavy labor for a long time, if he could eat this kind of salt every day, he would have endless energy. Good salt, good salt. After some intoxication, Matahai hurriedly said, give me 5 pounds of salt. In accordance with the requirements of the higher authorities, a family, according to the number of heads, can only buy a maximum of 2 pounds of salt per month for up to 5 members. So the salesman immediately explained the policy to the person, and told them that salt was available. It is only stipulated to prevent people from hoarding salt and taking it out of the country to sell it. Matahai was also prepared for this. Who dares to liberalize the sale of good and cheap snowflake salt like this one? 2 pounds is 2 pounds. So he hurriedly counted out 18 border zone tickets and handed them to the other side. At once, I bought 2 pounds of salt, as well as 10 pounds of rice and white flour. Rice and white flour were all encased in snakeskin pockets with the word Red Star printed on them. These grain pockets look good for the future of the house. Thinking this way, Matahai looked aside to his son, who was standing by the cargo container in a daze. Ru Song, hurry up, we have to go home. Your mother is waiting. Seeing that his son was unimpressed and seemed to be mesmerized by what he was looking at, Matuhai slapped him lightly on the back of the head. What are you boys waiting for? Unmoved, Marusong pointed to the pickled pepper food in the counter. Dad, what's that? Matuhai looked at it and frowned. How would I know? Hurry up and leave. Don't delay the shopkeeper's business. Oh, it's fine, old folks. The salesman enthusiastically handed them a bag each of pickled phoenix claws and pork rinds. These are the ready-to-eat meat dishes from our Red Star Trading Company. Chicken claws and pork rinds, respectively, and they're delicious. And it's so full of flavor that you can't stop after one taste. The salesman said this with the same look of longing, as if he hadn't had enough. At the mention of meat dishes, father and son gulped in unison. The last time I had some meat was the year before last when the light was good. Marusong tugged on his dad's coat and whispered, Dad, why don't we buy some? My sister is sick and might want some meat. Matuhai couldn't help but gouge him out. Humph, I think it's you who wants to eat meat. Meeting his son's supplicating expression, Matuhai squeezed the border zone ticket in his hand and asked toward the salesman, how much for the food, please? Oh, it's not expensive. The salesman waved his hand. $2 a bag. There is a big half a pound in a bag. Enough for a family, just a little bit spicy. I don't know if you guys can get used to it. 2 yuan border ticket is equivalent to the previous 20 cents. The price of half a caddy of meat and vegetables is not expensive. Spicy is not a meal. Just thinking of his sick daughter, Matuhai then asked, excuse me comrade, my daughter is sick, can she eat these? Sick? The salesman thought for a moment, grabbed a bag of powdered soy milk from the back counter, and handed it to the other man. Children are best to drink this. This is called soybean milk powder. Nutritious. Scoop some into a bowl and soak it in boiling water and drink it. We Red Army soldiers also drink this. It's a 1-pound package. It's not expensive. It's only $2. Matohai looked at the soy milk powder and the 2 bags of pickled peppers for eating, gritted his teeth, and said, "Then I'll buy 1 bag of each of these things." As he spoke, he counted 6 more border zone tickets and handed them to the salesman. The salesman handed the food to the other side in a clear plastic bag and couldn't help but say as he took the money, "By the way, old folks, your daughter's illness can be seen in the hospital run by our Red Army. There can be no delay." Seeing the slightly embarrassed look in the other's eyes, the salesman reassured, "Don't worry, old folks, our Red Army is an army of the common people, and it's not expensive for you to see a doctor in our hospital." Matuhai nodded thoughtfully, and then the 2 masters shouldered and carried the grain and food back home. Just after arriving home and putting down his things, Matuhai walked into the inner room and gave the remaining $6 border ticket to his wife, who was keeping watch over his daughter at the bedside. "What is this?" Liu asked as she took 6 sheets of paper 3 fingers wide and 1 finger long. "What else could it be?" "Border zone tickets." As he spoke, Machahai painfully touched his youngest daughter's pale face. "This is the leftover border zone ticket after buying grain. The grain is outside. Hurry up and make some rice porridge for Hong Hong." "Rice porridge?" Liu sniffed and complained a bit. "Boss, how can our family afford to eat rice? Didn't I ask you to buy some white flour?" Knowing the other would ask, Matuhai deflated. "People's Red Star Trading Company white flour is the same price as rice. Do you think I can not buy 10 pounds? 10 pounds? Don Jia, we're not over it?" With that, Liu turned her head to the side and muttered under her breath, "Every day you know how to lose money. Not let you buy a little grain enough for your daughter to eat on the line." Matuhai, who was in a good mood, hurriedly pulled his wife outside, pointed to a large pile of grain and food on the table, and crossed his arms. "See for yourself. Less than $3 for that much." Liu saw the things on the table as if she saw her relatives, and in 3 or 2 steps she walked over to examine them carefully. "Yikes, this is white flour. Why is it so white?" "It's white rice, Don Jia. This is top quality white rice." Liu grabbed a handful of rice and exulted. Matuhai somewhat proudly pointed at the 4 half-caddy bags of fine salt on the table. "You try that salt. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Liu tenderly blanked him, then twisted a small pinch in her palm. "This salt, how come it's so white?" Followed by some curiosity, he took the tip of his tongue and licked the grains of salt, and just for a moment, a strong salty flavor lingered on his tongue. She pursed her lips for a long time before saying, "This salt is good, and it's not bitter at all. It's true that they're a couple. They even say the same thing." 108. Red Army Hospital No. 1. Immediately after picking up 2 bags of vacuum-packed pickled pepper food, I can't help but be a little puzzled. These meat and vegetables, how do you pack them in? Machahai drank a bowl of cold water and said, "How should I know? It says that it's the instant meat and vegetables from the Red Star Trading Company, so you can eat it when you open it. It wasn't because your oldest son was craving it that I bought it." "My son has a craving?" Liu gave him a blank look. "Don't you have a craving?" "Hey, our whole family has a craving," Matohai said with a playful smile on his face. Finally, the bag of 1 caddy soy milk powder. Liu opened the pocket and smelled it. There was a soy and milk fragrance. "What's this?" "This is called soybean milk powder. Especially bought for our daughter to drink," said the Red Army soldiers. "All drink this stuff. Nutritious. Take boiling water to soak a little can drink," Matuhai explained, learning the language of the salesman. Liu nodded her head, since she had bought all of them, and thought that her own daughter had been unable to eat since the morning. "So I hurriedly boiled a kettle of boiling water, followed by 2 scoops of powdered soy milk to soak." In just a moment, the whole house was filled with the scent of soy milk. "Father, Mother, what smells so good?" The sharp-nosed Maruson had just entered the house and smelled the fragrance. "Oh, what else? Isn't it the powdered soy milk you just bought home? Let it cool down so you can give it to your sister," Mother said with an angry look on her face. When the brewed soy milk cooled slightly, Liu carried the bowl into the inner room. Daughter Ma Yinghong seems to have smelled the aroma, and is now looking blearily at the bowl in her mother's hand. "Yo, is our Hong Hong awake?" "Mother, what is this?" Ma Yinghong, who was less than 5 years old, whined. "Hey, this is called soy milk powder. Your father bought it especially for you. Drink it and you'll get well." After saying that, Liu took her daughter into her arms, then took the bowl of soy milk and slowly sent it into her daughter's mouth. "Wow, Mother, it's so delicious," Hong Hong said with a look of surprise. "It's rare for my daughter to smile a little since she's been sick." Seeing this scene, Liu couldn't help but have a sour nose and couldn't stop the tears from flowing down her face. "My daughter has been sick for almost 1 month since the beginning of her illness. and at first she just had a fever. But she was in good spirits. I've seen a couple of herbalists, but it never got better. Recently, my daughter has been coughing a lot and losing weight, and she can't even eat much. Even the bone setter had run out of ideas, so he thought of buying some fine grains for his daughter to eat. Noticing her mother's action of wiping her tears, Hong Hong pushed the bowl towards her mother's mouth. "Mother, don't cry. You drink too. It's sweet." Liu Ru shrugged her nose and squeezed out a smile. "Hong Hong is good. Mother just drank. You need to drink more to get better." Knowingly, Red nodded, then gulped it down in a big gulp. After placing her daughter, who had drunk soy milk, to sleep, Liu Ru approached her husband to discuss the matter. "Boss, it's not a good idea for our daughter to lie around like this all day. Why don't we look for a bone setter?" At the mention of Long Zhong, Matahai thought of what the salesman at the Red Star Trading Company had said earlier. "That's right, Ru. Why don't we take our daughter to the Red Army Hospital to have a look? The comrades from the Red Star Trading Company said that they can treat our poor people over there. And I heard that medicines aren't too expensive. The wife is not a good idea. Even if you look for the local doctor, most likely still those herbs. It would be better to go to the Red Army Hospital to try." At noon, the Ma family, which originally did not eat noon, made an exception and cooked a meal of mixed grain and white rice. Of course it's a mostly mixed grain, little half white rice kind of thing. A large family eating radishes boiled in salt water couldn't be happier. Even my daughter, who was sick and bedridden, ate a small bowl of white rice. As for why not eat pickled pineapple, phoenix claws and pork rinds, the whole family said that we should wait until Hong Hong is well before eating together. In the afternoon, instead of going out to do his work, Machahai took his wife and daughter directly to the first Red Army Hospital. Looking at the entrance to the hospital, with its huge red 5 stars, the couple couldn't help but be a little disoriented. It is reasonable to say that a Zhuang family like theirs can't afford to find a foreign doctor. However, looking at the sick and suffering daughter, the couple can only bring the hard head into the hospital in order to see her daughter's doctor. Liu Ru also brought the silver bracelet left to her by her mother. "If the $6 sidewalk ticket isn't enough, then you'll have to pawn your silver bracelet." The hospital smelled of alcohol and disinfectant, which made the couple, who were going to a foreign hospital for the first time, a little nervous. There weren't many people inside, so the couple held their daughter and briefly talked to the nurse about her condition. Soon it was time to come to the internal medicine clinic. A doctor in a white coat with a mask that shows both eyes. After just a brief examination of my daughter's lungs with a stethoscope, I was a bit annoyed. "How are you parents? Why did you only come when the child was so sick?" Liu Ru couldn't help but hear her legs go soft. Luckily she was given a hand by her husband beside her, which prevented her from sitting on the ground. "Doctor, will you save my daughter? I have money." With that, Liu Ru pulled out the border zone ticket and silver bracelet, almost pleading. The doctor knew that the couple had misunderstood him and pretended to be angry. "What do you take us Reds for? Hurry up and put the money away. And the little girl can still be cured, so there's no need to be in a hurry." Seeing that the doctor would not accept the belongings, the couple looked at each other and could only put the border zone ticket and the silver bracelet away for the time being. "What she has is actually a recurring fever and cough caused by pneumonia, which would certainly be tricky elsewhere. But by the time we get to our first Red Army Hospital, this disease shouldn't be too much of a problem." The couple sniffed and naturally dropped some of their hanging hearts. Then I heard the doctor continue, "We'll do a skin test later, and if there's no adverse reaction, we'll get a shot as soon as possible to see how it works." The couple was so clouded that they just nodded at whatever the doctor said anyway. Subsequently, under the arrangement of the doctor, the medication was first dispensed according to the age and weight of his daughter, Ma Inghong, based on what the Red Army medical staff has been figuring out over time. For common fever infections, 1 gram of penicillin powder, when dissolved in distilled water, is enough for 10 adults. High doses are not necessary unless the infection is severe. Even then, it needs to be diluted and slowly injected into the patient's body to work. When they saw the cold needle, not to mention Hong Hong, who is less than 5 years old, even the couple was shocked. Matohai immediately blocked in front of his wife and child, looking at the nurse with a wary face. The doctors and nurses had long been surprised by the reactions of several people, so the doctor could only patiently explain to Matohai, "Old-timer, this is an anti-inflammatory. You've heard of sulfa, right? It's a small yellow fish a stick in other places. We call this penicillin. It's better than sulfa. Sulfanilamide Machahai no." Before in the landlord's house of short-term labor, I heard the housekeeper mentioned. He said that the main family had gotten 2 boxes of sulfonamide, which could cure all diseases, and offered them as if they were treasures. It is said that even the dying can get better with sulfa. There are some falsehoods, but sulfanilamide was indeed blown out of proportion in the early days of the Republic. It's just that with such a good medicine, would the Red Army spare it for them? Even if you use the medicine and get cured, you can't pay the debt you owe. Chapter 109, A Different Kind of Brochure. Thinking of this, Matuhai could only say honestly, "Doctor, we can't afford sulfa. Can we use a cheaper drug? Even if it's almost as effective." The doctor shook helplessly. The old folks in Shanbei. It seems that they are really used to suffering, so he could only say in a gentle tone, "Don't worry, old folks. Our Red Army hospitals never make money from the poor. Don't worry and use it boldly. The most crucial thing now is that your daughter's illness can't be delayed any longer." Looking behind him at his helpless wife and his sickly daughter, Matuhai felt that even if the family sold 2 acres of land, "I have to cure my daughter first." So he gritted his teeth and said, "That's fine, doctor. Go ahead and treat me. Even if I have to smash the pot to sell the iron, I'll get you all the money for the medicine." The doctor sniffed for a moment, then laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, not so much, not so much. You'll know when the charge comes later, but I have to make it clear to you in advance. The skin test will hurt a bit, and the injection later will hurt a bit too, so I have to make Red endure it." Matuhai and his wife looked at each other and firmly said, "It's okay, doctor. It's better to be in pain than to be incurable." With the family's permission, a nurse soon took Red's tiny arm and tied it with a rubber band. The skin test injection was then injected into the arm as the crowd watched. Surprisingly, Red didn't even grunt the entire time, just frowned lightly. "It did seem to be dragging on for too long, and I couldn't even muster the strength to cry out in pain." 10 minutes later, the eye saw no adverse reaction. The doctor then injected the medicine into Red's buttocks according to the previously summarized dosage of penicillin for toddlers. Red didn't even grunt at the skin test, and naturally the shot was just as bland. Touching the child's forehead, the doctor was distressed. "Go back and make sure you give your child plenty of supplemental nutrients. You have to eat 3 times a day to do that." As he spoke, he pulled another handful of fruit candies out of his pocket and stuffed them into Hong Hong's pocket. Lovingly, "Hong Hong is so brave. This is Uncle's reward for you. Come over tomorrow for your injection and be as brave as you were today." Red nodded slightly as she lay on her mother's shoulder. The doctor then looked at Matuhai. "Even if the child improves tomorrow, he will have to come over at this hour for an injection, or he will be in danger of relapsing. Remember? Remember, doctor?" Matuhai nodded repeatedly. Then somewhat worried, "That doctor, how much is the cost of the medicine?" "Ah, medicine money?" The doctor handed the other man the long-prepared consultation slip. "With the medication for the next 2 times, that's a total of $2 for the border zone ticket." Seeing that the other party froze there, he assumed it was because he didn't have any money, so he waved his hand. "If you don't have the money, you can owe it for the time being. We don't charge interest at the Red Army Hospital." And the reason why Matuhai was a bit dumbfounded was that he thought the medicine was incredibly cheap. Returning to his senses, he hurriedly said, "No, doctor, we have money. As long as we can cure our daughter's illness, how much money will do?" The doctor smiled and waved his hand. "Oh, what I say is how much. Hurry out and pay the money, then take the child back to rest. I still have to take other patients." The couple looked at each other and after thanking each other profusely, they left the treatment room, took the treatment sheet and paid the fee. And sure enough, I was only charged $2 for the sidewalk ticket. This can't help but make the couple a little apprehensive. Can such cheap medicine cure their daughter? Evening, Liu Ru first brewed a cup of soy milk powder for her daughter, followed by feeding her a bowl of white rice porridge. Probably because of the drugs, Red fell into a deep sleep soon after eating. In the middle of the night, Liu Ru, who was sleeping next to her daughter, suddenly felt that someone was pushing her. In a daze, "I heard my daughter keep yelling that she was hungry." Waking up, Liu Ru knew that it should be the injection she had given in the afternoon that had taken effect. The good news was immediately given to her husband, who was sleeping soundly. "Dong Jia, this medicine is really divine. A small injection made our daughter's fever go down, and look at her, she eats so well." As she spoke, Liu Ru pointed at her daughter who was gulping down the noodle soup. Matuhai's face was full of favor. "Well, yes, the Red Army is really good to our people, even giving such good medicine to our poor people. Why don't we give that old hen at home to that doctor tomorrow?" "Line master, I'll listen to you on all counts." Liu Ru, who was usually stingy, nodded without hesitation and said, "The same thing happened in various Red Army-controlled areas in northern Shaanxi. Even many old folks who are not from the area controlled by the Red Army will come all the way here, either to buy scarce supplies or to see a doctor. Today's Bashi has long since ceased to be the poor and backward 1,000-year-old city. Under our party's governance, it has the potential to become the economic and political center of northern Shaanxi. And in order to grow stronger as quickly as possible for future wars, the Red Army, which now has more guns than men, is constantly recruiting soldiers everywhere. In addition to the sons and daughters from poor backgrounds, they were absorbed into the Red Army on a priority basis. The sons and daughters of the gentry, who were educated and progressive in their thinking, were also targeted for development by the Red Army. Bashi City East, Lin Mansion. As a famous local squire family, only because the garrison northeastern troops surrendered too quickly, so the Lin family had no time to pack up their belongings before they were blocked in the city by the Red Army. I had expected to suffer the beating of the earth and the division of the land, as legend has it, but as enlightened squires who are very friendly to the common people, the Red Army still treated them with courtesy and did not seize their property or fields. The two sides were expected to be at peace with each other, but Lin Ziyuan, the eldest son of the Lin family, actually wanted to enroll in the Red Army. This made his father, Lin Zhili, unable to accept it in any way. Ziyuan, I paid for connections to allow you to stay in the ocean, not for you to come back and join a bunch of strawmen. The Red Army has some heavy artillery, but it's still a bit of a step down from the combined strength of the National Army, as envisioned by Lin Zhili, the son of a graduate of the German Army Officers School. When you go back to your country to join the army, you should join the National Army anyhow. Can there be a future in joining the Red Army? If the National Army comes back one day, the Lin family will still be fine. Surely there's not much wrong with thinking that. Historically, the National Army besieged Benshur, and our army could only temporarily avoid the front. But with Sylvan's support, holding Botany is now instead the Reds' greatest restraint. The morale of the troops is high now, and they are all holding their breath. Anyone who dares to mess with the Red Army is like the old man hanging himself, and will have to beat you to the point where you can't take care of yourself. Strawman? Lin Ziyuan was full of disbelief. He had seen the Red Army's heavy howitzers with his own eyes. To his professional eye, those heavy guns were so well made that they completely overshadowed the Wehrmacht of the same period, and the firearms in their hands, whether they were rifles or light and heavy machine guns, were obviously not those old products of the National Army, especially the soldiers' standard rifles. Just one look at it showed that it was nothing like the current German weapons, but it was by no means Soviet either. Lin therefore had reason to believe that the Red Army either had its own arsenal of, either that or there are other avenues of arms transportation. What's more, the Red Army is in full uniform, all in high spirits. The people were also extremely well taken care of, and no offense was committed in the fall. In contrast, the NRA is rather more of a strawman. Chapter 110 The Botanical Forestry Family, Chasing More. Father, do you know anything about the military? So you dare to jump to conclusions. People's Red Army is definitely not as simple as you see it now. Forgetting for a moment how well armed they are, this level of military uniformity is nothing like the Wehrmacht I saw when I was in Germany. Snap! Where would Lin Zhili be easily persuaded by his son? He slapped the table and interrupted. Enough, Ziyuan. You are simply too naive. Does fighting a war only depend on the uniformity of the army? Since ancient times wars have been fought with men and money. The Red Army is isolated. Even if it occupies the whole of northern Shanxi and even Shanxi province, what can it do? How much can this barren place produce to supply the army? And the National Army has the richest territory in our China. With money and men, in the long run, the Red Army will be defeated. If Su Wen was present, high and low would have to give this old Mr. Lin a nod. Only his thinking was still a bit outdated. Lao Chang did occupy the right place at the right time, but not the right people. Human harmony is also called the hearts and minds of the people. And it is the hearts and minds of the people that have enabled our party to defeat the enemy in a difficult and trying environment. And isn't territory fought for? Now the Red Army is reluctant to fight the National Army for the time being. They just don't want to cheapen the Japs. Really, if they were to use such advanced weaponry, all on their own people, the chiefs would be reluctant in 100 ways. In their view, it was not the National Army that was being fought, but the Red Army reserves. Therefore, after comprehensive consideration, the chiefs decided to adopt the strategy of soft Dawan as far as possible towards the National Army, gradually dismantle the forces of the National Army in the entire northern Shanxi province, and then use the northern Shanxi province as a springboard, and then take the entire Shanxi province. When that happens, the Reds will surely be able to go up several more notches. It would then be able to swing north in one fell swoop, giving little Ben an early glimpse of what a torrent of steel means. Father, you're the one who's really confused. Lin Ziyuan simply couldn't even listen to half of his father's words, and immediately retorted. Before, the Red Army could break out of the National Army siege wearing straw shoes and carrying Hanyangzao. Now that the army is strong, the soldiers will be able to occupy Benshur without bloodshed. Is this the same Reds as before? And Dad, I can tell you, I just don't like that warlord style of the National Army. Day in and day out, they don't work for the people. They just know how to harbor the people and treat them like less than human beings. Now that Little Japan is entrenched in the northeast and ready to move south at any time, do you think that with the kind of troops the National Army has, they can hold back the Japanese? Lin Zhili was so disliked that his blood churned, and he desperately suppressed his anger as he growled lowly, "You rebellious son! If the National Army can't defend itself against the Japanese, can the Red Army?" Lin Ziyuan was first stunned at his words, then his eyes were firm. "I don't know if the Red Army can or can't, but I see hope in them, the way our Chinese soldiers should be." "That's true. If Lin Ziyuan wanted to join the National Army, he would have done so more than a year ago when he first returned to China. Military school graduates like him with overseas experience to the National Army at least can be a major staff officer or something. But Lin Ziyuan stayed in the ocean is not for promotion and wealth. The small Japan out of China is his ultimate ideal. The answer to the question of who can give him hope of realizing his ambitions today is self-evident. Ignoring his father's scolding behind him, Lin Ziyuan took his long-packed luggage with him after his words and left the house. He planned to make do for the night outside the Red Army recruiting point and join the Red Army first thing in the morning. Adverse son, don't come back if you have the guts to leave. Lin Jili knew there was no way to convince his son, who was bent on joining the Red Army, and could only rage impotently behind him. When the cursing stopped, his wife Duanqiu slowly came to the hall. The reason I didn't show up to stop the father and son from arguing just now, it was because of the feudal rights that told her that it was best for her as a woman to stay out of men's affairs. Besides, one side is her husband and the other side is her son, and she can't help whoever she wants to help. So she had to wait for father and son to finish their argument before she dared to appear to console her husband. Jili, a lot of anger hurts your body. You have to take care of your body. Lin Jili turned his face and grunted coldly. There is a rebellious son in the family. Sooner or later I will be infuriated by him. His chest became heaving as he spoke, and Duanqiu hurried forward to stroke her husband's back. Children and grandchildren are blessed by their children and grandchildren. It may not be a bad thing if Ziyuan wants to join the Red Army. If things don't go well in the future, he can still come back. Come back? Lin Jili glanced at his wife without any good humor. The Red Army and the National Army don't look like they're still restraining each other now, but they're enemies to the death. The rebellious son has gone over there. Will he be able to come back? Do you really think the Red Army unit is a bathhouse run by our family? Duanqiu recalled with a lowered brow. Our son originally had a high heart, and it was because the Japanese occupied the northeast that he gave up his literature and turned to the military. And at that time it was you who supported him, saying that defending the country and expelling the Tartars is the duty of our Chinese sons and daughters. When this matter was brought up, Lin Jili felt some remorse. He himself had merely had a few more drinks and bragged about it in front of outsiders, which had been taken as a joke by outsiders, but was listened to by his own son. That's what made all the noise about martial arts. Originally thought to send abroad to suffer for a few years, come back even from the martial arts can be mixed in the National Army. I didn't realize that my son couldn't stand the National Army and wouldn't go there to take up a position. It wasn't until later that the Red Army showed up and captured Bachin without bloodshed. It was as if the normally listless son had seen hope. Every now and then, we have to go to the Red Army's barracks to observe the situation. When I get home, I lock myself in the house and write and draw. Lin Jili is not opposed to his son joining the army, but in any case, he must join the Orthodox National Army. The Red Army, not to mention the fact that it still has some strength in Shanbei, is no more powerful than the National Army of Lao Chang. And if the National Army comes over one day, and they have a Red Army in the Lin family, will they still be in good shape? Thinking of this, Lin Jili decisively said, forget it, tomorrow you go and inform the clan elders to come over and remove this rebellious son from the clan, so as not to involve the clan in the future. How can this be? Duanqiu said in a rare and somewhat out-of-character manner. Ziyuan is your only son. If you get rid of him, the Lin family will be finished. Lin Jili had already planned for this. Humph, it won't be over. Don't we still have Shuer in our family? If it's a big deal, we'll let her recruit a son-in-law, and she'll still be able to set up a family in the future. Speaking of his daughter Lin Shui, only then did a smile appear on Lin Jili's face. Lin Shui was named Lin Shui after her skin was as lovely as a porcelain doll when she was born, and he was a good boy from an early age, and later went to a new school. Whoever sees a talented girl like this one doesn't compliment her as a great lady. Oh yeah, where did Cher go? Why haven't I seen anyone for days? Hearing her husband ask, Duanqiu couldn't help but thump in her heart and stammered. Cheryl she said she was going to study to be a nurse, so she didn't stay at home. How can a girl child live outside? Hurry up and let her come back. Lin Jili immediately commanded. Back, can't return. Duanqiu lowered his head and whispered. Lin Jili was confused and questioned. Which hospital is it? Dared to restrict my daughter's freedom. Chapter 111, Enlistment. A while ago Lin Shui had told her mother that she wanted to go to the first Red Army hospital and study nursing. As for why you didn't tell your father, would you still be able to go if you did? I thought my daughter was just a whim, but I didn't realize that because she was not only educated, he was also gifted with medical knowledge and became a reserve doctor for the Red Army within a few days. It's in the Red Army University at the moment, closed for study. Seeing that he couldn't hide it, Duanqiu could only honestly say, Jili, said you cannot be angry. Swear she has become the Red Army's reserve military doctor, is in the school side closed learning. What? Without waiting for his wife to finish her sentence, Lin Jili stood up in excitement. He only felt a bit of heavenly rotation, but fortunately, He was held by his wife's hand, which barely managed to stand still. Two good kids in their own family, one planning to become a red, one already a red. What's so fascinating about he reds? Looking at her husband who was staring blankly, Duanxiu hurriedly sat him down and said with concern, "Why Zhili, don't scare me." Lin Zhili, who had returned to his senses, sighed softly as if resigned to his fate. Ugh, forget it, two kids joined the Reds just join. I'll personally visit the government tomorrow on behalf of Lin. So let's get the relationship going first. Seeing that the other party was no longer sulking, Duanxiu asked, "Then will you still inform the clan to come over tomorrow to talk about Ziyuan's matter?" Lin Zhili blankly glanced at her, his gaze sharp. What else is there to talk about? Both our children are with the Red Army. What choice do I have? Humph. Anyway, even if the National Army comes over, I'll still smash the pot to support the Red Army. On the other hand, the recruiting point in the city of Botswana. Looking at the sparse crowd in the open space around him, Lin Ziyuan couldn't help but smile heartily. It is said that good men do not serve in the military. Since ancient times, if not forced by the situation, where there will be good family sons actively willing to serve in the military. Looks like the Red Army is really winning the hearts and minds of the people. Alone, he found an empty space that no one occupied. Lin Ziyuan put down his luggage and directly sat on the ground. He was just about to squint and stare for a moment when he heard someone walking towards him. "Excuse me, sir, can I take a break on the side?" The one who asked the question was Ma Rusong. Seeing that the surrounding open space was filled with people, he had no choice but to chatter about Lin Ziyuan. Lin Ziyuan smiled as he sized up the tall and thin young man in front of him with some patches on his clothes. "You're welcome, homeboy. We're all on our own. Feel free to sit down." The two were already of similar age, Lin Ziyuan 22 and Ma Rusong 18, so they were soon chatting away in the moonlight. "By the way, elder brother Ma, why did you join the Red Army?" Lin Ziyuan asked curiously. Ma Rusong said without hesitation, "The Red Army saved my sister and gave our family 3 acres of fat land. The army is short of men now, so I want to join the Red Army to contribute." Lin Ziyuan nodded his head. How can ordinary people have so much home country sentiment? Whoever does good to the people naturally repay with their lives. Thinking about this, Lin Ziyuan had some playful taste. "Elder brother Ma, being a soldier is going to be a war, and maybe your life will be in danger. Aren't you afraid?" "Not afraid," Ma Rusong said without even thinking. "The Red Army treats our family like relatives, and I'll fight with anyone who dares to do harm to the Red Army." Lin Ziyuan nodded thoughtfully. This is what the people want. Once again, he felt in the back of his mind that the decision to join the Red Army could not be wrong. "By the way, brother Lin, what about you? Why did you join the Red Army?" Ma Rusong felt that although Lin Ziyuan was modest, his speech and demeanor made it obvious that he was from a male lineage. Usually such people don't choose to be in the military, so they couldn't help but ask. "I want to drive little Japan out of our country," Lin Ziyuan said without hesitation. There is no need to hide this kind of thing. As for what is said about the world's prosperity and demise of the responsibility of the people, the other party most likely do not understand, so it's better to be direct. I see hope in the Red Army, and in our country. Only a force like the Red Army can defeat the Japanese. That said, there is currently pessimism everywhere in the country, or at least most people think we can't beat the devils, unless it's someone like Suwon, who comes from the latter part of the world and knows the course of history, who is adamant that we will win in the end. Of course there is no shortage of people who don't know the course of history and who have always believed that we will win. Take for example the Great Chief. Isn't the On Long-Term War he wrote afterward the best proof of this? It is important to realize that at this time the Republic of China is facing Japan, which is the most developed industrial country in Asia. Not only did the economy and industry outperform the Republic of China, but even the quality of the population was far superior to ours. Even the international side was forced to impose an arms embargo on the ROC due to Japan's deterrence. On the occasion of this internal and external difficulties, this is also one of the reasons why the National Army has been slow to declare war against Japan on its own initiative. And a nationalist like Lin Ziyuan who hasn't completely lost his confidence is now considered very rare. Unaware that during the most difficult period of the War of Resistance, there were even extremely pessimistic scholars who started compiling national history overnight, for the possibility of restoration after the fall of the country. Japanese? Ma Rusong thought for a moment. Are they the Japanese in the playbook? Lin nodded, his gaze cold and stern. That's right, the bonobos are the ancestors of those Japanese. They have been trying to invade us since ancient times, until they found the opportunity in recent times, so they forcibly occupied the eastern provinces. But they won't stop there. They want us to be slaves, so I'm going to drive them out. Ma Rusong looked like he understood. I understand, brother Lin. In the future I will also fight the Japanese with you. Oh, okay, Ma Lao Di. Let's fight the devils together in the future. The two just had a conversation. Of course most of the time, Lin Ziyuan was the only one talking about his study abroad experience. Ma Ru-song, on the other hand, was transformed into a knowing brother, listening attentively to the other party's handwriting depicting all kinds of sights and sounds in Germany, especially when talking about the German army's weaponry. Lin Ziyuan was filled with envy, and he repeatedly exclaimed that if we had that kind of weaponry, we would have driven the Japanese into the sea long ago. The next day, the sky was fish-belly white. With the opening of the doors to the recruiting point, the surrounding postulants waiting to join the army woke up. Lin Ziyuan looked around. Compared to last night, there were at least nearly 1,000 people surrounding the recruitment point. Nearly 1,000 postulants lined up in 3 columns under the command of the Red Army, who was in charge of recruiting. The screening of Red Army recruits is mainly based on the criterion of lenient entry and strict selection. That is to say, a large number of soldiers are recruited first and then selected separately according to the quality of the soldiers to enter the affiliated forces. So basically anyone who physically meets the requirements for enlistment gets into boot camp. Time marched on minute by minute, and the conscription screening soon came to Ma Ru-song's turn. The Red Army clerk in charge of recruiting looked the other man up and down with satisfaction. Well, not bad, a soldier's body. Why do you want to join the Red Army, old-timer? In response to routine questioning, Ma Ru-song honestly said, my family has been favored by the Red Army, so we want to repay the Red Army. Clerical nodded slightly, an answer he had heard countless times before. So you can read and write? I know some. My mother taught me to write when I was a child, Ma Ru-song said frankly. As soon as Clerical heard that the other party could read and write, he immediately handed the pen to the other party with both eyes. Then write a name and I'll see. Ma Ru-song nodded, then wrote his name on the paper crookedly. Oh, not bad. Finally met someone with a bit of culture. The clerk was ecstatic. Such recruits generally learn things quickly, and were spared some of the time it took to learn to read and write. So immediately, he wrote the word gun on the recruit's ID tag and then handed it to him. You're in good shape and can read, so you'll be temporarily assigned to the artillery. Seeing Ma Ru-song's confused face, the clerk urged, hurry up and get in line inside. Don't waste time. It was only then that Ma Ru-song walked somewhat muddily inside the recruiting point. Chapter 112 Lin Ziyuan becomes a baby. It was then Lin's turn to conduct a recruiting interview. For the little old brother Ma Ru-song can enter the artillery sequence this matter. He is greedy. Ever since he had seen those heavy cannons of the Red Army, he had dreamed of joining the artillery unit of the Red Army. The conscription clerk looked Lin Ziyuan up and down, saw that he was rich and had white skin, and couldn't help but shake his head. Old fellow, the conditions in our Red Army are tough. If you regret it now, it's not too late. No regrets. Lin Ziyuan's gaze was resolute. I joined the Red Army to go north and fight the Japanese. It is still a bit surprising that these male children who have drunk a bit of foreign ink can have this kind of realization. I see you should have read. So do you know anything? For a reader like Lin Ziyuan, the paperwork definitely had to ask more questions. At that Lin Ziyuan hurriedly pulled out his identification from when he was studying in Germany and handed it to the other party. I stayed at the German Army Officers' School, majoring in artillery command, and learned to drive tanks with the panzers after school. What? The draft clerk interrupted with some excitement. Are you sure you can drive a tank? Lin Ziyuan thought that the other party didn't believe him and hurriedly pulled out a picture of himself wearing a tank cap and standing on top of the tank. Look, comrade, I really didn't lie to you. Clerical looked at the photo and then at Lin Ziyuan. After comparing back and forth to make sure it was the same person, he yelled into the gate. Instructor, hurry up, I found the treasure. Baby, is that a reference to yourself? Lin Ziyuan muttered in his heart, wondering if the other party was being a little disrespectful. Soon, the tall instructor came out with his hands behind his back. I say, what are you boys yelling about? Where's the baby? Clerical immediately got up and bit his ear with the other party, and handed the other party a picture of Lin Ziyuan driving a tank. Ha ha ha, well, after searching for so long, I've finally found you. The instructor's eyes glistened as he sized up Lin Ziyuan. Although this descendant is a gentlemanly-looking white man, but the technical soldiers, as long as they have skills, nothing else matters. So he patted Lin Ziyuan's shoulder and said excitedly, you're directly integrated into the armored regiment. Lin was confused. Did the Red Army have an armored unit? You're kidding. The National Army doesn't even have many of these, and they're still treated like ancestors. I came here for the artillery. If it wasn't for the heavy artillery, why did I join the Red Army? Thinking of this, Lin Ziyuan hurriedly said, excuse me sir, I would like to join the artillery unit. The instructor looked at him like a little cutie, looked at each other as if they were looking at each other, and although the artillery was also short of men at the present time, it was not so short as to be unavailable. It's the tankers that are in short supply. The Red Army's few armored tanks. Just because of the lack of tankers, they have not been able to form a fighting force until now. That's why the chiefs were thinking of taking the recruiting opportunity to see if they could find someone who could drive a tank. It's just that so much time has passed and it's all been for nothing. Just when everyone was about to give up, Lin Ziyuan appeared. That's why the Reds, who are in charge of recruiting, are so excited. It wouldn't be a waste if Lin Ziyuan, who could drive a tank, were to become an artilleryman. So the instructor were willing to let Lin Ziyuan go, directly grabbed his hand and said seriously, "You are now a Red Army soldier, and following the command in all actions is a basic requirement. You must join the armored regiment. This is non-negotiable." Then without giving the other man a chance to explain, he pulled him straight inside the gate. When they learned that they had finally found someone who could drive a tank, the Red Army commanders at the entire recruiting site all exploded. They have said that this time they can finally explain to the chief. Lin Ziyuan, on the other hand, is full of bitterness. Why do you want to be a hero and say that you can drive a tank? He wanted to slap himself now. However, things have come to this point, for today's solution can only take one step at a time. The morning's enlistment was soon over, and towards noon the Red Army prepared a simple lunch for the soldiers who were about to enter boot camp. 2 white bread buns per person, a small packet of squash, and a cup of soy milk. Looking at the food in his hand, Lin Ziyuan actually went into a trance. Didn't they all say the Red Army had poor logistical supplies? He had been prepared to eat chaff, but he hadn't expected to be made to eat this. Is it possible to test yourself with these? Brother Lin, why don't you eat? Thinking about it, Ma Rusong chewed food in his mouth, came over and squatted down. This white flour bun smells great, and this squash, with oil drizzled on it, is salty and flavorful. Don't believe me? Try it. Lin Ziyuan then tore open the squash and tasted a trace of it, and it was really salty and refreshing, and it was also slightly spicy. Just take a big bite of white flour bun and a sip of soy milk. Not to mention, the taste brought back memories of his days in Germany. Only then it was bread and milk. Brother Lin, you said, if I could eat these every day, how good it would be. Lin Ziyuan was stunned and slowly said, these supplies should have been specially prepared for this recruitment, but it doesn't matter what you eat, as long as you can fight the Japs. Ma Rusong nodded, gulped, that's right, eat whatever, I follow the Red Army. In the afternoon, nearly 1,000 recruits trooped to the boot camp outside the city. As he passed by the artillery battalion, Lin Ziyuan couldn't tell the envy on his face. He was from the artillery squad section, and now he's making himself a tanker. Is it because of your own words? Without waiting for him to get back to his senses, a Red Army soldier in his 30s approached him and asked, Comrade, are you the new recruit who can drive a tank? Lin Ziyuan hurriedly stood at attention. Yes sir, my name is Lin Ziyuan. I can drive a tank, but artillery is my specialty. Xiang Sangue smiled and waved his hand, naturally knowing what the other party meant. Oh, it doesn't matter. My name is Xiang Sangue. I'm the commander of the armored company. From now on you'll be a soldier in my hands. Yes, to the company commander. Seeing that the other party's obedience was quite high, Xiang Sangue was satisfied. I know you don't want to be a tanker because you think the odds are that we don't have tanks in the Red Army, but don't worry, I'll show you our Red Army tanks and armored vehicles later. Ha, you guys really have it, Lin Ziyuan said with a surprised look on his face. What, you and we? Xiang Sangue said in a mock scolding manner. It's us. I'm sorry company commander. It's us really? Lin Ziyuan hurriedly apologized. Xiang Sangue crossed his arms and dominated. Good. We do currently have a few light tanks and some armored personnel carriers. It's not like there are no professional tankers, so it's never been able to form a fighting force. Hearing this, Lin Ziyuan could not help but breathe a long sigh of relief in his heart. Light tanks are fine. He had previously been exposed to the German No.1 tank during his studies in Germany. This is also one of the more advanced light tanks available. According to the current situation of the National Army, the probability that the Red Army is equipped with light tanks is also British Vickers or Italian CV-33. As for armored fighting vehicles, such flashy contraptions are used as scout vehicles at best. Since the Red Army had tanks and armored vehicles, Lin Ziyuan put his heart down, and then he got into his quad and followed Xiang Sangue to the armored regiment. As soon as he sat in the car, Lin Ziyuan was surprised by the interior workmanship of the car. Not to mention that the Republic of China did not have this kind of vehicle. Even Germany, the industrial powerhouse of the world, would not have this kind of well-made truck.